for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward, and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
Well, good morning. I know that is the headline that has grabbed the attention of many. And it has been clipped and then I think misconstrued to a few different things. But I will say this. When you have conversations that are meaningful, ones with consequence, there's some things I would just avoid entirely saying out loud. Like, here's the reality. Reality is this. There should be no scenario in which you trade Nikola Jokic. Not always the case. Really good players have been traded before. Generational players have been traded before. Wayne Gretzky has been traded before. But you don't say these things out loud because Nelly, yourself, and I know this as well as anybody. The context in which you say things, once it exits your lips on this radio show, it is up to the listeners and God's ears on how that is now received. Had many examples of this where I've been saying something and I feel like people aren't understanding the point that I'm trying to make. I would tell you, if that's the case, it's usually my fault for not construing my point properly.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
There is, I think, a responsibility as the orator when you're talking about things of substance to say clearly what you mean. And that, in some cases, means you don't say something at all. Now, I understand the point that Kroenke is getting across, I think. Now, I don't know what scenario he is dreaming up in which this would be a possibility. Somebody gets hurt and then you have to trade 15. I don't even know what that would be. Does that mean half of your roster goes down with career-ending injuries and then you're on the hook for the money? Like, I don't know. But it's something I wouldn't have said out loud for this exact reason. The second you say something along the lines of trade 15, that's all anybody's going to hear. And there are some words. Trust me, if you have a girlfriend, a boyfriend, a wife, a husband, you know there are trigger words where if you say one thing, that's all they're going to hear and nothing else afterwards. But the only context you should be using in trading Nikola Jokic is in the isn't that hilarious joke context. Like, you don't bring up the prospect of divorce with your spouse unless it's in a joking way, unless you mean it. So that's like all I would say is I think it wasn't the smartest thing to do to even broach that topic on your own. You know what I mean? He's not trading Jokic. It's not happening. And if you guys understand anything about the context and the nature of their relationship, they have an incredibly good relationship for an owner and player.
Well, and Brett, if you listen to his quote, like you said, I know people are going to hear what they're going to hear and they're going to take it out of context. But in that question, somebody asked him, they asked Josh Kroenke to talk about the second apron, and they said, does it effectively serve as a hard cap? Yes. And then he spoke for about a minute explaining the challenges of the second apron. I started about halfway through his answer, but he began his answer by talking about why they had to let go of KCP to avoid going into that second apron.
Yeah, give it to him in full. Like, give him the full context of it then if you have it. Because
yeah, sure.
I listened to it again on the way here. I've listened to it probably 20 times because I'm just like, I heard actually a national show making fun of Kroenke for saying, well, why would they even contemplate trading Jokic? And I'm like, it's not what was said. But
Right. I'll roll it back. But the point is, like you said, he is saying we avoided going into the second apron, so we never find ourselves in a scenario where we have to trade Jokic.
Right.
That was his quote.
Right.
But everybody heard the teacher from Charlie Brown trade Jokic.
Exactly.
Like, that's not what he said. That's the only thing that bugs me is people miss the entire point of this quote.
Well, let's go ahead and give it to him in full.
From an ownership perspective, around the second apron, there was a lot of conversations last summer about KCP and us re-signing him and around the second apron. And we never really got any pointed questions about that, or at least I didn't. And it was a fascinating one because we really did every exercise looking through retaining him and what that meant under the new rules. And, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward, and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
So that's the clip in full. And it's an answer about the second apron more than anything else. Now, again, I'm just taking like a check of the till here on a whole bunch of these different websites because I know that they got answers about this or they got their own articles about this. I'm actually kind of happy that he addressed the KCP stuff because if you remember going back to last year, at least I had a lot of reservations despite going into that second apron about letting KCP walk. And it's kind of for the reason that we saw at the end of the year. Their defense in the playoffs is a lot better, but it's just you're missing a body that could very easily go unaccounted for. And here's what I mean. When you let him walk, you need to have somebody who replaces him. Who replaced him was Christian Brown. But now you need to replace Christian Brown. So then who was replaced by Christian Brown was Russell Westbrook. And then nobody else replaced the vacant spot that you were looking for depth-wise. Like, you didn't add anybody last year. You reshuffled pieces. So for a team that had a depth problem, Christian Brown cancels out KCP. Russell Westbrook cancels out Christian Brown, and then it's the same group that you had because Dario Saric didn't play. So I'm glad he addressed that part of it because I wondered what the mindset was. But again, I would just say this. Nelly, as much as people are clipping the part where he said the words trade 15, and it is out of context and wrong, and they aren't doing that, it was easily avoidable. You know what I mean? That's a self-inflicted sort of thing. And again, he's not stupid. He's done a lot of speaking in his life, and we've all kind of messed up in one way or another. But it's just something you avoid saying for this exact reason. And it's nothing tangible. You ask all of the GMs across the NBA, they will tell you, oh, Denver is it doesn't matter what package I put together, they're not trading Nikola Jokic. They know that. It's more annoying for me because I'm going to have to see some Lakers fan in December next year be like, who could really help us is Jokic. Remember when their owner said that they're open to trading? That's coming, and I'm going to be annoyed by it. So, by the way, there was other really good answers in this from remember, this was the Ben Tenzer and John Wallace press conference that became the Josh Kroenke show, essentially, because it's what's funny. You introduce two people that are now running the show here that have, I guess, the same kind of role. And Nelly, here's how the questions were addressed. For whoever wants this one, it was never like specifically to somebody. It's like, I got a question on how you're going to handle the roster. Either one of you guys can answer. It is, and they mentioned it. I've used this word before, an unorthodox approach to team construction. There was one, let's see if I can find it here, Nelly. There was one question that was addressed to him that was about if somebody makes a phone call for a trade, who answers the phone? And the answer is I think it's 3. Yeah, let's go to cut 3 real quick. Who's handling the trades and negotiations? If you get a phone call tonight during the NBA draft, who's answering the phone? Here's the answer.
Could you shed some light on sort of how this system will work in terms of how the basketball decisions are made, who is on the phone with other teams in terms of negotiating on trades, contracts for free agents or extensions, that sort of stuff? How does kind of the layout of this system?
I think that they both will. I think that, from the outside looking in, sometimes people have a false sense of how things actually go down in the professional sports world. Sometimes that's owner talking to owner, sometimes that's president talking to president, that's basketball operations staff talking to basketball operations staff. There's a lot of different ways that deals get done in the NBA, and a lot of that is through relationships, and I think that our organization has great relationships at all levels throughout the league, and we'll continue to have different conversations in different ways with different teams, with different people.
The more I think about this, I prefer a sort of point person approach where there's one guy that's ultimately going to be in charge of everything. But I will say, if somebody called the Avs and Joe Sakic picked up the phone instead of Chris McFarland, is that so weird? I mean, it's not. They're both involved in this. But McFarland, by title, is going to be your point guy. He's going to be the one that you run through. But collaborative efforts and stuff like that, it's not like teams don't do this. They do. The way the titles are set up with the Nuggets, though, just make it a little bit more weird. Again, if I'm a GM for Minnesota and I want to make a trade tonight, and I want to make a trade for Julian Strawther, it is kind of like, am I calling Tenzer? Am I calling Wallace? Who am I going to be calling first?
I'm not sure I understand who's who in this scenario, but Scotty, the way Scott Hastings was describing it on their show yesterday is he said, think about our office. We have an immediate boss, Kevin Shockey, and then we have a boss who's in charge of all the radio stations in the building, and that's Dave. And
Sure.
So Scotty said, there's a problem that arises. Brett Kane, do you go to Kevin first, or do you go to Dave? Usually,
but ours is clear. I think we all would go to
right.
Kevin.
And so that's his point. You go to your immediate boss.
Yes.
But maybe if it's a big enough issue, or if you have to escalate it, you go over his head to the big guy. And so I think that's what Scotty was saying, is that there might be a bit of a dynamic where one might be slightly above the other.
I think it's going to have to be.
One of them is the first person you call, and then if that doesn't work, you say, let me talk to your manager. You go full Karen. You go to the next one.
Well, what you just described is the Avalanche organization.
Right, exactly.
McFarland's making all of those initial things, and then if it's a big enough call, like a Miko trade, then you get the brain trust together. You're like, Joe, you come in here. The ownership group, you come in here. Here's what we're thinking. So I think a lot of the initial stuff got thrown out of whack, and if you're panicking about potentially trading Jokic, that is foolish, but I will tell you, to say that out loud is probably not smart, just because of what leads to this. That's all. Because you have this now in front of you. A whole bunch of dum-dums that are taking that and run with it. Now, First key word of the day. Speaking of the Nuggets, 4 signed jerseys between Jokic, Murray, AG, and MPJ, all going to one lucky winner next Monday, but we have keywords all week on the 20s from 6 to 6. So, first keyword to get yourself in the running today is coming away next. First keyword of the day. As we are giving away our Core 4 Score Contest autograph jerseys between Jokic, Murray, Porter, and AG, and all are going to one lucky winner. Every hour on the 20s, all day today, all day during the week, a different keyword, and the one for today is dance. So text dance and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is dance and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. There's 12 keywords per day. Every hour, a new keyword to text. This is all thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalized-health.com. So, text coming through here. We are the dum-dums. I never said you are the dum-dums. I said the dum-dums that are now thinking the Nuggets are going to actually trade Jokic. Not you. But he said OKC has a 10-year window due to their young team and future assets to use. The Nuggets with Jokic maybe 4. So we quit playing basketball in 4 years, go back to winning 11 games a season, be the laughingstock of the league again, reload to set yourself up for years to compete. This is silly. Silly. I'm going to tell you guys something right now. When it comes to the way this NBA is set up, nobody has a 10-year window. You're lucky to get 4 to 5. You're lucky. The dynamics of how quickly things are changing in the NBA, of good team becomes basically immobile contractually. Here's the thing. When you get a good a good basketball team, what happens afterwards, and this applies to all sports, is you're typically good because you have good players. When you have good players, they need new contracts. Those contracts are very, very high, and then you get stuck in a hurry. It's exactly what happened to the Nuggets. It's why they had to lose key pieces like Bruce Brown and KCP over the next couple of years. Like, extended long runs of success in the NBA just don't seem all that viable anymore. Now, you can be in a championship window. That can happen. But, I mean, there's a reason that 7 different teams have won the title in 7 years. And it's because look at the teams that have won previously. What's happened to them? The Nuggets had to let go of pretty key pieces to their success because they couldn't afford it. Have you seen what Boston's doing? It's a fire sale in Boston. They're getting rid of everybody that just won the title a year ago. OKC, they are in a little more unique situation because they still have guys on rookie deals, but in a couple of years, that won't be the case. Like, it's going to be time to pay the piper. And then you'll see, it took, think about it this way, every ounce of like that 10-man rotation they had to beat the Nuggets in 7 games. The Nuggets, who, by the way, had more of like a 6-man rotation with 2 guys that were considered half players because of injury. And they went to 7. Now, in a couple of years, is OKC going to be able to do that if they're giving Chet and Jalen Williams and Shea all max contracts? And if they aren't willing to do that, are they going to keep their first-round draft picks and hope they find people as good as those guys? I mean, it's going to be incredibly difficult. So there is no sustained runs of success as far as back-to-back-to-back title winners. Like, I just don't think that's going to happen under these rules anymore. It could happen when you had the previous CBA and you had the Cavs and Golden State Warriors finals 4 years in a row. That was possible because in that era, the Warriors were able to add KD to a team that won 70, what was their total numbers? 73, I believe. 73 wins in the regular season, and the following year they added KD in the offseason? That can't happen now. So the Nuggets, their focus is on the margins. It was something that was mentioned by Ben Tenzer, something that was mentioned by John Wallace yesterday. And it's kind of where I wanted to start it, but I feel like we had to get the silly Jokic trade stuff out of the way first. They have had a common theme in which the Adelman press conference sounded like, which is you're going to trust the young players on this team because you really don't have another choice. Like, when you look at, we'll just go straight to it. John Wallace is going to cut 10, please. Nelly, as far as the plan for the younger players on this roster, the youth on this team, what is it?
You guys keep mentioning the margins, talking about depth, specifically for John. Just plans for Strother, Watson, continuing to develop the young guys.
Well, they're good players. I mean, obviously the easiest way to develop is time. And so I think over the past couple of years, they've gotten more experience. They played in real games and real situations. So we have, the utmost confidence in them. It's just a matter of, kind of restructuring that and having a new approach this year with a few new voices. But the energy and the outcome and the, expected outcome is still the same.
It's something that was mentioned by David Adelman in his press conference, too. It was basically we don't got a choice, and we're going to have to commit to it. And it's like the commitment comes here, and this is going to be the biggest test because you don't know until you're in the thick of it. Malone gave guys a chance for about 4 or 5 minutes, and if they didn't play well, he's like, I can't do this because we might lose if I keep them on the floor. What needs to happen under Adelman is he needs to be at least okay with that sometimes. Everybody's going to point to last year how close the standings were in the Western Conference, and they were. I mean, my goodness. There's a separation of 4 wins between the second-place team and the 8th-place team. And that's crazy. But to a certain extent, do I care if you're the 4 seed? Do I care if you're the 6? Do I care if you're the 1? Do I care if you're the whatever? I mean, my only goal, I guess, would be like stay out of the play-in. But I think there needs to be sacrifices made during the regular season to help you during the postseason because the postseason is the only thing that matters.
Do you remember during his introductory press conference, when he was officially made head coach, David Adelman had a quote that was something along the lines of, we need to be playing games for May.
Yes.
That's what this is to me of, guess what? If you quote unquote burn a few games in November to try rotations with Hunter Tyson or Jalen Pickett or Dario Saric just to see if anything's working.
Yeah.
And then you kick a random Wednesday game to the Raptors. Great. If you find something for the playoffs, that's fine. We're playing for May.
I think you have to, okay? There must be some sort of consolation that's made during the regular season in hopes that this will make you better prepared down the road. And especially in basketball, it's so many games. In football, you could make the argument that there's no time for it. There's only 17 games, and one loss could be the difference between you making and missing the postseason. It's not how basketball works. If you need to give Zeke or you need to give Jalen Pickett 20 minutes for, a couple of weeks to truly see if that guy, once in a rhythm, he can play, then you got to do it. Because here's the bottom line. I was at this game last year, Nelly. Took my parents to it. When Jordan Poole hits the game-winning shot against you at the end of the buzzer at Ball Arena, to I believe that game closed out the season sweep of the Wizards over the Nuggets, what does it matter now if Jokic is playing 43 minutes or not? Like, there was a bunch of examples of games that were just kicked last year because of, I don't know if it was disinterest from the players or just a bad night or what it was. But that's what led to the concerns at the end of the year that ultimately I think got Malone and Booth axed. Was there felt like there was a staleness to it. And I think part of that is when you're asking someone, again, I can't emphasize this enough because I think it's pretty remarkable given the situation you were in last year. If you remember how the season ended, a lot of people had the same sort of like look and thought towards it, which was when they got to the Minnesota series, after a long run all the way through June, winning the championship, following year, you're trying to go back-to-back. You play Minnesota, you get to Game 7, and it just looked like the car was running on fumes. And we all kind of decided what? That you can't tax these guys like that during the regular season. You need to be thinking longer term when your team is a championship contender. And then Jokic and Murray played the most minutes of their career, and it wasn't even close. They averaged, think about this for a second. In the regular season, Jokic averaged 36.7 minutes per game. Damn near 37, which means on an average night, he had about 11 minutes off the floor. His previous high was 34.5. That just didn't compute. And it was because of a refusal to even try and see if some of the younger guys can get on the floor and do something.
You know what comes to mind? The first NBA game I ever went to, I saw a Nuggets game at the then Pepsi Center, and it was the Nuggets against the Warriors. And this was the Warriors when the Warriors were coming off their infamous 3-1 lead season.
Sure.
The 73-9 season. It was the season after. And it was some random game in January or February, kind of in the slog of the season. And in the first half, the Nuggets came out swinging. And there was this nobody out of Spain named Juancho Hernan Gomez who could not stop hitting threes. And he would run over to the Pepsi logo, the little circle off to the side of the arc, and he would drain threes. And he hit like 10 of them. And everybody was going, who the hell is this Juancho guy? And so the Nuggets were just hot. They had a pretty comfortable lead going into halftime. So Steve Kerr, he rested his starters for the entire second half.
Sure.
I think Thompson was already out. I think he was injured. But Curry didn't even put on his shoes for the entire second half because Kerr said, I saw what happened last season. I ran my guys into the ground to get 73 wins, and we blew a 3-1 lead in the finals. So this year, if we don't have the hot hand on some random Tuesday in February in Denver, I'm going to sit my starters because I got bigger plans in mind.
And I almost think, that's fine. You can do that. When you wave the white flag, though, it's a different sort of dynamic when those guys enter the game. I think it has to be during competitive minutes. I think it's got to be when it's the third quarter or the beginning of the fourth, and it's a 2-point game. And it's like, okay, well, let's see. When the pressure's up, can Pickett play or not? Can Zeke play or not? It's got to be in real kind of minutes and not just, well, I'm going to give these guys some time, the game's over, so garbage minutes. I need to see what they do in actual competitive situations. So I think that's what they're most tasked with. They're going to have the other stuff. The other stuff is the obvious part of the job. It's how do I add things and how do I make this roster cohesive and have all the pieces fit. Other than that, internal scouting is a big deal. Knowing what you have is a big deal. Because if you don't, that's what leads to somebody getting a 4-year extension for $9 million a year who doesn't play. And then that becomes one of the biggest albatrosses on your contract or on your cap table. So a reminder to you guys, the keyword for this hour is dance. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is dance and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, our Core 4 score contest. Chance for one lucky winner to get Jokic, Murray, AG, and MPJ signed jerseys, as we'll have a keyword on the 20s every hour, all week, for every show. So again, some more audio that we can get to from yesterday. Vic had to sit down with both of those guys. We'll wait to play that until Vic joins us in about 20 minutes. But again, a lot yesterday. And look, this is important. This is the future of what I believe the twilight years of the Jokic prime are going to be. Jokic is coming off his best season ever. In my estimation, I think the best offensive season maybe in the history of the league outside of some crazy Wilt years. He's still got time. But these years, are going to be shepherded by the two people introduced at the press conference yesterday. So a lot more to get to. Stick around. So texture on the Shop Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. I hope all of the, quote, play the young guys and sacrifice wins people. Remember that in March when we're a 6 seed trying to get a home round with the best player in the league. I don't know how else to put this to you. I am so unconcerned with anything other than preparing yourself the most for winning the title. The Nuggets, who, yes, had home court the year that they won the title, had a more complete team. What matters to me more than home court is making sure you have a full stable of capable players to work with. If that comes at the sacrifice of a couple of regular season games, then fine. And again, if you're just tuning in, I fully admitted that last year was so odd that the separation between the 2 seed and the 8 seed was 4 wins. You could have been anywhere in the middle of that. You compare that to previous years, the difference between a 2 seed and the 4 seed was 8 wins. The year before that, the year that the Nuggets won the title, the difference between the 2 seed and the 8 seed was 9 wins. It was just an odd year last year. But here's what I'm saying. Perhaps, maybe, the couple of wins that you might, doesn't even mean you will, but you might sacrifice in November, December, January, will eventually help you win in March. Because the guys will have experience. And it will help more. You know, you're increasing the odds for later in the year. You know, you're making an investment and it's not the immediate. Like, I don't play stocks, but from what I understand, a lot of people play stocks for the futures of them, not for the, what am I going to cash out at the end of the day when I make this move? Like, it's just all about the focus of this offseason should be preparing yourself for a larger breadth of players that you trust. The teams that were successful in the postseason, the 2 teams that made the finals, were 2 teams that were not afraid to run 9 or 10 deep if they had to in a finals game. Could you ever imagine the world the Nuggets did that? What matters now more than ever, for a bunch of different reasons. If you had, let's say this. Let's say that Zeke Naji averaged 15 to 20 minutes a night off the bench. And he did that for an 82 games, an 82-game season. And then AG has a hamstring strain. Would you be more comfortable playing Zeke Naji in that moment or not? And a texter says, doesn't matter how many games they play if they aren't NBA players. Fair enough. My biggest gripe is I don't know if they are or not. And that's a crazy thing to say years into some of these contracts. On one guy in particular, Zeke, the second contract that he signed in this league. If they aren't NBA players, then they shouldn't be here. There's no reason to keep somebody on the roster just because, well, we owe him money. So what? If you don't want to play him, then don't play him. But it's got to be the focus. Because you aren't fixing things from the outside. You can get help. You can find a guy to sign him a minimum contract. You can find a guy to sign a mid-level exception. But you aren't finding, I think, this super franchise changey kind of guy. Unless a bigger move happens, and then there's other risks involved in that. By the way, if you're just tuning in, the bigger move will not be trading Jokic. despite all of the articles that you've read last night and this morning.
Oh, boy.
It won't be. I mean, Texture says you keep talking about sacrificing wins. Theoretically, if the young guys improve, wouldn't you get those wins back on the back end? That's what I'm saying. If you give them time early in the year, then they can help you later in the year. But Josh Kroenke was right about one thing. In the middle of that answer that everybody is now clipping, because he said, I don't want to be in a place where you have to trade 15. He was talking about second aprons and injuries, and this team has been injured. Jamal has been injured. Porter has, obviously, he's been healthy the last few years, but he has very obvious injury things that pop out with his back, drop foot, the shoulder last year in the postseason or in the playoffs. AG hit with the hamstring, and I think a lot of that is due to wear and tear stuff. I mean, those guys, think about it. A guy like AG, he was on and off the floor all season with soft tissue stuff, and it's like you tried to wait as long as you could, but then there was this feeling of like, we just got to get him back on. So, again, a lot more we can get to with some of the audio in a little bit. I saw this yesterday, and I think everybody's been over this for a long time. I was trying to find a comp to this, though, and see if you guys got one for me. So I believe this was on the McAfee show yesterday, where Aaron Rodgers says that this is like his last year. He's like, he's pretty sure it's his last year. And I think so many people are over this. Like, I don't know who the ally is that Aaron Rodgers has. I don't know if you guys know of. Do you guys know anybody that is still a huge Aaron Rodgers fan as of this moment? Because I think we're all kind of tired of the shtick. But who is a comparison to Aaron Rodgers in like any other sport? He is, I mean, widely considered one of the best quarterbacks to ever live, okay? One of them. I personally think he's probably the most talented quarterback I've ever seen. Doesn't mean he's the best, most talented. There wasn't a thing that guy couldn't do. But it's just become universally, it feels like, abhorred. And it happened from a guy who was like universally beloved, unless you were me. Felt like I was all alone on this island. I'm telling you, Nelly, 8-9 years ago, I was like pounding the table like, this guy's a jerk. I don't like him. He's arrogant. They're like, what do you mean? He's actually really funny. I'm like, it's not funny. It's not cute. There's a narcissism there that he has that how can I only be the only one to see it?
So the comp you're looking for is a fall from grace. Like when Aaron Rodgers was on the Packers, he was a lightning rod, all-time great quarterback, MVP.
And also like really liked.
Yes, and liked. And he was doing all the discount, double check commercials. I mean, he was everywhere. And so you're saying that in the past 5 years maybe, some of it's probably got to do with on-field. A lot of it's got to do with off-field stuff. Aaron Rodgers has fallen from grace from being this beloved poster child. That's what you're saying?
You're almost like you're just exhausted of him. You're exhausted. Texture says Dwight Howard. I don't know. Dwight was never quite like that. It's just, maybe A-Rod? Would A-Rod be a good one? When A-Rod was in Seattle, beginning of his career, people loved A-Rod. And then it became very obvious that guy had a narcissistic tendency and was difficult to deal with. I mean, maybe off the top of my head, that's the closest I can get. A texture says Rory is heading in the Aaron Rodgers direction. Well, that would track with my I sniffed out the case earlier than other people thing.
We got a Kyrie on the text line. What about Kyrie Irving?
No. Russell Wilson's interesting. It's not for the same reasons, though. Russell.
You ever done
By the
anything
way,
dangerous?
there's an article from Pablo Torre that I want to get to a little bit later about what Russell Wilson wanted from the Broncos initially with the contract extension, which I guess I'm all for him. Lance Armstrong, yeah. That one also a little bit different. Lance Armstrong kind of like ruined. He might be all right. An all right one.
Side note, during COVID, I was going back and watching a bunch of movies with my roommates. We were doing movie nights.
Yeah.
I totally forgot that he has a cameo
In Dodgeball.
in Dodgeball.
Yeah.
And he's a hero. He's telling Vince Vaughn, he's going, do you know how many times I wanted to quit when I got testicular cancer, but I kept biking? And he's this inspirational figure.
Right. Why do you guys are bringing up names of like hardened criminals that that doesn't apply to Aaron Rodgers? It's just a personality thing.
We really got a Diddy on the text line.
Diddy, somebody says Aaron Hernandez. I'm like, he didn't kill anybody. He went from somebody who was like really liked to somebody who's not really liked anymore. I don't know. I think A-Rod's pretty close. Rory's on his way. He is on his way. You trust me. I have like a truffle pig sniffed out earlier than others. Both Aaron Rodgers and Rory's day is coming. You can always watch the show on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. A lot more to get to with this press conference yesterday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
From an ownership perspective around the second apron, there was a lot of conversations last summer about KCP and us re-signing him and around the second apron. And we never really got any pointed questions about that, or at least I didn't. And it was a fascinating one because we really did every exercise looking through retaining him and what that meant under the new rules. And, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trade number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward, and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
Never thought I'd see the day.
You were?
If you guys are just tuning in this morning, Jokic has been traded for Jordan Poole in 3 Burger King Whopper coupons. I can't believe I can't
Don't
believe
even
this
say
would
crap
happen.
like that. Don't even get it in people's hemisphere. When people start thinking, what amazes me about social media is how anything can be said and belief can be had. It can just mushroom around the world.
Yeah.
And it's crazy how it builds momentum and how gullible people really are. Gullible is the word of the day. Gullibility. Moser, what the hell are you wearing?
The last time I played golf with Moser, I wore a bucket hat, and he made fun of me, and then he realized, you know what, I can actually pull a bucket hat off. Moser is an example of someone who cannot.
Nope. You look like a moron.
So before we get to Moser's hat situation, can I finish on something, or not finish, but continue this for a second?
You're doing a little satire here, correct?
No, here's the thing, though, okay? Jokic is not being traded. He's not. We all know it. Every GM in the league knows it. Lakers fans on Twitter are the only ones that are running with this.
No,
but
the people that are running with this are people that just want to pounce on ownership because obviously if Josh Kroenke had a chance to do it over again, he would not have even mentioned it. But it was so taken out of context and misconstrued that only, again, the gullible and unsophisticated would run with that.
Here's the thing, though, Vic. I have had this happen. When you speak like we do for a living, I have my frustration sometimes when I say something and it leaves my lips to the audience and God's ears afterwards. And it can be misconstrued. And in most cases, I will tell you this. It is my fault for not articulating my point clearly. And there's some things where I think this is very obvious. There's no point in even saying that out loud. Like, I understand what Josh Kroenke is trying to say here, but this is going to be the next step. That it's going to turn into the teacher. Nelly made this point earlier. It's the teacher from Peanuts. It's Charlie Brown's teacher. It's Jokic traded. Nothing else is heard afterwards. That's all you're going to hear.
Listen to me. This is the only way to go about something like this. Mose, you've been to a lot of these press conferences. I was standing 10 feet away from him. Katie Wingy to my right, all the beat reporters up front, everybody asking follow-up questions. When those comments were made, no one bat an eye. Nothing. No, there was no follow-up. There was none of that. Because I think everybody in that room understood what he was saying. The words used, never want to contemplate. Should have he evoked the words trade and Joker in the same sentence? No. Probably take that one back. But to then make that leap to assume that it's even being contemplated when he said never want to contemplate. I don't know, dude. I don't have time for dramatic crap. I don't have many, again, I don't have much life left in my shelf life. I don't have time for foolishness. If you people want to be fools, fire away. Be fools. I don't have time for you.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Gone.
I don't even know how to quantify it. I think that I will talk about it here at 7:05 in the morning, and I'm not going to talk about it ever again because it is the farthest thing from what is possibly capable of happening for this organization on both sides. He never wants to leave. They're never going to move him. He was simply trying to explain how punitive getting into the second apron for the Denver Nuggets would be. It's incredibly punitive if you do that, because you open yourself up to all kinds of horrible scenarios. Yeah, should somebody get hurt? And what he's basically
I'm going to be
saying,
honest, I don't even know what that means either.
What he's
what he means is what's happening in Boston right now.
Right.
What's happening in Boston?
What do you think? Do you see what's happening in Boston? They are. It's like they're sending every rat off the ship.
Oh yeah,
they are wholesaling it and saying we are this incarnation of the Celtics is gone. Yeah. It's done, and we're going to have to start over. That's
they're
exactly
stripping the paint off the walls.
Absolutely.
In Boston because an injury makes this upcoming season useless. So they're taking all of their money and saying, why would we waste all this money on a useless, wasted season? We're not doing that.
Well, I mean, yeah, but they aren't trading Tate. I know Tatum's the one that's hurt, but it'd be like if Draymond goes down with an injury in Golden State, they're like, we got to trade Steph at 30 years old. Like, I don't think that's even a possibility. That's what I don't get. It's like, I don't care if every guy on the roster is hurt and you have to trot out Jokic by himself for 80 games of the season, then that's my choice. I'm doing that.
Let me go back a little bit. What he's trying to do is paint the picture to the public out there and the beat writers sitting in front of him that getting into the second apron and having one thing go wrong, it's such a I mean, he's trying to be dramatic about I mean, I'm not even saying he's trying to be dramatic. He's trying to be honest about how dramatic it would look if that does happen.
Sure. Again, listen,
for God's sake, for anybody to even remotely run with this, it's one of the dumbest things basketball fans around the globe could do. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to address it anymore. We're all adults here.
Well, it's a big story.
It's a story, but the people running with it.
It's not a story.
It is.
Well, yeah.
Google Jokic's name with articles next to it and tell me it's not a story.
It's not a story.
It's a story because most of the people running with it, most of the people fanning the flames weren't even there. Again, all I can tell you is this. You can believe or not believe. If you're listening to this radio show, you can believe me or not. And if you choose not to believe me, there's nothing I could do to change your mind. This man's not going anywhere. He's going to re-sign with the Denver Nuggets. If not in 10 days, maybe next year. And they're going to give him the option to do it next year because he can make more money by doing it next year. Now, it's a risk because you go a full year, you can get injured, you never know. But they're going to lay out that case to him. He's going to sign an extension with the Denver Nuggets. I repeat, he's going to sign an extension with the Denver Nuggets. So you can believe whatever the hell you want. You want to believe the earth is flat? Go ahead. Let's tweet about it. Earth is flat. Fire away. I can't help that you're that dumb.
On that subject, though, can I ask you something? Because Jokic just signed an extension not too long ago. He's got 3 years left on the deal. Is there I felt like that was too early to offer contract extensions, or can you do it whenever you want? How does that work?
I'm not sure the dates, but I know he can sign one here in July.
Yeah.
If he chooses to. Or when the salary cap goes up, which it will, he can sign one that could be more profitable. So, as Josh Kroenke said yesterday, they're going to sit down with Joker's people. They're not dumb. And they're going to assess whether or not it's worth the risk of waiting around another year. That's all. That's it. He ain't going anywhere. It's dumb business to even suggest that he's going in. He's not going anywhere. Why would the Nuggets let go of a cash cow? That's exactly what he is. He's a cash cow. You know, the LA Lakers benefited from one of the dumbest moves I can recall in NBA history, and that is the Mavericks trading Luka Doncic. Now, the Mavericks, from what we heard, it wasn't just a financial move for them. They were motivated for other reasons. What was the rumored motivation? Why did the Mavericks quit on Luka?
They didn't trust his conditioning and they hated his defense.
Is there anything that you can think of they don't like about Nikola Jokic here in Denver?
No.
Anything?
Nope.
Is there anything? Any makeup, any personality, any physical traits? Is there anything not to like about? So shut up.
Yeah. I mean, look, this, again, it's silly. I feel like we have to talk about this a couple of times today just to kind of bat this stuff out of the air because it's, again, I say all this to also say, if I'm Josh Kroenke, I don't even say that out loud because I know what this turns into, which is exactly what we're talking about. You're now just having to swat things away that are not even a possibility because you mentioned if all of the stars aligned in the exact right way once in a billion years, then yeah, maybe we would have to consider it.
It's the equivalent of this. If we do this, then I don't even want to contemplate getting into that scenario because if we do and something goes bad, look, I got to sell my firstborn to the Martians. And, my house is going to be sucked up by a tornado and sped out someplace near Pueblo.
Yeah.
You see, that's the equivalent of what was said yesterday. I don't understand how rational thinking human beings. You know what? Maybe let me step back. Maybe because I know what I know, Vic, and you know what you know, and Brett, you know what you know, and we're closer to the situation than people listening. And knowing what we know and who we know and how we've talked about it and so on and so forth, maybe it's our duty today to say, hey, shh, calm down. He's not going anywhere. I'm not going to insult anybody for freaking out. It's just trust me when I tell you, we know, he knows, I know, we all know. There's nothing, absolutely nothing to that.
You know what's really funny about the answer?
Mm-hmm.
It's something I haven't heard him talk about yet, which I was really interested in. That question started with him talking about why they didn't bring back KCP under the second apron.
Mm-hmm.
And I was actually curious as to what the reasons were going into that, because I've said it before. As restrictive as the second apron was, I think, Vic, the only difference that it would have made to last year's roster, I don't know, there's other implications beyond that, but last year was getting Dario?
Yeah.
Was that the only change that would have been?
For last year, yes, and it also affects the repeater tax.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it affects their money that they pay into the
Sure,
tax, but as far as team construction.
Would you say a
Understood, but it also
repeater
affects-
tax?
Yeah, it's called the repeater tax.
Jesus God, what is the CBA all about? This is the dumbest CBA in professional sports.
They're the ones who came up with it. That's the one thing that I was thinking about this the entire time. For all of the NBA executives, owners who can't stand the fact that there's a second apron and it's holding them back, I guess my retort is this. You're the ones who employed it.
Why not just have a hard cap?
But my response is always pretty simple here. I didn't force that on you.
Well, first,
you voted for it.
You know what they did? They put it in there so that the teams that were already stacked could stay stacked.
But it was voted upon.
I understood, but it's just
wasn't-
why not just have a hard cap?
Okay,
here's a hard cap, and that's it.
But
Sorry.
I will not express sympathy for NBA types crying about the second apron or the first apron when they are the ones who employed it. You're not going to get sympathy from me.
Listen, if you've got a CBA that talks about aprons and effing repeater
Right,
taxes,
but you can
know
hate
what?
it all
Then
you
screw
want.
you. No, it's dumb. This league is
That's
dumb.
fine. Just
It's
as
to
dumb.
me.
Just as dumb as the Stanley Cup playoff format.
Oh,
just as
you
dumb.
know, okay. You know what?
Correct.
I
Correct.
sw- I
Moshe,
sw-
how many times have you come on these airwaves and hated the format?
I'm gonna beat his ass.
Is it just as dumb? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is it just as dumb? Yes or no?
No. The
So
Stanley
you
Cup
like
play-
the format the way it is?
No, I don't. But the CBA. If you're asking me if the CBA and the NBA is way dumber than the Stanley Cup playoff format, the answer is yes.
I kind of agree
It
with
is.
that.
I believe the CBA and the NBA, the way it's formatted, is to protect the spenders from themselves.
Well, here's what I would say. To Moser's point, a hard cap with, I would say, one exception. If you want to sign your own guy, then I think you're allowed to go above it. If you drafted and developed the guy.
I agree.
Other than that, hard cap.
If you go get a free agent and you're paying a max, then you should be penalized for that because you went outside your sphere to do it. But if you're drafting and developing, you should not be penalized for drafting.
So every
and
team would
developing.
have a different cap because if they have the guys on their team that.
How good are you at developing players? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, but here's the deal. I'm going to say this one last time, and I know it's going to come up again. You could choose to believe whatever you want to believe. If you want to run with this conspiracy, if you want to run with this, oh my God, the Nuggets, he said it. This is why I think some owners and a lot of execs don't talk to the media because things get twisted like this.
But look, Vic, we can say that was self-inflicted on Josh.
Yes.
That was self-inflicted.
At the same time, I don't know what else to tell you. Either you believe me or not. If I believed, look at me. if I believe that the Nuggets were truly contemplating trading Nikola Jokic, and by the way, I did some follow-up questioning. You're going to hear some momentarily, my interview with Josh, but I did some personal follow-ups at the press conference because I saw this spinning off out of control on Twitter. You either can believe me or not. Listen to me. They're not moving Nikola Jokic.
Ever.
And if they ever did, I would be the first to speak into this microphone and criticize it.
It ain't going to happen.
So we'll get there. We'll get back there in just a second. We got another keyword, another day full of keywords. Your first one is coming up next.
Shut up about
Trading number 15.
Shut up about
Trading number 15.
Guys, summer should be about feeling your best. More energy, more time outdoors, more time with the one you love. But look, man, it's your business. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, that can quietly steal that confidence and connection unless you do something about it. Like call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900 because their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. Don't be embarrassed. Don't slough it off. Don't say, no big deal. Go get it taken care of, and they're going to make you better and whole, and you'll be in good shape. They've been in Colorado and served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. It's only $99. You got the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, the TPSA test. And if medically advised, the test those there in the office. Now, if it doesn't work, appointment's totally free, but it's going to work, and you're going to have a better summer and a better future. This expert staff is going to get you back to being you. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So again, the number is 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right. Time for another key
Ahoy,
word.
matey!
Time for another key word. It's our Core 4 Score contest. A chance for one person to win the autographed jerseys of Jokic, Murray, Porter, and AG. 12 keywords a day, all week, through all shows on the 20s. Keyword for this hour is honey. If you couldn't tell by that musical intro there from Nelly. Honey in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is 303-504-0925. Text honey in your first and last name. Get you in the running for the ultimate grand prize of those autographed jerseys. And that's all special thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com. Okay. Oh, people are trying to guess already. They texted sugar. They're trying to like outdo you, Nelly. Get to it beforehand. So, Vic, after the press conference, you had a chance to talk to Ben Tenzer, to John Wallace, to Josh Kroenke. Go ahead.
Yeah, afterwards, we were live on Altitude TV, and just to let you know, Katie and I were doing the interview, and none of us even acknowledged what was said. That's gone viral now. It wasn't even a topic. It wasn't even a consideration. It wasn't even a question in our minds. But I still wanted to ask Josh about all the whispers, everybody talking about, oh, my God, the Nuggets aren't doing enough to keep Nikola Jokic happy. Nikola Jokic's happiness is at stake here. Would he dare leave to another team? And I keep telling everybody that's never going to happen. On Joker's behalf and on the Nuggets' behalf, it's never going to happen. So I brought it up with Josh Kroenke afterwards, and here's what he had to say.
We have great conversations where we're brutally honest with each other about things, and I think that's what tough moments take. I think our relationship has grown over the last few years, and definitely grew over the last few months because we had to look at each other in the eye, and we had to really trust what the other one was saying. But I think that Yoke, to his credit, really, especially over the last 3 games and into the playoffs, you really saw him take a new level of leadership and ownership in his play on and off the court, in the locker room. He was more vocal, and I think that while he obviously loved and had a lot of respect for the growth that he went through under Coach Malone, there was a little bit of freedom in the last couple of weeks of the season as well. And so he's in a great place. Hopefully he's over in Serbia. I think last time I saw him, he was enjoying a nice river raft. And hopefully a few cold beers as well. But come July, I know he'll be ready to get back to work, and I know he's in a good place mentally as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if that sounds like you're contemplating trading the guy, but I don't know what else to say or do or provide to put you at ease, but there it is. He's fine. They're going to get him re-signed to an extension soon. If not this week, then next year.
They very obviously have a good relationship with one another.
Yeah. I mean, Josh has gone out there to visit him twice.
Yeah. Which I would do. Like, hey, I'm going to check in on my guy and go to what feels like a good party every time we see Jokic in Serbia somewhere.
Yeah, did you notice, too, what he said about how he's given a little more freedom working for Adelman? Did you notice that part? And, Moser, I can't take you seriously with that hat, but you look like Gilligan. You do.
It's not what I said he looked like.
You have the frame of the skipper, but you look like Gilligan.
Anything to say for yourself?
Should I just tell people what's happening today? Should I?
Well, you say what you want, but you come off as the skipper. For anybody who remembers Gilligan's Island, Moser and the skipper.
So we're
separated.
We're going to be playing golf today. A tale of a faithful trip that started from this tropic port aboard this tiny here's the story. We're going to golf today. I'll take it off.
Yeah, could you just make this quick?
Yeah.
I want to get back to the Jokic
Vic,
stuff.
and for anybody who's got a kid in the car under the age of 15 or whatever, turn it down real quick. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to straight up beat your ass.
Do you want to put some money on it?
On the golf game or me beating your ass? Because I'll take both.
Oh, I thought you meant in the golf game.
No, I'm going to physically beat your ass. Then I'm going to take your money on the course. Because you
swing. I know you swing.
All right.
Because you've come with an attitude today. Okay, excuse my language. Okay, those who have it turned down, you can turn it back up now.
Okay, yes.
Okay, good. Listen, I don't know. Here's my question to the listeners out there. and anybody who would be concerned. If you want to try to pile on Josh Kroenke and say, well, choose your words better, okay, fine. But if you're truly concerned that this is even a possibility.
Nobody is.
Okay, good. I want you to come up with any scenario that I could tell you to convince you that it's never ever going to happen in your lifetime or my lifetime.
Let me make it.
So I don't know how else to say that this is never ever going to happen. If you ask Nikola Jokic today, he would tell you that he's a Denver Nugget for life. Mm-hmm. The Nuggets would tell you he is a Nugget for life. It was a way to emphasize how ridiculous the friggin' CBA and the second apron is and how punitive it is to an NBA team that wants to re-sign its own dudes. That's all it was. For God's sake.
Last thought, and we're going to move on because
Yeah.
I have more to say from this press conference and talking to John Wallace and Ben Tenzer. But let me make it as easy as possible. And I'll make one comment. Over my dead body. Okay? Over my cold and lifeless dead body.
You'll burn the place to the ground first?
I'm just telling you right now. That's as far as I could take this.
Well, how about this? 'Cause I agree with you. Most of the conversation surrounding that is very, very silly. What I do notice a theme in, because this was mentioned both yesterday with John Wallace and Ben Tenzer. I find it funny, by the way, they were asking questions. They're like, so for whoever wants to answer this, you didn't really address it to somebody specifically?
It was to be totally blunt with you, because I asked both of them, how's this going to work? Like, if you guys disagree, who's breaking the tie here? And when I interviewed them together, I little background. They're really good friends. They really, when John Wallace worked here before taking off to Minnesota with Tim Connolly, he and Ben Tenzer really clicked. They got to be really good buddies. So that helps. But do I have questions about whether or not a collaborative partnership works in this capacity? Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Do I worry if they're going to disagree? No, because I do agree with Ben Tenzer, and this disagreement is part of life. And if you don't disagree, there's something wrong. Nobody's always happy-go-lucky. Everybody's smiling on your face, and everybody wants the same thing. I guarantee the disagreement starts tonight. The Nuggets do not own a first-round or second-round pick. They do not own a draft pick. What if somebody calls them and tries to lure them back into the draft with a trade scenario? Who takes that call? Who has that conversation? Who makes the final choice? Those are all questions I pose to them. And the response is always, we'll make it together. Sometimes making choices together is hard.
Yeah, really hard. That's why when you talk about typical structures, the collaborative process is not unique. Most teams, if not all teams, have those. The Avs have those. But we are going to have a conversation with Chris McFarland. If I'm an opposing GM, I'm going to call Chris McFarland.
Correct.
And then if it's a big enough deal, he's going to run it up the flagpole and say, hey, Joe, what do you think on this? Like that is your typical sort of structure here.
Yeah, he might say, hey, look, I got this deal in place to do this, to do that, to do that. Like, sounds good.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
And here's what I'm getting at. They had a similar sort of overall narrative surrounding one subject in particular that was the same sounding answer as one from David Adelman's press conference, which was this. Nelly, go ahead.
You guys keep mentioning the margins, talking about depth, specifically for John. Just plans for Strother, Watson, continuing to develop the young guys.
They're good players. Obviously the easiest way to develop is time. And so I think over the past couple of years, they've gotten more experience. They played in real games and real situations. So we have, the utmost confidence in them. It's just a matter of, kind of restructuring that and having a new approach this year with a few new voices. But the energy and the outcome and the, expected outcome is still the same.
This much I know. They are going to lean into the young players on this roster as deeply as they possibly can. Mm-hmm. Does it mean that some may be dealt? I don't know. I don't know. They may look at this roster and say, all right, we can lean on these guys, can't lean on the others. I don't know who they've evaluated. But think about the young players on this roster. I posed this question to both of them when I did my interview. I said, do the young players need to play more? And they both shook their heads yes. And that's a a reflection of, remember last year at a press conference, we heard that same thing? Do you remember that?
Yep.
And what happened?
They didn't
They
play.
didn't.
Vic, but I've been saying this too. You don't even really know what you got or don't got.
Well, I think you have a sense.
I mean, you have a
Mose.
sense.
That's
Okay,
not,
time out.
that's not
Okay,
accurate. I think you have a
time out.
sense of what you got.
Time out. Hang on. Okay, fine. But not overall in terms of reliability and helping you in the long term. I think you've got to find out through regular rotation what you truly have.
And you can't find out unless they play. I'll give you the best example.
You can have a sense about a guy like this guy. I don't know. He might be marginal for the rotation, or this guy might be in the rotation, but he needs to work on this. But I think by the time you get to Christmas, or actually by the time you get to December 1st, for God's sake, December 15th, I hope you know who can play and who can't play.
Well, here's a great example of this. What was your sense, Brett and Mark, what was your sense of Jalen Pickett at this time last year? At this time last year, what was your sense of him
thought
as
he
a
was
player?
at this time?
This time last year.
Outside looking in.
Before the season.
Outside looking in, had no idea.
I didn't know. I assumed that he probably wasn't good because he didn't play.
Okay. What was your sense in the last week of the regular season?
That he was a guy that you could have given minutes to. And beyond that, I don't know. But he's somebody I would have trusted for 10 minutes.
So there's different senses on different players. Now, your opinion may not change regarding Zeke Najee. Maybe you've seen enough of him.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they have too. I don't know.
But you can't trade an $8 million contract, Vic.
Yes, you can.
Hold on.
I will find an idiot somewhere.
You know, Moser.
Teams want to see him. Teams want to see film on him. Teams want to see. They're going to want to see him in regular action.
Moser, here's where you and I are going to disagree, because I don't want to hear the word you can't do this or that.
Me neither.
Boston just made 2 moves yesterday that I didn't think they could do, and they did them.
Okay.
So I don't want to hear. This is where you and I are going to disagree. There are things they can do if they choose to do them.
Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis are proven commodities, okay? Zeke Najee is not a proven commodity. I think teams, if they want to take on, if you find a team that says, you know what, I think he can be part of our rotation and we can use this guy.
Well, I'm not talking about Zeke here. I'm talking
I'm talking specifically about Zeke.
The narrator always says you can't do anything. They're stuck in this. They've got 3 max contracts. They don't have to have 3 max contracts. There are no rules that says you have to have 3 max contracts.
Agreed.
Now, does it mean you're going to get better if you trade one of them? Maybe not. And maybe or maybe they're not as tradable as we think. I don't know. Is Kristaps Porzingis more tradable than MPJ?
I think
he has an injury history.
Yeah, but he's also a big. He's a big. And he's a proven. MPJ is as well, but he's a proven. You can't have enough guys like that.
I don't know.
I don't think.
Does anybody know what's going on with Porzingis?
Well, he has a mystery illness.
He couldn't play more than 10 minutes in a game without getting winded.
He's not my All-American, but he's been around. He's been productive. He's a big, and because of that, remember he's the quote unicorn. Oh, that cracks me up so much. I think back 8 years ago. They're calling him the unicorn, and Joker just destroys him at MSG. I'm like, there's your friggin' unicorn right there. Anyway, go ahead.
What I'm saying is, moves can be made if you choose to take and roll those dice. But at the end of the day, does it make you better? And that's always been my contention, is the risk is not worth it. I don't know I would not risk something if you don't know for sure you're going to be better. If you're not going to be better next year, what's the point of making a move?
Exactly.
How long? Yeah. Let me ask you, your long basketball history and your long history of covering the NBA and specifically the Denver Nuggets, how long does it take you to realize somebody can or cannot play?
A year.
Because I can watch guys in the National Hockey League today. I can give them 8 games total, max. And I can tell you that either they can or cannot play.
The difference is this with the NBA, though. Opportunity comes in different forms, and if you play garbage time at the end of a game, you're not learning anything about it.
That's it. I was talking about that earlier, Vic.
Not learning anything.
Nelly brought up a game that he went to with Golden State. So it was back in 2000. Did you say 18?
I think it was 2017. That was the game that I call the birth of Juancho Hernan Gomez, where he came out of nowhere and was just knocking down threes from the Pepsi logo off to the side of the arc.
I remember that game.
And the Warriors, they got down in an early hole in the first half. You remember the Nuggets were just beating up on him, and Steve Kerr said, "That's it. I'm done." And he rested his starters for the entire second half.
So Steve Kerr has done this before. He did it in a playoff game this last year where he was just like, all right, we aren't winning today. Let's bench everybody. That's not the experience that I think these guys need. They don't need garbage time minutes. They need competitive minutes. They need, like, it's a 2-point game at the beginning of the fourth quarter stuff. How are you going to handle that moment?
Yeah.
And what I was talking about was if you do that in November and December, maybe you sacrifice a couple of games that you otherwise wouldn't have had you not done it. But that is the long-term play where hopefully in March, those guys are now trusted and experienced in those moments, and you can get a couple of wins out
And
of that.
therein lies the difference in evaluation between the NBA and the NHL. Moser, in the NHL, there are no garbage minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, there
can be.
If you bring up a skill guy and you play him fourth line minutes, that can be a problem.
Understood, but you knew all you needed to know last October, November, when the Avs had all those injuries. Remember all those injuries, and they played a lot of young guys. You evaluated a ton of talent in those 8 weeks, a ton of talent, and they had to play big minutes.
I'm telling you right now, man. Yeah, exactly. I'm telling you, I unless you have a super skill guy who's getting fourth line minutes, I mean, and completely, you got to play them where you think they're going to be. They're going to be right.
And when does free agency start for the NHL?
July 1st.
So here we are, right around the corner.
July 1.
And is it? Please jog my memory. Is it a dash to? Is the first day crazy like it is in the NBA?
Typically, yeah. The guys start signing at midnight on July 1st. Yeah.
So,
one last July 1st. What day is that next week?
That is Tuesday.
Reminder to you guys that the keyword for this hour is honey. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for our Core 4 Score contest. Chance for one person to win autographed jerseys from Jokic, Murray, Gordon, and Porter.
What's with the sugars coming in still?
I don't know.
The keyword is honey. Like, I love you, honey, or bees make honey.
Yeah, I don't know where sugar came from. To my knowledge, I didn't say it.
No, you didn't. People were trying because of Nelly's song. They were trying to get on it early.
Well, why don't you guys just wait? This isn't a race. You got like 25 minutes to get that word in.
Yeah, the keyword's honey. 303-504-0925. Yeah.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, though. I like that people are trying to guess the keywords based on the song. See, this is what happened. Yesterday, I played that Led Zeppelin song that had nothing to do with the keyword, and that threw off the whole balance of things. So now
you jacked me. Nelly,
I have to play
up.
relevant songs now.
I feel bad, Nelly. I didn't invite
you jacked me up, dude. You really jacked me up.
Nelly, I didn't invite you to join us on the golf course today. Do you play golf?
I've said this to Brett before. The only golf I do either starts with top or mini. So
zero chance you'll ever be invited in our game.
Hey, I'll whoop some butt at Urban Putt downtown. Or if
zero chance you'll ever see a golf course when we're playing. But it's okay. I appreciate your
Nelly
honesty.
What would have been way better is just you should have lied and said, yeah, I shot a 78 yesterday, so I could get on the course just to experience.
Hey, did you guys
the day today?
Did you guys see what Deontay Johnson admitted? Did you see what he said?
Can you save it for the next segment?
I can.
Yes.
I swear to God, bro.
All right, we'll get to it in just a second. Stick around.
Bro.
Go ahead, Moshe. What is it?
Deontay Johnson, you know who he is, right? The wide receiver for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
Sort of the problem child.
Remember what happened last year when he said, I'm not going in?
Mm-hmm.
So they got rid of him. He went to Houston, and Houston goes, this guy's a joke, and then Baltimore reclaimed him.
Yep.
Baltimore was too cold for former Ravens wideout Deontay Johnson. Perhaps the weather in Cleveland will be more agreeable for one of the Browns' newest pass catchers. In a recent interview, Johnson confessed that he refused to enter a game for the Ravens last season because he was too cold. Quote, end of the third going into the fourth, they were like, Tay, we need you. I was like, nah, I don't think it's a good idea for me. Like, my legs are already ice cold, and I didn't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film.
You know what's funny about this?
I swear to, how could you ever have a guy like that on your team ever?
Well, nobody wants to have him on their team now. Here's the deal with him. Incredibly stupid to do and to say out loud. I will tell you, I have played baseball games in like 33-degree weather, and I've been on the bench, and they're like, go pinch hit in the ninth inning. I'm like, bro, I can't feel my hands. What do you think's going to happen here?
So you are basically Deontay.
No, what I'm saying is, I know what he's talking about, but Vic, I went in to pinch hit because I was asked to do so. You can't just be like, nah. There's two people. Wasn't it last year somebody
They're just sacrificing.
There was a
in that case.
linebacker last year that did that.
Yeah, San Francisco. Walked off the field.
Yes. Well, who the hell was that guy?
I forget.
Walked off the field. Remember, and John
Did
Lynn
the
said
same
he's
thing.
never seen anything like it?
Yes.
The former Raven didn't stick in Houston long. He said the Texans prioritized their younger guys for playing time after he joined the team. Before long, he said he checked out mentally. Quote, after that, they said I was a distraction, and they released me.
It was Devondre Campbell, by the way.
Devondre Campbell, that's right, yes.
Can you believe that a guy would say, nah, man, I'm just too cold, man. Nah, man, I can't do it. Too cold.
I almost did that at a Navs game once when I wasn't properly prepared, and I wore a very skimpy suit. It wasn't high-quality fiber, and it was very cold next to the ice as I was doing the rinkside reporting.
Yeah, but you still did it.
Yeah.
It just cracks me up, man. I saw that. I'm flabbergasted that a professional athlete, they say, hey, get in the game. Speaking
of football, here's another situation. If you guys saw the reporting from Pablo Torre yesterday. So he was going through like a whole bunch of different contracts in the NFL or what people were trying to get. One of them was back from 2022. What happened that year? Do we remember?
The Broncos signed Russell Wilson. They traded for and then signed Russell Wilson.
So
you ever done anything dangerous?
I looked this up. Here's what he was originally asking for. You think the contract situation the Broncos find themselves in is bad now. Listen to what the original request was. Russell Wilson asked the Broncos for a 7-year, $350 million, fully guaranteed contract. In which they said, nah. Nah. And here's why he did it. It's very obvious, because I looked up the dates. There was another fully guaranteed contract that was signed in March of that year, which was Deshaun Watson's.
Right.
So I think Russ was like, okay, so that was in March. Russ signed his in September, and he was like, well, that quarterback just got fully guaranteed. How about me? And they're like, yeah, but those guys are stupid.
I don't know how this is such a big deal.
Me neither.
The report itself, everybody's like, oh, my God, did you see what they found? This is what you call negotiations. This is what you call an agent and the player shooting for the moon and the owner and the executive saying, yeah, we're not doing that. It happens in every single negotiation that takes place. Do you think that they just come to terms and that's it? Do you think a player who, when they're a free agent or when they're traded, they're like, okay, what do you want to offer me? Yep. All right, got it. You don't think this goes on everywhere, every how? I mean, yeah, the Broncos were smart, at least in this respect. We ain't giving you 7 years guaranteed, bro. And if you further read that, at one point, Greg Penner pointed out, why are we extending him anyway? He made notes of that. What? He already has a contract with 2 years left. Why would we extend him? And ultimately, they decided to extend him because they didn't want a disgruntled quarterback.
Yeah.
And my retort to that is either you're a professional or you're not. What do you mean disgruntled? You know, if you have to pay a guy because you fear he's disgruntled, then I don't know if he's the right guy.
Well, then that's a decision that's made before you make the trade.
Sure.
Because the last place you want to find yourself, who was it last? Was it Philadelphia that traded for Hassan Reddick? And then
it was the Jets.
Or the Jets. The Jets traded for Hassan Reddick, and they traded, I think, something at least decent. And then he goes, I want a contract extension. They go, no. And
he's
well,
like,
then I'm not going to play.
He's like, adios, amigos.
So
he's like, I'm out.
What's the point? So, I mean, I get that part of it. You had to be prepared to give him the contract extension once you made the trade, because if not, then why are you giving up that many assets for a guy that you don't even trust enough past 2 years?
Let me go back to what transpired this past season in the NHL with your Avalanche. If I was Carolina, I don't make that deal unless I'm sure that he's going to sign with us.
Why did they do it then? What was Carolina thinking?
I do not know.
Or did they have the safety net of, well, we can always just spin him off if it doesn't work out here?
Yeah, maybe, and they did. I mean, well, they didn't get what they gave up. They didn't get back, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I mean, I don't do a deal for a guy unless I know that I can get him under contract. Yeah, if the New York Jets did not know they could get Hassan Reddick under contract, they should have.
By the way,
because all it did was create just a complete brain damage for no reason.
Lance is right on the text line. The reason why this is a story is the headline is not Russell Wilson wanted a $350 million fully guaranteed contract. That's for people in Denver. I guess interesting. The point of it was this is an attempt to find collusion among owners and front offices of not giving out fully guaranteed contracts. Mm-hmm. And I mean, good luck with that.
Well, can I say this? If I'm the Denver Broncos, Vic, I don't have to collude with another team to realize you ain't getting $350 guaranteed, Jack.
Yeah, I don't need
to talk to any other
I'm
human
not
being.
Get peer pressured into doing that.
It depends on who you are. I'd give Mahomes $350 guaranteed. I'd give Jokic $350 guaranteed.
Yeah, but I would not give 33-year-old Russell Wilson $350 million guaranteed.
Right. You know, it's funny because we speak so much about collusion in these salary cap sports. We know it doesn't exist in baseball because the Dodgers do whatever the hell they want, and they don't care if other owners are mad, right? The Dodgers are like, yeah, we'll pay you $1 gazillion when you're 90 years old. You good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So I'm watching the Rockies last night. And my lovely wife, I'm up in
put up a fight.
I'm up in the bedroom watching towards the end of the game too. I take it upstairs, right? Yep. I'm gonna go lay down, take it upstairs. So she's in the bathroom way back there, and she's in the bath having a bath. Okay, great. And I hear this: "Are you watching baseball?" I said, "Yeah." But the Rockies. I don't want to say what she.
They're terrible.
I don't want to say what she said. I'm like, yeah, but they're trying to rally here in the 8th. Yeah, they tried. They did rally. They did rally. Yeah,
they did.
Can I say this too? Can I give Drew and Hughes and Spilly? Can I give all those guys some love right now, Vic?
I agree with you because it's so hard to call games when you know the result before the games.
Let me tell you,
they don't sound like a broadcast team broadcasting one of the worst teams in MLB history. I give them credit.
Second dick shot.
Hey, Drew. Let me say this about Goodman and Houston. Everybody over there. They call a hell of a baseball game. I mean, they do a good job, and it can't be easy. I remember again going back to that 48-point season for the Avalanche. It was not easy. You know, when you're down 4-1 after one, you know it's going to end up being like 7-2 at bet. You know, that kind of, I mean, you're having a tough year, right?
Yeah.
It's not easy to do, but you just plug along because you know things will get better. You hope things will get better, so on and so forth. But you be a pro.
Were you doing a radio call that year?
I did, yeah.
Oh, that was a terrible radio year.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, buddy. but they still call a hell of a game. Anyway, I'm watching last night. The Rockies rally, man. Score. They're rallying, and I'm like, no way. They're touching these guys. They're getting to them. This is good. And then they came up short.
Mose, you know the Rockies have won 9 games in the month of June and going into the month of June, they won 9 games. So they've won just as many games this month as they have the 3 months prior.
They've
2
picked
months
it up.
prior.
Trying to tell you guys, they're
you know
playing
why?
a more enjoyable brand of baseball lately.
And you
That's
know
all I'm
why?
saying.
Because you could not keep up that level of suckitude.
That is also very true.
You couldn't do it. And
They're
Marquez
also 30 and a half games out of first.
understood. Marquez got absolutely tattooed in the fourth, man.
He didn't listen to my key.
He didn't.
I wanted 6 innings of three
man,
runs or less.
3 innings of shutout baseball. Everything's going good, and then the roof fell in. Ugh. Ugh.
So, again,
By the way, can I say this?
Quickly.
2 more errors last night.
Tolia had a bad night, and Tolia's a good defensive first baseman, but he let one looked like it took a weird hop on him. The other went just kind of right through him, almost Buckner style.
That late strikeout by Tolia, was it the 7th inning? 7th, I forget. The amount of cheering that went on when he struck out late in the game.
What do you expect?
I know. I just couldn't believe it, dude.
Why is Shohei so easy to root for? Like, even when he plays for the dreadful Dodgers.
Well, dude, there's so many Dodgers fans there.
I understand, but it's Shohei, his demeanor, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is about him.
I hate to go like old school baseball guy, like the beginning of Moneyball when all the old scouts are sitting around Billy Bean and they're doing all of the typical old baseball scout thing. Oh, the guy walks into a room, his front has been there for 5 minutes already. That's how I know he's a good player. The sound of the ball off, I don't know if you guys saw Shohei's home run yesterday.
The apple.
The sound of the ball off his bat when he hits a home run is so wildly different than anything else. It sounds like a shotgun blast.
Can I tell you something?
I don't know why that happens, but it's just different.
Can I tell you something, man? It's interesting because you wouldn't want to believe it, right? Because you've got all these big hitters. I mean, Aaron Judge and so on and so forth. But when some guys hit the ball, Brett, it just sounds different, right?
Yes. He's one of them.
Vic, my favorite interview in the history of my life, the late, great Buck O'Neill, right? And he was talking to me about when Josh Gibson would hit a baseball. He said, Mark, you've never heard anything like... He said, everybody, I mean, we had a lot of guys that could hit the ball far and whatnot. He said, but this guy, when he hit the baseball, it sounded... Nobody else sounded like him ever. Isn't that weird how that happens?
It is.
It's weird.
Can listen to us anywhere in the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Hey, I got a piece of audio I'd like to play that, and we'll get more into the Tenzer, Jonathan Wallace. By the way, I love this, by the way. No one, I think, in the city of Denver or the state of Colorado is having a tougher time with the names of these two gentlemen than our own Steve Nelson. Steve Nelson has confused Ben Tenzer and John Wallace for one another, I think 5 different times with me this morning. And on one of these audio clips that we have, it says Hastings roasting Ben Wallace for his time with the Timberwolves, which not only did you combine Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, you made him into the former Pistons center, Ben Wallace. Nobody is having a tougher time than Steve Nelson with these two now at the helm.
Dude,
Steve,
it's so
more
bad.
than anybody, needs one man in charge just to remember one name.
Dude, maybe that's why I did it, is because I can remember Ben Tenzer, and then I'm like, somebody Johnson? Who's the T-Wolves guy? I don't know why. Sometimes that happens where two players or two coaches or something are the same exact person in your head.
They mush together. But
horrible.
on this title, I have Hastings roasting Ben Wallace for his time with the Timberwolves. So let's go ahead and hear this.
I always said that. I thought Tim came in there and said, we got to beat the Nuggets. And the whole West, I understand. But listen, the Nuggets were the creme de la creme when Tim left. He helped build that team up to this level. And then when he brought Rudy, I went, okay. He needs to find a big fella to help Cat, to help stop as you called number 15, the big fella a while ago. Yeah. And the problem with that, John, I'll be honest with you. Y'all can beat Denver, but you couldn't beat nobody else.
He's on fire today.
He's really dishing them out today.
I like that. I like how Hastings was giving him the business a little bit. But I wonder if there's like a little bit of give and take there. If there's like, hey, you were part of a group that sort of architected your way into stopping the Nuggets as much as humanly possible. Well, we now have a Minnesota problem here. We do. Like, we can all be honest. We have been owned by the T-Wolves for 2 straight seasons. So how do you fix that?
I asked him that very question. I said, what did you guys do in Minnesota to beat the Nuggets 6 straight times? And his response was, we got lucky at the right time. The games, some of them were close. That was his response. Now, you have to understand something. John Wallace, albeit he was part of the T-Wolves organization, his role last year was running the G League T-Wolves team, the Iowa Wolves. That's where he spent most of his time. It wasn't sitting there manufacturing game day strategies to beat the Nuggets.
And if you feel like it, or if you, how do I put this? If you really look back at the games, I mean, what was the last game that you played against the T-Wolves?
That was the one that went to overtime, in which the Nuggets had the game won and gift-wrapped it.
Russ misses the layup, and then he comes back and fouls on the opposite side with no time left on the clock. Yeah. But here's another piece of audio to play for you. This is Shea, and he is soaking in all of the winning and the championship stuff and the parade. But he's talking to Malika Andrews on ESPN and said this.
Inevitably, the conversation after someone wins a finals MVP, it always turns to, well, that player can lay claim to being the best player in the world. Are you ready to take that title?
Yeah, for sure. That's another goal of mine, to stand at the top of the mountain. The way I have this year has been pretty fun. It's definitely one of the things I want to check off my list.
Can you say you've checked it off?
Sure, why not?
Something I want to ask in regards to this, because I think this has been 2 years in a row, and people get really caught up in the team that wins a championship. Who's the best player on that team? Okay, well, maybe he is. I don't think anybody considered Jason Tatum the best player in the world last year when the Celtics won. But Shea won an MVP this year, and I just want to ask a general question. This is not being a hater. Just curious. If the NBA were to do a nobody has any player on any team anymore, we're doing a fantasy draft. And this is how we're going to construct a new team, new league. Where does Shea fall on your power rankings for where you would draft him at?
Well, better question, who would be the first pick?
Mine's Jokic. I mean,
I think
Could
you're
be
right.
Wemby.
I was going to say, I think that
Jokic has proven, though, that he can take
No,
even
I
agree.
garbage teams.
There's no denying it.
But
I'm
if you're
saying
talking about the long term, long-term Wemby's 10 years younger.
But if you're asking me for one season, like pick one player for this upcoming
Yeah, let's just do
season.
it for a year.
Let's do it for the next 5 years.
No, let's just do it for one. I just want 1 year. 1 year. What
Well,
would you
then
rank
Joker is number one by absolutely.
it? Then who?
100%.
Because it's not Shea for me next.
Number two might be, it might be Wemby, number two. The kid's only getting better, dude. He's only improving every year.
Who would be your number two? I'm curious if it's not Shea.
Don't say Luka.
It might be Luka.
Did you hear Luka's losing a ton of weight, by the way?
That's what I heard, yeah.
It might be. Like, here's the thing. Shea's a very good player. But I don't know if his skill set is something that can carry others, if that makes sense. Like, Shea alone feels a lot like Carmelo to me. Which, when surrounded by really good players and a whole lot of depth, you can do a lot of damage with it, and it looks really good. But am I wrong for saying this? And that's not a slight to anybody. Carmelo's a great player.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels very one note to me. And I don't think that if you put him on a group with an injured Michael Porter Jr. and an injured Aaron Gordon and basically a 6-man roster with two guys hurt.
He does not get you over the top.
That doesn't. He's not taking that Nuggets team to 7 games.
What you're saying is Nikola Jokic can do more with less than any player on earth.
Nikola Jokic won a playoff series with like Facu Campazzo and Will Barton was the second best player. Like
that much we know, but
Shea wouldn't. For me, 3 would have to be. I think it'd have to be Giannis.
See, that's.
I'm not going to be.
You guys are coming off sounding like haters right now.
I'm not being a hater. I think he's a terrific player. He's not. I can think of other guys I'd like to start my franchise with.
That's fine.
No
Listen,
offense.
Nikola Jokic is the best player on the planet.
No doubt.
And right now, the second best player, Shea's in that conversation. And if you said Shea, I wouldn't debate you.
I think that's totally fine. I think he's in the conversation.
Okay, Vic.
Yeah.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah, right.
Don't
now
hold
you're
your little
wearing that
right
hat.
hand. Don't hold your little right hand like this and shake your face like this. Don't do this like.
Look at how you look.
Why? Look at how you look.
Hey, do me a favor. Take the hat off. Let me wear it for a second. I want to see if it's a hat problem or a you problem.
It's his big face problem.
Let me see.
The face is too big for the hat.
Right. Here's Brett Kane going full bucket hat.
Looks so much better on you. It does. I'm not joking. See,
and this
it looks
is
like,
not a great bucket hat either.
But it looks like it fits him. It doesn't look like it fits you, Moj. Your face is too big.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean that as a friend.
You know what you look like? You look like an off-brand rapper. Like some dude is trying to make it, and you're like the opening act at Fiddlers for somebody. You know?
He looks normal. That looks like a bucket hat fit for him. You don't look good in a bucket hat.
I'm going to look good today when I'm going low.
Dude, I cannot wait. I cannot wait for Rolling Hills to bring you to your knees.
Actually, Brett,
it's going to be so great to watch.
Can you put that hat back on? I want to bring up a comparison on the screen here. You know who you reminded me of with
Macklemore.
With your skin color and then that bucket hat on. I think you look like one of the Jabberwockies, one of those dancers. Yeah, same color. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, what's up?
Wait, is that going to be the YouTube, what do they call it, the thumbnail?
Yeah, what's up? Thumbnail.
I wear this so much better than you, Moj. It's crazy.
Thanks.
It's a compliment. Anywho.
Hey, there's a lot of activity already going on in the NBA. Did you guys see what Dallas did last night? They signed Kyrie to that deal. Boston, of course, unloads 2 players. Sacramento is in the running for Dennis Schroeder. There's a lot of people and a lot of teams. Schroeder, by the way, is one of the names being mentioned here in Denver for that MLE exception, that $5.5 million deal.
What kills me about Schroeder is that little blonde streak in his head. I can't get over that little blonde patch.
You know what, though? He provides something that the Nuggets don't really have. He gets to the rim. He gets to the rim.
He does.
Dude. He goes north-south.
He's one of those guys, in his career, every time the Nuggets seemingly play Schroeder, I know this isn't the case, but it seems like, I'm like, man, that guy's pretty good. Like, that guy's always been kind of a thorn in the Nuggets' side
Then
at
why
times.
is he always being traded?
I
You know,
don't.
it's like
I don't. Yeah,
Porzingis.
I don't know. I don't know.
Porzingis is always being dealt. I'm always like, how good can you be? KD is how many teams has KD played for now?
OKC, Golden State, Brooklyn,
Phoenix.
Phoenix. Houston,
5.
5th.
But it's mostly his doing. It's mostly his, whether or not he's free or he wants to be traded, he's the one doing it. They ain't doing it because they want to get rid of him. Do it because they have to. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll
see.
Get to more audio in just a second. As Ben Tenzer and John Wallace spoke to the media yesterday, addressed a little bit of the Kroenke Jokic thing earlier in the show. You can check it out on the podcast. It's silly. Cliff Notes version, too long, didn't read. It's silly what people are making about this because it's not even a remote possibility they are trading Nikola Jokic. So some of the other stuff, though, that was said by these two, again, it's odd in which you pose a question and you're posing it to two people as opposed to one on their philosophy towards building this team. So I'm going to get to more audio in a second, along with another key word for you in our Core 4 score contest to win those 4 autographed jerseys from Jokic, Murray, Porter, and AG. All of that coming away in a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Serious injury, car accident, wrongful death of a loved one. Dan Kaplis Law. His 40-year track record of historic success in high-stakes personal injury cases, that tells you everything you need to know about how he operates. High stakes is what he does. Injury cases is what he wins. Dan Kaplis Law has proven it will go toe-to-toe with the biggest and baddest insurance companies in the country and what they have to offer, and he doesn't take those offers. He wins. That's why Dan Kaplis Law is the official law firm and partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law, serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. Dan Kaplis Law has offices in the Denver Tech Center, Loveland, Greeley, and Fort Collins across the Front Range. Hit them up at dankapleslaw.com or call 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551.
The Gorillas. That's not the keyword. Every hour on the 20s, we got a different keyword for you. And if you could tell the very beginning of that song, laugh. Laugh in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It's a keyword for the 8 o'clock hour in our Core 4 Score contest. A chance to win autographed jerseys from Jokic, Murray, Gordon, Porter. Every hour on the 20s for all shows all week. We'll have qualifying words, and it gives you that shot to be that one lucky winner to take all 4 of those autographed jerseys home. And it all is courtesy of our friends at Revitalized Health. Custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com. But the keyword is laugh.
Laugh, okay. Sounds good. Is that pretty good?
You ever heard that Gorilla song?
Of course, I've heard it a billion
it's great.
times. I got a trivia question for you, Vic.
Oh, yeah, hit me.
I know you like some trivia, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Martin is retiring from the New York Islanders. He's been around a long time, 16 years in the National Hockey League. You probably don't know much about Matt Martin, but he was just a big, steady, solid kind of guy. But he was one of the last 5 guys who do not have to wear a visor in the National Hockey League. Now there are only 4 remaining in the entire NHL. 3 of them you guys would know. I'm guessing the 4th guy you've heard of, but you wouldn't know that he's one of the guys.
I know 2.
Can you guess him? Go ahead.
I get 2. Jamie Benn.
Okay.
And old Ryan O'Reilly.
That is correct.
After
Took
that,
you too long to ask the question, so I didn't even hear it.
All right, let's move
4
on.
players left in the NHL without a visor.
Oh.
Jamie Benn, Ryan O'Reilly, and there's 2 more.
I don't know if that was a question.
Corey Perry?
Nope, he has to wear one. Or
Wait,
he does wear one.
no.
He does wear
Reeves. Reeves doesn't wear
Ryan
one.
Reeves. You're looking this up.
Look at my laptop.
My ass.
Look at my laptop. I got Kyrie Irving on my screen right now.
The last one you're never going to get. But I'll give you a hint. He was a former first-round pick of the Atlanta Thrashers.
No idea.
Hold on a second. Stop everything. Stop what you're doing.
You're Y-E-R Mom.
That's correct.
Who is it?
Zach Bogosian.
Yeah.
Anyway, those are the last 4
Bogosian.
dudes. You ever see the video of guys who are grandfathered in with?
You ever hear these becoming?
What's that?
My favorite was the Edmonton Oiler who was the last player never to wear a helmet.
I think it was Craig McTavish.
Yep.
Yeah,
He had the perm. He had a little curly hair.
Yeah, well,
Son loves
it wasn't a perm. It was just his hair. He's just,
Well, he had good hair. You never know. He may have gotten it permed. I got a perm once when I was 16.
You're
Didn't
kidding
work
me?
out well.
You got a perm?
Oh yeah. It didn't work out well.
Gross.
Jesus God, why would you do that?
Because you do things to your hair when you're 16. That's why.
Why would you admit it?
What is
Lord.
like? I'm trying to think.
I told my Aunt Claire, I said, I want to look like that guy from, who was the guy that had the soft perm? It was on that comedy show when we were kids growing up. What was that guy's name, Mose?
Andrew Dice Clay.
Shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry. From your era, Bing Crosby.
Shut up. Who was that guy? Kirk Cameron. Kirk Cameron. You remember him?
Yes, of course I know Kirk Cameron.
What was the name of that show?
Golden.
It wasn't
No.
Golden
Growing
Doodle.
Pains.
Growing Pains. There you go.
Yes.
Growing Pains.
So I said, give me a Kirk Cameron. And instead she gave me Jerry Curls.
Hey, Aunt Clara, give me the Milton Berle.
Do you guys remember watching Gregory Peck growing up? Handsome fella, that Gregory Peck.
That's funny stuff.
I told you, we're not that old. We're not that old.
You
When I
are.
read yesterday that Vince Lombardi was 57 when he passed. 57. That's it.
And he looked 74.
I know, but we don't look 74.
No, you don't.
Oh, my God.
That was your hair?
Yeah?
That's what everybody wanted back in the day.
No, not everybody wanted that, bro. Maybe only dorks at Holy Family. I don't know. You and Gino Amato running around.
I got a
with your-
picture of your ridiculous freaking hair
You had-
standing next to that car. You look like a fool.
It was long hair. That was good looking.
I don't know if it was good looking.
It was good looking.
All right, I got to bring something up. I'm sorry. We'll get back to the Nuggets stuff in a second, but You know, it's very common during breaks in which Moser starts yelling at the TV because he sees something, and it's very rare in which I do it, but I did it. And I use foul language. Because Aaron Rodgers went on McAfee's show yesterday and said that he is pretty sure this is his last year, and that's why he signed a one-year deal.
Okay, fine. Yeah, and if you leave it at that, that's fine.
I would be like, you know what? Fine, Aaron, whatever. Here's what bothered me. Because this, again, I sniffed this out like a truffle pig a decade ago. When I'm like, the narcissistic nature of this man, the arrogant nature of this man is so distasteful, and I felt like I was going crazy because everybody loved him. You know what this guy said, Vic? He said, when I'm done, I'm done. You'll never see me again, and I can't wait for it. And I go, really? Says the guy who does an hour-long interview on the McAfee show and had a Netflix documentary about an ayahuasca retreat recently.
I thought he was done with the McAfee show.
Oh, no, he was just on there last week.
Yesterday.
But I thought
There
that
you
was
go.
supposed to be over with, done.
No,
whatever.
Vic,
He's
Vic.
still talking. I mean, this guy, there's no way he's going to ride off into the sunset with his imaginary wife. There's absolutely no way.
Yeah, has he got like that? What's that movie with Joaquin Phoenix where he falls in love with the robot on his phone?
Her.
Yeah. Does he have one of those going on? There are stories. Guys, this is legit. This is scary stuff right now.
Could be worse. Could be that lady falling in love with a fish.
Could be. You guys seen the stories of these people falling in love with AI people? Like ChatGPT stuff?
Dude, there's a movie about a lady falling in love with a fish monster.
Yeah, but that's a movie. I'm talking about real life.
Yeah, that guy actually built an AI girlfriend and fell in love with her, but she broke up with him. His AI girlfriend dumped him.
That is true. She's like, bro, you're too weird for me.
Remember when Moser went through that phase before he got married?
Well, hang on a second. One of my favorite things that SNL has done, Kenan Thompson, I love Kenan. Kenan's funny. When he was doing his Big Papi, and he came up with new business ideas when Big Papi was going to go into retirement. He goes, I have a new dating app. It's called Go Outside. You want to meet some people? Go outside. That's
awesome.
what Aaron Rodgers, go do that. Anyway, I asked this question earlier. I'm wondering if you guys have a good answer to this, because top of my head, I couldn't think of one. I might have gotten one that's close. Give me athlete, and I'm using Aaron Rodgers as the example because I think this is what's happening. He was beloved for a long time in his career by everybody except for me. But beloved. And he has turned into somebody that I think most people find distasteful.
Mm-hmm.
Despite how great he is at that sport.
Mm-hmm.
Give me an example of that. Because the suggestions I got were
one.
like, oh, I got it. OJ. I'm like, okay, Aaron Rodgers wasn't on
No,
trial
it
for
wasn't-
murder, okay?
It wasn't like a guy who
I've got one for you.
allegedly murdered
Yes.
his wife and her
Go ahead.
friend. And yeah.
I've got one for you,
Go ahead.
and I don't fall in that category of hating him. I actually like this guy. I'm friends with this guy. Lance Armstrong.
I think that's a pretty good one. Now, Lance, again, it's different because Lance actually hurt people. You know what I mean? Like, he got people into financial troubles and stuff like I don't know if I'd put Rodgers in that
He also
category,
helped
but same
people.
thing. Yes, he helped a lot. Millions of people. Yes. Here's the example I got. And it's just like personality made somebody take a turn. If I said A-Rod, when A-Rod was in Seattle, A-Rod was a big deal that everybody liked. And then he became this arrogant, sort of narcissistic guy that people didn't anymore. Is that
I got
pretty
another
good?
one for you. Yeah, that's a good one. I got one for you. Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one.
Beloved. He was
That's
the
a pretty
people's
good one.
champ. He was the next Arnold Palmer. Everybody loved him. And then all of a sudden, gambling habits, gambling payoffs, rumor mills, live tour. It's crazy.
Hey, I got one. Oh, you see this truffle pig snout?
Sniff it out. Oh, I know who it is. Yeah.
Who is it?
It is Rory.
Yeah, Rory might be heading that way sometime soon.
I think you're getting a little crazy.
I think you get a little crazy because I like Rory. I really admire his short game.
Go ahead. Be late to the party again, Vic.
I disagree with you.
Yeah. 2035.
Now, give it 5 years.
2035, Vic will be like, Ed McElroy's a real
real piece of work. Real piece of work, that guy.
Hey, what about LeBron?
I think
LeBron,
a lot of this.
Could LeBron ever get there? Could he ever get there?
A lot of this, I think the word that you're going to use for a lot of these people, and it's an easy word, fake.
Yeah. I mean, look, when I say narcissistic or arrogant, I think that's kind of it too. I just think it's Rodgers has turned people off very simply because he feels like he's talking down to you constantly. Doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like he always knows the right answer and you don't have any idea.
And how much more respect does LeBron James need?
Well, here's the difference.
What is he looking for at this point in his life where he says these things?
There's a difference,
though. But to come out the other day and say, oh, this talk about ring chasing and all this. I'm like, that's exactly what you did, dude.
The difference, though, is LeBron's always going to have a sycophantic group of people that will follow him no matter what. And I don't know if Rodgers has that. If he stayed on one team, like if he stayed with the Packers, maybe Packers fans would be that way.
What about Tiger after his problems?
You know, the Tiger's life
Still loved,
could be, books can be, I mean, you can have, books have been written. You can have a volume of books. You know, the crazy thing is about the Broncos situation is the two quarterbacks that they were heavily courting, both of them had their fall from grace. Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson.
Somebody says Russell Wilson, and I think that's unfair to Russell. I don't know. I think people around here feel that way because it didn't work.
See, I don't think Russell's fake. I think that's who he is.
Well, he's a goob.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's who he is.
He's not, I don't think he's like narcissistic or arrogant. I think he's just, I don't know. He's might be a little fake. He's like a politician, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And politicians are associated with fake. That's what I think bothered people about him.
He seems like a goob.
You know, it is funny, though, that you mentioned that, Vic, that both of those guys, like, I still wonder. Here's something I think I can guarantee. Would you agree with this? If maybe the original intention of signing Hackett and getting Aaron Rodgers to come over from Green Bay, if that was the original plan, if that actually happened, Hackett's not fired in year one because I think Rodgers is too good for that to happen. Rodgers was better than Russell Wilson. I don't think it would be as disastrous of a year as what that year one was.
I mean, hell, they worked together for years in Green Bay, and it worked wonders.
Yeah. So that one, I don't know. That's tough to judge. But, I mean, also, you think back, whatever you believe about Aaron Rodgers, I think as far as just straight up talent, he's probably the most talented quarterback I've ever seen. Like, I don't know if he had a weakness in his game at all.
Well, he was a pretty decent runner. I mean, he could scramble out and pick up yards and get out of bounds.
Don't confuse this with me saying he's the best quarterback.
No,
understood. But just straight talent-wise, I mean,
but
unreal.
In his prime, his throwing of the football was incredibly elite.
It was smooth.
Yeah,
easy.
Very smooth.
Have we ever seen a story like that one where he runs out with the American flag in New York, game one for the Jets?
And moments later, boom.
I mean, how wild is that looking back at it? That happened that fast. That fast. The Jets are going to be, oh, nope, season's over. Like,
exactly.
That fast. Crazy. Anyway, reminder on the keyword, by the way, for this hour, it is laugh. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you're in the running for that Jokic, Murray, Porter, and AG signed jerseys.
I need to stay in shape, Yos, because I started a new dating website.
You started a dating website?
Yeah, bro. It's called Go Outside. Do you want to meet some people? Go outside.
It's a great ad.
It's a great ad.
I'd sign up immediately.
Hey, Keaton Thompson's awesome, man. I guess I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, I know what I'm going to say. Do you know that tonight is the NBA draft?
Correct.
And we all expect the Dallas Mavericks, who, we forget this, somehow ended up with the number one pick. Hilarious.
Yeah, somehow, some way. Nobody knows.
Who was I talking to? It might have been my old man, talking to old Keith. And he goes, do you really believe in this NBA conspiracy stuff? I said, well, not really. No. Except the Dallas Mavericks traded one of the best players on the planet to the Lakers.
Who sold for $10 billion.
They didn't talk to any other team in the league about it. They got back a broken down mop and some junk.
Yeah.
The Lakers' value went through the roof. Jeannie Buss sold it for $10 million.
$10 billion.
Or $10 billion. And before that, with a 1% chance, the Dallas Mavericks won the NBA lottery.
And they did.
And I go, and he goes, Mark, he goes, you'd have to sort of make that up for it to happen. He goes, I can see where people would think that because it just seems like way too big of a coincidence.
Yeah, well, we reacted that way after the draft lottery. So the Mavericks going to take Cooper Flagg tonight. I think it's a good opportunity for Flagg because Kyrie's hurt next year. He's out with the ACL. It's a good growth year for a rookie. He's only 18 years old. He's going to come in, play a lot of minutes, and he's going to learn to grow.
For a team that's not terrible, by the way.
No.
They aren't terrible.
No, not at all. I mean, they're middle of the pack team in the Western Conference, I think. After Cooper Flagg, guys, I'll give you some of the names that are projected to go 2, 3, 4. Dylan Harper played for Rutgers. VJ Edgecombe played for Baylor. That kid for Duke that played alongside Cooper Flagg, whose first name is Khan Kneppel, Khan, K-O-N.
Yeah, Khan. Correct.
What's that name all about?
I don't know.
Where are we getting that?
I don't know
is
where
that?
that. I don't know where that
Was
comes
that
from.
short for something?
I have no idea.
Constantinople?
Khan, what does that mean?
Did you know that Istanbul was Constantinople?
No.
That's right. Istanbul was Constantinople.
I'll
But
tell
let
you
me
what
give
I
you
think.
this.
I'll tell you what I think is even more interesting, Vic. Is I'm looking at a mock draft right now.
Mhm.
It's taken me till pick 9 to find somebody that's not a college basketball player that will be drafted, an international player.
Some of the players that you may be familiar with, Derek Queen, expected to go 15th to Oklahoma City. Derek Queen, remember him against CU? Made the game-winning shot. Oh, that was painful to watch.
That was painful.
Another name that should be familiar to everybody. Oh, Danny Wolf. We saw him in the Denver Regional. He's sort of like the mini Joker from Michigan.
Well, what about our own Colorado State kid? What about Nick Clifford?
That's I'm looking for where he's projected on this ESPN list of. Let's see, where is he going?
26th to Brooklyn is where they have it.
He's been. I got him 20. I got him 20th overall in terms of best available. I got him 20th, but he's been invited to the green room. He's been invited there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's a good player, man.
Well, I know he is. I'm just saying that's a guy that we all can rally around and know.
So draft tonight. I don't know what that means for the Nuggets.
Well, I'll tell you what it means. They've got a draft board. They've got all their scouts there. They're going to have their big, war room and all that stuff going, with the anticipation that they're going to get some calls. And with those calls, if there's a team that wants to conduct a trade and needs to unload picks, there may be a team in there that says, okay, we need to go get a forward with a little bit of salary to conduct this 3-team trade. What can we offer you for this guy? The Nuggets got to listen, and that's why they have to be active.
24th over. Hey, would you mind if they took the guard out of Colorado State?
Well, the guy I want, I've been pounding the table for it, and it's not going to happen, is Walter Clayton Jr., that Florida guard who just went lights out in the tournament.
Yep.
I love that guy.
Yeah, I want somebody who's played in the NBA.
That guy's a shooter, man.
I want somebody who's played.
Again, I was thinking about this. If you've got Brooklyn has 5 first-round picks? Is that what they have? 5?
They do. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, 5 first-rounders, and they're all guaranteed contracts. But if you don't think that you can draft, how many teams are going to be looking to actually unload late first-round picks, Vic? Just unload them for something that maybe you want to get rid of too, because they don't want to have to pay that guaranteed contract over the span of the next several years.
Yeah, again, I've said this about OKC. As many first-round picks that OKC owns, where are they going to put all those guys? There's no room on the roster.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what? I'll take them off your hands. Just give them to me. I'll put them to good use. One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is laugh. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is laugh. Ha, 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 ha. Laugh. In your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Back after this.
We'll always be aggressive trying because that's the name of the game, and you identify targets in the draft and you want to figure out where you have to get to get your guy. So, if you know anything about Tim Conley's aggressiveness and Calvin and Masai, who was here before, we've learned from leaders who have always been aggressive and will continue to do so.
It's Ben Tenzer answering the question, will you try and trade into this draft? Now, again, I don't know how they get there, and I don't know what that accomplishes. I'll be honest. If they trade into the draft to take a player, I think I'm going to be disappointed.
Well, not necessarily.
Why?
If they trade in to get a player, it means that another player is coming off the books.
I was going to say, Brett, if they trade into the draft to get a guy, but they're able to relieve themselves of a guy that you don't think has a future here, or at least a big one, then is that okay?
I mean, it is.
I'm sure there are guys in this draft that they very much like, and even guys later on in the first round that they probably like.
Here's what I'm getting at. Anybody that you acquire this offseason, I want in the rotation. And there's always been a question mark surrounding rookies and if they're going to be rotational pieces of championship caliber teams. Now, they did have that. They did have that with Christian Brown a few years ago, but he's kind of the exception to the rule.
It's funny you say that. When I'm watching the NBA Finals this year, OKC and Indiana, they had young players. Not a single rookie played for them in the playoffs. Not one.
Nope.
Not a single rookie. Maybe garbage time, but nothing substantial.
Is Christian Brown is he like the only rookie to get real minutes in an NBA Finals as of recently?
I'm trying to think. That's a great question. Let's go down the line here. Nobody for Boston last year.
Nope.
Anybody on the Dallas team? A rookie? Was anybody a rookie on that Dallas team? Was Lively a rookie last year?
So as far as significant minutes, Lively got 22.8.
Yeah, Lively. Okay.
So Derek Lively was one.
There you go. That's
then it was Christian Brown. And before that, you had to go all the way back to Kendrick Nunn of Miami in the bubble finals.
Wow.
Actually, Kendrick Nunn and Tyler Hero the same year for the same team.
Yeah, rookies don't impact championship teams. It's very rare. And the fact the Nuggets had one who did impact, just see the Miami series, that's pretty interesting. It's hard to find them.
I'm not saying trade into the first round. I'm not saying that. But I might do it as a way to shed myself of some unwanted contracts or unwanted players.
I'm kind of like, the long-term play stuff is unappetizing to me. Like, I'm ready for the main thing to be the main thing. And if you somehow find a way to get involved in a trade tonight, I hope it's what I mentioned to you guys earlier. Like, you two are the main pieces to the trade, and the Nuggets are just kind of peeking their head in like, oh, I'll take this rotational guy to make salaries work if you want that. Like, that's what I'd be looking for.
I'm going to go on a limb here and say another thing regarding the trading Nikola Jokic stuff that came out, and now ESPN has gotten its claws on it and it's getting out of hand.
So ridiculous.
It's not going to happen, all right? He's not going to get traded. It was a break glass in case of emergency type of comment that I'm sure Josh, to say it again, probably wouldn't have said anything. This is why people don't like speaking to the media, because things get taken out of context. And it was. I mean, I'm being truthful with you. I'll go at this point. Nikola Jokic, maybe years down the line, possibility of getting traded, sure. But the next 5 years, nah. He's gonna sign an extension here in Denver. And if he doesn't do it this year, he'll do it next year. There'll be an extension signed. I am so sure of that. I am so damn sure of that. That if Nikola Jokic were to get traded in the next 5 years, what can I give you besides my retirement papers?
Vic,
what can I offer?
I'm the same way.
What could I offer you? Is there something I can? What is it? What is it I could offer you?
How many times has this junk been on the line?
Now, we can't put junk on the line anymore because the junk doesn't mean anything.
What are you talking
Speak
about?
for yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say. Good Lord Almighty.
I'm trying to put something on the line
I'm an
here.
old man without a prostate.
I'll stop playing golf. I'll stop.
Oh, my God.
Turn in my clubs.
I mean, I think you would rather.
I'll stop.
I think it's preferable for him to put his junk on the line.
I'd
than
much
to do
rather.
that.
I'd much rather be a unit.
How about this? You can
listen.
You can put a tracker on my car.
Nobody wants to track.
And I will never, ever go to 7-Eleven again.
You'll just go to...
Yeah, that doesn't
Circle
count.
K.
Yeah.
No, I'm teasing.
Hang on,
no,
hang on.
I mean, look, dude, it's just, I want to reiterate, Vic, I want to emphasize, the comment was made to explain how ludicrous it would be to even think about the second apron for this team the way it's currently structured with the contracts they have.
So, again...
That's all it is. It's just silly for anybody to take anything. And now they're talking about should Jokic want to stay with the Nuggets long term.
Hold on.
So stupid.
Hold on. I just want to... Oh, yeah. The headline, should Jokic want to stay with the Nuggets long term? That's on First Take. If you guys missed it, somebody's saying, why is Vic talking about trading Jokic? What's going on? It's just a very... Look, here's the context. This is yesterday with Josh Kroenke.
For us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trading number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
So that's the context of this. That's spurred on about 50 think pieces about, are the Nuggets actually open to trading Jokic, which they are not. Mm-hmm. Now, I said from the very beginning, I even kind of get where Josh is coming from. I think it's kind of silly just to even say it out loud because you know what's coming afterwards. Like that little piece is going to be the one thing that people hang on to despite the fact that it means nothing. And so just as somebody who speaks for a living, once you put that out there, there's nothing that you're going to say around it that's going to save that.
I can't hear what they're saying on this show, all the talking heads. These are part of the brain trust of ESPN's NBA coverage.
Do they have the Morris twins up there again?
They do not.
No, it's Bob Myers, it's Stephen A., and Windhorst. But that headline, should Jokic want to stay with the Nuggets long term, is not a headline if he just doesn't say contemplate trading 15. That's it.
That's fine, but
no, it could be a headline because that's been brought up before. The Nuggets doing enough to
they aren't doing it today.
Nikola Jokic. I posed that. Hey, listen, I posed that question to Josh Kroenke after the press conference. I thought so little of that throwaway the comment that he made during the press conference. Like most of us there, we didn't even acknowledge it. It was just so. It was minuscule. It didn't mean anything. We knew it didn't mean anything, and we didn't dramatize it like a high school gossip queen. We didn't do that. But I did ask him about all this talk about whether or not the Nuggets do enough to keep Nikola Jokic happy. Here was his answer to me.
We have great conversations where we're brutally honest with each other about things, and I think that's what tough moments take. I think our relationship has grown over the last few years, and definitely grew over the last few months because we had to look at each other in the eye and we had to really trust what the other one was saying. But I think that Jokic, to his credit, really, especially over the last 3 games and into the playoffs, you really saw him take a new level of leadership and ownership in his play on and off the court, in the locker room. He was more vocal, and I think that while he obviously loved and had a lot of respect for the growth that he went through under Coach Malone, there was a little bit of freedom in the last couple of weeks of the season as well. And so he's in a great place. Hopefully he's over in Serbia. I think last time I saw him, he was enjoying a nice river raft. And hopefully a few cold beers as well. But come July, I know he'll be ready to get back to work, and I know he's in a good place mentally as well.
They have a great relationship. I've seen it.
Of course,
I know it. So I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Is it fair to say that Nikola Jokic has been frustrated at times? Of course, he's a human being. Of course, fair to say that he wished the team did other things. Of course. Would he like to be surrounded by perhaps more talent at times? Of course. He ain't dumb.
Yeah.
He ain't walking away from Denver in a contract. He likes it here. He loves it here.
He loves
prefers
it.
it here.
He loves it here. His family loves it here. His brothers love. Everybody loves it here. He also, and he's. We all know he's a unique cat. I'm telling you right now, he's got a great affinity for the organization because they're the ones that took him. They're the ones that actually scouted him. They're the ones that said, you know what, we want you. And all of these things play into it. They want him. He wants them forever. Why do we even have to, discuss? I don't want to discuss it anymore. That's for darn sure. But just know that it was meant to be a situation where explaining the severity and stupidity of the second apron. That's all it is.
I asked the follow-up question to the powers that be. I said, "What? All this backlash, all this craziness about that comment, what's the word?" And the word is, it was completely misconstrued and taken out of context.
Of course.
Now, you can believe me, or you can turn on First Take and play the drama queen game. Do whatever you want. I don't care.
Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. Back after this. Hey, with the draft tonight, did you guys know that 1/6 of the picks that will happen tonight as of right now reside in Brooklyn? They have the number 8, number 19, number 22, number 26, and number 27 picks in the draft tonight.
Man, if I'm the Nuggets, I'm looking at that Brooklyn roster, and are there any vulture pieces out there you can munch on? Is there anybody? I mean, like, they're clearly starting all over, right? They're starting over. Who else are they going to move? Who are they going to move off of?
Brooklyn?
Yeah. Who's available to be had?
Don't know.
I mean,
Good
Cam
question.
Johnson's the guy that everybody kind of points
Yeah, but
to.
what do you have to offer them? For
Right.
that? I mean, there's going to be some moves that you just don't have the necessary means to make.
I don't know.
But those are the calls you got to make. And I asked Ben Tenzer and John Wallace that very question yesterday. Who's making the calls? They both are. Who's got the phone when a GM calls? They both do. They both have their contacts within the league.
Do you find that weird? Like, if you're an opposing GM and you're calling the Nuggets, I mean, they got cell phones.
Yeah. Well, who do I know? Oh, I'm good friends with John. I know John. I'm going to call John. And then he'll discuss it with Ben, and they'll come, oh, I know Ben. I've known Ben for a while. I mean, at the end of the day, discussions will be had.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does it really matter who gets the call and who doesn't? Seriously. It's going to be discussed anyway. You may find it unorthodox, and you know what? It may not work. It may work. It may not. I don't know. But let's just see it. Let's see. I'm just curious to see how it goes.
I don't care who takes the call. I don't care about the decision made.
So do I.
No, I understand that. It's just it is weird. It's just
What if
weird.
Jesse got the call? What if it was forwarded to Jesse's phone number?
Yeah. Home run.
Home run.
Take you back to
Jesse sounds like a voice actor on like the cartoon Arthur or something like that. Play that again, Nelly.
Home run.
I mean, that sounds like some animated character in a kid's show.
Spins.
He missed his calling. That's what he should have been.
Let me go back.
Have you ever taken a phone call that you weren't supposed to get?
What?
Have you ever taken a phone call that was not supposed to go to you that you took?
No, I know there was a phone call from Michael Lombardi, and they sent it to Vic Lombardi. I'm aware of that, yes.
Have you ever taken a phone call you weren't supposed to get? Moj.
My
No.
cousin's husband, he owns a bratwurst company. He makes his own bratwurst. Really good. He called me once. He lives in Kansas. Called me out of the blue. I haven't talked to him in a couple of years. I was like, why is he calling? I go, hello? He goes, hey, I'll be at your house in 5 minutes with these. I go, huh? What do you mean? He goes, yeah, I'm right around the corner. I'll be at your house. I go, you're in Colorado right now? He goes, oh, bleep. Who is this? Sorry. Another Brett in my phone. So I had a couple of those, but I don't think
scintillating stuff there, Brett.
Well, you asked me, has it happened before? I gave you the story.
Yeah, weren't you trying to call your cousin for computers and you called the other Michael Lombardi?
I got to pick the gelato cart.
No, I called Michael Lombardi, who now works for North Carolina, Bill Belichick, thinking he was my cousin with computers.
That is correct.
And left him a long, detailed message about why my Mac was no longer working. What did he do to my Mac to make it stop working?
And he said, what the hell? Yeah.
Rapids goalie Zach Steffen definitely accidentally texted me a couple weeks ago, just out of nowhere. I was hanging out after the show. And, we've had him on our show a few times.
Yeah.
So I get a text from Zach who says, my man, hope you're well, killa, with an A.
Yeah.
Please respond.
Do you have any availability next Monday for a session?
Let's go. All right, here we go.
No, that was
Nelly.
a while ago. And I replied to him, and I told him that while I am a killa with an A, that is accurate. I said, I think you meant to send this to someone else.
Oh, Nelly, you're
What did
too
he say
nice.
back?
Nelly, you're too nice. You should have gone back. Yeah, man. You should have taken advantage of that.
Well, I think he has my number. Like we've texted back and forth. We've had him on the show. I think he knows who I am. There's probably just a Steve that's his trainer. It's not like this was a random number.
Maybe he wanted a saxophone session.
Yeah,
maybe he wanted to learn.
I know Zach's actually nursing a knee injury right now. I know he's going to be out for a while. So if you want to help pass the time, let's get a sax session in, brother. Let's go.
Here's bottom line to me. Do you think that the Nuggets roster looks different tonight than it does right now?
I'd say the odds are the odds are against that happening.
I would agree.
say I would give it about a 10% chance that something happens. I would say it's about a 90% chance they just hang tough and look from the outside.
Look, all of these basketball guys, the Shamses and Windhorsts of the world, they are expecting tonight to be pretty crazy trade-wise. Like, they think tonight's going to be big. And all I'm saying is just try and, like, dip your toe in the water on being a team that can make another trade work. Uh-oh. And Moshe sees a Morris twin on both of the televisions. And you're okay. Jeez, Moshe.
What the holy
Moser.
You know, my microphone's still on.
Nothing enrages
the
Moser
absolute audacity.
like the
goal of
random
ESPN
appearance of
to
the
throw
Morris
a Morris
twins.
twin on to talk about Joker is absurd. God, I hate those people. I hate their guts.
Who are those people? The twins?
ESPN.
Oh.
All of them. The absolute gall to throw a Morris twin on to talk about what are the likelihood of the Nuggets trading Nikola Jokic.
Why do I care what the Morris twins have to say about it?
I don't care what they have to say about anything in life. They provoked it, for God's sake. They provoked the Nuggets on 2 occasions. Both brothers have been A-wads.
I mean,
oh my goodness gracious. Why?
To Moser's point, it would be like, all right, let's go over to CNN. We'll talk to Mr. Hatfield. What do you think of the McCoys, by the way?
It is dumb.
It's like
It is
they
so
don't like
dumb.
each other. They aren't going to say anything nice.
Mm-hmm.
You okay, Moshe?
That just really fries my bacon. What is the point of that?
Like, there's nothing objective about their opinion on this topic.
Zero.
Right?
I mean,
So if there's zero objectivity, why are you doing this? What are you stirring? Who makes these calls? Like, I've always been curious. I've got friends that work there. I'm going to ask, who makes the call to say, oh, yeah, we got to have some of that?
All right, now we go live to Illinois to Mrs. Lincoln. Mrs. Lincoln, can we get your thoughts on the Booth family?
Calvin?
No, John Wilkes. I mean, come on, man. It's just so ridiculous.
Wait. What was her name? What was Lincoln's wife's name?
Mary
I know
Todd.
this. Mary Todd. That's right. If Mary Todd just gave me...
Was her last name Todd, or was that her middle name?
It's her given name.
Her given name,
Yeah.
okay.
Or her
They weren't throwing
maiden
Todds
name.
around for
Maiden
women
name.
back then,
Maiden
were they? I
name.
mean,
No.
Todds was that was her.
Yeah, Mary Jeff.
I'd just love to have maybe like, not too much, like a 300-word piece from Mary Todd on Calvin Booth's tenure as the Nuggets GM, and just see what she thinks.
I simply cannot believe. First of all, I can't believe that these knuckleheads are so desperate for material that they actually chime on about this all morning long.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, I can't believe they would actually go, all right, let's go to one of the AWODs and get his thoughts on this. I mean, good God.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You can't blame them. They're just taking up an opportunity. Who is the producer? It's always a producer. There's some rando back there saying, oh, yeah, this is a great idea. They'll be talking about this in Denver for years to come.
I just think it's silly.
I mean, see, so if we ever have a segment on the show that you as fans and viewers and listeners dislike, it's always the producer. Always.
Yeah, it's always Nellie's fault.
Steve?
It's not my decisions or Vic's decisions or Moser's.
Steve.
It's my fault that Moser stood up and almost yelled a bad word directly into Brett's
That was
microphone.
almost. It wasn't real. It was almost.
Yes, it was very much almost. Very much.
You keep flying pretty close to the sun there,
You
Icarus.
are.
That's
Okay,
all I'm saying.
Well, I haven't Icarused out yet, at least not on purpose. But the point is that Vic, at least, you know what this will do? At least this will let people who are on the outside of this biz, at least it will allow them to see the inside of what the 4-letter does, correct? It will allow them to see that they take a nothing and they try to make a something out. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That it's not real. It's not.
No, it's
not-
about eyeballs. They're looking for eyeballs.
That's
They're
correct.
looking for reaction.
It's not real. It's not something that warrants
Yeah.
this kind of discussion. But it's red meat, right? It's red meat that they can feed to the tigers.
I have a question for you guys. Cooper Flagg might be the greatest athlete Maine has ever produced. I can't think of another human being from the state of Maine.
I'll look it up.
Me too.
Name one human being.
Milton Bradley, the board game guy.
Ha!
My wife's late mother was from Maine, and that's the only other person I know.
Stephen King wrote a bunch of books about Maine. He loved Maine, if that counts for
Maine
anything.
is like a mysterious, like detached. Like, what are you doing? What are you?
Duncan Robinson?
Nah.
Joan Benoit, the marathon runner.
Joan Benoit Samuelson?
Oh, how about
Yeah,
this?
that's her, yeah.
What you know about Dick Cap?
Oh, the former Cal quarterback?
No, that's Joe Cap.
Joe Cap. That's the guy who got in a fight. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Who's Dick Cap?
He was a linebacker and a tight end back in the 60s. He's from Portland, Maine.
Yeah, Maine is non-essential. But it produced Cooper Flagg, which is amazing.
They got some maple syrup there.
You know what? They got
NHL.
They got
defenseman
some
Brian
MMA
Dumoulin
fighters.
from there.
Not that you care about that, but they
Well,
got
of course
MMA
they
dudes.
do. I mean, what else are you going to do in Maine? It's dark, danky, nasty. Just fight.
Fight. Tim Sylvia.
When I think of Maine, what comes to mind? I've heard people say, "Oh, it's beautiful." Bunch of
maple
freaking
syrup,
trees
maple
and
syrup, maple syrup, maple syrup.
bearded women and men.
Bearded women? What are you talking about?
Maple syrup. That's pretty much it.
Well, here's a 90s baseball name for you. How about Mike Bordick? That do anything
Oh,
for you?
yeah. I remember Mike Bordick, sure.
Yeah, Vic, there's kind of nothing. Not a lot. Not a lot. So if you're looking to produce athletes, don't move to Maine, okay? It's not where it's going to be. I'm with you, though. Everybody tells me that Maine is beautiful. It's something that I'm sure it is. I'm no interest in going there. Sorry. Not going to be there. Anywho, we have one more keyword that we will give away in just a minute
I don't know why
from
that
now.
makes me so. I don't know why that makes me so angry to see that.
The Morris twins?
Yeah, it's just. First of all, they don't offer anything. Second of all the topics to even ask them about, it's just ridiculous. I don't know.
I'm reading right now in Spittin' Chicklets that the Panthers, their Stanley Cup celebration party at a club in Miami, they rang up a bill of $500,000.
Saw that.
And the club comped it.
Saw that.
What?
Well, you have to understand something. It's fake $500,000. I mean, what they're charging for some of those drinks is borderline ridiculous. You ever been to Vegas?
Yes.
You ever gone clubbing in Vegas? Yeah, you seem like the guy.
Sure.
You ever ordered a drink at one of those clubs in Vegas?
I mean, yeah. It's
how much I drink run you? Like order a mojito at a club in Vegas.
Oh, I told you that place that I went to not too long ago. I get an old fashioned was $19. I'm like, what are we doing here? What is it? What is this?
Dude, they'll charge you $30 for a margarita. It's pure insanity, and you know why they do it?
Because they can.
Because they can get it. That's exactly right.
It's very much like when you go to a ritzy golf course, Moshe, and you go to the beverage cart.
Oh,
how much is that Schlitz? That'll be $75.
100%. My lovely wife and her sister were down on Larimer Square on Saturday. Had a margarita. What do you think 2 margaritas comes to?
On Larimer Square? I'll say $50.
Plus tip.
My favorite scene. Oh, go ahead.
$50 plus tip, dude. Are you kidding me?
Dude, that's why Thirsties was the GOAT. Drown night. Drown night on Wednesday nights. You got your entry fee, and then you just went drown night. And that's the GOAT. That's how you do it.
My favorite scene from She's Not That Into You. Stainer goes to the Pittsburgh Penguins game, walks up to the bar, does this, holds up a 20. 4 beers, please. 3, 2. And now, I just went to the Rockies game. That'll get you 1. A $20 bill will get you 1 beer.
We have an NHL trade announced by an NHL player on social media. I won't tell you who it is, but it happened.
Get to it next. It's the off season for most sports. Baseball's still in full swing, but if you download the Circa Sportsbook, no better time than now to get in on some of the futures odds of what can take place within the NFL offseason. For example, if you're looking at the Broncos, what are their odds to win the AFC West? Well, they're plus 350 on the Circa Sportsbook. You can find that and so much more, whether it's Super Bowl champions, MVP odds, all of these different things. And with the draft tonight in the NBA, you can take a look at some of those as well. Download the app. Best odds in the game, no doubt about it. I've looked, trust me. Circa Sports is the best. Download the app or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Red wine. So what could the key word be for this hour? How about, Moj? Grape!
Who told you that?
Text grape in your first and last name to 303-504-0925,
So-
and you have a chance to win Jokic, Murray, Porter, Gordon, Autographed jerseys for our Core 4 score contest. It's every hour on the 20s for every show all week this week. You get those keywords, 12 different ones per day on this station, and a chance to win all 4 of those jerseys. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalize-health.com.
Grape
in your first and last
sounds
name.
good.
303-504-0925.
So the boss's little random word generator seems to come up with a lot of like fruits and plants.
It does, yeah. I mean, put a little effort into it. Chat GPT or whatever you are.
No big deal.
I have not used that, by the way. Have you guys used Chat GPT?
Have not.
I have no idea how to use it, to be honest with you.
I haven't used any form of AI whatsoever. I have a real fear. This is legitimate, by the way, an honest fear that will stifle anybody's creativity in like a few years. When they start talking about writing movie scripts and stuff like that with ChatGPT, like, how about we don't?
Well, it's already proven that AI cannot replicate human comedy, like humor. Can't do it. Doesn't understand it. But I have messed with Grok. Is that Grok? How do you pronounce that on Twitter?
I think it's
Grok?
I have no idea.
It's sort of its version of AI, and like you can ask Grok. Like, I'll do it right now. Watch this. Check this out. You can go to Grok and say, here we go, Grok. Here we go.
I got.
Draw me an image of Mark Moser, the Avalanche announcer.
I don't like this at all. See, this is the stuff I don't like.
It doesn't know who I am, dude.
Okay, well, it's doing it right now.
It has absolutely no clue who I am.
I asked AI to tell me a joke.
Real soon.
I said, AI, tell me a joke. Here's what it says. Why did the Scarecrow win an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. And then it goes on to say, it's a classic dad joke using a play on words. The word outstanding can mean both excellent and physically standing out in the field.
You ready for
Thanks
the
for the explanation.
I can't even see that.
I can't either.
It doesn't even look like me. Looks like Matt Damon.
I like it.
Hey, come on,
good one.
That. All right, cool.
Good one.
Hey, so tonight, again, the Nuggets.
Oh wait, Evander Kane announces on social media he's being traded to the Vancouver Canucks.
Correct. That is correct. Evander Kane to the Vancouver Canucks.
You knew changes were coming in Edmonton.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet. But he's the one who reported it. I haven't seen my boy Elliot or anybody else come up with that. Pierre.
It just came down. From somebody. I forgot who it was, but yeah, Pierre. Pierre LeBrun said Evander Kane has been traded to Vancouver.
Okay, I wonder what they got. Did they say what he got back for him?
4th round pick.
That's it?
That's it.
So they're just trying to move his contract down.
Yeah, no salary retained. Vancouver picks up the full 5.125 cap hit.
Okay, well, there you go. So they're just trying to move his money out and make way. I mean, again, he dealt with injury all season long.
He was pretty good for him when he got in
he didn't produce goals, but he was an effective player. Yeah, I mean, he was a hitter. He was pretty good. I mean, for over $5 million a year, you better be pretty good, right? Something like that. But the Nuggets don't have a pick tonight. The Avs don't have a pick on Friday night. The Avs don't have a pick until the 4th round this year. So
it's 4th.
Correct. So, but again, you never know. You know, teams want to move up, and teams. It's interesting too because the way the NHL works, Vic, and I don't know how you feel about this in the NBA, but the way the NHL works is when the draft comes around. First-round picks are much more valuable around draft time than they are, I don't say more valuable, but teams are willing to part with them much more during the regular season, especially at the trade deadline, as you're going for it, as opposed to draft time where it's almost impossible to get yourself back into the first round.
The obvious reason is because homework has been done and names become familiar and you know what you're getting. And when you're trading away a first-round pick in February, you really don't know what you're getting.
But it's not looked that way in the NBA. I mean, in the NBA, they're all guaranteed contracts and whatnot. And you're like, that guy has to be on our roster, right?
I'll tell you what's going to drive me nuts tonight. And I hate how the NBA does this. And I guess it's because the official league year doesn't start until X date. But when it's, like when Doug McDermott takes the picture with the Nuggets stuff on and he's not an actual Nugget and you know it, it's like, that seems silly.
I asked Ben Tenzer about this yesterday. I said, why does the NBA insist when a trade is made on draft night not to give you the team making the pick for the other team. Why are we playing this game? Like Donovan Mitchell's still pictured with the Nuggets hat on.
Correct, yeah.
When he was drafted by the Nuggets for the Utah Jazz. Why? And he says the reason, speaking as a lawyer, he's got a law degree, is because it takes days now, if not a week, for those acquisitions to affect every team's salary cap. So if a team makes a trade and picks a player for another team, that trade can be revoked if it doesn't fit under the salary cap days later. If it doesn't make the number crunch, it can be pushed back. Like you could be stuck with that guy.
Even if it's not your fault?
Even if it's not your fault. That's why you got to make sure that it fits salary caps.
Well, how about they just do that on the spot and make sure you can't make a trade
There's
unless
a
it
lot
already
of moving
fits?
numbers. I don't know. I think it's silly too, but they're always trying to save themselves from legal battles.
That would be well. Wait, the Nuggets had this not too long ago, wasn't it? Bull? Did he fail a physical when they first traded him? Right? When they first traded
we've seen
Bull,
failed physicals many times. We've seen that. We've seen,
but that one was like
trades.
for 2 or 3 days after the trade was done. It was like, oh, by the way, that's not a thing anymore. He's
Remember, the
still a
Lakers
Nugget.
had a trade for a center that fell apart in Charlotte 3 days after the trade was made.
Wait, I think I remember this now. Yeah, you're right. But Bull was traded. He actually went, like he got on a plane and went there, and they go, this isn't going to work. And then he was sent back, and we were all thinking, like, how do you even walk back into the locker room if you're Bull at that point? Like, what do you do? Because that was weird. But, yeah, I think for local viewing purposes of the draft tonight, would we all agree that it's kind of two things that you're looking for? Number one is if the Nuggets do anything, right? And the second is, where's Neek Clifford going? Because Neek Clifford was a special watch at CSU, and he's, by all intents and purposes, going to be a first-round pick tonight.
I mean, they don't invite guys to the green room unless they're going to be a first-round pick.
Well, they invited Jalen Milroe in the NFL last year. He wasn't. Shador didn't go to the draft. That's right.
He did not. No,
he did not. But I think those are the two reasons. And I had to guess. I asked these two earlier. Just to recap again, I think we're all in agreement here that it's highly doubtful that the Nuggets do anything tonight. My hope is that there's a lot of movement within the NBA, that a lot of different guys, a lot of different teams are involved in different type of trades that might necessitate a third party in which you could get involved in that way. Like, can't make salaries work. Hey, Nuggets, can you jump in and do something? That's what I would like to see.
I mean, we just saw that yesterday, did we not? With the Porzingis trade, you needed a third team involved in that, and they got one.
Gosh, did you know Boston got rid of about half their salary in 2 days?
Dude, they were up to $500 million in salary, and they unloaded what was it? Close to $200 million.
I mean, they went from I can't remember the total number. It was 500 and something, like $530 million to 280 in the span of like 48 hours, which is unbelievable. You know what I also saw yesterday before the Porzingis trade went down is that there was rumors out there that the Spurs were having talks about trading for Porzingis. Could you imagine having 7'3" and 7'5" on the floor at the same time? I know. And both of those guys are not like, they're not Gobert. Like, they both can shoot a little bit. That'd be insane.
A rumor has it the Celtics aren't done yet. Probably going to shed one more big contract.
Who would it wouldn't be Tatum or Brown? Who would it be?
Derek White.
Well, Derek White makes 28.
Could be Jaylen Brown.
Could it be Jaylen Brown? Really?
Could be.
Wow. Because what you're doing then, the new ownership group is saying, tear it down to the studs, and let's rebuild it.
Yeah.
Because Tatum ain't playing this year. Dude, they're gonna stink.
It's just
I'm not a betting man, but if you want to get on there on the over-under on the Celtics next year, good Lord, you better hurry. You better hurry.
Check your Chat GPT. Can you trade a player when he's injured? Like, what if they wanted to trade Tatum?
Can you trade an injured NBA player?
Yes.
God damn, why are you so much faster than me?
Yeah, I know, dude. He's always quick to the trigger when it comes to that. He's just got better hands.
I don't hunt and peck.
It says while physical
I took
examinations are
computer
required for all
classes.
traded players, and teams can void a trade if a player fails a physical, the fact that a player is injured does not automatically prevent a trade. Okay. And it's amazing, too, because Kyrie's got a torn ACL, does he not?
Yes.
Torn ACL. So he opts out of next year at $43 million.
Signs a 3-year
And then signs
contract.
a 3-year contract. So basically, the Mavericks said, we're going to give you 2 more. Coming back from a torn ACL. Well, how old is Kyrie?
Bro,
36?
I was looking at his contract.
I looked at it. He's only 33. He's not as
He's
old as I
making,
thought. Yeah.
Wow.
he's making $40 million next year to rehab.
That's just amazing to me. $40 million to be on the sideline doing.
He got hurt, man.
I know. I'm not. Hey, I'm not pushing him for it. I'm just saying it's a big number. He just signed a 3-year extension, and he's hurt. The reason I bring it up is I'm surprised that more injured players, like let's say the Celtics really do want to start over. Well, then why not trade Jason Tatum?
I think there's a difference, though, between starting over and then,
being a 15-win basketball team.
They're starting over and then they're starting over.
Because if you get rid of Tatum or Brown, I know you still have White and you'll have one of them, but that's almost like going back to scratch.
Okay,
that's almost like
unloading.
How about
Unloading Drew Holiday was smart because he's 37.
Sure,
still makes 2 more years of big money. He's been injury prone lately. That was the first one they had to unload.
Like, can I ask you this, Vic? Would you consider what the Chargers did last year starting over? Brand new coach, Kane Allen, Mike Williams, Austin Eckler, all gone, long mainstays
Football's
on the
different.
team.
Football's
but
different.
they keep Herbert,
Yeah.
and kind of just rebuild from there.
Football's different. You can change pieces around one key piece and nothing changes. Basketball's more individualistic because you impact the game more. It's only 5 guys on the court, so it's a tough comp.
Hey man, they
Did Dallas start over with Dirk at one point? Would you say they started over with Dirk Nowitzki? Because he was there a long time until they won the title. He was older when they won the title. They had to revamp different iterations of that roster. I mean, he played with Steve Nash for crying out loud early in his career.
Well, you know what's interesting? You can't say the Chargers didn't make the right choice. All those guys were gone. They still won 11 games and made the postseason. Yeah. I mean, So clearly there's some good decisions being made down there in Los Angeles in that regard, too. I don't remember the Mavs of 2005, let's say, 2006, 2007.
Who was that player on their championship team? They had Jason Kidd. They had Jason Terry. Who was that other?
J.J. Barea?
No, forward who played really well and then fizzled out a year after.
I know who you're talking about.
Oh, what was his name?
The 2010-2011
what was his
Mavericks.
Name? He was a really good player, and he was like an off-guard small forward. And
it wasn't Caron Butler.
No. Keep going.
Sean Marion.
Huh?
Sean Marion.
Nope, it wasn't Sean Marion.
Nope. Sean Marion was pretty important.
It's not the guy I'm thinking of. I got a mind.
Brian Cardinal, Steve
Corey Brewer.
No.
Peja Stojakovic was there.
No.
Sasha.
Bro, you're running out of people here. Deshaun Stevenson?
No.
Sasha Pavlovich?
No.
Corey Brewer?
No.
Ryan
the year they won the championship.
That is the year they won the championship.
No, you guys are all wrong. There's another player in there that played a key role.
Dominique Jones?
No.
Peja?
No.
Not Jason Terry.
Dude, that's it. That's all of the
forwards.
All the
guys.
Swear to God.
That's all
you
the
say
forwards.
Tyson Chandler?
No.
Tyson Chandler's a center.
I thought you said a center.
No,
I said another
swing.
player.
A swing.
What
you
year
must have
did
been
they
thinking
win it
of
all?
Alexis Ajinsha.
What year did they win it all?
2011.
All right, watch this.
Watch this. Watch you find nobody. Because I named the roster to you.
I'm not going to talk.
I gave you everyone.
Yeah, I'm not talking. I'm going to let you find it.
Go ahead and find this mystery name that you speak of. The guy you're thinking of wasn't on that roster then, because it was Sean Marion or J.J. Barea, who posted up LeBron at 5'2".
This guy's not on the roster.
Yeah, I told you.
This guy must have been on the roster when they lost to the Heat.
Are you talking about like Chandler Parsons?
No.
You're thinking of the point guard
Michael Finley.
Rodrigue Beaubois.
Nope.
Beaubois.
You guys are being stupid now. I'm just getting stupid
I'm being
responses.
stupid, said the guy who can't think of the name.
I can't think
who
of
was
it.
convinced that he knew.
I'm an old man without a prostrate. I can't think of his name. And when I do, you're going to say, okay. Oh, here it is. Josh Howard.
Jesus,
he wasn't on the roster.
All that for
I know,
Josh
but he was the
Howard.
year
You know
before.
what? I hate you. God, I hate you today.
Josh, do you remember Josh Howard?
Not
No.
really. No.
He was a good player, and then he fizzled out.
Well, I reckon he did, bro, because I don't remember him, and you're being a jerk.
That was years prior to them winning the title.
Why don't you guys have a depth of knowledge of the NBA?
Why don't you have a memory?
I don't have one.
That works better.
It doesn't work. But Josh Howard was on that team, and he was a hell of a player, and then he just fell off. And why we're bringing this up, I have no idea.
All right. Reminder to you guys, one last time, our final keyword for the day is grape. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for our Core 4 score contest. Again, special thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health.
Hey, Vic, who are the two star defensemen taken right before and right after Zach Bogosian in his draft in 2008?
I couldn't pronounce Umum. Umam.
No, taking number 2 overall after Steven Stamkos
Your dada.
was Drew Doughty. Then Zach Bogosian went 3rd overall to the Thrashers, and then right behind him was Alex Pietrangelo to the Blues.
Uncle,
why is it you guys don't remember 17 years ago in the NHL draft who went where? Bunch of morons?
Okay, what am I thinking right now? Why don't you guys know that?
All right, back after this.
Summertime road tripping, we all do it. Whether you're staying here in the great state of Colorado, you're going someplace else, go see Granny in Omaha, whatever it takes. Summertime is road trip time, so you should do it in a brand new ride from Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Greg Larson and his crew are going to take care of you. Amazing deals. And don't forget that employee pricing lasts until July 7th. So there's no better time than right now to get up there to Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Over 1,100 new and pre-owned vehicles on the lot right now. If you want to peruse around online, take your time. Go ahead and do it. STHmotors.com. That's STHmotors.com. No one will give you more for your trade. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, one last quick reminder. The keyword for this hour is grape. So text that in your first and last name if you want to get in the Core 4 score contest. Jokic, Murray, Gordon, Porter, autographed jerseys, more keywords throughout the day on all of the other shows.
So I'll ask Moser this, not you, Brett. When you tell a hockey fan, when you say the word grapes or grape to a hockey fan, who's the first person that comes to mind?
It's Don Cherry, obviously.
That's right.
Yeah, former coach of the Colorado Hockey Rockies.
Yeah.
And, of course, was McNabb's coach in Boston and just retired at the age of 91. His final podcast was 2 days ago. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep.
Did you guys see that the NCAA is close to expanding the NCAA basketball tournament now?
Yeah, 76 teams. Is that correct?
76, which is at the point, all right, so it was at 64, and then they did the play-in business, right? The play, what do they call that?
The play-in. The
right.
first
four in,
first
I don't know
first
what that
four.
was called.
I don't know what they call it. Yeah.
So now they're going to go up to 76. That's the new plan. I'm at the point now where it's so saturated. Just play college basketball for 2 months, and then in January, everybody's in. Start a tournament. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's do it, baby.
Every single team in college basketball, we're going to do a tournament. And when you lose, you're done. You're done. It's over.
Hey, I'm all for getting people more bites at the apple, like giving more teams opportunities. There's plenty in the NCAA tournament. There's plenty. You don't need to expand this anymore.
Nope.
It's fine.
No. Yep.
I don't even like the play-in games that they have. I think those
the reason
are silly.
why it's fine. The reason why it's fine is because none of those last 10 teams, they're not going to do anything. They're not doing anything.
Well, it's more TV time. It's more dollars that they get, all that different stuff. But I told you guys this last year. I felt like the NCAA tournament and the fervor surrounding it took a dip. I think it has the last couple of years. I think the interest hasn't been nearly as much, and I think it's only been now exacerbated by the transfer rules and some of the NIL stuff. I think that's affected college basketball way more than it has college football, to be honest. Would you guys agree or disagree with that? Like, I think there is more of a competitive balance in football right now than there is as far as guys at the tippy top as opposed to the others in football than there is basketball. I feel like it's closer.
Well, because basketball has fewer players affect the outcome of a game. So if you can just give some bread to an awesome starting five, yeah, you can totally take over. Absolutely. You give the same kind of bread to 5 football players. You got to spread it around.
Yeah.
You have way more guys that make a difference in the game.
I'm actually curious, what do you guys expect from CSU this year? After
Football?
No, a basketball, because Nick Clifford's going to get drafted tonight, which was by far their best player, but they also lost their coach.
Yeah,
was really,
they
really
retained
good.
Ali Farouk-Manesh, who is a key assistant
Sure.
coach and helped develop Nick Clifford. So I really like the hire they made. I don't know what to expect. I mean, college basketball has become one of those, who can you get off of the transfer portal? Who can you steal? Who can you NIL? I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I mean, hell, you could be a big fan of a team and know everybody on the roster, and then everybody's gone the year after.
Wait, who's was it Sac State that got the basketball coach? Who'd they get?
Yeah, they got Mike Bibby.
Mike Bibby, that's right.
And they also got, whose kid's playing there? They got somebody's kid.
Shaq's
kid.
Maybe that's, I'm telling you, in college basketball, maybe that's the way to go. You just get a big-name coach, and then you wait for some big donors to be like, hey, this could be fun if we just throw a few bucks at this thing and see what happens.
Well, DU got a new head coach from a D2 school, I believe, and he basically cleared the roster, and he's bringing 7 guys with him.
That's crazy.
That's the going right now. That's what you do.
I think
it's crazy. It's you can't follow a team. Like your program is lying to you. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
We went through this, I think, right after the NCAA tournament. Isn't it Kansas, of like the most blue blood school in college basketball? I think out of their current or their roster from last year, 2 are coming back. I think that's it. 2 of them are coming back.
Doesn't surprise.
That's got to be so ungodly frustrating as a coach.
Well, it's the very reason why that sport, specifically college basketball, I've gone through this with you guys before. I can name players from the 80s like it's no problem. 80s and 90s. You can't do it anymore because they're gone. The blink of an eye, they're gone.
Hang on. Moser's using his fingers to count, and I'm wondering what are you counting?
I'm counting months.
I see Moser go like this.
I'm counting months. I'm just counting months. 5 months since college football ended. Is that correct? 5 months. I'm counting, Coach.
Years left on Earth.
I mean, I was waiting for Moj to bring it. He's wearing no socks today, Vic. He's got his flippy floppies on.
Bring the toes in.
Waiting for him to pick a toe up.
Hey, you better not show up on my course barefoot. I'm going to tell you right now, we don't play that.
If he wears his...
We ain't playing that.
His Gilligan's Island hat with bare feet.
He ain't playing. It's not going to happen.
Hey,
you better make a choice.
There's something that happened yesterday as the Rockies have the Dodgers in town. Rockies put up a fight towards the end of the game, tried to come back in, just fell short. But Ohtani did homer. So I'm looking at this picture. This woman is surrounded by what looks to be Japanese reporters that were at Coors Field. And I know that Shohei has a following from his home country that kind of, I don't know if it's like this every game, but it's a lot of reporters here, Moj, as you can see.
Well, she catch the home run ball?
She caught the home run ball, which was his 300th home run between Japan and MLB, between those careers combined. You know how they did that with Ichiro, like his total number of hits over his career as opposed to just MLB? But I guess this was a huge thing that I was totally unaware of last night, that this was a big international story in Japan, that this was his 300th homer. And what's interesting about Shohei is there's always this big following from big names from Japanese players that come over to the States and play in the MLB. I mean, obviously Ichiro is one, but if you guys remember, like Hideki Matsui and Daisuke in Boston and all these different guys.
Hideo Nomo.
Threw a no-no at Coors Field. The only
he
no-no.
did. Remember Shinjo?
Shohei Ohtani.
Do you remember Shinjo? Played for the Giants? Shinjo.
I don't know.
Shinjo.
Nomo threw a no-no.
Wait, didn't the Rockies had
Kyle Freeland came close.
Ubaldo Jimenez.
Yeah, but that was in Atlanta, wasn't it?
I think it was in Atlanta.
Yeah, not in Coors Field.
Shohei, it's hard to think about because when Ichiro's career ended, I didn't think that maybe any Japanese player would be as big as what Ichiro was.
Well, you just said it. I was going to say, you just said it. And big in both the literal and here's the deal. When you think of a Japanese baseball player, smaller frame comes to mind. Ichiro comes to mind.
Yeah.
When you stand next to Shohei,
he's a monster.
Tight end.
Huge. Yeah,
yes, he's huge.
Yeah. Gigantic. He's a big old dude.
A big old boy. He a big old boy.
He's got to be. Let me see if I can guess.
I think he's 6'5".
Like 6'4". I think he's 6'4" and like 220. Let me see.
And he runs like the wind.
He is listed at. Well, he's only listed at 6'3" and 210. He's bigger. He seems bigger than that.
He is truly like five tools. Everything that you want out of a baseball player. He's
and there's talk that he could start again this Saturday against Kansas City.
Yeah.
Dude, when we went to Home Run Derby and Shohei was hitting bombs and Marty was there with me and that guy fell out.
No, Jesse was there, wasn't he?
No, it was Marty.
So was Marty.
Okay.
I can honestly tell you, I have never heard so much cheering take place than when Shohei
remember,
went bombs away.
He got in the swing off. Was it with Soto?
And everybody was rooting for Shohei, the entire stadium.
He lost, and everybody's like, who cares? Let him advance, please.
Yes. He's one of the few guys, it's funny, he plays for the dreaded Dodgers, and yet you root for him. Isn't it? It's a weird deal. Like, he's easy to pull for. Maybe because he doesn't speak English. And he never says anything that makes you mad. I don't know. What is it?
I don't know. He's just, I think it's the unique nature of what that guy is.
Like the other night when they got into that hit off with the Padres when they were hitting each other.
Mm-hmm.
So they hit the Padres, what's his name?
Machado?
No, the other guy.
Tatis?
Yeah, they hit him, and bench is semi-clear. Then they hit Shohei, and Shohei gets hit right in the arm. And his first reaction to his bench was like, calm down, I'm good. It wasn't like, let's go. It was, calm down, I'm good. Just played the bigger man.
Hey, man, I'm looking. He's from.
Wouldn't have been me. Somebody's catching one in the ear hole. You hit me.
He's from Oshu, Japan. Oshu. This is north. Yeah, I want to go to Japan so bad.
I've been there.
I know. I want to go to
I ain't
Japan.
seen anybody that big.
I want to go to Japan, man. I want to go hang out.
Speaking of
small like me,
I saw
at Mizusawa Park.
I saw the Padres the other. You guys won't care. Nobody will care. It's fine.
Don't care. Couldn't care less.
My buddy is a joke. I go, dude, I want something to. I was there with a friend. We want something to do. Give us something to do. And as a joke, he said, "Oh, I'm going to send you guys to this place. You're going to love it. This theater. We went to go see one of those. What's it called? Kaboku Theater or something like that, where they do like miming." We sat there for like 5 minutes. We're like, "Oh, he's pulling a prank. I ain't sitting here."
They do
doing this
what?
crap. They're like acting.
The
and
mimes.
Oh,
The mimes.
Weird,
Yes.
weird acting. And I'm like, I ain't doing this for 2 hours. What do you think I am?
Just
Cultured?
a quick trivia question for you, because you brought up the Padres. I was thinking about this the other day. How many career home runs do you think Manny Machado has?
I can't even guesstimate.
Career home runs. He's been in the league for how many years?
14.
What?
14 years. Yeah,
He has?
Dude, he played for Baltimore forever.
Oh, my God, you're right. I'll say he has career home runs 428.
Okay, so he's 355. But I don't know how many people would think that he's he's got a Hall of Fame resume, and nobody talks about him that way. He's going to get to 400 homers in his career. It's crazy. Again, nobody cares. Got more keywords coming your way for all the other shows today. Quick fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I have some info about Vic's close personal friend, the late, great Josh Howard, who's not dead. He was not actually on the Dallas Mavericks championship roster. They drafted him in 2003, and then in early 2010, he was traded to the Wizards. And then you said his career flamed out pretty quickly. That's because a month after joining the Wizards, he tore his ACL, and then he came back about 2 years later. He hopped around a couple times. Then in 2012 with the Timberwolves, he suffered a second ACL injury, and then that was curtains on his career.
Jeez. Well, I'm glad that Vic took a trip down memory lane and then berated us for getting his years wrong.
It's not my fault that my memory is not that accurate. It's your fault that you can't figure it out.
All right. Well, iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find podcasts, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Hurry up.
Yeah, we got to go.
On the way.
All right. You guys have a great day. We love you all very much. Talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.
That's what you all sound like Kim Kardashian from a decade ago. Wham! That's the big news in the NBA as we head into the first night of the NBA draft tonight.
What is it that Nikola Jokic is going to be traded and Josh Kroenke voluntarily just offered that up? He said the T word with the Joker word in the same sentence. The world's coming to an end, Raj.
It was shocking when I heard it. I was driving home
I was driving home and I didn't think anything of it because it was like a hypothetical conversation.
When I first heard it, the word trade and number 15 going back to back, I went, wait, what did he say? And then I went back and I listened to it and I went, oh, that's a big nothing burger. That's just stream of consciousness talking about how important it is for teams to stay out of the second apron. And then you look at the fallout as to what's happened with Boston and the injury to Jason Tatum and what they've unfortunately had to do over the last 24 hours. Look what Boston has done. So not only do they have the Drew Holiday trade, what was that, yesterday? Just over 24 hours ago.
48 hours ago.
So they trade him to Portland. They get Anthony Simons back. A couple of second rounders end up swapping. And like the rights to a 2031 Cleveland Cavaliers pick ends up switching off there. And then last night, they make another three-way trade where Kristaps Porzingis and a second rounder have to go from Boston to Atlanta. Terrence Mann and an Atlanta's second-round pick from this, or rather a first-round pick, 22nd overall from this year, ends up going to Brooklyn as a trade broker, and then George Niang and a second-rounder back to Boston. Like, that's kind of what he was alluding to. He was just going, if you have one really, really bad injury, look at what could happen. That wasn't the biggest thing that we heard out of Josh Kroenke's mouth yesterday. The biggest thing that we heard was this.
We're definitely going to offer it. I'm not sure if he's going to accept it or not because we're also going to explain every financial parameter around him signing now versus signing later. Be completely transparent. That's the way we always are. And then he makes the best decision for himself and his family, and we'll support him in it.
So he's eligible for a 3-year, $213 million contract extension. They should put it in front of him. Will he accept it? The answer is probably no. It doesn't mean that like he's going to go test the free agent waters because the very next year he can guarantee himself an extra, $80 million on an extra year of the contract. That's the biggest thing that we learned from the presser is that while they'll have conversations with Nikola and his family about this 3-year extension that he's available for this year, it likely won't happen until the next season when he can sign the 4-year, $293 million extension. That's the biggest thing that we heard. Not the fact that, like, he said the trade word.
It's an interesting conversation, learning point that there are certain things that you might even just have talking about hypothetical situations, things that could happen. We don't, like it was Josh Kroenke saying, we don't want to ever have to be in a position where we have to trade Nikola Jokic. That's what he actually said. But when you're in that position and you've got the last name Kroenke and the world is just looking for that quick little snippet.
Which is what we always
look
for.
Social media, which is where it was. And it blew up on social media. That's why all the media training that we always do, with players, it's always like, just do everything you can not to ever even put two words together that could be lumped into
Keep it general.
Yes.
And that's the reason why when I look at press conferences, I go, why do we always get our what's in a bunch over press conferences? Because the media training will tell you, keep it general.
Mm-hmm.
Don't say much.
I actually appreciate when somebody's candid.
Right?
That's how I feel.
Enjoyed that. Yes.
Yeah.
The stream
Thoughtful.
of consciousness sentence that led to trade and number 15 next to each other. I went, oh, that was interesting. And most of the time in press conferences, I go, like, even when I'm at press conferences, media scrum, like, I go, what the hell did we learn today? Why am I here? At least it was entertaining yesterday. Now, what the media training will tell you from yesterday is you probably look back on that and go, maybe you would have liked to have said, we don't want to get into a position where we have to trade someone very important.
Yeah.
Because that could have meant
Jamal Murray.
A whole bunch. It could have been
Aaron
any
Gordon.
of the jerseys that are
Any of
on
the
the
core
window
four.
right now.
But he said Nikola Jokic.
Because what that was alluding to was the chaos surrounding the Boston Celtics. That comment was, look at what's going on in Boston right now. Do you want to deal with that? The answer is no. That's what happens when you get into the second apron. And that's why Oklahoma City is looking at everyone and just laughing.
Until they get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on a $365 million contract, and then he ruptures his Achilles tendon.
Don't wish that on me.
I'm not, but I'm saying that's the world that these teams are finding themselves in. The max contract, biggest contract in NBA history,
contract,
guaranteed money. We'll talk about the NFL and this collusion conversation that Pablo Torre was able to get. I think we got some subpoena power to get some documents from a 2022 NFL Players Association conversation at a symposium with owners. The NBA, it's got a bit of a problem right now. I think it does, and I think this new CBA, not new, but the CBA that we're in right now, it's very prohibitive to go from a team that has 3 really good players, call them superstars. You got to pay the piper, or you got to part ways with them. And if you pay the piper, you better hope that they stay relevant. You better hope that they stay healthy, because otherwise, you go from being very relevant to irrelevant in a New York second.
And I'm not saying that Josh Kroenke misspoke. I don't think he misspoke at all. I think that was stream of consciousness. And again, the media training will tell you probably should have kept it, in general terms. But do I think he misspoke? Do I think he didn't mean to say that? No. I think he meant to say it. He went on to kind of back it up when he was on with PhD just a handful of minutes after that. They know exactly what that situation is. And if one of those players or multiple players go down with season-ending injuries, you then have to look at all types of possibilities. The heady fan will understand that Nikola Jokic is not going anywhere. He is not being traded anywhere.
He's not playing for another team.
The greater chance of Nikola Jokic leaving the Nuggets is not via trade or free agency. It's via, I'm getting the hell out of here and taking my $1 billion and going back to Serbia. And I'll see you guys whenever I visit, because Denver's a second home. The heady fan knows that. We understand that. Again, I think the bigger news from yesterday was we're going to talk about the 3-year extension, but it's likely not going to be accepted or even offered. It's probably better for the Nuggets, too, to wait the extra year, right? Then you get that 4th year, you get an extra season Nikola Jokic, and you guarantee, at least from a contractual standpoint, you guarantee that Nikola Jokic is here through his age 34 season.
Yes, this question. Does Josh Kroenke even need to have the conversation, though, publicly with the media about Nikola Jokic and his situation and the timing of when to re-up him, when to offer him? It was the lead story
on ESPN this morning,
Correct.
So maybe you go, we're very clearly not trading him, but the reason why I said something like that is because look at what's happening in Boston right now.
I'm saying yesterday.
This is the type of world that we live in with aprons. This is the CBA that we all approved. Stupidly.
So Josh, we're colleagues, right? Co-workers. You think we can call him up and be like,
I think you're more of an employee.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if colleague's the right word there, Sanford.
Okay.
Oh, the pay grades are different.
He's part of the K in KSE.
He's the one that's on the bottom of your check.
Oh, okay. All right.
But sure,
but do you think we could call just a fellow employee at Kroenke Sports and Enterprises?
You are the senior knower of balls.
Correct.
Therefore, congruent with president and governor of the Denver Nuggets.
Because I'd love to actually know right now, because it's a national story, head story on ESPN. If we called our colleague at KSE, said, hey, Josh, do you have any regrets about speaking the way you did about Nikola Jokic and using the word trade? That'd be interesting to see. I don't even know that he would say he does have any regrets, because I actually think that if there's something that I've learned about the current new regime of the Denver Nuggets, it reminds me of David Adelman in a lot of his post and pregame press conferences. Candor, thoughtfulness.
I like that.
Not just coach speak. Like, let's actually have these conversations and be transparent, because guess what we live in? We live in a new generation, even with with millennials and Gen Zers that are growing up and becoming the real, they're the people spending money on tickets, and they like to know the why. They don't subscribe to the coach speak world anymore. And I actually think it's personally, it's refreshing for me. And I even go back to Sean Payton, who I think his press conferences at times feel coach speaky. Where they don't feel coach speaky is that you can tell what Sean Payton is a hot topic, but because he says no, or he'll cut you off and say, that's it.
Come on, no.
And so you're able to know what's important to him or what the issues are that are not necessarily media training.
I think it was a big brain move. The NBA draft is tonight. You know what the Nuggets don't have? A pick. You know what they don't have on night 2? A pick. The Nuggets are irrelevant right now in terms of the NBA, right? Like that's going to be on ABC and ESPN over the next 2 days. The Nuggets aren't part of it. They're not participating. You know who we're talking about right now? Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. Big brain move.
Nikola Jokic being traded the night of the draft.
Jokic for Cooper Flagg. The trade is 1-for-1 with the Dallas Mavericks. Don't go anywhere. On the other side, your next chance to text in and enter for our Core 4 score contest. Your keyword's coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Happy Wednesday. It's the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. It is 10:20.
Who sings that song?
Is this isn't Dua Lipa, right? This is Doja Cat. Doja Cat? Doja Cat?
She's got a lovely voice, doesn't she?
She does have a lovely voice.
Just a great voice.
Your first keyword for the Core 4 score contest is voice.
What?
VOICE. Text the word voice to 303-504-0925 for your latest chance to enter to win all 4 of the Core 4 signed jerseys: Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Michael Porter Jr. Your next keyword is coming up at 11:20, so you have an hour to get that in right now. Voice, VOICE, voice to 303-504-0925. A special thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com. Been talking a lot about the Nikola Jokic and trade and Josh Kroenke situation from yesterday, and it's not going to happen. He's not going to get traded. The biggest thing that we found out yesterday from that press conference is that, well, they're probably not going to extend him this year. They're likely going to wait until the next offseason when the 4-year, $293 million extension is able to kick in, rather than the 3 years and $213 million that he's eligible for right now. But, Coach, you mentioned something before we went to break. There's been a development in the NFL when it comes to collusion and like capping salaries and stuff like that. What have you learned?
Well, this is a very complex situation that actually came down. Pablo Torre of Yahoo Sports, and he has a podcast that he does with Mike Florio, and that came out on Tuesday afternoon. And the big story goes back to 2022. Where there was an arbitration ruling and a 61-page document was unearthed by Pablo Torre. And in those documents, there are all kinds of text exchanges between NFL owners and also NFLPA executives. And one of the more interesting ones, this all surrounds the conversation of Deshaun Watson and the massive guaranteed contract that Deshaun Watson was given by the Cleveland Browns, and about how it's played out. Nobody in the NFL wants to do this again. And in the National Football League, this is a league where it's a copycat league. People are competing for the services of free agent players. But at the end of the day, do a lot of these owners want to subscribe to a long-term plan of massive guaranteed contracts? Well, the answer was absolutely no. And most of these owners, well, a lot of them have colluded together to have conversations. Here's some audio from that Pablo Torre podcast with regards to NFLPA and what's going on.
According to this document, arbitration ruling in a landmark NFL collusion case, it was discovered that J.C. Tretter, quote, exchanged texts expressing frustration with Mr. Wilson's non-fully guaranteed contract, end quote. And the answer to what J.C. Tretter said that he wanted suppressed, according to this theory, is at least partly contained in a separate document. The transcript of a text exchange from July 8th, 2024, which was filed as part of this whole legal proceeding. And what I can now report is that J.C. Tretter, in a series of text messages that he sent to then Executive Director of the Union, DeMaurice Smith, repeatedly insulted Russell Wilson. At one point, he used an expletive that I will not say here. J.C. Tretter also called Russell Wilson a quote-unquote wuss. And then he said of Wilson, quote, instead of being the guy that made guaranteed contracts the norm, he's the guy that ruined it for everyone, end quote.
Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, 2 failed contracts.
For vastly different reasons. That you should point that out. Vastly different reasons why they
Deshaun Watson
failed.
off the field and injuries, right? Off the field and injuries.
Russell Wilson just being washed.
Yeah, just being washed and being just
Being
not very
washed.
good. Being very good anymore. And the Deshaun Watson piece of the puzzle is such that the Cleveland Browns made a bad judgment in the long-term contract, the guaranteed money of that contract. The players that have paid the price of what Russell Wilson did, and more importantly, what Deshaun Watson did by getting contracts that were bigger than maybe their market value should have been. In the case of Deshaun Watson, way more guaranteed money. This podcast talked even more specifically about some of the documents that even involve Lamar Jackson. And Lamar Jackson, if you remember, back in 2022, actually was on the trade block. There were some really interesting comments about Lamar Jackson and how that played out with regards to Baltimore and him being a potential trade chip.
And I want to start with Lamar Jackson here, not just because he's the biggest name, the two-time MVP, but because we have this private text message. And now we're in the private text message zone when it comes to these stars. Because according to the document, Lamar Jackson had sent a text to Ravens general manager Eric DeCosta. Quote, "I'm going to continue to request and this is in all caps, fully guaranteed contract. I understand you all don't, and that's fine." End quote. This eventually led Lamar Jackson to refusing different contract offers from the Ravens and then requesting a trade, as NFL fans might recall, and then claiming, and this is one of my favorite details in this whole thing, amid these stalled negotiations, that, quote, "the microphone on his phone was not working, making communications with Mr. DeCosta difficult," end quote.
Lamar Jackson wanted guaranteed money. And,
of course he did.
And the market had already started to shift. There's already a seismic shift to say, we got to move away from these guaranteed contracts. And so Lamar Jackson was left there without anybody wanting a two-time MVP. Because what did he want at that point in time? Guaranteed contract.
Well, if the guaranteed contract thing is something that NFL players actually want on the table, the overall contract values are going to go down. Right? Is that not the reason why you were able to make all that? Why Russell Wilson was able to ask for 7 years and $350 million? And that's the reporting coming out of this 61-page document that Pablo Torre was able to dig up. Russell Wilson asked for 7 years and $350 million. It could have been so much worse.
Way worse. But he didn't get the guaranteed money. Not to this extent that Deshaun Watson.
The best part about it from a Broncos standpoint, and this is from the 61-page document, Mr. Penner's handwritten notes. This is brand new ownership for the Broncos. Like, this just happened. His handwritten notes show that he questioned the urgency of a contract extension. He wrote, quote, 2 years left on contract? Why not wait? Question mark. Even ownership went, what are we doing here? Are we sure about this? And it brings me back to I guess, tie in the Nuggets here. Brings me back to what happened with Jamal Murray last year.
Yeah.
Why?
I feel like your hand was forced.
There was no reason.
Well, the reason in the NBA is that the culture of the ownership groups is to give out what? Max contracts.
Yeah.
Especially in the case of a team that just won a title. And even more so, just like Oklahoma City and Denver Nuggets, two of the last three champions, where they are first-time champions.
I wonder if it's going to swing back the other way
in the NBA,
right? Because now the
NBA is so different. You really need 7 players.
It's vastly
in the
different.
National Football League, you need 35 good players.
But does it not feel like the NBA is way more injury-prone now than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago, where you're seeing big-time players, multiple big-time players, superstars, go out with season-ending injuries and injuries that will affect them going into the majority of the next season. It feels like that happens all the time now. And it really didn't feel that way back in the 90s, in the early 2000s, and the start of the 2010s. It didn't. The NFL has always been that league that is synonymous with you play it, you get injured. And now the NBA is starting to kind of creep up onto if you play it, you're going to get injured.
This is the last piece of information for me that made this seem like the NFL might have some ethical and or labor law issues. And it was a exchange that became public information because of this Pablo Torre piece that he was able to unearth. And it was between Michael Bidwell, ownership group of the Arizona Cardinals, and Dean Spanos of the Chargers with regards to Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray. Okay, I want to move to him now because in March of 2022, after the Deshaun Watson contract was fully guaranteed, Kyler's agent, Eric Burkhart, sent a new proposal to the Arizona Cardinals, Mike. According to the document, quote, a fully guaranteed contract was very important to both him and Mr. Murray, and Mr. Burkhart believed Mr. Murray was better and more deserving than Mr. Watson, end quote. But after the Watson contract news and before the March 2022 owners meeting we've been talking about endlessly now, the owner of the Cardinals, Michael Bidwill, he shows up in the story because he had already texted his general manager about Kyler's contract saying, quote, we are going to load up this contract with so many incentives to earn the real money, end quote. And in July of 2022, after the Cardinals did exactly that, a brief but unforgettable private text exchange between Michael Bidwill and the owner of the Los Angeles Chargers, Dean Spanos, took place, according to the document. And Mike, I would just like us to read this exchange together. Let's do a table read of this, Florio, because I need you to play the role of Chargers owner Dean Spanos, and I'll be Cardinals owner Michael Bidwill, if you please.
Congratulations on signing Murray.
Thanks, Dino. These QB deals are expensive, but we limited the fully guaranteed money and have some pretty good language. Thankfully, we have a QB that's worth paying.
Your deal helps us for our quarterback next year.
I think many teams will be happy with it once they have a chance to review. Cleveland really screwed things up, but I was resolved to keep the guaranteed relatively, quote, low, unquote. And see.
All right, Raj, what do you think about that? Does the NFL have a problem on its hands?
No, I think this is course correction. I don't think it's a collusion problem. I think this is course correction.
I think it's a collusion problem.
Why? You can't have a conversation regarding a deal that has already been done and go, oh, that actually helps my situation. This was not a conversation that happened prior and between two owners that went, hey, if you're signing Kyler Murray, you need to take the guarantees out of it so you can help me sign my quarterback in the future. This was a post-contract conversation that happened between two controlling entities that went, oh, because you did this, it helps me down the line.
So we started,
collusion would happen before.
The first quote that we talked about
is course correction.
But also, who protects the players to be able to get their market value?
The NFLPA.
We heard
their agents.
And we heard a conversation, text conversation that was documented on this 61-page report between an executor and the representative for the NFL Players Association, calling Russell Wilson a wuss.
That's not collusion.
That's not protecting.
It's not collusion. Calling him a wuss does not matter from a contractual standpoint. That's not collusion.
Yeah.
That's a dude who thinks another man is soft.
It's showing that the NFLPA also
there's a guy in the NFLPA that can't have a personal stance on how he feels about Russell Wilson?
Well, he was talking about why he didn't get
the contract.
He was talking about why he didn't get guaranteed
Okay, that's
money.
part of it.
So
J.C. Tretter also called Russell Wilson a quote-unquote wuss.
That shows me that the NFLPA, which is supposed to be set up to protect the player, is now in cahoots with the National Football League and its owners. And those owners clearly, between Bidwill and Spanos, are communicating about how not to overpay their players. That's collusion. That's collusion. They're having these meetings, they're having these conversations, and as a result, the National Football League is truly just about the only league in existence that does not have a culture of guaranteed money.
You could make the argument that those conversations are to protect the shield. Could you not? Have those contracts, have the guaranteed contracts of both Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson. Again, bad contracts for vastly different reasons. Have they helped the overall product of the league? The answer is very clearly no. It set back a historic franchise half of a decade here in Denver. It sent shockwaves throughout the rest of the league with regards to the Deshaun Watson contract in Cleveland. Those two contracts haven't made the NFL look good. It hasn't made the on-field product of the Cleveland Browns or the Denver Broncos better. You can make that argument that those two owners are going, we're protecting the shield here by not giving out guarantees. We are course correcting. Do I think that the NFL is free of collusion? No, I think there's collusion in all sports. I don't think it's inherently bad. There's a gray area.
All right, let's put ourselves in the media space, Raj. Okay, your contract hypothetically is up in July of 2026.
Little do you know, I have a lifetime contract.
That's pretty cool. You are a made man. 2026, your contract is up. The competitors in the sports market scene here in Denver are all talking to each other to make sure that none of the offers are exceedingly big. Do you feel like that's collusion? That they're all having conversations with one another, like, hey, how much would you guys be able to pay?
Sure.
That's what's happening in the NFL. That's what's happening to.
I don't think it's apples to apples.
I think it's very similar. That's what collusion is. It's when the decision makers and the financiers are controlling the market in a laissez-faire economic system.
Let's move.
The invisible hand, right? The invisible hand. What is your market value?
Coach, if you did this job 20 years ago, paycheck would look vastly different. Vastly different. Things change. Circumstances change. Course is correct. Market's correct.
And the NFL just keeps getting wealthier and wealthier. That is not a tit for tat compared to the radio space. The NFL is actually they have more money to spend. Way more money to spend. You know what I have?
So why are players allowed to discuss the terms of possible contracts with each other and with their families and with their agents and talk about, hey, the cornerbacks around the league? Pat Surtain talks to Jalen Ramsey and Sauce Gardner and goes, dude, don't take the team-friendly deal because it's going to hurt me. Is that collusion? So the players and the agents are allowed to talk to one another and go, don't screw me. Don't take the team-friendly deal because it's your turn to reset the market. So the players are allowed to do this. The agents are allowed to do this. The owners aren't? The guys who sign the checks aren't?
Because they sign the checks.
The guys who are directly responsible for keeping the shield nice and shiny and clean.
They sign the checks. Therefore, they sign.
I don't think it's a collusion problem. It's collusion. I don't think it's a problem.
Okay, that's fair. I do think it's collusion. It's probably not going to lead to anything. But the NFLPA's got I think the NFLPA has a bigger issue on its hands. I don't think that's a good look when you're talking about the contract language of Russell Wilson and people inside of the NFLPA are speaking negatively about him and why he doesn't deserve a max contract. I don't think that's positive.
You're not allowed to say the truth of how you feel about a player? That's insane.
Not with regards to the NFLPA that's attempting to come forth and support the player. I feel like in the NFL, the players don't have the voice that they need. And that's our keyword. That's our keyword for it, Raj. That's our keyword.
Go on. What do the people have to do?
Well, they got to text the word voice, as in the voice of the people, VOICE, to 303-504-0925 for your opportunity to win the Core 4 Score, a signed jersey package consisting of Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., and Aaron Gordon. All four will be yours if you text the word voice. Keep them coming, and you can do it every hour at the 20, and you have until 11 o'clock to do that.
Before we get to Brian Roth, who's coming up in about 5 minutes from right now to talk about CSU's Neat Clifford and his possibility of being drafted in the first round this evening, I'll leave you with this. No, the players in the NFL don't necessarily have the voice that they want. They don't have as big of a voice as, say, the players in the NBA do. And I'll leave you with this question. What's the better league? Brian Roth next.
What's good, Denver? You want to get away? You got to get to Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. Go to circalasvegas.com to check out room specials. It's a great time to get away. 4th of July week, all kinds of vacation opportunities coming up in the month of July. And my place in Las Vegas to go as a getaway, me and the wifey, a boys trip, a gals trip. It's the perfect place to watch all kinds of sports. You can elevate your pool game with Stadium Swim, with the largest outdoor screen and outdoor sports book in America, with 7 different layers of pool that you can go look at and watch every single one of your Major League Baseball games that are happening in the winter. So check out circalasvegas.com. It's a perfect getaway, and it's Las Vegas the way it should be. Old Town Vegas, good vibes. Make sure you stay at Circa Las Vegas this summer.
NBA draft coming up tonight, 6 p.m. Mountain on ABC and ESPN. If you guys want to win a package of 4 signed Nuggets jerseys, Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, AG, and MPJ, just text the word VOICE, VOICE. That's VOICE to 303-504-0925. And speaking of voices, let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by the voice of the Colorado State Rams. He is Brian Roth. Brian, what's up, brother?
Well, not much. Just enjoying a Wednesday afternoon. How are you guys doing? I guess a Wednesday morning here, not quite afternoon.
I'm doing great, B. Roth. It's good to hear your voice. I love your voice.
That's right. Mike, what's up, man?
How are those pipes healing, man? From you had a heck of a season between a nice run with the CSU Rams in basketball and even first bowl game in quite some time for the CSU football team. How are those pipes healing up after a really big year of calling significant games?
Yeah, no, it was a great season for Colorado State, no question about that. And you know me, and I kind of like probably a coach when the season ends, man. I hit the eject button, and I don't talk for a long time. So I've kind of become a hermit. Golf course, Little League baseball with my son, and it's been awesome. But you know what? We're talking about the draft. College football starting to kind of get going. I'm starting to get that itch for the start of a new college sports season, no doubt.
Yeah, night one tonight of the NBA draft, and Nick Clifford, a player that you got to know very well. Tell us a little bit about Nick and his overall process and what you expect out of him in the draft. What are you hearing about where potentially Nick could end up, not necessarily team, but whereabouts he could be selected in this draft?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you guys. I'm interested in the mock drafts, right? And of course, there's a bazillion out there. Does anybody really know? Of course not. Some people make educated guesses. Others are throwing darts at a dartboard. But I mean, he's going to be in the teens, into the early 20s. I don't see him going past 25. Maybe he will. You just never know how the draft. I didn't think David Roddy was going to be a top 25 pick a couple of years ago. I thought he was probably going to be a second round pick, and then there's Memphis that drafts him. So you just don't know how a draft night is going to transpire. But I'll tell you this: Nick Clifford is, first off, a grade A individual and a guy that's just a true class act. And so when you look at him, and obviously you're looking at on-court stuff, but when you look at the off-court stuff, there are zero red flags and only positives when you talk about work ethic, competitive drive, teammate, basketball IQ, right? I mean, he checks all of those boxes. And then obviously he was able to show this year exactly what he was able to do, on the court, and a breakout season. It was super fun to have a front row seat, really the last 2 years, but in particular this season.
When you talk about Nick and his comps in the NBA, what's his closest comp to a current player?
Well, that's hard to say. I mean, it's because you just don't know, because guys evolve, right? I mean, guys evolve once they get in the NBA. I mean, I've heard maybe a less physical Josh Hart perhaps out there. And I think he might be a little longer than a Christian Brown, but I think he has the same type of motor and the same type of skill set as a Christian Brown has. I'm not saying he's going to turn into Christian Brown. I mean, I think Nick Clifford has a real opportunity to be a 10-year NBA vet and to be a rotation guy as early as next year. And so it's hard to really project. I mean, yeah, I hope Nick becomes a decade plus starter in the NBA, but you just don't know. And obviously finding the right spot on draft day, right? In those first 3 years of your NBA career, can you find a place that is going to be a good fit for you and your skill set?
The Morning Sprint is joined on the Ramos Law Hotline with the voice. Yep, the voice. That's your keyword.
You love a keyword, don't
I love
you?
a keyword to win your core four score here of the CSU Rams. That's my guy, Brian Roth. I call him B. Roth because it's my dude. Brian, Ali Faroukmanesh takes over as the head coach for the CSU Rams. And we all know that the college basketball landscape for the last several years, it's not really a new development, is all about transfers in versus transfers out. This is going to be a new look Ram team. What do you make of how Ali's been doing so far as the head coach at CSU? And most importantly, how has he acquitted this roster to be competitive and hold up the standard that was set so high by Nico Medved?
Yeah, for sure. And look, it was a no-brainer choice when Nico Medved really made a no-brainer decision to go to Minnesota, where he's from, where he went. He was an assistant coach there, and plus they're paying him $3 million. So that was a no-brainer decision for Nico to leave. No-brainer decision for Colorado State to hire Ali Farokhmanesh. When you talk about Nick Clifford and really what he has become, Nico Medved deserves certainly credit, but there was no bigger influence on Nick Clifford becoming a nice college basketball player into an NBA prospect than Ali Farokhmanesh. And that is a guy that has been working nonstop with Nick Clifford over the last 2 years, before practice, after practice. I usually get to the arena 2 hours before game time, and it's Nick Clifford and Ali Farokhmanesh on the court going through a myriad of moves. He is an excellent player developer, and he's kind of been that secret sauce as a player developer within the program. Now, as you become the head coach, it's more about the CEO overseeing an entire organization rather than the guy that's out there. Not to say that he won't be, but the guy that's out there really, really working on player development, that a lot of times falls, at least the heavy part of that, onto the assistant coaching staff. So, look, Ali Farokhmanesh, I mean, his basketball playing career speaks for itself. He's an excellent up-and-coming young basketball coach, and I think Colorado State's going to be in good shape. I like what they have coming in the recruiting class. Obviously, ton of transfer guys, and you just don't know, though, in this day of age, like what's a transfer class going to turn out to be. We thought the transfer class last year for Colorado State turned out to be a dud about midway through the, not even midway, but in the early December when Colorado blew them out by 25 in Boulder. But then they finally started to gel. So it's hard to really predict how transfers are going to come in and how teams are going to gel from year to year.
You're going to get a first rounder out of those transfers as well coming up. Hopefully tonight, somewhere in the high teens to early 20s, Nick Clifford could be selected, has been invited by the NBA to the green room. Speaking of the CEOs, the two CEOs there with Ali Farokhmanesh and Jay Norvell, which CEO is better set up for success this year?
Well, I'll start with this. Jay Norvell has a lot more pressure on him to set himself up for success. Obviously, it's year number 4. Colorado State went to a bowl game last year, and the expectations are extremely high from the president of the university to the athletic director, and then, of course, down into the fan base. I mean, this is a baseline must-win 8-win season for Colorado State. And again, it goes back to transfer portal. Colorado State lost some very good players, particularly on the defensive side of the ball, but they really felt like they added a lot of pieces, not sexy big name pieces where you're paying guys $750,000 to come play for you. But that doesn't mean you can't go out there and find good players in the transfer portals that are just looking for new opportunities or looking for more playing time. So, I think CSU football is me a wild card. I have a hard time placing a win total that I think that they're going to win here this year. It's really hard for me to do that. But I'll say this. I think in basketball, since there are fewer pieces that you need, if you can find that Nick Clifford, right, or find one or two of those guys, you can turn it around a lot quicker in the sport of basketball just because there's less variables and less players. So hard question to answer. I think the CSU basketball team is going to be really good next year. I think they're going to have a chance to compete for a Mountain West Conference championship. Football could, just not as convinced because so many unknowns of a 100+ man roster.
Brian Roth, the voice of the Colorado State Rams, as we get you out of here, what hat does Nick Clifford wear tonight?
Man, that's a good question. Maybe Oklahoma City? I don't know.
Don't do that to us, Brian.
Utah Jazz.
Hey, get this man off. Get this man off our airwaves.
I know. It's hard.
Is Brian Roth the new Chris Mannix? Boo! Is he the Chris Mannix?
And the interesting thing is, I don't want him to go to Oklahoma City because I want him to get a chance to come in and play right away, right? And I mean, we watched Oklahoma City throughout the last 2.5 months. I mean, the depth that they had, didn't want to say single-handedly, but it was a massive factor in leading them to an NBA championship. But I just reading a lot of the mock drafts, I mean, Oklahoma City seems to really like him. And again, Utah is another one of those, division rivals.
Cool.
But
Go to Utah.
That's
we
that's
we
a place
don't
where
want
I
him in
think he can come
Oklahoma
in and
City.
play.
We do not want him in Oklahoma City.
I just want because I love Nick. He is an awesome dude. I love his parents, and to be around him the last 2 years, I want him to have success. So no matter where it is, even if it is Oklahoma City, wherever the best opportunity for him to have a good start to his NBA career, build a foundation so that he can play in the league for 10 plus years, that's where I want him to go.
Brian Roth, the voice of the CSU Rams, courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Brian, thank you so much for your time today, man.
Get off our show!
Yeah, I agree.
No problem, guys. Thanks.
Your next keyword's coming up in 15 minutes for the Core 4 score contest. If you haven't texted in yet,
Ooh, you only got a couple more minutes.
you better get 4 more minutes. Text the word voice to 303-504-0925. That's voice to 303-504-0925.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Special thanks to Brian Roth, the voice of your Colorado State Rams, for joining us last segment to talk about Neat Clifford, his possibility of being drafted in tonight's first round of the NBA draft. Nuggets do not have a pick in the first or the second round this year. Those picks belong to the Orlando Magic as part of the 2021 trade that brought Aaron Gordon here. So do you miss this year's first round pick? The answer is, well, no, you don't.
Gordon.
I trade that first round pick any day of the week.
For Mr. Nugget.
Now, the second round pick it's less cool.
Tell me who it is.
It's part of the Reggie Jackson trade exception salary dump.
So you lost a second round pick to get rid of Reggie Jackson.
Oh, you lost 3 second round picks to get rid of Reggie Jackson, but this is one of those second round picks. Now, I don't care about drafting players. Like, I know Nikola Jokic was a second rounder. We all get that he was drafted during a Chalupa commercial or whatever the heck it was.
Sounds
Quesarito?
pretty good, doesn't it?
Chalupa?
Doesn't that just sound good right now?
I'm when I'm a Taco Bell dude, I am a Doritos Locos Tacos.
So am I.
Straight up. Not even Supreme. I don't want to get that sour cream off my
Raj,
taco.
did you hear the great news?
Pause.
Del Taco is back.
It's back? Taco
Crinkle
Tuesday?
cut
Yes!
fries? I think the one right here in Lone Tree and Park Meadows area is back. It's back up and running, man.
Brother, I went through
chicken soft tacos.
I went through 150 Taco Tuesday $1 tacos one afternoon with like 3 of my buddies at age 16. It was insane.
Did you get drug tested in the month that followed, having 100 tacos?
What do you mean? Why would I be drug tested?
Munchies? Munchies a bit, Raj? Huh?
We were growing boys.
Were you a
Michael.
bad boy back then, Raj?
I was not.
Now you're a good boy.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah, so the second round pick this year is not yours. I think Charlotte owns it. No, Minnesota owned it originally in that 6-way trade. So you lose that. I don't care about the second rounder in terms of like drafting a player. We talked about it yesterday. The second rounders, the multiple second rounders that you miss having, it's from a trade standpoint, where the Nuggets and the Avs are in very similar situations, where the Avalanche, where the NHL entry draft starts on Friday night with the first round. The NHL does it in such a weird way. They go first round on Friday night, right? And then rounds 2 through 7 all on Saturday. Just the whole day is a draft. The Avs don't select until like round 4. They're in a very similar situation where it's screw them picks, but you also want them picks to trade for more players. The Avs have done a better job at moving those picks into primetime players. The Nuggets have a great example in Aaron Gordon. That first round pick you trade any day of the week. The Avs are they're in a different situation here, man. Like I don't think they're going to do anything on Friday night. I don't think there's going to be a big time trade in round 1, and it's going to upset me a little bit.
Is the NHL draft televised just on NHL Network?
NHL Network.
Okay.
I think ESPN has done it the past couple of years because of the new rights. They actually might be on ESPN because there's nothing happening on ESPN on Friday night. NBA draft is Wednesday, Thursday. It might be on ESPN. I know Saturday's an NHL Network thing.
ESPN.
Okay, there you go. First round.
And then ESPN Plus / NHL Network.
Okay, there we go.
For rounds 2 through 7.
God,
that's a lot of. So
they start at like
that's a
9
lot
a.m.
of picking,
dude. It's a ton of picks on day 2.
Okay, so what's the eligibility for the NHL draft from an international perspective?
You start becoming eligible in your age 18 season, 17, 18 season.
So but there's some more prohibitive pieces to, like, say, a Russian player.
Not really, no.
Really?
If you're 18 years old, you're
eligible for
you're
draft.
eligible. Now,
so it's like the U.S. military draft if we ever get there.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can select those players at age 18. Now, are they under contract with a professional team in Russia?
So you have to make decisions like baseball.
Right.
Like Major League Baseball, you have to make decisions. Is he going to go to college in the case of a Russian or even a Canadian, right?
Right.
Don't some Canadians stay and do the, what do they call that, juniors?
The major junior stuff?
Major juniors. Like maybe if you're a late round, 6th, 7th round pick in the NHL, might you choose not to?
Now you've got a lot of kids because of the ever-changing collegiate landscape and NIL and stuff. Major Junior in Canada, the Quebec Major Junior League, the Ontario League, and the Western Hockey League used to be viewed by the NCAA as professional leagues because you do get a stipend. You are technically paid to play hockey at the junior level in the CHL, which is the governing body of the Q, the O, and the dub that I just mentioned. Now they don't view those things. They don't care about that because now you can make money and be a collegiate athlete. So now what you're seeing a lot is these 16 and 17-year-old players that are up in Canada playing in any one of those 3 major junior leagues are getting drafted. And then if they don't go directly to the NHL, you know where they go? They don't go back to the CHL now. A lot of these studs who have already played 2 years in major junior are looking at, I'm going to go to an American college and have the time of my life and play in like NCAA hockey it's great hockey now. Like that, those top echelon programs, DU, Boston, North Dakota hasn't been there in a while, but like Minnesota, Duluth.
How's the NIL money coming in for some of those programs?
It's not college basketball or college football. It's meh. But a lot of these players
switch those two sports in terms of order of money.
A lot of these kids are going and looking at the CHL and been like, I just dominated that league. Why would I go back? I'll go play in a different league that is just as good, if not slightly better and older. So you're playing against bigger, beefier dudes to get ready for the NHL. You also get to be a 18-year-old, 19-year-old stud on a college campus for a year.
So with 7 rounds of the NHL draft, I just looked it up. There are 224 total players that are drafted in the NHL draft. And this is for a sport where there are, 6 players on the ice per team at a time? It's different than football, right? Now I'm talking about, obviously, including your netminder. You have 6 on the ice at the same time. Basketball has 5 players on the court at one time. Realize how many players are drafted in the NBA draft tonight and tomorrow?
64?
59. That's a tiny draft. That is such a short, small draft. Almost like it doesn't even seem like it happens. So I thought about this, Raj. I love hearing the stories.
Wait, so 59, why are there not 60 picks if there's, and 64 was a dumb guess, but why are there not 60 picks?
Yeah, I just looked, 2025 NBA draft will have a total of 59 picks. This is due to the New York Knicks losing a 2nd-round pick for violating free agency rules.
There we go.
According to ESPN.
It's like, are we just losing a team this year that we didn't know?
Isn't that wild, though? 59 this year. So I love hearing the draft stories. Like, for example, Cherry Creek football head coach Dave Logan was drafted in all 3 major, pro sports drafts back in, late 70s, early 80s, whenever it was. Great storyline. He was probably in a position where he wasn't home for a draft party. He just got a call. I got a phone call. Like, wait, okay, so I'm getting drafted today by the Atlanta Braves or whoever it would be. Does that happen in hockey, or all 224 of these guys that get selected are they fully knowing that they're going to most likely get selected? Like in the NFL, there'll be 200 players that are sitting at home waiting to be drafted that never get drafted.
I have friends and guys that I have played with in the past that like got a call from a number that they didn't know on Saturday afternoon.
They're like, oh wait, the draft's today?
I was like, oh, I'm a 6th-round pick. Sick.
Sweet.
No,
I'm a Canuck.
Dude, it happens all the time in the NHL where guys are like, oh, I didn't think I was going to get picked. Now you're still in the, the 0.01% of hockey players at that age, right?
What's the active game roster for how many players in the NHL? Is it like 32?
23 players during the regular season. You can only dress 20.
So the draft of the NHL is essentially the same size as the NFL draft. And the NFL carries 53 active roster players plus, 13 practice squad now?
And you have to
66 players.
And the NHL has
I think the NFL is 69 now.
Right. But while the NFL has more players on an active roster, what does the NHL have to do? They have to fill out.
NFL is now 70. It's up to 17 with the International Pathway Program.
The NHL. The reason why I think they are similar sizes, the NHL has the American Hockey League. You have to outfit 2 full teams, if not an Eastern or an ECHL team.
Doesn't the NBA also have the G Leagues too?
Well, yeah, but there's like 12 dudes on a basketball team.
I don't know.
Roster sizes are different based on different sports.
I know, but I know
there's one tennis player.
So the tennis draft would be like 10 people.
There's no teams in tennis.
Team tennis. It happened for a while there. It was super fun back in the 80s.
No, what are we talking about here, man?
It's just an interest for me. I find it wild that the NBA draft is only 2 rounds. It's only 59 total players this year, and then the NHL draft, in which there's truly only one player on the field or surface of play more than the NBA, and you have nearly almost 5 times as many players drafted. That's just a weird quirk of sport.
Some other news around the NHL as we get ready for the first round of both the NBA and NHL entry drafts. Famously, the Nuggets and Avs don't own picks. First and second round for the Nuggets, first, second, and third round for the Avalanche this year. Evander Kane has been traded from the Edmonton Oilers to the Vancouver Canucks in exchange for a 4th round pick. We also have Hall of Famers now in the NHL for the 2025 class. Congratulations to Zdeno Chara, Duncan Keith, long time Buffalo Sabre Alexander Mogilny gets in finally, and Joe Thornton, who played for a long time in San Jose, started off his career with the Boston Bruins as well. Jen Botterill, Brianna Decker, Jack Parker, and Danielle Savageau all get in on the other side of the ledger. But Chara, Keith, Thornton, and Mogilny, I don't expect an Av to be on here for quite a while. You're probably not going to see another Av in the Hall of Fame conversation until Makar or McKinnon all end up hanging it up. Those are your 2 dudes. Rantanen's going to get in likely. Now, is he an Av?
How long is Rantanen going to be a star?
At least 8 years.
You really he will absolutely fulfill the terms of that contract.
Probably. It's a 96 birth year, man. He's only 20, what was that, 29? Play until he's 36, 37?
Stars, have they hired a new head coach?
I don't know. I have no clue. I haven't paid attention to the
You're not dialed into the rumor mill surrounding the Dallas Stars coaching search.
No, I haven't, man.
That'd be a pretty deep pull
No,
right there.
There's no reason to. I'm trying to keep track of like what's happening in the league and what salary dumps are happening that the Avs can jump in on. Right? Like the biggest news around the Stars right now is how do you move Jason Robertson's contract? And what team is going to help out the Dallas Stars if they have to move that contract? Like, the Vancouver Canucks just helped out Edmonton by taking on Evander Kane's $5.25 million. What team's going to help Dallas? I don't want that to happen.
What about Mason Marchment, huh?
Mason Marchment gets traded to Seattle. That's a punchable face out of Dallas to a team that doesn't matter. I love that. Big fan of that.
It just eliminated you from the postseason just a mere 2 seasons ago, Raj.
They are irrelevant.
Okay.
They are irrelevant. The reason why you got eliminated from that postseason is because Val Nichushkin wasn't playing. And I also think that you took Seattle pretty lightly. But who were the Seattle Kraken this year? Irrelevant.
Bad.
Right. So just because they beat you 2 years ago doesn't make me scared of them. I'm still scared of Dallas. I'm still scared of Winnipeg. Still scared of the team that has Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl on it, and I am terrified of the team out in the East that has won 2 straight cups, man. Terrified.
Are they still drinking beers?
I would be. I spent 3 months drinking beers, man.
They're at the elbow room. I don't think they've gone home.
There is no reason to go home. Those guys are what a time that was. Both of those parades, man.
I was thinking about
live that up.
Some of these
live
just
in the moment.
Complete knuckleheads from up north and Canada, Minnesota, Finland, Russia, and they're just hanging out in South Beach, playing hockey, winning championships. No state income tax, living their best lives. They might have the best of any athletes on any team in any sport on planet Earth right now. It might be the Florida Panthers, Raj. Is that the best? That's the best thing going today.
People are asking how they're going to keep all those contracts. If I'm a hockey player, man, I'm not leaving that place.
Why would you?
Why would you ever leave? Everyone loves everybody. Their coach is a beauty. The weather is fantastic. There's no state income tax. You're on a wagon of a hockey team in the weaker conference in the NHL. I'd take a pay cut to play there. Heck yeah, man. KJ's NFL notes are next. I'm glad you did this. This makes it easier to give out this keyword. Your next keyword for the Core 4 score contest has to do something with this childhood cartoon on Nickelodeon. Your word is fairy. F-A-I-R-Y. Text the word fairy into 303-504-0925, and you will be entered to win all 4 of the jerseys. Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, AG, MPJ, fairy to 303-504-0925. That's a fun random word generator keyword today. We'll give that out again another 20 minutes or so, but it's 11:20 on the morning sprint, and that means it's time for KJ's NFL Notes.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away, my friend.
In the last 24 hours or so, a collusion article/document was obtained by Pablo Torre that involved the NFL owners and NFLPA surrounding the fallout of the Deshaun Watson contract from 2022. Russell Wilson was brought up, and it led to 9 News Broncos insider Mike Klis clarifying some things about Russ. Quote, Broncos were criticized when they gave Russ essentially a 3-year, $124 million contract in 2022 when he had 2 years left on the deal. But court documents from NFL/Players Union collusion case reveal it could have been worse. It was stated Wilson was asking for 7 years, $350 million guaranteed. Fair starting point given quarterback market at the time. He settled for 7 years, $296 million, with only 3 years and $124 million fully guaranteed. The Broncos ate his 3rd year and $39 million in return for drafting Bo Nix. Understand, Browns just gave Deshaun a fully guaranteed 5-year, $230 million contract that was to reset the market. Russ was next up. Broncos insisted Watson deal was a one-off. Russ actually took less. At the time, he was all in on helping the Broncos win Super Bowls. Didn't work out that way. And quote, is it time for everyone to finally admit that this is the real bullet that was dodged regarding Russell Wilson?
Could you imagine 7 years, 350 fully guaranteed?
So what, you would still have 4 seasons left on that right now? 5 seasons left on that.
You only guaranteed $124 million.
Holy smokes.
You would have doubled that plus another $26 million. That's why the Browns are having to do what they're doing, which is draft a 4th and a 6th round quarterback to throw darts at a board and try to hope that one cost-controlled quarterback sticks, because they are in quarterback hell because the contract they doled out to none other than the massage therapist himself.
So 320 million, what was the number? 7 years, $350 million. Josh Allen is on a $330 million deal over 6 years that expires in 2030.
What's guaranteed?
His guaranteed money at signing is 147.
It's not bad.
If you were to cut that this year on a post-June 1st release, your dead cap hit for 2025 would be $125.3 million. Your dead cap for 26 would be $84.4 million. It's purgatory.
You imagine
Satan's
the place the Broncos would have been in?
What a bullet they dodged. Also, all of you guys texting in Raj is the keyword. I see you. Cool it. Cool it.
Why is that? Is it because the keyword is fairy? Fairy Rajmother. He's my fairy Rajmother, Alex Ryan.
I love our listeners so much. But you guys cool it. KJ, what's next?
It's spicy.
KJ, talk. He on the phone back there.
Mr. Granderson?
My
Going once,
apologies. My
going
apologies.
Who's that, the sidey or what, man? Who you talking to, man? It looked a little spicy back there.
No, man. Somebody was they won some tickets last week, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. Just trying to, put out a few fires.
Trying to make sure that we pay the bills, man. Pay that man back.
Hey, listen, that's all I'm trying to do
Pay
is make
that
sure we
lady back.
pay that man. Okay. Pablo Torre also uncovered more information regarding Kyler Murray and Justin Herbert and how they were affected by the quote-unquote collusion article. And take a listen to this little exchange here between Pablo and Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio.
The owner of the Cardinals, Michael Bidwill, he shows up in the story because he had already texted his general manager about Kyler's contract saying, quote, "We are going to load up this contract with so many incentives to earn the real money," end quote. And in July of 2022, after the Cardinals did exactly that, a brief but unforgettable private text exchange between Michael Bidwill and the owner of the Los Angeles Chargers, Dean Spanos, took place, according to the document. And Mike, I would just like us to read this exchange together. Let's do a table read of this, Florio, because I need you to play the role of Chargers owner Dean Spanos, and I'll be Cardinals owner Michael Bidwill, if you please.
Congratulations on signing Murray.
Thanks, Dino. These QB deals are expensive, but we limited the fully guaranteed money and have some pretty good language. Thankfully, we have a QB that's worth paying.
Your deal helps us for our quarterback next year.
I think many teams will be happy with it once they have a chance to review. Cleveland really screwed things up, but I was resolved to keep the guaranteed relatively, quote, low, unquote. NC.
I don't really have a problem with this. Sure, is it collusion-y? Yeah, I can say yes to that. I don't think it's a problem. Where we arrived after that whole conversation regarding the Pablo Torre thing, or at least where I arrived, was this. Mike went, well, the NFL players don't have as much of a voice as they should, or as they think they should.
And the reason I say that, just to be clear, I know they're paid a lot of money, but their window of earning is very, very short.
It is very, very short.
Especially in that sport. Hockey, you can play, most of like really, really elite hockey players play the sport for 14 years.
Yeah.
More. 14 or more.
Yeah.
NFL players, the shelf life might be 5 years.
You're lucky if you get to a second contract. And
really
you can
hard.
be elite in one contract and then have one bad year in contract too, and then you're toast.
My point about the lack of voice is that the NFLPA in this quote-unquote collusion article that came out / podcast that was covered there by Pablo Torre is that the NFLPA and its executors are not, clearly they are not protecting with the utmost integrity, protecting their own interests of the players.
Now, again, the play that they read out there, that's not collusion. Those are two owners talking about deal. It's not collusion.
That's not documented collusion.
No, those are two owners talking about a deal that had already happened.
Raj, but it shows there is a culture that collusion could be very, very much a part of it in terms of setting the market value behind the scenes so as not to lose out on wasting money, not just salary cap money. These are actual tangible money that these owners might be owing, like to a player such as Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, I still think it is a course correction from the Deshaun Watson contract. I think it's course correction from what happened with Russell Wilson here, that owners are going, we don't need to pay this money until we absolutely have to. And I don't think that's collusion. I think that is saving the product of the NFL, because those two contracts have not helped the on-field product of the National Football League, and it certainly hasn't helped the Cleveland Browns, and it set back the Broncos half a decade. Now they're back on an awesome trajectory because Bo Nix is here and Sean Payton's here. But the owners are just going, we're going to save our entities here. We're not going to send out all this money. And where we came around to it was, well, the NBA players have all these guaranteed contracts. They have a voice. They have more control. And what I asked all of you after that was what? What's the better league? It's the NFL, and it's not even close.
Way better, way better, way better.
So do you want to have the players have more voice and control, or do you want a better league? I want a better league.
What's a better league to play in for the players?
Well, the NBA. It's not even close. It's the
not even close.
What?
Major League Baseball.
Right. What's
really
the best
good.
one? It's Major League Baseball. Let's be very honest about that. Until, the Rockies get their way.
Well, interesting. We keep talking about guaranteed money. We have the worst contract maybe in baseball right now in Colorado, and that's Chris Bryant.
Anthony Rendon has something to say about that.
Has he played baseball at all in the last 4 years?
Neither of them have really played. They're still getting paid.
They are getting paid.
KJ, what's next?
Spicy. Browns wide receiver Deontay Johnson is the gift that just keeps on giving this offseason because
I'll tell you what, man. Deontay Johnson, this story, he's a keyword, man. Keep going.
He sure is. And on the Sports and Suits podcast that we also quoted yesterday, he decided to drop this bomb talking about how it all fell apart with Baltimore last year.
Baltimore, that was a tough situation for me. Like I love the players and stuff. Like I love the organization, but it just wasn't for me.
Do you want to talk about that?
We can.
That's a pretty wild story. It's kind of it's kind of funny.
I wasn't getting into like no run plays, no like passing plays, no nothing.
Wasn't it cold? You said?
Yeah, it was cold. So I'm on the sideline, just standing there, like just going to the heater back and forth, like just waiting to hear my name called.
Yeah.
So fourth, like end of third, going into the fourth or whatever. They're like, Tay, we need you. I'm like, nah, I don't think it's to me. I don't think it's a good idea for me, like, cause like I was thinking about like my legs. I don't want to go out there and put bad stuff on film.
Right.
And it's not like I didn't want to go in the game, but you gotta think like leading up to this point, I done been through so much and
like you said, man, you were kind of checked out.
I checked out mentally. I was like, whatever happens, happens. Like I was just rolling with the punches at that time. So,
Storyline of the Cleveland Browns being fleeced by Deshaun Watson and all the things that surround the conversation of guaranteed contracts not being earned, if you will, with tangible on-field play. Can you believe that the Browns signed this guy in the offseason, Deontay Johnson, who clearly has had problems every single place that he's played at, including the Carolina Panthers. Baltimore clearly was a disaster. 41 degrees is too cold? That's normal football weather. That's like, what, 2/3 of NFL cities in the month of December would be a 41-degree temperature. It's not even cold, Raj.
Was he a headache in Pittsburgh, too?
Pretty sure, yeah. I think he actually had a blow-up in Pittsburgh.
That wide receiver room had to be with him, Pickens, and Juju all at the same time. And I don't think there was a year where Antonio Brown ever overlapped. There may have been one season, but I don't think there was. Even without Antonio Brown, which is another atom bomb in its own stratosphere, those three dudes are psychos. How did Mike Tomlin stay alive? How did he stay sane during that?
Because the standard is the standard.
The standard is the standard with Mike Tomlin. Make sure you guys text the word FAIRY, F-A-I-R-Y, FAIRY, to 303-504-0925. That's your latest keyword to text in and enter the Core 4 score contest. One winner walks away with all 4 signed jerseys: Jamal Murray, Nikola Jokic, AG, and MPJ. Once again, your keyword for this hour is FAIRY, F-A-I-R-Y, to 303-504-0925. KJ, what's next?
It's spicy. From Hines Ward and San Antonio Holmes to DK Metcalf, you guys are right. The Steelers have dealt with a lot. Let's switch to the position that throws those guys the football, because NFL.com put out an article that ranked each division by the starting quarterbacks. Here's the list in order from 8 to 1. Number 8, the AFC South. Number 7, the NFC South. Number 6, the NFC North.
That's surprising.
Very. Number 5, the AFC North, which is also surprising. Number 4, the AFC East. Number 3, the NFC East. Number 2, the NFC West. And coming in at number 1 is the AFC West. Do you guys agree with this?
I agree with the AFC West.
Oh, yeah.
I don't agree with the NFC West being second.
Ahead of who? Do you put the NFC East over them? So the NFC West right now going into the season is Kyler Murray, Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold.
It's not great. Is it? Like, who's really done anything in the postseason?
Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy's been to a Super 2. One is a player. One is a starter, right? You go to 2.
One as
a
starter. Matthew Stafford has won one. So, yeah, they've done things. Now in the NFC East, you have Dak Prescott.
Darnold? Are we really anointing him?
You're not convinced Sam
I don't know.
Darnold's going to succeed in Seattle.
I think it was more of Minnesota.
Okay.
And that's why I actually think the NFC North is way underrated on this.
NFC North is sitting at 6 right now.
Out of
Caleb
8.
Williams, Jared Goff, Jordan Love, and J.J. McCarthy. Talk about quarterbacks that haven't really done anything.
Right, but I like where the arrow's pointing. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say. Do you think Jared Goff's done nothing?
He hasn't won anything, but he has been to a Super Bowl, and he has Detroit right on the cusp.
He's production-wise one of the best quarterbacks.
He's a top 5
in the
quarterback
National
in the
Football
league
League
right now from
Jordan
standpoint.
Love, like, did he have a bit of a second year, kind of a little bit, but he had a bunch of receiver problems as well.
The reason why they're
He's the highest paid player outside of Dak Prescott in the game right now.
The reason why they're so far down there is because what is J.J. McCarthy?
I think J.J. is going to be a wagon rush. I think he's going to be really good under the tutelage of I think the best quarterback guy in the NFL right now by far.
The AFC North doesn't get enough love.
It's a tough division, man.
Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow are 2 of the 4 best quarterbacks in the league. And you can make the argument for either one of them best in the league, right? You can make that argument. You might not be right, but you can make the argument. Aaron Rodgers is arguably the most talented quarterback ever to throw a football. Now, who is he now? We don't know.
He's somebody that we want to leave our television screens.
Cleveland is what kills you here. Now, if Shedeur Sanders was the starting quarterback in Cleveland, you think they're higher?
No,
they're not. The answer is NFL.com got this right. The AFC West is far and away. That is the quarterback gauntlet.
And the combination of head coach / quarterback.
Right. Bo Nix,
That's where it's even
Sean
stronger.
Payton, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, Geno Smith, Pete Carroll, Justin Herbert, Jim Harbaugh. Like that's
nuts.
That's insane.
Is anybody even in the second? Would you even list the second place combination head coach quarterback?
McVay Stafford?
It's pretty good.
Sirianni Hurts?
Sirianni was on the hot seat until
He's got a Super Bowl now.
Until he won the NFC Championship, he was on the hot seat. I swear he was.
Harbaugh Jackson. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
John Harbaugh and Jackson are really good.
And we can't talk about the politically incorrect head coach of the Buffalo Bills who loves talking about 9/11 on his pregame speeches.
Oh, McDermott
and Josh Allen.
Rocker, dude. Yeah, I think that's a really good list. It is. KJ's NFL notes every single day are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. You have 20 more minutes to text in your latest keyword for the Core 4 Score Contest. If you haven't done so yet, text the word FAIRY, F-A-I-R-Y. That is FAIRY to 303-504-0925. Don't miss it.
The morning sprint is dead. It's dead to all the listeners. The new name of the show should be The Fairy Raj Mother and the Meat Gazer from 10 to noon.
Yes!
And the greatest producer, KJ.
Who is that? I want to know who this man is.
That is Keegan.
Keegan. Oh, I love you guys so much.
He's a meat gazer. He's a geyser of meat.
You're too good. Your keyword this hour is fairy, F-A-I-R-Y to 303-504.
The Fairy Raj Mother.
And by the way, so the Voice of the People hotline, which can be found on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, you just download that on iOS or on Android, and at the bottom of your screen, when you open up the app, there's a little microphone down there, and you can send stuff to KJ all day long and just annoy him, and if he likes it, and if you make fun of us enough, he's probably going to play it on the air. There's, next week, there's going to be a lot to do with the Voice of the People. And that's as far as I'll go. You guys have heard the promos running in between the breaks.
Might get yourself a Traeger grill.
Maybe. Who knows?
God, we're giving away some cool things, man.
Brett Kane has the details. You don't want to steal Brett Kane's thunder here.
Are we giving away Traeger grill?
I don't know.
I thought I heard that.
I have no clue.
I heard that on the
details
promo.
were with Brett Kane on Monday. That's
okay.
what I took away from that.
Kaner, you take the deets.
I
I'll
don't
let
want
you
Brett-
have the deets.
I don't want Kane to be mad with us.
All I get right now
that
is
guy's 6'4". There's too many tall guys in here.
He's not 6'4". I'm staring at the top of his balding head.
No, you guys
Yes,
are the
I
same
am.
height.
Me and are you kidding me?
You're the same height.
I'm with you. Brett Kane's 6'01" and 5/8, and I'm
Maybe he's
6'03" and
6'3".
7/8.
Maybe he's 6'3" and you're
No,
6'4".
he's not.
It's,
I'm eating
it's all
peanuts off the
same.
top of
when
his
you
head.
get all the way up there, it's all the same height. Let's be very
all
honest
I know,
about
Raj,
that.
all I know is that on a daily basis, I'm looking down on both you and Kaner, but I still need my fairy Raj mother in my life. And I appreciate you being in my life, man. Yeah, fairy Raj mother.
We got the NBA draft
You
starting
didn't seem
tonight.
too fired up about that?
I think it's funny, but cool it, you guys. The NBA
Fairy
draft
Raj
is tonight
mother.
at 6 p.m. on ABC and ESPN. No Nuggets picks tonight, no Nuggets picks tomorrow. They do not have their first as a result of the 2021 trade that brought Aaron Gordon here from Orlando. That's a big yes. You trade that thing away every single time to bring Aaron Gordon here. If he's not here, you don't win a championship. It's as simple as that. The second rounder is gone as part of the Reggie Jackson salary dump and the trade exception there. Not exactly the best thing in the world because it does, as you continue to bleed second round picks, and that was part of 3 second rounders that happened in that 6-way trade. You're not able to go out and make some of these deals that happen, the Drew Holiday for Anthony Simons in a second, or the Kristaps Porzingis in a second for Terrence Mann in a first. Like, you just don't have the same type of maneuverability at this time of year. And that's where you can look back on the Calvin Booth era and go, what the hell were you doing? While he did put the final touches on the masterpiece that Tim Connolly was painting. He was the guy that put the frame around it, right? But like Connolly painted the Mona Lisa. Once he put the frame on that thing, when he tried to put brush to canvas on his next piece, it came out looking like a 7th grade art project and not Michelangelo.
Were you overall pleased with the tone and tenor and synergy?
Da Vinci did the Mona Lisa, not Michelangelo. I'm an idiot.
That's all right.
I'm supposed to know sports, not, painters.
I mean, you are a fairy Raj mother, and they know everything. All-knowing, omniscient.
Bippity boppity boo, baby.
Amen. Were you pleased with the overall tone, the synergy between Tenzer and Wallace yesterday?
I was really interested in this in particular.
I think it's important to hit on the margins more than ever. But you're hard capped at certain situations, so you just have to be aware of what you spend and how that affects, essentially where you're hard capped at.
And to add to that, with the skill sets, Coach Adam is such a creative coach, and to give him more tools to add to that toolbox to allow him to complement the guys that we have. We have to remember there's a core group here that won a championship a couple years ago. So, when these guys are healthy and at their best, they're one of the best starting lineups in the entire league. So just to kind of put certain skills, certain things that can kind of alleviate the ceiling of us and just kind of add compliments to DA's toolbox.
I love what John Wallace said about the one missing ingredient is shooting off the bench. You know what that doesn't include? Russell Westbrook.
It doesn't.
He's not a good shooter.
That is the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
I needed to hear that. I needed to hear, how are you going to make this roster better? And, well, the answer is there's a reason why we're doing the core four here. Guys, they're not moving any of those four players. They're here to stay. Maybe something crazy happens tonight.
Like the fake X story that I sent you.
Mike, we have a show text thread, and Mike sends this screenshot of
the Shams, and it looked real.
It looked very real, of a Shams tweet saying that Jamal Murray is part of a trade to the Brooklyn Nets for Cam Johnson and some draft picks, and I'm like losing my mind in the break.
You're
and
like having a seizure.
So I'm like, you can't do that to me.
Sorry about
that. I'm a
that.
gullible guy.
Yeah, I wanted to break up the core four in the middle of the keyword.
Just tear the jersey down off the wall.
Murray out, Johnson in. Hey, somebody quick get a Cam Johnson signed jersey. And text in keyword to 303-504-0925. You fine folks out there.
Much like the most important thing that I heard from Josh Kroenke was not that he put the number 15 in trade next to each other, and Nuggets fans and the national media were running with that for many hours yesterday and also this morning. The most important thing we heard from Josh Kroenke was, don't expect the 3-year contract extension at $213 million that Nikola Jokic is eligible for right now to be offered and signed this offseason. I don't think that's going to happen. What we learned is that, hey, we're gonna look at what's best for the organization, and most importantly, what's best for Nikola and his family. And that probably means you wait another year. He signs the 4-year extension at $293 million next offseason, and you keep him here through his age 34 season, or age 35 season, I think, at that point. That's the smarter thing. That's the biggest thing I got from Josh. The biggest thing I got from John and Ben was, we have to supplement with you saw bench shooting. I heard 3-and-D from there. That's what I hear, is that like your mid-level player exception will be 3-and-D. That's what's going to happen.
Who are the candidates? Have any we know of?
Off the top of my head, no. But
I heard the morning show talking about Dennis Schroeder, but I was like, he's not a 3-and-D though. He's just like a
backup point guard.
That's exactly what
you talking about. Schroeder, the German? Is he from Germany?
He is German.
Doesn't he have
Dennis
an umlaut?
Schroeder
Is there an umlaut over
an O or an E?
Yeah, there's
no.
some
Off
type
the
of
top of my
umlaut.
head, I don't know who that would be, but that's kind of what I heard from. That's what we need on this team. Deron Holmes, we found out yesterday, he will be playing in Summer League. Are they going to rush him back? No, but he's had this full year to recover from the Achilles injury. If he's playing in Summer League, I expect him to be a big part of this team during the regular season. So you have your 4/5 figured out there. They also said you're going to play the young guys. Is Zeke Naji being traded in the next couple of days? Probably not. If you want to get rid of Zeke's contract, you need things to trade away. What do you not have? Picks. That's what you have to give up to get rid of contracts. At least in the NBA. In the NHL, people are just helping each other out left and right. It's crazy. Freaking Vancouver Canucks helping out Edmonton. I digress. The young guys are going to play. So your 4 and 5 should be fixed internally, or at least they will be addressed internally. And that means
the young guys
you need to look
playing.
at the 3.
The young guys playing for the Denver Nuggets. Who's going to be the biggest beneficiary of that mindset going forward? What player?
Deron Holmes.
KJ?
Or Strawther. Those
yeah,
are my two dudes.
I'm going to say Strawther. He needs it.
For me, it's Peyton Watson. And I know he's played, but he hasn't played. Because his offensive game, it has to continue to evolve and develop. Injuries have played a role in his stunted growth. This is a player that is going to be setting up shop in the Aaron Gordon offseason camp of bettering his shot, bettering his offensive game. He just needs on the court reps consistently. And then you'll find out if he's the guy or not.
Seriously, drink from whatever well Aaron Gordon drank from 2 off seasons ago.
Because that's the reports are that, yeah, Peyton Watson is going to be just, hey, I want to go hang out with that guy and work his schedule because that made him a far better shooter. Because he put the work in, man. It's not that hard. You roll up your sleeves, you're ready to put some elbow grease on it, and it's time to go. And that's what Peyton Watson needs to do.
Does he get as much run as a guy like Julian Strawther, considering the early season struggles that Jamal Murray has had over the last 3 seasons?
I think so. And I think the two of them, it's not just like, it's not
Watson's
either or.
not a backcourt player, but like Strawther will be asked to shoulder a lot of that load if it continues again.
If you can get offensive production from Peyton Watson at a highly improved level from last season, that might be the Mona Lisa that you're talking about.
What did Michelangelo paint? Did he do the Sistine Chapel?
I think he's more of a sculptor.
Sculptor? Did he do David? Or is that also Da Vinci? They all did a bunch of things. They made flying machines. They painted ladies.
He was an Italian sculptor.
He did the Sistine Chapel.
Yes.
Yes? Yeah. All right,
and a painter. And a painter. You know what he wasn't, though? He wasn't a fairy.
No, he was a man. But that's
Fairy
the word.
Raj
Fairy.
mother.
F-A-I-R-Y. Text fairy in. You have 5 more minutes to get that keyword
Hurry up.
in to 303.
If you haven't done it, text fairy.
303-504-0925. Your next keyword is coming up in 20 minutes with PhD for Coach Sanford. For KJ, I'm your fairy godmother, Raj. I love all of you. We will talk tomorrow at 10 a.m. Have a great day.
The new name of the show should be The Fairy Raj Mother and the Meat Gazer from 10 to noon.
Yes, Altitude Sports Radio. It's PhD. DMac out for the week, so I'm filling in again today. Then you guys get Birdo tomorrow.
All right.
Tonight. Big day. NBA draft.
We didn't talk about your Freudian slip yesterday.
Yeah, because it was at a very unfortunate time.
Wow, of all the times to do it.
Do you know why it was, though? I was so focused on not messing up their stuff. We had...
Whose stuff?
Our 2 new EVPs. I had to read their titles and everything like that, and I was so focused on that.
But for a newcomer, we should make you do push-ups, do something.
What was your football? I don't even...
Oh, you didn't hear it?
I said
he
take
pulled
the money.
Polumbus, Hastings, and take the money and run. But he actually said his name.
Yeah. And it was when we were getting Tenzer and Wallace on. So I'm sitting here. I had just had to read the keyword.
But you corrected it real fast.
I did. I corrected it real fast. And then I was like, I have to read their titles. They're about to come on air with us. I need to introduce them. But you had a great face for it.
I heard it.
You really went with the Home Alone.
I was like, whoa, no, you didn't.
Yeah, that was. Listen, I came off the bench cold yesterday. It was a big day.
PHT. Yeah, take the money and run.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Except for he said his real name.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my bad. It was a mistake on my part. But listen, I came off the bench cold. Felt like we executed pretty well yesterday. Haven't been on air in a while.
Okay.
Had the boss of the company on. Had 2 EVPs on.
Got to hit a couple speed bumps along the way.
Free flowing show, and that was my one mistake.
Yeah.
I apologize to you guys.
No, I thought it was good.
I apologize to you.
No, it's all good. It's all good. There should be consequences. It's all good. There just should be consequences.
It feels like it's not all good because it feels like you got a little bit of X thing going on with it.
He's been angry. Now that he's gone Jim Bro. He jumped down Kreckman's throat the other day too.
You know what? I felt bad about that one. That one I legitimately I meant to apologize to him for it.
Yeah,
that one was bad.
That was quick and harsh because I took it.
It just rolled off my tongue. I mean,
that was a serious.
Do you want to explain what you did?
No. We can't bring that one up.
I called the office for less.
Yeah.
Or at least similar.
Yeah.
I mean, gee.
Okay. All right.
But see, I actually like them.
I know. Well, I like them.
So wait, are you saying you don't like me, or you don't take the money and run?
No.
Sometimes, listen, you're the camel, and you got your nose under the tent right now. We don't need to explain the show you're watching now.
That's fine.
You're in Tijuana with the boys right now.
All right. So just tell me when you want me to start talking.
No. Now's the time, buddy.
All right. Well, NBA draft tonight. There's no question who's going first, and second and third are pretty well thought of as well. But then you get into what is going to be discussed with a lot of trades, is what I'm hearing. And I'm hearing it's really going to start at 4 with Charlotte is the first team that's really looking to move. But with that comes a lot of these ancillary deals, these deals in the margins, as our 2 EVPs talked about yesterday, where you're seeing guys like Kristaps Porzingis, and I've heard that Sabonis is now on the trade block. There seems to be a lot of these guys who maybe aren't superstars, but really good players in the NBA who are now moving. Is this something that, you feel like the Nuggets could get in on here, Scotty?
Well, there's a whole bunch of stuff to unwrap. One, you talk about the 4th pick belonging to Charlotte. We used to pick on Cleveland whenever it came to the draft because it seemed like no matter what they did, they
couldn't get it right.
They were shooting themselves in the foot. Chicago kind of picked up that mantle for a little bit. When what's-his-name was a dream with the Lions and kept drafting first-round wide receivers every year, and none of them really panned out. That's Charlotte.
Yeah.
Charlotte, listen, you're a bad team, and you've been bad for a bunch of years. You fired – in fact, one of the guys that interviewed for Borrega, who had been interviewed for the Knicks job, you fired him after winning 43 games. After all those years of sub 500, he gets you over the 500 mark, and you fire him.
Yep.
So it's one of those franchises, and I guess they're the Rockies. They're the Rockies of the NBA. It just seems like whatever they do, they just kind of shoot themselves in the foot. So it's funny you say, it looks like they may try to trade out of that. I'm like, wow. I mean, you need some help down there, dog.
Well, you know who I saw is talking about trying to move way up? Freaking Oklahoma City. Oh, right. I saw rumors because they got 2 picks in the first round this year, which is
3
unbelievable.
next year.
And three
they
next
got 3 next year?
They got 5 in the next 2 years.
How about Brooklyn has 5 first-round picks?
And that was one of the teams that Shams talked about. He said they don't have 5 picks to draft 5 players, I'm telling you right now. He's like, they are going to be moving. They have some sort of plan to try to go get somebody. Now, the hot rumor right now is Brown out of Boston getting moved. And they're talking about, is it something like Oklahoma City or New Jersey, Brooklyn, moving those massive amount of picks to go get a guy like that. If you're Boston, can you say no to that when you're going to be without Tatum next year?
Listen, I got to give Brad Stewart, which I thought when they hired him as a head coach, it was a reach. He'd had a couple good years. Was it Butler?
Yeah.
Never got to the Final Four.
Butler, yeah.
Got him like back-to-back Final
game.
Four in 2 years in a row. Gets hired, and I've never been a big fan. I don't know how you feel in football, but I've never been a big fan of basketball that successful college coaches
Stevens
Brad Stevens that pushes that into
Right.
NBA success as a coach. I think he's been a better general manager than he has been a coach, to be honest with you, and that was a new role for him. But what he's done to go from $200 million or $250 million over the cap and all the penalties that the second tier gives you and blah, 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 he's cut $200 million off the salary. Off the thing.
Drew Holiday and Kristaps
Porzingis
out the door.
And then I was told because he's cut so much that Jaylen Brown was safe. You're not going to have Tatum all year, so it could be a good year to rebuild. But would you look at moving to Jaylen Brown, who's a hell of a player, an all-star?
Mm-hmm.
Would you move him for 3 first-round picks?
Probably, right?
Talk about getting cheaper, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't know, Scott. See, in the NFL, everybody talks about getting the cost-controlled rookie quarterbacks, right? And how effective that is for your team and how much you could build around it. A team like Oklahoma City, who they're going to be able to maintain their guys at least for another year, and then they got to make a decision. But they got all these picks, 5 in the next 2 years. Where do you value the younger players in the NBA and the cost control, like in comparison to the NFL?
To me, San Antonio is an interesting thing because if you know for sure Wemby's coming back, you went back-to-back years of Rookie of the Years, those guys are going to get better and better. They're getting close to now. We got to be talking, and Wemby, I think, has already made an All-Star his rookie year if he comes back. If he comes back, you got 2 rookies a year. Would you say, hey, a nice veteran like Jaylen Brown, we'll give you the second pick in the draft for Jaylen Brown?
Sure.
And a swap next year maybe?
But do you really want
to do that?
Do you really want to take on – because Jaylen Brown's going to try to make that his team, isn't it?
Well, maybe so. I don't know what Wemby's leadership's like.
Yeah.
I don't know what – I'd take him on our team. Is he going to make it the Nuggets his team? He's a brilliant dude. Dude teaches classes like at Harvard in the off season or something like that.
I didn't know that.
He's like a Mensa. But if you're San Antonio, is it worth to take the second pick, have 3 years in a row of Rookie of the Year? Or if you're saying, hey, listen, we got these guys. We don't know how long Wemby's going to be around. We got a big scary last year.
I think I'd take the vets. I do.
I think I'd take Jaylen Brown over the second pick in the draft.
Yeah.
That's tough because you're talking about building a core that you can keep together for 5 years, right? I mean, because
Jaylen Brown's 26.
Ideally more than that.
No, I'm saying if you take the second pick, you can keep them together for 5 years.
Yeah, but you're going to struggle again.
You think so?
Well, how many rookies have led a team to the NBA Finals?
Great point.
Yeah. Magic Johnson.
Right.
Okay. Name another.
Dwayne Wade. He was
his rookie year, not to the finals.
Was that his second year?
He was.
I thought it was early.
When they won it, it was like with Shaq. I think that was 4th, 5th, 6th, somewhere in there.
Okay.
But you're getting close to that window with Wemby.
Yeah.
So maybe another veteran with him might push him over.
It just feels to me in the NBA they don't value the younger players like they do in the NFL.
If you're a rebuilding franchise, listen. If I'm Philly at the 3rd pick, I'm trading all my veteran guys. I'd look at moving Embiid. They won't do it, but I'd move Embiid.
Another team that Shams and I was watching some coverage last night. That's why I have all these quotes. But Shams said, like, anything's on the table for them. Like, literally anything's on the table. And I don't know, would you be surprised if they moved Embiid?
Yeah, I'd be real surprised. I think the city would go nuts, but I'd move him.
I don't know that the city would. I mean, I've got a lot of Philly fan friends who are sick of him, who are sick of him not playing.
Yeah, but you got to have a face, you know.
Well, what's the little guard they extended last year? That Maxey.
Maxey, yeah.
He's a
good
player
He's
too
good.
now.
Another name that I want to point out is the name that's currently mocked at 16 to Memphis. Neat Clifford, Colorado State Ram. Did you guys get to watch him at all during the tournament or during the season?
No, I don't know a whole lot about him. Tell me about him.
I mean, listen, and I think he had an extra year of eligibility, but when the coach left, whose name is escaping me right now, and they hired Farouk Manesh. Medved, thank you. He decided not to come back, but he was balling in the tournament. Balling. And towards the end of the year, they went on that long run where they didn't lose. I don't know. I love seeing the local guys get drafted. I know you are on one side of that rivalry, Tyler, so you probably don't follow.
Oh, no,
I
always root for Colorado sports.
I think that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure. My question is, what the hell did Rutgers do this year? They got 2 players supposed to go in the top 5. What did they do this year? I literally don't know.
I thought they won the Big Ten.
Yeah, I thought they were pretty good.
Did they make a run in the tournament?
No, they got knocked out early.
They got knocked early. They got 2 guys.
How do you got 2 guys in the top 5 and you don't make a run?
Well, and their second guy, Ace Bailey, is the guy who's like
who's really been weird in this process.
So apparently he's got like a young agent who doesn't really know what he's doing. The agent and him refuse to work out for any team. There's people who really, really like him, but they feel like maybe he's trying to force his way to a specific team that he wants to go to. It's a really interesting story. So it's been rumored that like Charlotte likes him, but it wants to trade down and take him at like 8, hoping that nobody picks him because he wouldn't work out for anybody.
Well, but you got Utah and you got Danny Ainge who doesn't give a flip if you don't work out. We're going to take you. What are you going to do, sit out? Now, if I'm Ace Bailey, I don't want to go to Utah. Rutgers close to Philly, right? So does he want to stay in that Philly area?
Maybe.
Although he refused to work out for Philly also.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And you know, the conversation has been that there has been...
You got a little Shedeur Sanders vibe going on?
I don't think he'll drop, though. I mean, because he's 6'9" and can shoot it, right?
There's been conversation that, like, players have done this in past years. Scotty, can you think of somebody? I'm not a big draftnik for the NBA.
Shedeur Sanders.
It was in the NBA they were talking about, though, that they had said that guys had said, I don't want to play there. I'm not working out for you, and if you draft me, you're going to have a problem. And that it's worked.
I'm sure it has happened. I can't think of any instances. You know, I automatically go to football and think John Elway and
yeah,
Eli
but even
Manning
in football, there's really not that many examples.
No.
I mean, you've got maybe 3 or 4.
They're all like quarterbacks.
Yeah, in the history of the draft, you've got maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, and the fact that this is like a regular thing in the NBA, I think is strange.
I've not heard of it in the NBA. Maybe it happens, but listen, I'm not a big draft guy. I'm going to be not a non-hypocrite because I'm not a big NFL draft, especially when your team ain't got nothing. Right? I mean, you know, why do I care, right? Why do I care what Charlotte gets? I don't care.
Well, the NBA draft just has no hype around it ever.
Yeah, not like the NFL does. Although it seemed like there's been more. I've been inundated more with social media hits on the NBA draft this year than I remember.
You know what I think it is, though? Because the past couple of years, it's been international guys that have been at the top of the board. Right. You got Cooper Flagg, then you got 2 guys from Rutgers, a guy from Baylor, and a guy from Duke. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like maybe because it's more college basketball oriented this year, that's why you're getting more coverage of it.
Well, your first international guy on this mock draft goes all the way at 15 to Oklahoma City.
Right. And they're probably trying to take that just so they can stash him, right?
Maybe. Who knows how good he is, 6'9". You ain't going to be able to pay all them guys forever.
That is true.
Here's the thing with Cleveland. Memphis is going to be an interesting case study of what they're going to be able to do. And if Neat Clifford were to go to Memphis, listen, he's an older guy. If you look at the draft and the years in the draft and how old most of these guys are, I mean, he's by far on our list right here the oldest guy in the first round. You know, so you're hoping if you're Memphis, we need to get back in there and win a first-round game and get, move up and move up. They just got rid of Bain. Can they draft a Neat Clifford? Can this guy score and give him some of the stuff Bain gave him?
Yeah. So do you think the Nuggets might get in on some of these edges on some of these trades? Because like the Kevin Durant trade, right? And we can talk more about it later, but the Kevin Durant trade, I heard Jalen Green is going to get moved again, right? Like he's not going to play for Phoenix. Is that somebody that interests you? Can they get in on one of these guys who's maybe getting dumped somewhere else? That
Jalen Green is a very, very good talent. And what was the old saying, Tyler? You open up the silver oil drawer and there's a few forks missing.
You know what? You're gonna have to tell me that one, Scott. Yeah.
And what are you accusing?
Yeah.
All right.
There only one light bulb. Only one light bulb came in the package.
Okay. All right. Well,
elevator only goes up to the 6th floor.
Wow. Not.
These are all new to me.
Yeah. You've heard the elevator.
No, I really haven't.
I mean, sharpest tool in the shed, I feel like is.
There's a good one.
Yeah. But all right. Well, so we've got your Core 4 score keyword coming up next. Make sure you stay tuned for that. And I've got a couple more of the what's more likely questions I have for you about the Broncos, trying to map out not just how good they'll be, but also how they'll look coming up in this upcoming season for the Broncos. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, man. Summer is here. Longer days, warm nights, vacations, date nights. But erectile dysfunction can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's help. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Think about what summer should be. Relaxed, romantic, unforgettable. Don't let ED get in the way. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This is amazing. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. But I want you to call and get yourself set up for success. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is PhD. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for DMac. We've got your Core 4 score thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. That's an autographed jersey from Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., and Aaron Gordon. If you want that, all you got to do right now is text SMILE. SMILE to 303-504-0925, and we'll get you entered to win all 4 autographed jerseys.
Hey, before you get into your football thing, I got a mini football thing I want to ask Tyler. You and I were talking during the break. I did a deep dive on Cooper Flagg, and his backstory is pretty amazing.
He had one quote that I really liked. He said his mom said, if you're the best person in the gym, you need to go find yourself a new gym.
Yeah.
I love that mentality.
Well, great quote for everything in life.
Wasn't that Einstein or somebody said the same thing? If you're the smartest guy in the room, you're in the wrong room.
You got to find a new room, yeah.
But I after reading, and you get biased when you read stuff, I think he's a can't miss. I think he's a can't miss. And you know in drafts, that ain't always the case, right? Nope. There's a whole lot of misses. Who in this past NFL draft to you would you deem right now
recent one?
This most recent one won't miss.
I mean, the closest one I could think of would be Ashton Genty. I don't think that outside of Ashton Genty, there's not a can't miss QB. Cam Ward is certainly not a can't miss. Rob, you're a big draft guy. Ashton Genty, to me, felt like, he was getting Saquon Barkley comparisons. Did we have anybody else in this year's draft that would be considered can't miss?
I think this year is a tough year for that.
Yeah.
I think you're right. I'm pulling up a list of the names. I don't think there was. I think I want to give Travis Hunter a nod for a can't miss. But it's hard because you said what
absolutely.
position.
He's got 2 chances.
Right.
He's got 2 chances to be a can't miss.
He'll be great at one of them. But will he be what he said he was going to be, which is great at both of them? I don't know. You know what I mean?
It's a great question. I guess if you had to bet on it right now, I mean, I probably wouldn't bet on him being as good in the NFL at both sides as he was in college.
But he has the skill set to be great though on whatever side he takes.
Yeah, I totally just blanked Travis Hunter.
Yeah. Your other names that I'd say are Abdul Carter is.
I don't think he's can't miss.
A lot of people talked about him like that,
and I don't like the dude's attitude. The dude's got a weird attitude. I mean, listen, small thing, I get it, but the whole jersey deal out there, like you're going after 2 legends, retired numbers, like the first one wasn't enough. You had to go after the second one.
The other 2 that names that come to mind are Will Campbell, right? The tackle out of LSU. Offensive line picks are generally more solid than most other positions, I feel like, but I don't know if I would label him can't miss. And it's funny, I liked Tyler Warren.
Yeah, that would be my go-to guy.
Who we were talking about in the break. But he wasn't even the first tight end off the board.
But I don't know if Tyler Warren, if I don't have bias because of what Bowers did last year, because they went about in the relative same area. But I think Warren was 12, 13, something like that.
Radically different players. Bowers is more of an Evan Ingram type of player, like a wide receiver playing the tight end position. Tyler Warren to me, gosh dang it, why am I drawing a blank on when we drafted Noah Fant, the other tight end that went to Minnesota from Iowa? They had 2 tight ends the same year.
Yeah,
he got drafted by the Lions first. Yes. Gosh dang it. What is wrong with me?
Thank you, Dan. Hawkinson.
Thank you. Yes. That's who Tyler Warren reminds me of.
Well, that's
great player.
So can't miss.
But when you talk about Cooper Flagg, I think of like a LeBron James.
Somebody wrote an article that like LeBron James trajectory for Flagg. So like that's a whole different level, isn't it?
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Now it's funny because that brings to mind, especially with him going and playing with the national team and that being a big story. It brings to mind Christian Laettner, doesn't it?
No. Because Laettner was getting killed in practice. They were making fun of him when he only made the dream team because we hadn't gone all in on pros. And so they wanted to keep one college guy and he'd won college player of the year. But I was told they were basically going, this dude can't play.
Well, and turned out he couldn't.
Yeah.
Right?
When you go with that team, he was practicing against Team USA, all the pros came out of that and went, dude, who is this kid?
Really?
This kid's just a high school kid? They were blown away how good this kid was going to be.
Is there anything about his game that you like, or?
Long, 6'10", and smart.
Yeah.
I think he's a 36.5-inch vertical, and you're 6'10". I mean, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so.
And you got a 7 foot wingspan.
I mean, it's
6'10".
pretty good for 6'10". That's not like an elite vertical.
But okay, so a guy who's got 6'1's got a 40.
Yeah.
He ain't out jumping Cooper Flag.
Right.
I think 36.5 at 6'10", 6'9", 6'10", and a 7 foot wingspan.
So let's talk about him and where he's landing a little bit. Dallas rumored to have reached a contract extension with Kyrie Irving, even though he's going to miss the first part of the season.
Well, and he did not opt into his guaranteed, so he took a 3-year deal, which probably was going to be more fan-friendly or team-friendly. Yeah, he may miss all year. Let's be honest. You don't know.
Also got them into the taxpayer mid-level so they can get the taxpayer mid-level exception. And they're talking about, do they sign somebody like Chris Paul or D'Angelo Russell to run point while he's out and then be a backup?
If you want to win, you don't get D'Angelo Russell. Chris Paul, unless they can really sell him. My conversation I had with Chris this year, I think last year was his year. I think he's
How did he do this year?
Okay, I think he got hurt a little bit in the middle. He was. I mean, I think his numbers were down compared to what he's done in his career.
Well, he's 45 years old, so
yeah. I'm trying to play point.
It's they put a couple interesting names for that mid-level exception. Those were two of them. The reason that I brought them up to you is because obviously the Nuggets have the mid-level exception as well.
Yeah, but there's different depending on where you're on the salary cap, and if you're over the first rung, this is more like when you could only offer Bruce Brown $8 million and he got 17. So I think Denver. We had somebody on, right, told us like their mid-level is going to be like between 6'8" and 8 is all they're going to be able to offer. I think he said 6'8", 6.8 million.
All right, I'm an idiot. I don't understand the mid-level stuff. Like, can you break it down to me like I'm 5 years old?
Yeah, it's the NBA's way of having a salary cap, but making sure teams can still play so that we have the free agent market active.
Okay.
So you get an exception on your cap for X amount of dollars if you're in that middle tier, so you can
It's almost like an average, like the NFL's version of the max contract is a franchise tag. It's almost like a franchise tag, but for like an average player.
Well, what I think they initially started, they were hoping that they can keep veterans in, older guys, because the league was going younger, still is, and see if now you can get a guy who's in his 9th, 10th, 11th year, not going to, still a good player, not going to command 20, but maybe he'll come and play for your team for 10.
Yeah.
And so the names on here, Dennis Schroeder, D'Angelo Russell, Chris Paul, Malcolm Brogdon, all rumored that Dallas might go after. You're saying that they can offer more than the Nuggets can, and
probably it depends
out
on
on all those.
Yeah, there's probably some website you can look at that. But
anybody that you like there, though, if the Nuggets could make it happen?
If you're Nuggets and you're looking for a pure backup point guard, then Brogdon would be a solid just backup point guard.
Which you need, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're going to go with Pickett.
There's nothing special. Well, that's what I'm saying. They may be saying, well, why give him $8 million and he is Pickett?
Is that what you're?
Well, I mean, they're about the same size. Brogdon's got a bigger head. That dude's got a big head for a little guy. Dude.
Literally or metaphorically?
No, physically. I mean,
I don't know that they measure head size.
In my day, his nickname would have been Molati.
Okay.
Molati, more head than body.
All right. Well, I just wondered if any of those.
Look at a picture of him. Look him up. Malcolm Brogdon.
Is it like Davis Mills' neck?
Oh, Davis Mills did have a neck. You're right.
It's like Kim Kardashian's butt.
Oh.
All right.
Wow.
Send us
so it's a little bubbly.
I was about to say send us your oversized body parts, but maybe that's not a good idea. No,
careful now.
Let's not do that.
Well,
nobody get us fired on the text line, all right?
Hey, 28 years later.
That's right. Yeah. Hey, have you seen 28 years later?
Not yet.
Yeah, well, you're going to enjoy it because you're going to see some giant zombie sausage.
Really?
Yeah, that's what you're going to see.
Sounds terrible.
I mean, depends on what you're into.
Okay. Very inclusive of you, Tyler.
Yeah.
Our keyword again for the Core 4 score this hour is smile. Text smile to 303-504-0925. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Okay.
Scott, that alpha zombie, by the way, he's a gym bro. That
Gym
dude's
bro.
definite gym bro. Yeah.
He didn't lose no weight. He was ripped.
Swipe right, zombie.
Swipe right, zombie. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, his teeth and eyes were, you might want to. He might go left, but below the neck.
I mean, if he's an alpha, maybe they don't care. You know what I mean?
That's right.
All right, I got a couple more of these Broncos questions for you. Let's run down a couple of them here. So I'm just asking which of these you think is more likely to happen, and from that, trying to get a feel of how do you think the Broncos are going to look in season next year, not just how they'll be as a team. So the Broncos have been led in tackles by Alex Singleton for the couple years that he was playing on the team for the full season. Greenlaw's coming in. Who is more likely to lead the team in tackles? Now, for reference, Greenlaw's best season in tackles was 127 in 2022.
Okay.
Singleton, in his last 3 full seasons,
had way more than that.
Has had way more than that.
Yeah.
In 21, it was 137. 22, it was 163. 23, it was 177.
And he did this in Philadelphia as well.
Yeah. So 22 or 21 was Philly, and then 22 and 23 were
yeah. The one thing that you love about Alex Singleton is the dude just knows where to be. And Drake Greenlaw is a different style of player. Drake Greenlaw is more of a downhill thumper. Alex Singleton is more of a roaming, like he'll be all over the field type of linebacker, and Drake Greenlaw is going to make you feel his presence. So I'll take Alex Singleton still for the team lead, assuming the dude is healthy, and I think he will be. They say he should be healthy for training camp.
Well, the 2 years before last year, where he was hurt, or before 24, only played 2 games in 24. But the 2 previous years, 22 and 23, played 15 games and averaged 123 and a half, 124 for a team that was going to playoffs and deep. So
he's a smart football player.
Singleton was leading teams in tackles on teams that sucked.
Yeah. So you think that matters? Do you think it's Greenlaw that leads them in tackles?
Well, listen, I had a coach one time, and this before the internet, so you couldn't really look some up. And the NBA reference used to give a big book, literally 4 inches, 5 inches thick, and it was every stat of the NBA history. And he's like, listen, when you lead a team for the season in scoring, you come talk to me. You come talk to me. And so I finally got one of them books late in the year, and I went and looked it up. And I went, oh, there he is right there.
7.8 points per game.
No, he averaged 18, 19, but he was on the team in Philadelphia that won 9 games. Still the worst team in the history of basketball.
Sure.
But see, okay, so listen, if you're a team that's always getting beat, and teams now are doing what late in the games because they've got 2-3 score run on you.
They're running
football. Guess what you're going to do? Tackle.
Yeah, but I don't want to take away from Alex Singleton.
I ain't going to take because I like
I really, really like Alex Singleton. He got hated. There was a 3 or 4 game stretch there in the middle of the season where it was really cool to hate on Alex Singleton, and I was defending the dude like crazy. Am I telling you he's an all-pro? No, he's not. But the dude is a smart football player that identifies the offense really well before the play is ever snapped. And 9 out of 10 times, the dude is already drifting to the right spot the second that ball is snapped.
But not great in coverage against tight ends.
Something that we've struggled with for a decade.
Yeah.
Which hopefully maybe your safety play covers up for just a little bit. But it's now that I think about it, it's an interesting spot for Jahdae Barron there, right? Is maybe you put him on a tight end as you move him inside. I know you're trying to find more snaps for him. Maybe that's the way that you do it.
Maybe. I don't know if he's tall enough for that, though.
They also put
how tall is he?
Yeah,
they put number 2 on Travis Kelce
6'1"
last year for a little bit too, didn't they?
Yeah.
He did a pretty good job on him.
But Pat looks like a freaking Steve Atwater.
There you go. So it's a passing around. Maybe now you've got Barron. So
we did that with Aqib Talib on Rob Gronkowski also.
Yeah, so maybe you got Barron and Moss more outside, and you say, okay, Pat, you got tight end.
We're going to put you on Brock Bowers.
You got Brock Bowers.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, so this next one, I want to preface by saying that your MVP ballot can be up to 5 players. So I want to compare Bo Nix to the middle tier of AFC quarterback. How many MVP votes do you think these guys get? Who gets the most MVP votes among C.J. Stroud, his name is just leaving me right now.
What team?
Chargers.
Justin Herbert.
Herbert, thank you. Or Bo Nix. Who ends up with more? And for reference, Herbert last year got 3 4th-place votes. Stroud in 23 got 4 5th-place votes.
I'll go Stroud 1, Herbert 2, our guy 3.
Do you think he gets any?
No.
Why not?
First place votes? Is that, was that,
no,
was that the
no.
question?
Because you can put up to 5 guys on the ballot.
Yeah.
So, Stroud and Herbert have not gotten first place votes, but they have been on people's ballots.
So, I mean, you're taking Lamar and Pat out of this conversation.
Yeah, we're saying, of course,
they're going to
big
win
3,
it,
big
but
4 going to win.
what he's trying to say is, can Bo Nix get a vote
for number 5
in the top 5?
And really the question is, can he get into that middle tier of AFC quarterback where he elevates his play a little bit?
Well, but C.J. Stroud, after his rookie year, you weren't saying he was a middle tier guy.
That's true.
Right? And Herbert, you say, well, they ran the football. He didn't do that. You see his touchdown to passes rating last year? He only had 24 passes or touchdown passes. Well, he had 3 picks.
Yeah, but to Rob's question, I mean, Bo Nix isn't that far out. I mean, so if you want to just rank the AFC QBs, so you got Pat Mahomes, you got Lamar Jackson, you got Joe Burrow, 1, 2, 3, you got Josh Allen, whatever. I mean, whatever order you want to put those 4 guys in, right?
Sure.
Then you got Justin Herbert and C.J. Stroud who are battling it out for number 5 and 6. So I would put.
You got a new guy in Vegas now too.
He had 3,700 yards, 29 touchdowns, and 12 interceptions. Like, he's not statistically that far away from those guys.
What was his numbers against?
I'd put him in
sub 500 versus above 500 teams.
I'm just saying, Scott. So I'm trying to find spots where this team can get marginally better to make them so it's not we're a 7 seed and getting blasted by Buffalo. How do we make them competitive? How do we make them a championship contender? And that's one of the ways, I think.
Here's where I will struggle with Bo getting votes because he has to improve on this. We've already talked about it. I think he had 9 touchdowns, 12 interceptions against above 500 teams. Would that be a middle of the pack quarterback?
No. I mean, it's, you need more.
And that's what he did against plus 500 teams last year, where he went 1-7. So you got to keep that in mind. If he improves in that area, and that was one of the things we talked about a couple of weeks ago. I said, tell me how they do this. I said, Bo Nix wins games against good teams. And that's what they got to do next year.
If you're going to ask me to rank the AFC quarterbacks today, Bo would probably land somewhere between 8 and 10.
And you need him to land. You need him to be fighting for that 5th spot, don't you?
Oh, I mean, if you want to be competing for a championship, yeah.
You need him to be fighting for that 5th spot this year.
Yeah.
So
if he's fighting for,
he's got to jump. He's got to jump. C.J. Stroud. He's got to jump. Trevor Lawrence.
Yep.
Tua. What's our guy now in Vegas?
Geno
Smith.
I'm going to throw this out there. Aaron Rodgers. Does he need to jump him, or is he already better than him? Go ahead. Say it out loud, Scotty. Say it out loud.
Bo Nix is not better than Aaron Rodgers yet.
Right now, in their current forms, not like over their career.
No.
I think it's pretty close.
3,700 yards, 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions.
1-7 against winning teams.
Right.
A 9 touchdown, 12 interception in those 8 games.
Okay.
Now, where would DMac rank Bo Nix in this list?
Third.
Yeah.
Jackson.
He would tell you Joe Burrow hasn't made the playoffs in the last 2 years.
Jackson, Mahomes, Allen, Bo.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Burrow. Yeah. By the way, and they missed the playoffs. Did you see what Burrow's number was last year?
Crazy. Yeah, but it's because they were losing all the time. It's the same argument you made about Alex Singleton. So,
but still, his they're losing all the time, and his turnovers wasn't out of crazy either, though. So he was doing something with it.
That's true. All right, one more chance to get in for our Core 4 score here. The keyword is smile for this hour. A special thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Go to revitalize-health.com. When we come back, I want to talk about these one-off sporting events that kind of rule the summer. And if you guys, I think you each have been to a cool one. We've got the World Cup coming up. We've got the Olympics coming up. And I think it's a cool opportunity for Americans. We'll talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I'm Rob Trujillo. Filling in while DMac's out for the week. One more day of me, and then you get Berto tomorrow and Friday. So I wanted to talk to you guys about these, I don't know, I think they're cool, one-time sporting events coming to America. You got the World Cup coming. We're sharing that with Canada and Mexico, I think. Is that right, Dan?
Yeah, I think it's North American thing.
North American?
Yeah.
And then
hold on a second.
LA has...
Hey, I'm working, honey. I'm on the air. Sorry. What would they call it?
It's not like the time has changed for how many years?
Does she not know our
I don't know, but I will say,
clock?
I actually I'm actually impressed. The amount of phone calls that you two have every single day is actually unbelievable to me.
Oh.
Like, you guys talk on the phone at least 7 or 8 times a day.
But you don't hear mine.
What do you mean?
Like, it doesn't ring. DMax will ring out loud. Mine don't ring out loud.
Now, but like, so aren't you concerned that that could be a legitimate problem? Because yes, she knows what time you're on air.
No, because she had to do some work today. So what it is, she just didn't look at her clock before she called. And it's probably more like, oh, I just had a strawberry.
It was good.
It was so good. I had a strawberry.
Well, it's nice that she cares enough about you that she wants to share that.
Like,
part
yeah,
of
she
your day.
She's probably not around. Didn't pay attention at the time. But it just shows you who's the real boss.
Yes.
Oh, I'm going to get killed when I get home.
Don't worry about it.
Because she's probably in the car too if she's working.
Oh, she's listening.
No. So
she is like our number one listener.
She is a P1.
Yeah. I know she texts in.
She's a P1. No, she's in a building. She's stuck in a building doing some training stuff. Probably got lunch. Well, hey, let me talk to you.
I want to tell you about my sandwich.
Mr. Wonderful. We had an appearance of
we had
Mr. Wonderful
yesterday.
Mr. Wonderful yesterday. Popped in with us. So I got to go to the Olympics when they were in Salt Lake City. We lived here. We drove out there. We just decided that we were going to buy tickets to the park.
That was Winter Olympics, too.
It was Winter Olympics.
What events did you see?
So David Abisher was on the Avs, and we were big Avs fans. So we bought tickets to see the Switzerland team. And I think they played Germany.
Okay.
But we went and saw an Olympic hockey game, and then we went to the big jump, the downhill, the big ski jump where they start way up top. And
ski jump.
Is that what it's called?
Ski jump.
Okay. Thanks, buddy.
The 80 meter or 60?
Oh, I don't know.
I think 80's bigger.
I mean, it was cool to watch, but you're sitting at the bottom of the hill. It looks like those guys are jumping from the top of the freaking mountain. They're in the air for so long.
Oh, they fly forever.
It's crazy. But those were the only two things we went and saw. And then we just went and walked around like the Olympic Village and all that kind of stuff. We only went for a weekend, but we just decided to go out there because it was so close. And at the time I was a little annoyed. I was, 12 or something like that. And it was just kind of like, I don't know if I want to get in the car and drive out there with my mom.
Did you have a place to stay?
We did. We had a hotel room. But at the end of the day, now when I look back on it, I'm like, it's pretty cool that I got to go and see the Olympics.
I feel like, no, I've never done it, but I feel like the Olympic experience would be way overrated. I really do. I feel like the environment, like it just wouldn't be, unless you got to like one of the premier events, it feels to me like it'd be overrated.
Really?
Well, and let me
it's a who's rooting for who? Like you go to a random hockey game. Like, what was that environment like? Like who's rooting for who?
It was cool because you had the little pockets that were rooting for their country, right?
Yeah.
But then the rest of the people were just there watching hockey.
Now to borrow the poop bag that he just threw on your dream, Salt Lake.
Yeah, but I was like 12.
I mean, is that like Real Olympics?
Well, you couldn't drink anyways.
Yeah.
But no, I didn't even worry about that. I mean, but you're like, you go to Olympics, you're thinking, even LA's the next one, right?
Let's go to France.
LA or
that's what I'm saying. Like, LA's the next Summer Olympic. Like, that's kind of cool, isn't it? Like 2028. Do you guys have any thoughts of going out there? Scotty, I know you've done stuff like this before. You went to the Ryder Cup, right?
Yep. Twice.
And I mean, was that not a great experience?
It was outstanding.
I would love to do that.
Guess where I wasn't? In Salt Lake.
Yeah.
Right. I was in Scotland and I was in Italy. You know what I'm saying?
But you're getting away from the point a little bit here. These things.
No, they were outstanding. It was the greatest event I've ever been to. I've been to a PGA Championship before. We've seen all the tournaments, U.S. Open here and Senior Opens and Broadmoor and what. I've seen all of those. But I don't know if the experience, the same thing, World Cup. Oh, great. You go to stadium, soccer stadium, which, by the way, you've seen they're already playing friendlies over here, and all the European teams are complaining about the pitches in America aren't very good.
Which is, I think, why they did it, so they could test them out and see if they needed
What's
any
insane
changes.
to me is when they replace the artificial turf with real grass just for these games.
Just for these games. Which you're like saying, hey, why don't we keep that there all the time? But listen, and I've been to Arsenal Stadium, and what they do for the turf there, it's stupid. I mean, I didn't even know they had this kind of technology, and I promise you, I've never seen any of this in the NFL.
Is that the one where they lower it like below ground?
There's
and they've got,
one,
like, different...
Arsenal.
No. I think Real Madrid is the one I'm thinking of, where they've got these like it's like a bunker that they lower the entire field,
and there's like a couple grass fields, and then down below are these sun beds and everything that you can feed. This right here, when we went out there, we weren't allowed to walk on it, and they had these. You ever drive, like, I'm going to drive to Oklahoma in a week, and I'll go through and I'll see all the irrigation fields of corn and maize and all that stuff, and these big wheeled things that are just pumping water all over the field and moving. They've got that for sunlight, which is the most amazing thing. They can raise it lower to different time of the day, make it hotter, make it cooler. This was we went there in December, I think it was, when the Nuggets played there. And it's just, you're like, why don't the NFL ever do anything like that? I mean, most NFL fields, maybe it's gotten better, but I know the old Mile High, and even just a few years ago, by the time you get around to December, January, that turf sucks in the middle of the field.
I think you're the one that told me Kansas City is just painted dirt.
Oh, Kansas City is epically bad, and it's literally spray painted. So your shoes would come out with spray paint green. By the time you get to the end of the season, your shoes are spray painted green by the time you get off the field. Pittsburgh was notoriously bad. When I played in Washington, that was notoriously bad. But Kansas City, that was literal frozen tundra. Like, it was brutal.
So I'm telling you, they don't, the NFL that makes millions and billions of dollars does not put the money into the turf like these premier soccer teams do.
No.
Well, but it's starting to change.
Is it?
I mean, so Buffalo's new stadium is going to have a grass field. I know a bunch of them have switched.
Yeah, but are they going to take care of it? Like I said, like they take care of it in
Did they build an underground
Arsenal
bunker?
I don't know.
Yeah, this had heating units underneath it. The one in Arsenal, I think.
Well, the Broncos were one of the first. They were one of the first teams in the NFL to do anything creative with their field, and that turf does have heated, like, coils underneath it, so they can heat it during the winter. And I think that they were the first ones in the NFL, to my knowledge, that did anything like that.
Well, it sure seems a bunch of games that hadn't worked very well.
I know the Packers did it early too, where they put actual heating coils under the field so it didn't ice over.
Okay, I didn't know the Packers did that,
but yeah, no, I know the Broncos were one of the first to do it. And it just, so it begs the question: why did CU put in an artificial?
Yeah, well, that had nothing to do with anything other than money. All that had to do with
you don't have to maintain it.
Yeah,
I mean, you sweep it and throw a couple shoot up tennis shoes all over it.
Everybody's talking about going to grass.
The sales pitch is now they can do all the concerts, and previously they would do maybe 2 or 3 a year. Exactly.
So money again.
They got to figure out how to pay Prime.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next,
it does look pretty clean, though. I'm not gonna lie. The new field looks pretty clean,
and the Colorado on the back wall looks real nice. It looks good. It's just everybody's going grass. You know what I mean? Coming up, we got to talk about it. We got to address it. Everybody, I think, is taking one comment from yesterday's press conference out of context, and we need to talk about it next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here with my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, with the best prices, and the best customer service. If you're looking for a new vehicle, you don't have to drive all over Colorado. Just go to one dealership, Phil Long Ford, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Because at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. If you've not given a test drive to one of those electric vehicles, you're missing out. Check out the Ford Mach-E Mustang, the F-150 Lightning. Incredibly fun, incredibly fast vehicles. Guys, I bought my first car there my rookie year, and I continue to go back every time I need a new vehicle because I know them, I love them, I trust them, and the same thing's going to happen to you. So go to Phil Long Ford today, find the vehicle of your dreams, and remember, once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford because they've got an award-winning service department, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Yes, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I am Rob Trujillo, filling in for DMac. He's fine. He's just on vacation. A couple people were like, is he all right? Yeah, actually taking some time off, which is strange for him.
Did any more posts?
Oh, yeah. He, I actually don't get it.
He was on his YouTube channel the other day.
External validation.
Yeah. No, but he's retweeting our show and he's getting the show links out there and everything. So I don't know. Is he at home listening right now or what?
Probably. He's a team player. He's trying to help you guys out. No?
Well, that's a description.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a team player.
I don't know if I'd use that description.
All right, so let's talk about the one part of the press conference yesterday that went viral. And while we were sitting here, I don't think any of the three of us thought too much of it. I don't think in general that you should think too much of it. And maybe that's because we were actually listening and heard the context.
Sorry to interrupt. I didn't understand it. Like when I was listening to it live, I was trying to understand the context of what he's breaking down with the second apron and if you got an injury and what I legitimately just didn't understand how the spider web took us back there.
And apparently a lot of people felt the same way because it did catch fire on social media a little bit. So let's hear exactly what Josh had to say yesterday as he was getting ready to talk about the second apron.
From an ownership perspective around the second apron, there was a lot of conversations last summer about KCP and us re-signing him and around the second apron. And we never really got any pointed questions about that, or at least I didn't. And it was a fascinating one because we really did every exercise looking through retaining him and what that meant under the new rules. And, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trade number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
And so he takes that pause before he says, and that's trading 15. But what he's saying is, we are making decisions in the front office, so we never.
So we don't want to ever. He said we don't basically want to ever envision a scenario where we got to talk about trading, number 15.
And it was
why?
Everywhere yesterday.
Who started it? Who made it everywhere?
Bill Russell, DNV, everybody.
Well, there you go.
No, but it wasn't just local. It was on ESPN.
Because those guys blew it up.
Okay.
And did they play it out of context?
I don't know if they played it out of context or not.
So the clip I saw did have the full 1 minute answer. Whatever we just played you, it had the full 1 minute answer there. And it just, to me, said, like, you guys are just reading what somebody else tweeted. You're not even listening to what he's saying.
Yeah.
If you listen to it, to me, and I don't know, I get yelled at for not being a company guy a lot of the time, and I know I sound like one right now, but, like, there was no way that's what I took from that answer of his, that was ever an option. Am I wrong, Tyler? Now that you re-listened to it.
No, I agree with both of you. His intent was to say we need number 15 to be here forever. I don't again. You got to be a freaking rocket scientist to understand the NBA salary cap at times.
That is true.
And I legitimately just feel like a giant dum-dum because I don't understand all the different scenarios that could play out here. And if you're in that second apron and the wrong guy gets hurt, why would that ever have anything to do with Nikola Jokic? And I think that's what people were saying. Like, there's no scenario on planet Earth that you would ever consider trading Nikola Jokic, even if you had the wrong guy get injured. But I agree with both of you. Clearly his intent was to say, we need this guy here forever.
Yeah, I took nothing of it. I don't know why.
And I get it's a slow time of year, right?
Yeah.
So maybe they're just.
Well, hey, they don't care if they're accurate. If you get it go viral and ESPN picks it up, I don't think.
Now, here's something that I did think was interesting. So Swiper Cam, noted Nuggets podcaster, said he didn't say anything about, what Josh did say or didn't say. What he did say was he needs to get on the phone with Jokic right now and clarify that this is exactly what he meant. He wasn't
Well, I
talking
think
about
that's
trading him. Do you think that's so Scotty, you're shaking your head. Tell me.
Because he didn't say anything.
But
golly, it's morons making this a story that's not a story. A, Joker doesn't have social media, so he probably didn't even know it's said. B, and if he heard the press conference live, he goes, yeah, we don't have, let's be clear. We don't ever want to have to get in a scenario where we have to contemplate trading 15.
Right.
That's a great statement.
But with other people putting it in headlines, do you feel like he needs to call him? Not to apologize for what he said, just to clarify, just so you know. That is not what I said or meant at all.
No.
You don't think so? Tyler, you do.
Well, I don't think it's a necessity, but I think it's something that you probably do anyways. I mean, look, these two guys have got a great relationship. I'm not worried about some sort of fracture. I'm not worried about Nikola Jokic being offended. But would it be an easy thing to do to just pick up the phone and be, yeah, it'd be an easy thing to do.
And I feel like it's good leadership.
Listen, they'll probably talk and whatever, but does he have to and panic? And no, he didn't say nothing.
I agree with you.
See, here's the difference between the guy who picked it up and ran with it at DNVR or whoever did it and Nikola. Nikola's intelligent.
we like the guys at DNVR. They generally do an all right job. We have them on some shows, Scotty, so, be nice. Oh, he's not going to be nice.
Listen.
His face says I'm not going to be nice.
I don't, and I just do that because that was the only name. I don't know any of the podcasts. I know Swipe. I know. So I don't know any of those guys. I don't listen to any of those guys. And that's great. They work. They show up to games. They're fantastic. But I don't need sensationalism, and I don't need people that are got their own agendas creating their own agenda.
All right.
And if to me this is somebody trying to create their own agenda. He mentioned Joker is possibly being traded.
Well,
And if that's what you heard, you're stupid. Is that fair?
Fair, but we are in the same year in which Luka just got traded. Yeah. And so I think people
And
are
maybe that's where the panic comes from.
and people are a little bit hypersensitive right now because something insane happened that you thought could never ever happen.
I heard this the other day, and I say the other day, within the last 3 weeks, since last 3 or 4 weeks, anyway. And this guy said, bold statement. Somewhere down the line, this Nico, the guy, the GM with the Harrison, is it Harrison? Somewhere down the line, Nico Harrison is going to come out and look brilliant in this.
Well, yeah, because they got lucky.
Well,
or
I know
because it
you're
was
going to get
rigged.
Cooper Flag, but he's basically saying not only did you get lucky and get Cooper Flag, but this guy's saying, listen, was he wrong on?
Yes.
Was he wrong on the other guy? On
Yes.
Doncic?
Yes. He was wrong.
I'm not sold he's wrong.
Okay.
He was wrong. Even if he's fat, even if he's out of shape, even if he's got work ethic issues, all those, whatever. You don't trade Luka Doncic. You don't do that.
Talk, Scotty. You got to give me more here.
Hey,
if
do you
you're
let
concerned-
Peyton Manning walk with the career he had after winning the Super Bowl, and you don't bring him back?
Yeah, that was different. It was different. You thought
did it.
Yeah, but it was radically different.
Why is it different?
Because you thought the dude couldn't play football again.
Thank you.
So you're
it's different.
implying that Luka Doncic can't play basketball.
No, I think this franchise is going, we're going to pay a guy $70 million that is fat and out of shape, and I don't know if he's ever going to be motivated to get in shape to earn this $70 million. Let's move him and see if we can get some stuff. Anthony Davis, still a good player, in shape, plays hard. By the way, you know how many games Kyrie and Anthony Davis played together last year?
Wasn't it one?
One.
Yeah.
So he took a gamble, and he's hated. I'm sure he's still hated in Dallas. This helps.
Yeah.
Getting Cooper Flag.
If
helps.
you're going to trade Luka Doncic, you do it for a freaking haul.
Okay, what were you saying last summer when there was a big free agent? What was your big question on that one?
What are you referring to?
Murray, 27?
Yeah, I wanted them to wait on that. Absolutely, I wanted them to wait on it. But I don't put Jamal Murray in Luka Doncic's category.
No. But he was a big contract, and you got to come up with a decision to sign him.
I know, but
And
you
if they're
can't compare those guys.
We got to wait on this Doncic, and then all of a sudden you lose him and get nothing.
But the point is, what the trade that you did was the world's dumbest trade. I mean, the dumbest trade of all time.
Scott.
If you trade Luka, okay, fine. You could convince me we don't like the guy. He's fat, he's out of shape, and he doesn't have the right attitude. Okay, let's get rid of him. Then go get the biggest haul in the history of the NBA.
And the fact that you didn't even talk to any other team to see what that could have been.
Well, but you knew you were going to get rewarded with the first pick because it was orchestrated by Silver and New York.
Okay, fine. I guess the whole thing was rigged.
The frozen ping pong balls.
You know what? I never thought that would be true. But now, after getting that first pick in the draft, I'm like,
Derrick Rose to Chicago.
And you had 1.8% chance to win it, and you're like,
but Scott, you can't tell me that trade was a good trade.
Listen, here's what I think good GMs have to be. And why I've had issues with a handful that have been before. And I had this conversation with Calvin Booth during the season. Players aren't your buddies. They're not your buddies.
Right.
They're commodities. They can help your team. Treat them respectfully.
We're a bunch of cattle.
Treat them right, but they're cattle. Basketball, NBA, Major League, they're cattle. Now, could he have gotten a better haul? Maybe so. And now do we have history because he'll end up getting another looks like generational player in the first pick in the draft again this year to ease the pain just a little bit. Okay. But I can see as a business, if the guy's not cooperating, the guy's not doing little things that you've asked him to do, he's not been a franchise guy, going to appearances, doing stuff you need him to do, and he's kind of balking at all of it. It's never a discussion. It's always a debate on everything we talk about. And all of a sudden now you guys say, and listen, he's 20 pounds overweight and great player. Great player. Bob Horner is a great third baseman. Need a big old fat tub of goo. Terry Forrester, in fact, he called himself that, big fat tub of goo. Okay, great players. So you can be fat and great. Wallace was a great golfer until he lost his weight, and then he couldn't hit a golf ball anymore. But if you're all of a sudden as a franchise going, dude, we got to pay this guy $70 million for the next 5 years.
I think you're having a different conversation, though. I mean, we all can understand that aspect of it.
Well, but I think that's the conversation Nico and his boys were having.
Yeah, but they executed it in the most foolish way you could possibly see.
And not as advantageous of a way as you think. So I would agree with that. Yeah. Do I feel like they could have got more of a haul? Yeah. Brooklyn has 5 picks. 8, 9, 21, 22,
Utah.
24.
Send them to Salt Lake.
Yeah. I mean,
you know what I mean? Like,
you had a lot of options. And they didn't seem to do it, which now, once again, makes you think maybe the NBA did have something to do with it.
Right.
Oh, that's what I think that's the obvious part of this, right? Is that the NBA had something. And he only talked to one team, and it was the Lakers. Come on.
We gotta get LeBron back to the finals one more time.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, it drives me a little bit crazy.
It's time for LeBron to walk away.
Is it?
Yeah.
You don't think he's got
still
one
pretty
more?
good at basketball?
Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty good year last year.
He is good. How'd they do? They make the playoffs?
Okay. They didn't have a center because of everything that went down. So, you really think? I mean,
that was on them.
He played at an all-star
By the way,
level.
that was on them because they got Mark Williams, and the Lakers are the one that said he failed the physical.
Yeah.
Then he went on the rest of the year and averaged 15 and 8.
They also ruined their relationship with Dalton Connect. Go get him, by the way. Why don't you go get
There
him?
were rumors about that.
Yeah.
There were rumors
Bring
the
him
Nuggets
back
were
to
looking at Dalton.
Bring him back home. Sterling's just up the road.
All right. That's what I'm saying. All right, we got your next keyword for the core 4 next, and I've got an interesting question about the AFC versus the NFC in the NFL coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. It's Altitude Sports Radio. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. Scott showing us ghost videos over the commercial break, which Tyler, of all the conspiracy theories he believes in, no ghosts, huh?
I do love me conspiracies. I'm like, I love conspiracies. I'm not a ghost guy. You're not gonna get. He's tried to convince us that you go to Gettysburg, you can hear the marching band at night.
He's got a video.
Yeah,
he's got a video.
Yeah, as if somebody in their backyard didn't have a speaker.
And the video is some dude by these cannons running by.
I mean, I've been there. It is an eerie place. Like, you definitely feel.
So you impressed Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain.
Yeah,
my favorite Civil War general.
I do find it funny.
Although he was a major when he became a hero.
What is our favorite parts about him?
Basically helped turn the tide at Gettysburg.
Okay.
Defended the high ground, is what you said.
I think Little Round Top, I think it was called. And actually turned on a larger force and charged downhill at him and routed the day.
I am thoroughly impressed that you have a favorite Civil War general. Like, I thought it was good that I knew Civil War generals.
And
I'm looking at a top 10 listing of Civil War generals.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Before you get to them, let me read the keyword here. If you want to get in on the Core 4 score, it's a signed jersey of Jokic, Murray, Porter Jr., and Gordon. Text ACTOR. That's ACTOR, ACTOR, to 303-504-0925. Give us the top 10 Civil War generals.
I immediately have got beef with it because number one is just a bunch of BS. Like, they've got Robert E. Lee as number one. How could he be number one?
Because he lost.
Yeah, how is that possible?
He was very revered for his battle acumen, for
his gentleman.
Okay, did you win or did you lose?
He did lose.
Okay. I don't see how you can be number one.
Stonewall Jackson's probably top 5 there, and he lost too.
He's number 4.
Yeah,
number 4.
Top
Scott, what was your guy?
Joshua Lawrence Chamberlain.
Joshua did not crack the top 10.
Is Grant number 2? Who's number 2?
Although
Ulysses is Grant.
He was
number
a major
2.
though when he became a hero.
William T. Sherman, number 3. Stonewall's number 4.
Was it Tecumseh Sherman?
What?
Was his first name like Tecumseh or something like that?
No.
William T?
His first name's William, but T is his middle name. And
is that Tecumseh, though?
Maybe something like that.
Oh.
He's the guy who the
You don't see that name very much anymore. Isn't Sherman the one that burned Atlanta?
Burned the whole,
burn it down.
Thing.
Yeah.
Well, that was your Civil War talk brought to you by Revitalize Health. They're also revitalizing veterans. They've got a great initiative for that. So if you want to look into that, you can do that. Revitalize-health.com. They're sponsoring our Core 4. Again, the keyword for that is ACTOR, 303-504-0925, text ACTOR. All right. So I wanted to ask you guys this about the Broncos. Because the conversations that are going around the NBA right now is how wide open the East is going to be next year. You've got Tatum out with an Achilles. He's probably going to miss the entire season. You got Halliburton out with an Achilles. Probably going to miss the entire season. Really the only powerhouse left in the East, Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland, New York will be interesting to watch.
And then Detroit is like your next best team.
Is a team to move. Atlanta's saying, hey, East is going to be open, so they're trying to make a push to get up there a little bit. Philly, if Embiid can ever play more than 40 games, they're always going to be a threat if he's healthy.
I wouldn't count on it.
Well, that's true.
So it also made me think about the Broncos and how weak I feel like the NFC is. Now, I feel like it's better now than it has been in the past couple of years. But it just made me think, if we put the Broncos in the NFC.
Where specifically? Give me a division.
Swap them for Seattle. Say they made the move into the NFC and Seattle.
We're going to the NFC West. We got to compete with the 49ers, with the Rams, and with Arizona.
2-4.
That bad?
Okay, well,
I don't know if I agree with that.
Are we beating the Rams at all?
No.
Well, then we're not beating the Chiefs at all this year either. Then that's all I'm saying. I'm saying if you can't beat the Rams once, then you're not going to beat the Chiefs once.
If you can't beat the Rams, you might not be able to beat the Chargers.
That's probably right.
The Rams are my dark horse to win it, though.
Okay.
NFC West does feel a little bit down.
I
mean the 49ers are in total rebuild mode.
Seattle should be down. Arizona is just one of those teams you can never count on, right?
They're always pretty good early on, and then they fall
disappear.
apart.
Minnesota won 13 games with Sam Darnold at quarterback. Jaden Daniels looked like the best quarterback in the conference. He was a rookie. I mean, it just feels like the NFC is not – and, like, granted, the Eagles roster is absolutely stacked. But are you afraid of Jalen Hurts?
Well, at the top of, like –
I like him.
At the top of the NFL and the NFC, I mean, you've got the Eagles. They got to be the number 1 ranked team in the NFL if you're looking at power rankings. You've got Lions. You've got Commanders. So NFC West is pretty damn good. Or excuse me, NFC East, pretty damn good. Rams are going to be a top 10 team, right?
How about Green Bay? Minnesota.
Green Bay, Minnesota.
But I think these are all teams on the Broncos level.
I bet you know what? I'm going to pull up the power rankings here.
Say it out loud, Scotty. What?
When's the third time you said that today? This is official. We have Twitch right. You think the Broncos are on Green Bay's level?
Yes.
Well, we'll see because we play Green Bay at home this year.
You realize they won this basically the same amount of games last year. I think maybe Green Bay had 11, but I mean,
Minnesota's a question mark because you're probably going to get J.J. McCarthy's going to be your quarterback.
Yeah, you really don't know what you're going to get there.
Green Bay, listen, I like their coach. I think their coach is pretty good. I like them. Detroit, they lost 2 coordinators. Is that going to affect them at all this year? And Washington, I think, is an up-and-coming team.
According to Pro Football Talk, their power rankings, they got a pretty damn balance. I just counted out the top 15, how many teams were in the NFC. They got 8 in the NFC.
Okay, but where are they in relation to the Broncos?
Broncos.
How many NFC teams are above
they got the Broncos? They got the Broncos at number 10.
And how many NFC teams are above them?
Okay, so above them, they got the Bucks, they got the Rams, they got the Commanders, they've got the Lions, and the Eagles.
So 5. I just feel like they're more on par. If you're telling me they've got to play the Rams in a playoff
Yeah, but
game.
Can we slow down for a second? Like I'm down with the Broncos hype. I'm down with it. They've earned it. They deserve the right to have the respect. They deserve to have a lot of people saying nice things about them. Are we buying the Broncos as the 10th best team in the NFL right now?
Are you not?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Rob?
Where would you put them?
Just say it. What do you think?
I will win, but I'm letting him get his point out.
Go ahead.
Where would you put
That
him?
was his point. He didn't think they're a top 10 team.
I just finished my point.
But I'm just following up. Where would you put them? If you don't think they're 10, do you think they're 12? Do you think they're 15? Do you think they're 20?
Maybe 13 through 15.
Okay, so middle of the pack, essentially.
Yeah, I'd put them dead center of the NFL.
I think it has everything to do with who Bo Nix is. And we don't know the answer to that question yet, and I think it's fair for you guys to question that. Because if you saw the step back that C.J. Stroud took from year 1 to year 2, when C.J. Stroud had a better rookie year, in my opinion, than Bo Nix's rookie year, it's totally legitimate to say, yeah, he could struggle in year 2. He could.
Well, so could Jaden Daniels.
You also, from year to year, you have fall off on defense. That is something that happens. There's a lot of luck involved with turnovers. It's hard to replicate good defense year in and year out. But the way that you do that is twofold. 1, you have good coaching, which I think you do. And 2, you have the roster maintain itself, which you did. You have the highest number of returning players on your roster of any team in the NFL.
That's true. And I think that's a positive, but they also were dealing with an insane cap hit from Russell Wilson for the last 2 years that they just didn't have necessarily the ability to maneuver like other football teams did.
Okay. But given that, the assets that they did have, 3 of the 4 biggest assets they brought in were on what side of the ball? Defense.
Yeah, and if you want to tell me the Broncos are a top 10 team, then the argument is, well, you've got a top 5 defense. All right, I agree. You probably should have a top 5 defense.
Okay, so
I agree with that.
So then the Rams don't scare me, right? The Vikings don't scare me. The Packers don't scare me.
Why are we talking about the NFC?
I'm just because the original question was if you put them in the AFC, where do you think the Broncos would land? I think that the AFC is so top heavy. There's so many, not only good quarterbacks, but good teams.
Yeah, but that's who we got to deal with.
That I want to provide some context about how good we think the Broncos actually are. That's the conversation we're having. How good do you think the Broncos
if they're
actually
the 8th
are?
best team to make a wild card in the NFC or in the AFC?
7th.
Was it 7th last year?
7th.
And a blowout win in week 17 from being 8, right? Or 9.
Yep.
How many? So there's 7. So there's 6 AFC teams you're above you, and then 5. You said so. Then 11. So that'd be right there in his wheelhouse at 12.
So take out 10 wins.
All right. Let's play a game. You want to play how good are the Broncos in the NFC? We'll go division by division. All right. NFC East. So you got the Eagles, you got the Commanders, Dallas, and Giants. I don't know who you're kicking out to be in there, but where do you put the Broncos in that group?
Middle. I put them below the Commanders and the Eagles and above Giants and Cowboys.
Say number 3. All right, cool. NFC North, pretty damn good. You got the Lions, you got the Vikings, you got the Packers, you got the Bears. Where are you putting the Broncos?
Second.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Above who?
I don't think the Vikings are going to have as good of a year as they had last year. I think they're marked for regression.
Vikings guarantee will win 10+ games.
I love
Guaranteed.
Kevin Stefanski. If he can get J.J. McCarthy to win 10 games, he's coach of the year.
He probably should have been coach of the year last year.
Yeah, that's probably not wrong.
Yeah.
But
because they went all the way down last game of the year.
I'd put them, if we're keeping the Lions, the Vikings, the Packers in there.
I said Stefanski, by the way. I meant O'Connell.
I'd put him at number 4. Scott?
I put him 4.
You put him hold on, time out. You put him behind the Bears?
No, I kicked out the Bears.
Oh, okay. All right.
I put them 4th in the first one, NFC East. I'd put him
3 in NFC East.
Who knew I was going to be the Broncos hype?
I might put him 4th in the NFC North.
I think the Packers have shown year in and year out that if Jordan Love doesn't catch fire, that they are just a real average team. They got worse at cornerback. I just don't see the Packers. They're not a dominant team to me. Now, if Jordan Love can make a full season look like that end of that year that he takes them to the NFC Championship game and loses to the Niners in San Francisco, then great. He was on a heater at the end of that.
Yeah, take it to the bank. Packers win 10+ games also. They'll win 10+ games.
I mean, 10 games isn't terribly tough to do, as we saw last year.
Well, that's what we're talking about with the Broncos.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that makes them a great team, but I think the Broncos can end up better than that.
Okay, maybe.
So I go NFC East tied for 3rd.
Okay.
With the Cowboys.
Okay.
Because I think they're a wild card this year.
Okay.
I think Vikings, Detroit, Green Bay, and then them. They're ahead of Chicago.
Okay.
I agree. I'm down with both those. Now I'll give you one that the Broncos should. They might be able to win this one. NFC South.
Better.
Right? They probably should win this division if they were in it.
Did you see what they did to Tampa Bay last year? I mean,
Tampa Bay, Atlanta, Carolina, and New Orleans.
Yeah.
They're better than 4 teams there.
Or Bo Penix.
So we found a division in the NFL that the Broncos
they can
could
win that division.
Okay,
they
cool.
did last year.
That's a fun little game. We'll play that game in the AFC also because how many of them could the Broncos win?
Okay, and
if you're going to be a top 10 team, you probably should.
Where do they finish in the West for you guys?
I
think they're better than Seattle. I think they're better than San Francisco. And San Francisco can prove me wrong, but I think they're better than San Francisco. I don't think they're better than the Rams, but I don't think it's by much.
I do not think they're better than the 49ers, even in a rebuild. I'm definitely not going to say that.
I would put them 3rd.
Behind
Rams 49ers,
Broncos. So Scott and I are pretty much on the same page.
You guys really are lockstep with it. All right, listen, I didn't know I was going to come in being the Broncos fanboy here. I don't think I'm particularly high on them. But so then real quickly, we've got a minute or two left here. Take 10 wins out of the equation. Is it more likely that they have more wins or less wins than they had last year? So is it more likely that they have 11 or that they have 9?
To me, it's how they play at home. They got the extra game this year, the odd game. They got a home game this year.
Yep.
So they'll have 9 instead of 8.
Yep.
I think you got to go 7-2. And that's it'll be tough. But if you're better in Green Bay, guess what? You at least get them at home. That evens a whole lot of stuff out right there.
Well, and the advantage of finishing 7th last year behind the Chargers is that you still have a 3rd place schedule, even though you made the playoffs.
But you're playing the NFC East, and we just talked about a while ago. You played the NFC South last year, and there's 4 of your wins right there. You ain't getting 4 wins against the NFC East.
You could get 3.
Who's the 2 home games? Where's the schedule?
You could get 3.
You play
wherever you play them. You don't think they can beat the Commanders? Is what you're saying?
I think
because they can beat the Cowboys, even if you don't think they will. They can beat the Cowboys, and they can beat
the Cowboys at home game too, isn't it? I believe.
Yes.
So I liked them. I liked them at home. I liked them at home against Green Bay.
Well, you should beat the Giants. You haven't lost to the Cowboys in about 20 years.
Yeah, right. That is true.
Yeah, and it's a home game. You should win a game.
So,
but are you going to go to Washington and to Philly? And
no,
win
I got them losing both those.
Okay. All right. I didn't know I was. So you think 9 wins is more likely than 11?
In the most simplistic terms, just to answer your question, is it more likely that they win more or less than they won last year? I would say they probably win more.
Scott, you think it's more likely they win more or less than they won last year?
I think it's going to be a struggle to win 10.
So less. Wow.
I think if they win 10, I think they're in the same boat they were last year. And listen, I think experience helps. If Bo, as you just said a while ago, doesn't have a C.J. Stroud second year and takes another step forward, and Sean Payton can help him, if they get the running game, you've got 2 quality running backs in the fold now. Let's go.
But let's be clear about the C.J. Stroud regression. His offensive line was terrible. He lost a bunch of guys to injury there. He also lost a bunch of guys to injury at wide receiver. Lost Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, Tank Dell at the end of the season. Like, part of the regression was that he lost a bunch of guys.
Right. So that was more of a franchise issue than a C.J. Stroud issue.
Yeah, and I don't think right now looking at it, and you never know with injury, of course, but right now looking at it, Bo Nix's offense around him has not gotten worse.
No.
So, you hope
I would say the offense has gotten better. You've got a higher quality tight end, and you got, I think, higher quality running backs.
Depends on Evan Ingram. I would say the offense all comes down to what kind of production do you get out of Evan.
Interesting. All right, one more time, your keyword for the Core 4 giveaway brought to you by Revitalized Health. That is a signed jersey from Jokic, Murray, Porter Jr., and Gordon. If you want to get in, the keyword is actor, ACTOR, actor. For the next couple minutes, you can text that into 303-504-0925 and get entered. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, man. Summer's here, longer days, warm nights, vacations, date nights. But erectile dysfunction can ruin all of that. Look, if intimacy feels stressful because of performance issues, you're not alone. And more importantly, there's help. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Think about what summer should be. Relaxed, romantic, unforgettable. Don't let ED get in the way. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments, they work when the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. This is amazing. Your initial visit's only $99. You get a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, that visit is free. But I want you to call and get yourself set up for success. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It is Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I'm Rob Trujillo, filling in for DMac along the way. And this is No Dumb Questions. Now, it's interesting because I know you guys give Scotty a lot of heat because he can't remember his No Dumb Questions all the time.
Right.
Have you remembered your No Dumb Question, Tyler? Is it still
No, but
escaping you?
I know I pulled the Hastings. I had a great one today. I was driving into work, and I had something pop into my head. I was like, I got to remember that for No Dumb Questions. And, I hit my head against the wall for a living.
That is true. Was it the drive to the workout or the drive here?
Drive here.
Okay, so it was fairly close to the show, and you still couldn't quite hold on to it.
Yeah, that's right. Did have a good workout today, though. Today was back and buys.
Okay,
right?
push and pull.
Yep. No, there was no push today.
Okay,
yeah,
just pull.
Just pull.
All
pull. Right. I did. You know what? No, this isn't a no dumb question. Well, maybe. When was the last time you complimented an old person on anything?
I feel like I compliment my mom a lot, and she's getting old. Does that count?
No, that doesn't count.
Okay.
But that's nice. That's nice. That you should do that. There were two different people in the gym today. There was this lady that was she was under the squat rack, and I'm like, gosh, like this is unbelievable to me. Like I have no idea how old she is, but I just stopped and I said, hey, that is incredible what you're doing right now. Like I'm so impressed.
Just because of age, or was there
because of age?
Okay.
Yep, and it absolutely made her day. She stopped, a nice little lady named Nadine, and she wanted. We talked for at least 5-7 minutes, something along those lines. And I was like, I don't want to be rude, but can I ask what your age is? And she was 80 years old.
Wow,
under a freaking squat rack. 80 years old.
That's awesome,
underneath
man.
the squat rack. And I got to tell you, my little compliment to her, she just freaking lit up. A little bit later, I see an older dude that's underneath a bench press, and he's got 45s on each side. So he's bench pressing 135 pounds, and he's got a Vietnam vet hat on. And I'm like, gosh, well, that last lady like lit her up. So I'm going to say something to this guy too. I'm like, hey man, you're a badass. Like you're benching 135 right now.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude's 77 years old.
Wow.
77 years old. Brian.
Good
I
for them.
met Brian and Nadine today, and one little compliment to them absolutely lit their world on fire.
And when you get to that age, you've earned the right to just sit it out if you want to.
That's right.
But it's awesome that they have the motivation to get out there and do it too. Like not just that they're so good at it, but just that they're even out there.
Like I legitimately hope that I'm just active at 80 years old, yet alone underneath a squat rack.
Legitimate question though.
Yeah.
Did you start looking at them because you were worried about how much weight they had on the bar?
No.
And you're like, I might have to go over there and help.
No. I mean, I saw them. They were well in control. They were kicking ass.
All right.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
I think it would be, that does remind me, I should just send my grandma flowers or something. I've been thinking about that, right? Like those moments. All right. Do you like birthdays?
I hate birthdays.
Me too. I hate birthdays.
I hate my own birthday. I hate my family's a big birthday family. We're all in our 40s and we all go out to dinner for birthdays, and it's like a big shindig, and we do an adults only thing. And I'm like, it's nice to see you guys, but
I try to be respectful of people who love birthdays, but I absolutely don't celebrate mine.
Ugh.
And I feel like the reason is I didn't really do anything this day. And if it's a day that you are obligated to tell me that you care about me, well, then that doesn't really mean
should
that
we
much.
really celebrate our moms?
Yeah,
right.
Should we
they're the ones that did
celebrate
something.
mom on birthdays and not us?
Are you a birthday guy?
No.
Yeah.
But the Warren is a birthday month.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whole month devoted. So as
It's
multiple
gotten
dinners
better.
or
Well, it's gotten better because my daughter's birthday is right before it.
But kids' birthdays are fine.
No, and we celebrate that.
Yeah,
but,
that's
but,
fine.
But listen, it used to be a whole month. And now we're like, come on now.
Yeah, I just if I have to tell you to tell me that you love me, You know what I mean? It's
Right.
not, but I think that's why your compliments at the gym meant so much, right?
Yeah. No, hold on
Unprompted.
real quick. Scott has no clue. And I'm not going to bring him into the context of why I complimented. Scott, I just want to tell you that you look great today.
Thank you, buddy.
It's really impressive what you're able to do.
Yeah.
It really is.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I had. Are we doing no dumb questions?
We are doing
you
no
know,
dumb
it's the summer of dumb. So really, anytime during the show, you have.
Oh, I didn't know that. I do have one that I want to ask you.
Summer
But go
dumb.
ahead.
Have you ever let something stupid steal your joy?
All the time.
Yes.
Right?
And you try not to. Like there are times that I'm actively telling myself, like, don't be angry about this. It's stupid.
I had back-to-back moments, and I don't know what hit me, but it caught myself from it stealing my joy. Stopped at one of the grocery store. I won't say a name, but it rhymes with a thing booper. And they got gas stations, and you put your code in there. You know, it's just usually your phone number,
right?
And then they give you a discount for using their gas station. Your code is invalid. Did it twice. Your code is invalid. So I said, well, let me use the wardens. Use the wardens. This code is invalid.
You're talking about like the discount code.
Yeah, the discount code. So I said, forget it. I gotta go because we got to come here. So I said, forget it. Bing, bing, boom. Just bought gas. Went and told the guy. Said, by the way, that what do they call it? The dispenser, the gas. What is it called?
Nozzle.
Called something. What the whole gas
Pump?
Gas pump. Thank you. The pump. I said it's not taking in the codes. Oh yeah, we got a message a little while ago that none of them are. And I bought a soda.
Yep.
And I said, well, your little machine right here took it. I mean, you know, I said, and then I said, whatever. But I'm like, but I almost let take my joy. I said, no, I ain't gonna let it do it. I'm not gonna take my joy.
Made you angry coming in today?
You probably could have saved $12 too.
Well, no, I figured it out. It would have been like 39 cents. You saved like 39 cents. And I'm like,
per gallon.
I'm going to let, no. This one only had like 3 cents a gallon off.
Oh.
And so, 16 times 3, whatever that is, I could have said 18, 3, 58 cents. Could have saved 58 cents.
I saw one of those grinding bros say that about Costco gas lines on Twitter.
So think about that.
You're waiting in that line for 15 minutes to a half hour
for 58 cents.
To say it's more than that at Costco, but yes, essentially, you're saying your half hour is worth
How much?
58 cents.
How much are you saving?
Generally at Costco, it's like 30 cents less a gallon. Like it's significant.
Well, if it's 30 cents, that's 30 times 16.
Right. It's significant.
It's a little bit done. I mean, $5 would have saved
$5-10 each
but
time.
But then again,
you know what I mean?
$5.80, is that worth an extra 30 minutes?
That's a good question. The question is, what else would you be doing with that time that's worth more?
But it hit me, and I said, "Listen," I had 39 cents.
Scrolling
in my head.
TikTok.
So I'm sitting there going, I'm not letting the lack of a 39-cent discount take my joy. And I said, you know what? I'm lucky enough I can come here and I can fill my tank up anyway. Great.
Well, that's why.
Well, right next to it's a Subway, and I'd ordered a sandwich on the little apps because now everything's convenient. And we got a perfectly fine Potbellies right here, which I use. I said, well, let me get a little turkey sandwich up here at Subway. Go there, boom, boom, boom. Now, I ordered it before I got gas. So I'm thinking I should go there, just pick it up, boom, leave. Get there, they're still making it. I'm not going to let it take my joy. I still got a little time. I got plenty of time to get here. It's only a 20-minute drive. I'm good, whatever. Boom, boom, boom. I said, hey, by the way, since you're just making that, can you make sure you toast that? Oh, our toaster oven's down. Toaster oven's down.
Had a Mercury in retrograde day? Isn't that what they say?
No. So then I'm going to listen. I didn't let 58 cents bother me.
But I do want my sandwich toasted.
I didn't know this. Well, but then, I'm sorry. I said, you know what? And I did. I come here and I just throw it in the microwave. Heat it up. Okay. So I had 2 little instances back to back that I didn't allow rob my joy. I was so proud of myself today.
Well, that's good.
I want to know, somebody on Twitch needs to explain this to me. So they've got a drinking game going on with you right now, and I'm not quite sure what it is.
Well, I don't know.
Somebody explain it to me.
Do it, and I'll get you drunk. Tell me what I do, and I got you drunk.
If you tell us what it is, we will land that for you, the drinking game, making sure you get plenty of extra sips in there. But that's good, because I don't want you to get all riled up before you go on vacation. You're about to make a long drive and then have a nice, relaxing week, I hope. Or are you still remodeling?
Yeah, I'm still doing a little work. Not much, but I don't mind. It's, It's joyful work.
It's a lake house in the summer. I feel like it should be pretty good. It's a lake house, right?
Well, it's on the lake.
Yeah. A lake house in the summer. I feel like that should be pretty good.
It's a little better than double wide. Not much, actually. My dad lives in a double wide, and it's fantastic.
Don't belittle your second vacation.
My bad.
All right, we've got Leggy coming up next. We're going to talk some of this collusion story that surrounds Russell Wilson in the NFL and some Broncos talk as well. Next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Welcome back into PhD. I'm Rob Trujillo sitting in for DMac, and we welcome on Jeff Legwald. Because, Jeff, we thought it was an important day to have you on so we could get a scouting report about the power forward out of Illinois.
Yeah, what's Milwaukee
who's going to go
doing?
in the draft tonight. Go ahead. Give us whatever scouting report. I can't say his name, so can you say his name to start? Do you know how to pronounce his name?
No, but there are many people in Chicago who would, because that's
all right.
No, he's a good player. People were when they signed him, it was one of those where Underwood, the coach, has done a better job, or he's done a pretty good job cultivating some of those leagues. So just a classical European player, good awareness and all those things. I think the NBA guys have told me, I actually have a friend who does some analysis work for some NBA teams, but he said the concern is shooting long term. Will he be a consistent shooter, create his own shots, as Scotty knows?
Bringing this up, and I've always thought about it. Let's see, Bobby Knight, who's the longtime coach of the Illini. Bobby Knight. Lou Henson. Bobby Knight thought Lou Henson was the biggest cheater in the world, and so on and so forth.
I covered Lou Henson for several years.
Well, he and Bobby Knight would get after each other, though, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Well, Lou kept beating him. Nobody had a better record for a while than Henson did against Knight.
And that's why it made me mad. Why? And maybe they did for a while when Henson was there, but it seemed like with Chicago so close, and Chicago's got unbelievable basketball players, it seemed like the Fighting Illini should be a top 10 team every year.
Well, Henson made it a priority, Scotty. He used to draw maps of Illinois on a piece of paper for you and say, this is our recruiting area. They had a Final Four team at Illinois where every player on the roster was from the state. So it was a big deal then. It's the same thing for football, that when you handle business in state, you're good. And when you don't, you don't. But NIL has certainly changed everything. But when Notre Dame got interested in the Catholic League and all the players, and it was a big deal when Collins left the state to go to Duke. That sort of ended the in-state best basketball player in state goes to Illinois or considers Illinois.
The type of analysis you can only get here on Altitude Sports. Right?
Yeah, no one cares. But
we're not pigeonholed here. Come on now.
All right, so I do want to talk to you about this whole allegation of collusion that happened in the NFL over the past couple days here, and specifically what it had to do with Russell Wilson and his contract. It sounds like when you read it, kind of just common sense in that it was smarter for them to not give him a fully guaranteed deal. But I don't know, can you maybe explain the whole collusion case and what is leading towards some consternation here?
Yeah, this has been going on since the cap came in, and that guaranteed money in the NFL is always the rub. It's baseball. If you're a pitcher and you sign a contract, it's fully guaranteed, and it doesn't matter if you need Tommy John surgery after your first start. Doesn't matter if you never throw a pitch again.
Chris Bryant says hello.
Yeah. And I think NBA, there's far more guaranteed money, but the NFL has the biggest rosters, twice as many players as a hockey team. It's bigger. Even the players routinely say, weekly, I hear a player say injury rate is 100%. So owners are always going to fight fully guaranteed contracts. I mean, the stars in today's NFL largely have their contracts guaranteed. Peyton Manning's contract with the Broncos had almost every single dollar guaranteed before he played for the team. So it does exist, but it doesn't exist for everybody. And that's when Deshaun Watson signed his fully guaranteed deal, this case in particular was part of a grievance. Deshaun Watson signs his deal in the owners meeting, the spring owners meetings that happened after Watson signed his deal, it was a topic discussed by the owners and the team officials, the management council in the meeting. So the Players Association later filed a grievance that, hey, you can't talk about limiting salary or, get together on that. The league gave presentations of guaranteed money through the years and all of those things. And eventually this grievance, which was from 2022, makes it to the arbitrator, because that's how they've agreed to settle things. And the arbitrator said, yeah, they talked about colluding, certainly, but they didn't meet all of the criteria that you could rule it as collusion. But he did say, yeah, they certainly talked about it, and with the intent of limiting salaries. So that's as far as it went. There's sort of, in the legal world, there's sort of three elements to collusion: to getting together and limiting salaries, which is a violation of the CBA and federal law. This arbitrator said they met one of the three requirements, and that, specifically that the Lamar Jackson, Russell Wilson, and Kyler Murray, the three quarterbacks who signed immediately after Watson, did not get guaranteed deals. That was part of the fully guaranteed deals. That was part of the grievance.
The irony of it from the Broncos' perspective is that the Russell Wilson deal is widely considered one of the worst deals in the history of sports. And it almost makes the Broncos come out looking like they won the deal now that we know that Russ was asking for $350 million fully guaranteed. But there was one other aspect of this that I found fascinating. There was an email from Greg Penner to, I think it was to George Payton, I believe, in which it was just a line, and it said, still has 2 years left on the deal, why not wait? I found that interesting. George Payton did survive giving out one of the worst deals of all time, and now we know that the owner was encouraging him to wait on the deal. Does that make it any more surprising to you that George Payton kept his job?
No, it doesn't, Tyler, because again, at some point, we don't have all the other correspondence. At some point, George Payton had to go to Greg Penner and say, this is the contract we're offering. And Greg Penner had to say, okay.
Yeah.
So there was a discussion beyond that email, but there were a lot of people asking that. I know for a fact, George Payton even brought it up in a meeting at one point. What are the risks if we wait to do a deal? What does it mean? Will Russell agree to the trade? Because that was a big part of the thing then, was that Russell Wilson had a full no trade clause in his contract, and he wasn't going to waive it without some kind of guarantee that he wasn't going to get a new deal. So it was all part of the same equation. So I wasn't shocked that they found that in an email, because it was a point of discussion in the building, but even before they made the trade.
Hey, going back a little bit to the collusion thing, it's not like the NFL hasn't lost a big collusion case before when it comes to the world of football, and I think their penance was $1, as I remember the federal judge.
That's the original case, Scotty, that created free agency and the salary cap to begin with. I was covering the Steelers back then, and they essentially finished with the best record in the AFC in 92. And I think their entire payroll wasn't even 20 million. And the first salary cap was 34.1, I believe, in 1994. So that just tells you where things were.
And where they've
back
gone.
Then.
Yeah.
But that, again, I think the worst thing for the players in all of this is that the PA participated in keeping this document under wraps. I don't think it's new information that shocks anybody, but for the PA not to want this out there, I'll never understand that. And if I was a player rep on a team, I'd certainly be asking, what the hell aren't you supposed to be watching our interests? But the PA participated in keeping this document under wraps until Pablo Torre, a former reporter at ESPN, and his podcast people went and got this to reveal it to people.
Well, and how much of a factor for the NFL winning this was the fact that J.C. Treader, the president of the NFLPA at the time, he got caught sending some emails talking trash about Russell Wilson, in which he called Russ a wuss. He said instead of Russ being the guy that has now set the stage for guaranteed money, he's now ruined it for all the former players. And they tried to get that suppressed. But, Jeff, it's my understanding that the NFL used that as evidence. Hey, your own president is saying this guy isn't worthy of a guaranteed contract.
Of course they did. Of course they did. You know, I mean, I think, look, eventually, I mean, this is mostly an issue for the rank and file in the union, not star players. I mean, it's star players have contracts these days that are largely guaranteed. And, you know, they know, Patrick Mahomes knows, you know, Joe Burrow knows, the best players in the league know they're going to get paid. It's you know, it's all the rest of the guys on the roster that, you know, a lot of things need to happen for, and that fully guaranteed money would be a great thing for those guys. So to me, again, it's just, I'm no labor lawyer and all those things, but if I'm a rank and file member in the NFL, I'm a little peeved, you know, the PA didn't at least throw this document out there and say, see, you know, we got to be on the lookout for them, trying to limit our earning power. But in the big picture, I don't think we should ever be shocked that people running companies don't want to give out more money than they have to. And NFL owners are exactly the same as you know, everybody else in that regard. But I also believe if Deshaun Watson, if it was another player that had gotten the fully guaranteed deal and it had worked out, like say it was Mahomes got that deal, I think there would be more of them or more things close to them that exist because it worked. Right. The fact that it's Deshaun Watson and it will be the all-time worst contract ever handed out in the NFL, that's the immediate argument. If you're negotiating with a player, yeah, you ask us for this, but look what happened to the Browns. You know, they might never win for another decade because of this. So again, you know, it's just like the perfect storm of things, but I am not stunned that NFL owners don't want to pay out more guaranteed money than they have to.
So when's the next CBA? Isn't it like 2 years? And does this change anything when it comes to those negotiations?
No, they're still several years in. There is an opt-out. I think it was an original 10-year deal. I think the opt-out comes after 8, something like that.
Yeah,
but
I think you're right.
I'd have to look it up. But there is an opt-out that has a lot of things that have to happen to be engaged, but the original deal was 10 years. And, you know, with the recent media rights deals, which were enormous, and the way the cap has gone up the last 3 years, you know, I think the PA would have a hard time selling, you know, a work shutdown to a lot of the guys because salaries are increasing exponentially. But again, all of this will come up when that happens. I do think some agents and some attorneys will look into sort of individual legal challenges of using this ruling as proof that they were somehow harmed in their own negotiations. So I guess that's something I'd keep an eye out for down the road.
Interesting. All right. He's Jeff Legwold of ESPN. Leggy, thanks so much for taking a little bit of time to join us.
Sure. See you guys later.
See you, buddy.
Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. On the other side, we've got Let's Football Go and your next keyword for the Core 4 score to win 4 autographed Nuggets jerseys. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, maybe you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Make the commitment to call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to get your hair back. It's really as simple as that. All you got to do is commit to make the phone call. They will handle the rest. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, ask them about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. You'll be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You'll love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You'll love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're absolutely fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Your own natural hair starts to regrow the very next day. Don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
All right. It is time for Let's Football Go, brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. But first, we need to get you the keyword for this hour for the Core 4 score. That's autographed jerseys from Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., and Aaron Gordon. This keyword is torch. Torch, torch, to 303-504-0925, and you'll be entered to win all 4 jerseys. Well, you're pointing at something. Oh, yeah. Well, listen, let's not get into it, okay? Let's not get into it right now.
Oh, Marcus has got him at Buffalo fourth most improved defense.
You don't want to talk Bills with me. All right, let's do some Let's Football Go. DT, let's fire it up.
Civil War expert over here.
Tyler taking umbrage with Robert E. Lee.
I don't know how you rank him as the best general when you lost.
Number 1 on the okay, I just have to say this before we move on to Let's Football Go. I'm seeing a lot of porch on the text line. It is not porch, P-O-R-C-H. It is torch.
Torch, like you go in a cave and you grab a torch.
Wow, there are a lot of porches.
A lot of porches.
Are you sure you didn't say porch?
I thought I said torch.
You said torch.
I thought I said torch, but think about what General Richard Sherman did to Atlanta. He torched it. So there you go. There's your keyword for this hour. And we will get back to power ranking Civil War generals later. But first, DT, what do you got for Let's Football?
All right, well, in just a second, we're going to get into power rankings of who's got the best quarterbacks in each NFL division. But first, if you guys want to hear from Garrett Bowles, fellas, he is going to be on NFL Network's The Insiders. That airs at 5 o'clock tonight. But a couple of quotes are coming out from Garrett Bowles' interview that's going to air here in just a couple of hours, talking about Bo Nix. And he said, Bo's a tremendous football player in his first sort of statement in the interview. I'm so grateful I get to protect him and being his blindside protector, giving him all the time in the world. He calls him a freak of nature. He says he's a freak of nature. You look at the numbers that he put up last year between him and Jaden Daniels. Those were the 2 young quarterbacks in the league that are going to be very, very successful. And I have one of them behind me. His demeanor, his composure, his work ethic, just always wanting to get better, his arm talent, and just the way he sees it, he has swag, man. He really does. That is from Garrett Bowles. How much stock should we take in to what Garrett said there? He's a freak of nature, got great arm talent, or is this just kind of one
Garrett
of his teammates being
I was going to say, if it was anybody but Garrett Bowles, you'd be like, all right.
Bowles or McGlinchey?
Bowles?
Either one of those two says, listen, Bowles said the same thing about Russ.
Yeah.
He said the same thing about Drew Lock.
Hey, Bowles is great. He's a foxhole guy. He is. I mean that very sincerely in a complimentary way. The dude is going to be in a foxhole with you if you're his guy.
Sure.
But who is the greatest hype man in Broncos history between Garrett Bowles and Von Miller? I'm not entirely sure. Von Miller could talk about Tyler Polumbus like an all-pro.
Yeah, Von Miller's good too.
Well, and Russell Wilson does it too, and he's terrible at it.
Well,
he sounds totally disingenuous when he's doing it. At least Garrett Bowles sounds like he means it.
But Bowles said the same exact thing about Drew Lock, and he said the same thing about Russell Wilson. He's been on that. Oh, these are unbelievable. These guys. He's done it too much.
He's a foxhole guy.
He's the cry wolf boy is what he is.
Let's remove the person who said it, though, and talk about what he said. Do you feel like he's the second best quarterback out of that class right now?
Nope.
Go on. Tell me more. Tell me more.
Well, guess.
I assume you're going to say Caleb Williams is still.
No.
Oh, interesting.
I'd put Drake May above him.
Okay.
I'm a big Drake May guy.
All right.
I think Drake May is going to be a dude for a long time. But I'm not anti-Bo Nix at all. Bo Nix really surpassed my expectations. So I'm not knocking the guy. But if I were ranking the guys based off their rookie season, I would go Jaden Daniels. Thank you. Sorry, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Bo Nix.
Interesting.
But didn't Drake May get like one more game than Michael Penix, who looked okay late in the season?
Both of them look good late in the season, yeah. How do you feel? Like if you were to have to take one of them for the rest of your career, you're taking Jaden Daniels. Who's the second guy?
Yeah, I'm taking Jaden Daniels.
Well, who's the second guy?
What was the guy's first pick?
Caleb Williams.
I'll probably take Caleb.
It's interesting. I've seen a lot of people talk about him with Ben Johnson and how much better they think he can be in his second year. Here's the thing. That roster last year in Chicago was not terrible. They struggled.
Nor was Caleb Williams. Everybody talks about Caleb Williams like he was hot garbage in his rookie season.
Oh, I don't think hot garbage, but not good.
Do you know his stat lines?
Okay, go ahead.
Take a guess. Take a wild guess.
3,800 yards.
35.
25 touchdowns, 20 interceptions.
Okay, see, that's the surprising part. So maybe the touchdowns aren't as high as you would like it to be, and that's a fact. But he throws for 3,500 yards, 20 touchdowns, and only 6 interceptions. The dude actually took care of the rock last year. I mean, that's not terrible for a rookie year.
Was it a Shador thing? Was he taking more sacks than he should have been taking, holding on to the ball?
Of course he took some of those. Yeah, for sure. But, I mean, for a dude that I feel like got trashed in his rookie season, you look at those stats, and it ain't that bad.
Well, it's, I think, a comparison to expectation, right? Because it was expected that he was going to come in and light up the league.
Well,
and he was just okay.
And that's the other side of the spectrum of Bo Nix. There
Sure.
really wasn't a lot of expectations. 5th quarterback pick, what's he really going to do? And all of a sudden, he had this fabulous year.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hey, we need to pull the tape on the porch torch thing. Because we got people debating this.
I do see people saying
I'm going to need you to pull the tape on that.
Well, a reminder that your keyword for the Core 4 score is torch.
With a T.
Torch. Not porch. It's torch.
The amount of porches that rolled in there.
It was a lot of porches.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I did. I
get my birds mixed all the time.
I said, take the money and run yesterday. You never know what's going to come out of my mouth.
Who's the Fantastic Four guy? The Human Torch.
Human Torch. Yeah. So.
Oh, and a new Fantastic Four movie's coming out too.
Does that look good to you? I don't think it looks good.
I think it looks good.
You do?
Yeah, because it looks like they've gone back to the 50s.
Yeah.
And that's the 60s. That's the
Genesis
Fantastic Four that I read.
Yeah.
All the car or their flying machine and their unis or what I grew up reading.
So you're going to be nostalgic for it.
Oh, I'll be fired up for it.
DT, what's next?
All right, NFL.com has an article out ranking each division 8 through 1 by their starting quarterbacks in each division. Okay, so according to NFL.com, the worst ranked division is the AFC South. Then it goes NFC South, NFC North, AFC North, AFC East is 4, NFC East is 3. NFC West, they have ranked as the second best division as far as starting quarterbacks. And then number 1 is the AFC West. Any surprises on there for you guys? Are you surprised that the NFC West was ranked number 2 as far as the best starting quarterbacks go?
Tyler?
We got 3 guys got paid. I don't know who's Seattle's quarterback going to be.
Sam Darnold.
Got him on a.
I don't think they're. I mean, Jared Goff. Yeah, I'd take him in a heartbeat for sure. I would. I don't think they've got like elite QBs in that division though.
Yeah, that's an interesting because team question versus QB question is different, and I agree with you. I don't know that.
Wait, I'm sorry. We talk about NFC North. What are we talking about?
NFC West.
NFC West.
I'm sorry. I was talking. I had NFC North.
I was going to say Goff used to be in the Rams.
I'm sorry.
Wait, who was ranked number 1?
AFC West.
AFC West was 1. NFC West was 2. Is what you're saying? Okay. Yeah. I mean, Geno Smith being the worst quarterback in the division, he's at least a solid starter.
But he's for the AFC West.
For the AFC West, for the Raiders. Yeah. And then you've got Herbert, Nix, and Mahomes. You include the best quarterback in the game right now in there. And yeah, I mean, I can see that. It's interesting though. It's an interesting way to rank them because based on what you guys said earlier this show, you don't think they can win anything but one of those divisions?
Yeah.
Broncos?
NFC North.
South, you said.
South.
NFC South.
God, why
You're a mess
see, I'm
right
getting
now.
my bird wings.
You're a mess right now.
Yeah.
All right, DT, what's next?
All right, lastly, fellas, this is kind of a quirky one, but AI. This is a AI NFL story. So NFL teams are increasingly adopting artificial intelligence technology to revolutionize coaching methods and strategic analysis, with industry experts predicting significant competitive advantages for early adopters. In fact, what's funny about this, guys, is Raiders head coach Pete Carroll has kind of been on the forefront of getting ahead of this, and they actually hired an AI dude to their staff. I guess my question is, do you guys think AI will eventually take over in front offices, not just in the NFL, but in sports in general, when it comes to the salary cap, roster evaluation, all of that kind of stuff? Where do you think this is going to go over the next decade as far as AI being integrated into the decision-making process for front offices?
Yes, the Terminator is real.
I mean, listen,
How'd I do?
It's taken over baseball, right? Like, there are whole organizations that make decisions solely based on statistics and AI. So
yeah, I still don't think you can do it with football, not like you can in baseball. But the Broncos just did the same thing. We just hired the dude from Golden State, and one of the things that he was famous for, every team's got those wearables, and Golden State had those wearables, but he tracked it with AI to the degree of, is Steph Curry better going off his left hand or to his right hand? In practice, they would literally track the success rate of the guys going left, going right, shooting three-pointers from the corner, from here, from there. And so the Broncos, this new guy that we brought in as the chief information dude, he's known for it.
Well, in the NBA, they've added a whole second row of coaches that look at all that stuff, right? I mean, I feel like you got to find a way to integrate it to some extent.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're using it in game. I know they do. They keep a lot of different stats, which is basically analytics. It's just a fancy word for stats. And then you got a couple guys watching video and cutting up video to play either at halftime or during a timeout. They've allowed that to happen now, so you got that stuff going on. I don't know. I think analytics are a tool that I think you can overuse or underuse.
So just real quick, fellas, one last thing here from this article. It says current AI applications can analyze game film, formulate game plans, and generate call sheets for coordinators. Research from this year's Big Data Bowl demonstrated AI's ability to identify defensive coverages with 90% accuracy using pre-snap alignments. I mean, I'm just curious if we're going to get to a point where every offensive and defensive coordinator's call sheet is just going to be an AI generated sort of deal. And are we going to have the human element sort of kicked out of the game?
It's interesting because when you watch that Prime broadcast where it's got the, this guy's likely to blitz, or
I don't enjoy watching that as an experience, but it's an incredible product.
Yeah.
It's an insane product, actually. How accurate that thing is, like what Tony Romo made famous. Watch that. If you enjoy pre-snap predictions, watch that.
Yeah. Well, but it leads me to the question of, Tyler, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but what I've heard is the best players who break down film in the NFL can find little ticks that give off what the person across from them is going to be doing.
Sure.
Whether it's an offensive lineman looking at the hand of a defensive lineman or a defensive lineman looking at the set of an offensive lineman to know, hey, he's going to be pass blocking, hey, he's going to be whatever, right? Could this be an actual help to you if it's analyzing 100 snaps from the past two games and says, look for this?
Be okay for predictor for future games, but as far as in game, looking over the set, they're going to blitz this. Well, the helmet's the communication device still cut off with 15 seconds ago?
Yeah.
So, can it be analyzed before that?
Look, I'm not a very smart man, Jenny, but
I know what love is.
But I know what love. No, I don't.
That took a dark turn.
But I do know this. I've certainly experienced paralysis by overanalysis. Josh McDaniels, nobody will ever accuse that dude of not knowing ball. There were a lot of things you could say bad about Josh McDaniels, but he knew ball, and he had us prepared. And I mean, I knew the nuances of on 3rd and 6, here's the most likely blitz that's going to come. 3rd and 3, here's the most likely blitz that's going to come. 3rd and 10. I knew those things. But man, he had us studying all this nonsense that you got it memorized. And then at the line of scrimmage, rather than I'm just looking at the safeties like I usually do, and that's telling me what I need to see, I'm thinking in my head, what are these percentages? And it's paralysis by overanalysis. So as a player, I don't see it necessarily translating to the game itself. From a coaching point of view, I could see it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Till AI or analytics can tell me what's inside the athlete, then I'll be all in.
But also, like, let's be honest, there has to be a place for it, because I think the main complaint about the Rockies right now is that they don't embrace any of it. That there is none of this. There's no technology. There's no tracking.
Well, but is that because they don't believe in it or because they don't want to spend on it?
Either way, the fact that it's not there is clearly a detriment. I mean,
well, how
guys
good
who
are the Oakland A's?
Leaving
now the Sacramento A's, soon to be the Vegas A's. They were one of the forefronters of analytics. How are they doing with it?
Okay, so you don't think it's a big deal then? What do you think, Tyler?
Well, I think it's a deal. You know what the big deal is? Having good players.
Yeah.
That's a big deal, right?
Interesting. All right, for the Core 4 score, if you'd like to win a autographed jersey by Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray, and Nikola Jokic, our keyword for this hour is torch.
With a T.
Torch. Torch. Text that to 303-504-0925, and you will be entered to win from Altitude Sports Radio and Revitalize Health.
Just go over there.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's PhD. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for DMac. And before we go, I just, we get into this crosstalk thing and then I don't get to say something sincere to you two. So wanted to thank you guys for letting me sit in for a couple days here. Always appreciate working with the two tallest guys in the building.
Oh, dude, it's been fun. You did great. Somebody did point out on the text line, and I can't get it out of my head now. You sound exactly like Badger from Breaking Bad.
Badger and Seth Rogen are the two that I get.
I get Seth Rogen also.
With that being said, I've been taken to task a little bit here by you, Tyler.
Really?
By whom?
Yeah.
Who took you to task?
Tyler did.
For
About what?
About if I said the keyword right or wrong.
Oh, we got the tape?
Dan said he's got the tape.
I made no accusations. I just want to hear the tape because the text line clearly did not hear you accurate.
Okay, so the keyword was
torch.
Torch.
With a T.
With a T.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were sending in porch with a P.
Yeah.
And, to be fair, you didn't make any accusations, but you did call for the tape.
Yeah.
Let's get the tape. We need to get you the keyword for this hour for the Core 4 score. That's autographed jerseys from Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Michael Porter Jr., and Aaron Gordon. This keyword is torch. Torch, torch.
You even spelled it out.
I mean, I feel like I enunciated like a pro.
I feel like that was the last time you did it.
You can hear the bumper music.
You can hear the bumper music.
You can hear the bumper music in the background.
You spelled it out the first time and everybody still got it wrong?
I'm just saying.
I think there's a few people online that need to give you a big time apology.
Now listen, I get it. I'm the quarterback here, so everything that goes wrong, my fault. I get it. I'll take it. That's fine. But I'm just saying, I felt like I got that one right.
I think you nailed it, dude.
Felt like I got that one right.
Yeah.
So
don't you feel better, Dover? Don't you feel better?
See, now you're
Shots
glad.
fired.
Now you're glad that I asked him to pull the tape.
Shots fired. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt pretty confident that I had said it right. But if we needed to prove it, then yeah.
Well,
So
now we got the proof.
What do you want to say about all our texters?
I just, if they want to text it,
Hey, no. Go back to what I said about about the statement of Josh Kroenke. Go back and get on him like I got on.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you know what I'm going to do,
Muggles.
Scotty?
What?
I'm not going to let a couple phone numbers, random phone numbers I don't know, steal my joy today.
There you
pretty
go.
good. That's a nice callback.
Just
right
like
there.
you and your
That's a good-
Subway sandwich,
that's a-
I refuse.
Full circle right there, my friend.
I
All right,
refuse.
I got a no dumb question for you guys. You ready? And Dan wanted to expand it. I expanded. I think it's tough. Your last $5 in your pocket. You're sitting there flat broke, and somebody says, "Okay, you got to make this bet. Which way do you lay it? You're at your last $5. Tonight's the NBA draft. Do the Nuggets get involved anywhere in this draft? They have 0 picks as of right now. Will we hear the Nuggets or be rumored of the Nuggets making a selection? Because I think you got to wait till after the round, right, before you announce the trades. Or maybe you don't in the NBA. Maybe the NBA you can so-and-so has traded their second-round pick or first-round pick. Will the Nuggets get involved in this draft? You have to bet your last $5, yes or no.
I want to make a clarification. If they don't make a pick but are still involved in a draft trade, does that count?
Well, the only way they'd be in a draft trade is either bodies are moved or a
Third
pick
team in,
or a
yeah.
pick comes to them.
Yeah. So
Yes.
Probably is going to include a pick. If they're involved in a draft day trade,
I have a feeling
Could be a future pick.
I have a feeling that Zeke Najee is not going to be a Nugget at the end of the night. And I think he's going to be in there as just like a salary dump to help other teams move stuff around, and that maybe they end up with a second-round pick in 2 years or something like that. I don't think they make a selection tonight, but I think they'll be involved in a draft trade.
So probably two different bets then. One would be my question is, will they be involved in the draft? So your $5 there would say no.
No, I'm saying no. What are you saying, Tom?
I'm saying yes.
Yep.
I'm thinking
Into the first round?
No, I didn't say first. I said the draft. They go 2 rounds.
Well, but the second round isn't until tomorrow. Isn't
No,
it?
it's they do it one night.
Oh, do they do it all in one night?
I believe it's one night. Yeah.
We'll have to check on that. I thought it was 2.
Well, unless they did something special, I don't know why they would do it 2 because they ain't got that many good players.
It is dumb, but I think like starting last.
It's crazy
year,
to me that there's only enough good players to have 2 rounds in the NBA draft. Like
Well,
that's wild to me.
It used to be, well, just like the football. Football used to be 15.
Right.
When I came out, there was 8 rounds.
Wow.
But what they started figuring out to give the guys 3rd rounds to 8 rounds, more of a chance to just pick and choose where you go as opposed to being stuck somewhere.
Yeah.
It's actually better for the players in the sense that now if you're a guard and you get drafted by a team that's got 2 starting guards, why do you want to go there?
Okay, so I want to ask this question. Tyler, you were talking to us about how you played basketball.
Yeah.
Do you think
not very well, by the way?
If you would have stuck with it, you could have been an 8th round pick in the NBA?
No, hell no. No, absolutely not.
Scotty, if you had played football and stuck with it, do you think you could have been a 15th round pick in the NFL? Dan.
What position is Scott Hastings playing in football?
I mean, tight end. It's really it. That's all he can do.
Name a 6'10" tight end.
I agree with you, but I'm just curious.
Let me
Scott is see, I was at least honest. Scott's taking way too long thinking about this.
Well, but 15 rounds, you got to remember 15 rounds and 30 teams, and I mean that's a lot of players.
That's a lot of players.
I want you to go back and on your Google machine right there, Tyler. I want you to type in this name. Ready?
All right.
Harold Carmichael.
Okay.
Why was he 6'10"?
Just look at his stats.
All right. While we look that up, DT,
he was a Philadelphia Eagle, by the way.
Would you be in the 25th round of the Ralphie running draft?
He was 6'8".
6'8" is close.
6'8".
So I'm 6'8".
Yeah, you're close to Scotty. Do you not think you're close to Scotty?
No, but I was like people with Trent Williams used to call me a dinosaur because there used to be 6'8" players in the NFL, but not anymore. So maybe it's Scott's day. Maybe that's a better chance.
Well,
there are no dudes like over 6'6". Like there's probably less than 10 dudes in the entire league.
Well, and if you go back to Harold, in fact, we were always told he was 6'9", so I thought he was 6'9". And look what year he was drafted. I bet he was drafted in the 60s, wasn't he? So think a 6'8", 6'9" dude in the 60s. 70s,
right? Probably.
Well, that's
like a
71.
Yeah. I mean, that's a monster for that time, and he played wide receiver.
Yeah,
think about that.
I mean, you got hands. I'm assuming, Scotty.
I had real good hands.
Yeah. Can you block?
I had a far better chance at baseball than basketball.
Okay.
And me too.
Now, but see, baseball, they still do 15, 20 rounds, something like that.
Yeah.
So, could you have gotten in there? You think?
I don't know. I mean, if I stuck with it, I think I had a chance as a pitcher. I mean, I could throw some heat. I just didn't know where it was going.
Listen, we ignored if Dan could be the 25th round pick of the Ralphie running competition.
Well, he did that when he was 7.
Yeah, so he'd be an all-star.
It was 10.
Never happened.
It's kind of like your birthday. You've gone from 28 to 40 in like 2 years.
The story started as 7. Now it's 10.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
soon
10
it's going to
It
be
never
15.
started at 7.
At
You
one
guys
point,
made that up.
Didn't he say his sister was the one who actually did it or something like that? Did he say that?
My sisters
probably
did it also.
See? Story keeps changing.
So Daddy was a big booster back then and got
right.
my. Hey, can I get my 7 years? Good? I just took a.
Andy, I don't know how many rounds are in the Professional Lacrosse League or the National Lacrosse League draft. If you had stuck with it, could you have gotten drafted? Could you be a 10th round pick in the PLL?
The PL, what, today or then?
No, like
I mean, it's a
prime.
much different game today,
in your
dude. These
prime.
cats are, every athlete's evolved, right? Every league's evolved. Yeah, I'd like to believe I could have. I don't know what round, but
could we get you in the
I had
10th
a coach
round?
encouraging me one point, but you make a lot of money, and I wasn't going to be a star. You get like the indoor stuff was the big thing when I was there, and I watched when I was like, dude, they're basically committing crimes on each other out there.
Do you remember when the indoor league started? And wasn't it like 3 fights a night minimum?
Yeah, man.
Oh my God, it was crazy. It was so awesome.
Well, and the thing that's the indoor league, like in the outdoor league, we set picks like basketball. You got to stand there, and get run into, and that's just how it goes. In the indoor league, they go up and a guy like literally, it'd be a cross check in hockey. It's a cross check in the outdoor. It's just right in the kidneys. I'm like, how's he not peeing blood? This is allowed. All this is allowed, dude. Go look at what they actually do deep in Canada. Like they play on these floors that look like the Skate City floors. Remember going roller skating in Skate City?
Yeah.
It's like what they're playing on. There's this
Like
team called the
linoleum.
Victoria Shamrocks my guy Jamie Shuchuk played for, and they're just brutalizing each other.
So in that league, you could have played.
I was gonna say, I feel like that means you could have. Do you not have the toughness for it? Is that what you're telling us?
Listen, you understand this. I don't like to talk a lot about it because it didn't go well. I've literally been on the field playing Hall of Famers. I got a taste of it. You learn where you're not at when you play there. Okay, I faced off against Paul Gate a few times up in Vail. I walked up to the guy. I go, "Hey, I got your gear on," and he laughed. I go, "This is going to go well, I'm sure." And it went about as well as you think.
I got.
Did you ask for his autograph?
Yeah, I literally had a gate glove with a gate guard on it, and I pointed to him.
That's going to
you
happen
wanna
all
know?
the time
See,
in the NBA now.
Listen.
Which is weird to me still when I'm playing against LeBron and I'm wearing LeBron shoes.
And you're wearing his shoes.
But see, that's what but again, I didn't. Hey, when I bought the gloves, I didn't think I'd be facing Paul Gate ever. I can tell you that.
Is that what you were? You were a face-off guy?
No, I played in the time when we got to play the whole, like middies ran the whole field. There wasn't you guys in your specialization, and you got to be one or the other. I tell kids all the time. I'm talking to Nick Ferguson's kid. I'm like, don't you want to run? We used to get up, down, and you're off the field. That's it. Offense, defense. Don't get gas. Get off the field. So yeah, these guys now, it's like everyone is whatever.
What was
Old
Nate
man
Kreckman
complaining
doing
about
pro
that. What's that?
Baseball.
Baseball
Baseball?
or basketball, Nate? Pro.
What'd you have your best
If
shot
you had to
at?
go pro, or you would have got drafted. Baseball, basketball, soccer. He was pretty good at soccer too.
Back
wasn't he?
when the draft was forever.
Yeah, I mean, I was all academic. I was on the all academic team, let's be honest. No, when I was in high school was when the baseball draft was still 50 rounds.
Yeah, remember that?
50?
And
they passed on your own 50?
Are you being literal there?
They didn't take a sniff at me. So, yeah, if it lets you know. However, there was a guy in our conference that was drafted by the Cubs, and I did strike him out and plunk him in the same game.
Hell yeah, buddy.
I was pretty proud
You
of
got that going for you. Hey, I remember our good friend Jim Gillen that was a trainer for the Nuggets for years and years and years. He grew up in Hayes, Kansas, and he worked for the Broncos. He was the trainer with Sacco forever. He was with Sacco forever, or not Sacco, the Greek. He was with the Greek in the training room forever and ever as an assistant, right? And he goes, "Yeah, man, I had a pretty good high school career." He said, "I was second team All City." I go, "Really?" Because I guess if you said that in L.A. or New York or Atlanta, that's pretty good. I go, "How many high schools here?" "Oh, just one. I was a backup."
Hey, an award is an award.
That's right. He's the backup quarterback, so I guess he could call himself second team All City, right? I mean, that would fit right there. All right, I'll ask you two guys. I ask these guys. Your last $5 you own right now. Do the Nuggets get involved in the draft tonight at all? And you got to bet yay or nay with your last $5.
No.
I'll say nay.
No.
The one thing they could do is I could see, like, Dario getting moved. They could be, like, the third team in a 3-team trade, and they could, like, throw Dario's $5 million in for somebody to match salaries up, and they could get a future second or something for
But you don't think they draft tonight?
I don't believe they'll make a pick this evening.
So I get a feeling there's going to be something.
Unless Brooklyn, like, really wants Zeke Naji, do they?
Well, who's their coach?
Who is Brooklyn's coach right now?
Do any of us know? Was that a legit question?
No, it's a legit question. Jordi Fernandez. Where did he coach forever?
There you go.
He coached in Denver forever. So the key is if he would want one of the guys that you'd be willing to move, he knows a little something about him.
All right,
I think we're getting set up for like the most boring offseason ever for the Denver Nuggets.
Well,
like not only are they not making a move tonight, like it just feels like get ready to run the entire dang thing back. That's what it feels like to me.
Okay, and Scotty and I'll have a hot mic podcast tonight at 9 o'clock. You can watch. Tyler,
I do
don't,
watch.
He does watch. I know. I don't think
actually
DMac
do
can
watch.
cut us off with a podcast.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I think he's still been on there a little bit. We got Tim Neverett coming on to talk with us. He's voice of the Dodgers, but spent a lot of time in Denver. So a variety of topics will be covered in that interview. But I'm moving fast, so I'm stumbling my words. Do you think, Scotty, can the new coaching unlock something from Zeke that the other coaching could not? Will it change? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think it can.
Right. You want to hear more stories about Hall of Fame lacrosse players? I
don't know. Listen, David Adelman talked about it. We had John Wallace on yesterday. He talked about it as well. Development is going to be the key word, I think, in the off season. I will say this, and we talked a little bit yesterday. John Wallace, according to Josh Kroenke, spent the bubble time right he was still with the Nuggets in. He was in the bubble with the Nuggets, and he credited John Wallace with how well Murray played in the bubble, getting him right head-wise. Well, listen, and we said it yesterday, I think if he can get Murray right, that's what you need. You know, we talk about core 4, and we're giving a cool prize away and all that stuff. That's great. But guess what? Give me the core 2 going off to start the season in the first 20 games. You're going to be fine.
By the way, there's a fake Shams tweet going around. You guys were talking about AI earlier. It's a fake Shams tweet. It involves Jamal Murray going to the Brooklyn Nets. Nobody buy it.
Was it from Shames?
It might have been. I don't know. I saw somebody quote it.
I gotta admit, it is embarrassing how many times I will fall for those tweets. I will fall for those about at least one out of every 4.
With the AI stuff you guys are talking about, and how I was having a talk with one of my friends earlier. It is unreal how they can make a lot of things look real that aren't.
Yeah,
you got to triple check the double stamp at this point.
Watch the movie Mountainhead on Max.
Dude, it's all over. Isn't it good?
Yeah, it is good.
Tyler swiped on this little hot blonde the other day. Swiped right on a little hot blonde named Marilyn Monroe. He said, "Wow, who's this little?"
And then he got
I
never even heard of the name.
Who's this vixen?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do. Well done, fellas. Thank you very much. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That is right. We are going to talk to one of the voices of the Dodgers, Tim Neverett, coming up here in just a moment. Longtime Denver sports radio guy turned Dodgers broadcaster. He was doing the Pirates. He did the Red Sox. Now he's a Dodgers guy. Coors Field special last night. Dodgers winning that game 9-7 after LA scored 6 in the 4th. Good beginning for Marquez, and then, well, Michael Toglia offensively. Good night defensively, not so much. And the Rockies fall 9-7 last night. Entertaining ball game, though. Andy, kept you gripped to the very end, didn't it?
Yeah, walk my dogs. It was great.
Little late rally.
I did see the rally.
Did you take your transistor radio with you?
So it was funny because I was talking, like I said, I know it's weird. This is why nobody wants to give me their number anymore. I'll call you. We'll chat.
Yeah.
I was talking to another friend last night, one that I hadn't talked to in a while, and it was funny because he goes, my wife and daughter just walked in from the baseball game, and they're in the 8th inning. And I go, why did they leave early? He goes, because the game sucked. I turned it off, and I go, well, the Rockies just made it a 1-run game. You may want to flip that thing back on, but then, of course, ended up losing.
It got very good late. Joining us right now, I believe he's joining us from the broadcast booth over at Coors Field. It is our pal, one of the voices of the LA Dodgers, longtime Denver radio guy, Tim Neverett. Tim, how you doing, man?
Good. What's happening, man?
It's good to see you as always. I was thinking about this, by the way. So you're back at Coors Field tonight. You're calling this game. Tim, this is the only way that I know how to ask this question, because I think the answer has to go in this way. What are the teams here locally, either in Denver or on the Front Range, college or pro, that you have never broadcast a game for? Because I have to imagine it's fewer than you could list on one hand, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you count, let's see, I did a couple of Broncos games on national radio years ago. The Rockies I did on television. The Avs, I did one Avs exhibition game in Vegas at the MGM years ago against the LA Kings.
That counts?
Nice.
Let's see. Nuggets, no.
Okay.
DU hockey, yes, a bunch of that.
You did 1,000 of those.
Yeah, Colorado Crush football. How about that one?
Oh, we've all done that, Tim. That's something we all share.
There we go. All three of us were Crush guys.
I did DU lacrosse.
Okay, did you do the Mammoth?
No, they were just starting, I think, when I was just getting out. No Mammoth.
Rapids?
You've done every college team. You've done
Glendale
Raptors with our guy Nate. Did you teach him everything he knows?
No, I did. I've done Air Force, Colorado State, Wyoming, CU, and CC in hockey.
Deep cuts right there.
Nice.
What about the
Yeah.
UNC Bears? You got to have a couple of UNC
Yes,
Bears games on the resume.
That was
Football
the
or
very
baseball?
first. No, I'll tell you what. The UNC Bears, the very first game I ever did for FSN Rocky Mountain back in the day was UNC against South Dakota State, I think, or something like that, or North Dakota State, the Bison.
Yes.
And then I did another one against Florida Atlantic when Howard Schnellenberger was starting that program up. And they came to Greeley and played. So I did a game there too. Yeah.
So now hold on.
Yeah,
Was that post OU for him? Schnellenberger?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. He got back into coaching
Yeah.
at that point.
He was asked to leave for a bit though, right? He was kind of an interesting dude, wasn't he?
Most coaches are asked to leave at some point.
Yeah, they're like radio guys. We're all going to get fired at some point.
Exactly.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, but you're making me think because that's a bunch of places I've been around. Yeah,
Any
I never
Metro
thought of it
State
like that.
games, Tim? They had a pretty good basketball and baseball program.
No, but I'm aware of the Roadrunners and what they've been doing, and Jerry Schemmel, who's going to be in the booth next to us, he used to coach them. So that's my only connection to Metro State.
Tim's got the connections to frickin' everywhere. Tim, so I was saying this yesterday on the show. I'm not a Dodgers fan. The way I classified myself, I'm a Dodgers appreciator because West Coast baseball is always on late. And so I doze off to Dodgers games most nights. And also, that thing where they're the best organization in baseball, their games are usually big. I typically like to watch them. Tell me some insight as to how, other than just straight cash, homie, how did the Dodgers get this friggin' good at like every single aspect of running a baseball franchise?
Well, it's a couple of things. First of all, you can look at the money and look at the payroll and look at the free agents and things like that. Yeah, they go out and they're in the market. They're in the market for everybody when they're available. And obviously landing Ohtani was just enormous. Getting Mookie Betts was enormous. Getting Freddie Freeman, just another huge acquisition. However, they do draft and develop very well. You've got some homegrown players in the organization too. I mean, a guy who's just tearing it up this year in center field is Andy Pages. He's a homegrown guy. You look at the guy who's going to catch tonight, our top prospect, Dalton Rushing. He's a homegrown guy out of Louisville. Will Smith, who leads the National League in hitting, he's also a homegrown guy. He's not in the lineup tonight, by the way. This is just a night off for him. So, I mean, they've been able to grow some players at home. You look at what they've got in the minor leagues right now, both in AAA and AA, and they're very, very good. They're very deep. They've got some good homegrown pitching. Dustin May, of course, Clayton Kershaw. We'll see him pitch tomorrow afternoon, and I would highly recommend for folks who want to see Clayton Kershaw pitch in person to come out tomorrow afternoon and watch him in person because you don't know how many more times you're going to get to see him. And he's a Hall of Famer. No doubt. And he's 8 strikeouts away from 3,000. So tomorrow is a mathematical possibility that he could reach that 3,000 mark. And if he does, he will be just the 4th left-hander in the history of Major League Baseball to get 3,000 strikeouts. So, and one of only 20 men to do it. So, he's a future Hall of Famer, and it's always good to see guys like that.
Tim, help us out. For the casual fan, and it's been a topic of conversation both nationally and locally, how the Rockies lack some of the technology that goes along with baseball. And I know we've heard there have been a couple of Rockies that have come into the Dodgers organization and talked about the difference. What is some of the technology that we're hearing about that they use to make players better that maybe the Rockies don't?
Bionics. They make everybody like Steve Austin, astronaut. It's, to me, it's all the same stuff. It's Rapsodo and it's whatever they're using down there. I see it in spring training more than I see it anywhere else. And I know that a lot of other teams use technology. They use things that measure swing speed. So if a guy's bat speed is slowing down, they can tell and they can try to address those types of things. So I don't think, and I don't know what the Rockies use or what they don't use, but everything that the Dodgers use, I would think would be available to any other club. It's just that, like, when something becomes available, the Dodgers probably buy 20 of them when everybody else buys like 2. So they have a lot of technology. They have a hitting lab that they have created in Arizona at the spring training complex, which is, second to none in terms of the technology they use there. They've redone the clubhouses at Dodger Stadium. They put like $100 million into the clubhouses in the off season. And, they've got basically their own hitting lab there where you can work on velocity, you can work on spin, you can work on all kinds of things. I mean, there's pitching technology that I think everybody has. But I don't know, to me, I say this all the time, and I think I've probably had this conversation with you before, Nate. The Rockies have everything in place, right?
Yeah.
It's a great market size. It's a great ballpark. They've got one of the better player development centers in all of baseball down there in Arizona, in Scottsdale. If you've never been to it, you got to go see it. Talking Stick is amazing that they share with Arizona, the Diamondbacks. They've got all these things in place. And I remember doing a game on TV this spring over at Scottsdale, and I wrote down the lineup, and it was what would have been the opening day lineup, including Chris Bryant. And I said to myself, why are they doing this again?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they just had 2 seasons with 100 losses. They're bound for another 100-loss season. In fact, the Rockies are on pace right now to lose 125, which would be the worst number in the modern era of Major League Baseball. I just don't know what they need to do here. I believe me, I hope they get better, and I hope they do better on the field because they need to. And everything's better when the Rockies are playing better. There's half the crowd here last night was wearing Dodger blue, and I'm sure it'll be the same tonight. But it used to be all purple when the Rockies were competitive, and they need to be competitive again. There's no question about it. They can be. This is a market that demands it, I think, because of the success that, the Avalanche have won Stanley Cups, the Nuggets have won an NBA championship, the Broncos have won Super Bowls. The Rockies in 2007 had a miracle through August and September and ended up going to the World Series before they were swept by the Red Sox. But that's the best they've ever done here in baseball. But they have all the tools. It's just that they need to build a roster that can compete. And, you get tired of hearing about altitude and it's so different here. It's not so. I don't think it's the altitude. I think it's the size of the outfield here. It's huge. It's the second biggest one in baseball behind Kansas City, believe it or not. But I think that has a lot to do with balls dropping in the gaps, and you got 3 human beings that have to cover several acres out there. It's just not going to happen. You can't cover it all. I think Bretton Doyle does a great job in terms of defense. He's not in the lineup tonight for Colorado. He's struggling at the plate, but I think he's one of the better defensive center fielders around. I think he's completely underrated and overlooked for his defensive abilities in baseball. So they've got some players, but they just have been totally unable to put it together. German Marquez, he had a good outing 2 outings ago. Last night, his curveball was effective early, got away from it, and started
getting
getting
good for
hit.
3 innings, Tim, and then and then again, Tolia's got a bad inning defensively. Conforto hits one a mile, and boom, it goes south that quickly. And it's so funny, Tim, because you did talk radio. You did this job in this town back in the early and mid aughts, and you used to sit there and talk about what was going on with this organization. And, I was your intern and then I was your producer. And in so many ways, Tim, I feel like we're sitting here in 2025 and we're having like the same conversations. That was also, as they were transitioning out of the Bombers era into the Todd and the Toddlers era, and an organization kind of trying to find its way. And today it's like, what is the way? I can't tell what the heck the path is, and it is all resulting in this huge embarrassing failure that is a club that is 18-61 right now. And every conversation we have is, well, are they going to put a fresh set of eyes on this thing? And generally the consensus is, they're probably not going to, because the Rockies never do anything that way. But in so many ways, it's like we can't find whatever direction they're going. And really what you're basically telling us is, as somebody that is broadcasting their games, you're looking at them on a yearly basis a few times a year and just going, I can't see what the plan is.
Yeah, I mean, they've tried things. They've tried the the Blake Street Bombers. In fact, I saw Vinny Castilla last night, and I said, "Hey, Blake Street Bomber." He started laughing. Anyway, but they tried that, but you need pitching to back it up.
Yep.
And then with pitching, they tried the sinker slider philosophy. I think of going back to the days of Aaron Cook, who was good with the sinker. Forcing hitters to hit the ball on the ground. I mean, 100% of the balls hit on the ground don't go out of the ballpark. So that was kind of their philosophy, was to keep it in the ballpark. And then you saw there were good pitchers here. I'm thinking back, like, Jeff Francis was a guy who was a homegrown guy. I thought he was really good. They've had some other really good pitchers here, but it seems like they haven't been able to land the better free agents. The Chris Bryant contract, frankly, that's been a disaster. People are still sore about talking about Nolan Arenado and that deal. They've made some mistakes. I mean, going back to the contracts they gave Mike Hampton and Denny Nagel, you could go back, and Ian Desmond's deal. I mean, you could go back in this organization and find all the faults. They've had some winners though.
Yeah.
They've done it, but the problem is they just cannot compete day in and day out. Who knows? Tonight they might play great. They might win the ball game tonight. You never know.
Made it interesting
That's
late last night.
Baseball.
Yeah, they made it interesting late. Tim,
but that's Coors Field though. You guys have seen that a million times. And I said during the game when they got to a 4-run lead, I said that's not enough in this ballpark. It never is.
Yep.
And you got to, these guys are going to run. They're going to start running more. You're going to notice the Rockies trying to steal more bases now that they know what they are. They know what they have. And for the next 4 months, they're just basically going to be working on getting better individually. I mean, they know where they are. I mean, they're going to lose 120 games, guys, and that's just life as a Colorado Rocky right now. They got to get out of the basement at some point, and you hope they do, because I think the National League West is a way better division with them competitive than where they are right now.
All right, we only got about a minute or two here, Tim, but I am curious with your baseball eye. I'm not saying the Dodgers would be interested in anybody because you guys are clearly good. But is there a player or two on this Rockies roster that you see that you think might actually have some worth come trade deadline time for the folks around here? Is there a player they should think about trading? Is there a couple players?
Well, the guy, I was talking about it on our broadcast last night. I think Ryan McMahon would be a trade target for anybody, a left-handed power hitter who can play third base. He's 30 years old now. I think, I don't know if they've got his best years. Probably they have, but I think he would probably be a good guy to look at trading if they can get something good in return. But they've got to get some youth, they got to get some pitching, and they got to get some legit frontline pitching that wants to be here and wants to succeed in Colorado. But I think come trade deadline time in a month or so, we're going to start hearing his name. I would be surprised if other teams aren't calling on Ryan McMahon. I think he'd be the guy on this roster right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. No, good glove over at third base and cut down the strikeouts a little bit. He can be effective. Yeah. By the way, Tim, our text line has been filled up with the term "never right." So
yeah, thanks to Mark Kisla for that one.
Yeah, exactly. You got a legacy in this town, man. So well done on that.
I got called that last night when I got to the ballpark by somebody.
Sounds
yeah,
about right.
that's never gone away. It's just funny. Kisla coined that phrase. And it's stuck.
Tim Neverite, Jim Wrongstrong, everybody.
I went to dinner with Jimmy the other night. I saw him,
that's our dude right there.
Did you go to a neutral restaurant? Did you go up to his place?
No, we went to a neutral restaurant.
All right.
We were down in Rhino with Chris. You guys know Chris. So we were, because Chris, me, and Jimmy, we went to a really cool place in Rhino and had a great night.
Well done. You guys have matured quite a bit. Tim.
Yes, we have.
Well done, man. We appreciate it. Have a good call tonight.
All right. Always good to talk to you guys.
All right. Voice of the Dodgers, Tim Neverett, stopping by right there. L.A. and Colorado tonight, 6:40. Chase Dolander against Yoshinobu Yamamoto tonight.
Whoa, what?
For L.A.
You're the play-by-play guy.
All you need to know is he's good.
Is he? What a shock.
The Dodgers,
that's shocking.
Even their bullpen night was good last night.
Yeah.
It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
You want a keyword? You ready for a keyword?
You know what? Hand me the key. Let's open the door.
Core for score. You can win autographed jerseys from Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic, Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray from us. We give you a new keyword every hour on the 20s. That's 12 keywords per day for 5 days. When you hear the keyword, you text it in to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Andy, this hour's keyword... Igloo.
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 Igloo, like the cooler.
Igloo.
Igloo.
Like the icy domicile. Igloo.
Igloo.
303-504-0925. Text Igloo in right now, and you're in the running to win a set of autographed jerseys. Joker, Jamal, AG, and MPJ. Andy, I have got NBA draft fever all over the place.
You got a fever.
I got a scorching case of NBA draft rash.
Let's get you some cream in the break.
Let me tell you, I've got NBA draft excitement for you when we come back. I got things that are gonna tickle your viewing bone.
Got some music to go with this? I feel like this needs a little music.
I don't have any music, but let's... Oh, so you know Mark Springer is dying to drop that Tesh. You know he is. Let's talk NBA draft a little bit, including can/will Denver do anything tonight in the first round of the NBA draft? We're talking about the NBA draft next. Oh, NBA draft tonight. Going to be a fun one, Andy.
Is it?
Not a lot of
If
mystery
it is what we know.
about what's going to happen at number 1 overall. Reasonably confident Cooper Flagg's going to end up a Dallas Maverick. After that, though, there's some intrigue to this draft. I got some fun stuff here for you, all right? I got draft notes for you, Andy. You ready for this?
Note me. I don't know.
Note me.
Note it.
Spring, you want to test me?
There we go. Now I'm ready. Now it's fun.
I mean, the question is, if your team doesn't have a pick, does a draft really happen? It's like if a tree falls in the woods, Andy. A draft is about hope. And if you don't have a pick, well, then you don't get to have hope. But you do get to watch the thing unfold anyway. So here you go.
Good.
Okay.
Is there anybody you weren't going to get Cooper Flagg?
I don't think so.
After you give us the notes, I want to know, is there anybody you're going to be disappointed they don't have a crack at? A realistic crack at?
Cooper Flagg is going to Dallas with the number 1 overall pick. We know that. The biggest win here for the Mavericks is his job is to make everybody else forget that you traded away Luka Doncic. That you traded Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis. That maybe a Cooper Flagg, Anthony Davis, one day eventually healthy again, Kyrie Irving is enough to be a championship core for the Dallas Mavericks and their new casino magnates that own the organization.
Sure.
So that's what's happening right there. Cooper Flagg is from rural Maine and somehow turned into one of the best basketball players on the planet. By the way, Cooper Flagg should be enrolling at Duke this summer. He was in the NBA, or excuse me, he was at Duke when he should have been a high school senior, and he won National Player of the Year, and he's going to be in the NBA when he should be starting his college career. It's ridiculous how friggin' good this guy is. But he's the real deal, and he's only 18. Here's what's weird. Andy, 2 dudes from Rutgers are probably going 2 and 3.
Yeah, why you figure?
They're good.
Okay.
Like Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey. Harper's a guard and Bailey's a wing. They're probably going 2 and 3 in this draft. Do you want to know the crazy part of that? Rutgers kind of sucked last year. They were 11th in the Big Ten. Like, their only good win was when Harper dropped 28 at home against Illinois. They're weird season. I think they were 15 and 17 last year, and they're going to have 2 guys going 2 and 3 in the draft. That blows my mind. That's crazy. But, you know, they're raw and they're freshmen and all of that.
So we're okay. I've got Dylan Harper to the Spurs, who you're talking about.
And number 2.
Guard.
Yeah.
The mock draft I just pulled up doesn't seem quite as hot to trot. Okay,
Ace
Bailey, they've got going to the Wizards at 6.
VJ Edgecombe could be, you know.
Yeah, that's who they got going to
the
Philly.
Sixers might take him at 3. The Sixers could also trade out of that. They could potentially want more picks. Who knows? Weird thing about the Sixers is they're one of those teams, kind of like Denver. They got 3 max contracts between Embiid, Maxey, and Paul George. So, like, strange situation a little bit going on with that team. They might want more ammunition. Look for Philly as a potential trade spot tonight at number 3. Con Knippel, from Duke, is going to go in the top 10, maybe even top 5.
Yeah, the CBS draft has him at 4 to the Hornets.
Okay, you ready for this one, Andy? Con Knippel has 4 brothers. They're all younger than him. His brothers' names are Cager, Kinston, Cash, and Kid.
And they're all K?
All K.
All right.
Con Knippel himself, who played at Duke last year, he is Con the second. His dad's name was Con. He played ball at Wisconsin Lutheran. His father and his uncles, by the way, his uncles' names are Clint, Clay, and Cole.
That's like the Kubiaks.
All Ks.
Yeah.
Competed in the Gus Macker 3-on-3 tournament as a team called the Flying Knippel Brothers. All with the letters K.
All right.
Respectively along the line. Cager, by the way, is a high school. He's going to be a high school junior, and many people think he will follow in Con's footsteps, and he'll play for John Shire at Duke.
The key word this hour is igloo.
Igloo.
So text that in, igloo.
Doesn't start with the K.
303-504-0925.
Yeah.
If we had asked people to spell con as the keyword,
yes,
Nobody would have got that right.
No.
Right? I've never seen, like, when I think Khan, I think Wrath of Khan, I guess, from Star Trek.
I think of
Have you ever known a Khan?
I was thinking of Connie's dad from King of the Hill.
Okay.
Yes, Khan.
Well, was he K-O-N?
I would have thought K-A-H-N.
Yeah.
Would have been my guess on that one. Yes.
I would never have just gone straightforward K-O-N.
Khan with a K.
And why not Noople?
It's Knipple. It's just Knipple.
Like, isn't it Mark Knopfler or is that Knopfler now? Now I don't know. I don't know what I don't know anymore.
Yeah, that's weird because sometimes it's like the KN you pronounce
it's
the
an
K,
N.
and then other like knife, or yes, Mark Knopfler.
Yeah.
And yet former Rockies pitcher Mark Knudsen is with a K. I don't know the rules of the KN.
I don't either. Who gets to decide?
By the way, my initials NK. Remember Derek Queen? Remember the dude that traveled and hit the buzzer beater against CSU from Maryland?
I do now, yes.
Yeah,
Thanks to you.
He's probably going top 10. Kind of a slow, fun big man. Derek Queen out of Maryland. Speaking of CSU, Nick Clifford. And he could be he could be gone in the top 20. I don't think anybody in this draft, maybe Walter Clayton of Florida, you would put on this list, but Nick Clifford helped his own draft stock so much in the postseason. He dominated the Mountain West tournament. He didn't shoot particularly well in the NCAA tournament in the win over Memphis or the loss against Maryland. He still averaged 17.5 points, 7.5 rebounds, 6 assists. Nick is a stud.
All right. So again, CBS mock draft has your guy Queen going to the Bulls at 12, and Neek going to the Magic at 25.
Where does that draft have my guy Kasparis Yakashonis going?
Let me look that up in a second.
Out of Illinois, Lithuanian.
Wow. Do you realize if Neek Clifford gets drafted by the Magic at 25, you know whose pick that was?
Oh, is that the Nuggets pick?
That's the Nuggets.
The Aaron Gordon
pick.
trade.
That could have been your deal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I'm not going to cry if we got Aaron Gordon. Never mind then. Give me the man's name again.
Kasparis Yakashonis.
Where have you seen him projected?
He should be like top 15.
Okay. No. Yeah, there he is. 13.
13, okay.
Going to the Atlanta Hawks.
Now the team of Kristaps Porzingis. By the way, if Neek went to Orlando, he could play with Tristan da Silva. That'd be kind of fun.
Sure.
A couple of front-range guys.
Well, weren't they teammates? Neek's first time through CU, I'd imagine?
They were teammates, and I think they're still good buddies. So, yeah, that could be kind of cool.
Okay, who's the Frenchman? Behringer? Is it Johan? Joan? Joan? Do we know how to pronounce that name?
Good question. I don't know. I'd go
They
Juan.
got to go to the Spurs.
Juan.
Hold on.
Juan
Behringer going to play with his buddy at the Spurs?
Is Juan Behringer related to Tom Behringer, the star of Major League?
Well, no.
I
don't see that in the bio.
Remember some Tom Behringer movies today here on the show.
Hold on. Wembanyama. Is Wembanyama, what do we know about Wembanyama? He's coming back,
He's really
right?
tall. Yes, he is.
Okay.
Also, Wemby, he announced, or not announced, he was just doing a forum at Fanatics Fest last week, said he had a 45-minute conversation with Nikola Jokic at the All-Star game.
Okay.
Said he likes to sit with the greats in the league. He likes to pick their brains, and he's singled out Jokic as being particularly generous with his time. We all saw the video of Jokic making fun of Wemby for having a book in his locker, but apparently Jokic and Wemby are bros.
By the way, is Jokic still in a Pokemon, do we know? Remember when he was just wanting to watch Pokemon videos in the bubble?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Has he moved on?
I'm not sure. I know he's been doing a lot of whitewater rafting this summer.
See, yeah, it makes me a little nervous.
He's good. Serbian oak. He'll be fine.
Tall enough to stand up in most of the rivers.
Exactly. He'll be all right. Don't you worry. He knows the waterways of Sombor. Walter Clayton Jr., Florida. That's another guy I think is going to go tonight, probably right around 20 or so. Won a national championship. I mean, If you look at a guy that can just like shoot 40% from three the moment he walks in the door, he's going to be a real nice NBA player. Another guy that I really like tonight, and I can consistently see him mocked around 9 or 10, and I'd really think about taking him higher, is Common Malwatch out of Duke. They're big. 7 feet tall, Andy, massive wingspan. I mean massive. Damn near an 8-foot wingspan. He's raw. He's one of those dudes that he only took up basketball at like the age of like 16. But whew, that dude, once he's in an NBA weight training program, like that guy can win Defensive Player of the Year awards. He's going to be a really, really good player.
Number 8 to Brooklyn, according to CBS. 7'1", 253.
If I'm Utah at 5, I'd give a lot of thought to that, and I'd trade Walker Kessler.
Over Jeremiah Fears?
Yeah. I'd really think about going in that direction. I think Fears is going to be a good player as well. So there you go. There's some NBA draft notes for you tonight. Will the Nuggets do anything? My gut says probably not. But I think there's still fun stuff to find tonight in your NBA draft.
Okay, Brooklyn has a slew of picks.
5 of them.
5 in the first round, right?
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out if they've got Brooklyn using all 5. I see 3 so far.
I can't imagine a planet where you'd even want to do that. Like, yeah, I suppose you could take some overseas guys and stash them, but to what end?
So they've got pick 26 and 27 to end the round, if anybody's curious.
Yeah.
Is that where you maybe talk them into a Zeke Naji trade? And the Nuggets end up with, let's say they trade 27, they get Drake Powell, small forward from North Carolina.
If the Nuggets, okay, maybe they would trade Zeke. Maybe they would trade like their 2031 first or whatever.
And Zeke.
But like, what's one of the flaws with this roster currently? It's this bevy of dudes that you took in the 20s.
Yeah, you're right.
That you're like hoping to develop into good NBA players. I don't want another one.
No, I get that, but Zeke did not play. He got a couple minutes in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
And you're right. You've got too many guys you're hoping hit that you drafted in the 20s because you've been a good team. But I would also say you got too many people you're not willing to even call up and take off your bench at this point. So though I'm not against your reasoning. If I can trade Zeke Naji and get a guy that maybe David Adelman will at least attempt to play, then I've won. No? Because look, you're not getting, what is it, the 19th pick they've got? You're not getting pick 8.
Here's why I'm out on that.
You're not getting 14. And you're not getting 19 out of Brooklyn.
I don't
for
want
Zeke Naji anyway.
I'm set on youth. They got plenty.
You want veterans to come in. All right, Michael Malone.
I am.
I didn't know Michael Malone was hosting the show with me today.
It's almost like when you see who David Adelman played in the playoffs. It's almost like it was justice for Malone. Like, yeah, I'm good on the youth. Deron Holmes. Let's develop him up. I'm all for it. Give me some veterans, man. Give me some nasty. Give me another Bruce Brown. A KCP something.
Okay, what if all of a sudden, hanging out at pick 27, the final of Brooklyn's 5 picks tonight, Neek Clifford's there? You giving up Zeke Naji for a Neek Clifford?
No, because you already got Julian Strawther.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got Julian Strawther.
All right.
Hey man, he won you an elimination game.
No, I appreciate
in the playoffs.
But look, to your point, I got too many guys that keep waiting on what they're going to be. When are we going to get here?
And now you're talking about adding another guy of waiting on what he's going to be. I want the Nuggets to.
You're going to keep the $8 million.
Just curve towards.
They've curved.
Just swing a little bit more in a veteran backup direction. Is what I would like to see this team do.
Unfortunately, Zeke Naji has curved something, my enthusiasm.
And I know that I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, Andy, because the moment the Nuggets would trade into the first round tonight, I'd be like, oh, who are they going to get? This is so exciting.
Well, yeah, it's the new toy.
Yeah, exactly. But,
everybody likes a new toy.
Yeah.
Unless it was the Baroness.
But
we covered that last week.
Although we did find upon a Google image search, Lady J, not so bad.
Yeah, doing all right.
Yeah.
Scarlett,
really conservative.
Yeah.
Lady J,
Lady J,
looking to have a good time. Going Elways after the shift is over. Hey, igloo's your keyword.
Igloo. Text Igloo to 303-504-0925. Igloo. That will enter you in for the Core 4 score this hour.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and it's summertime and longer days, warmer nights, a chance to get out and do more. Have more fun on your date night. Go and do different things. But if erectile dysfunction is ruining all of it and intimacy is just causing you stress, there's no need to continue to live that way. Don't let your summer loving be ruined. Have you a blast. Go on by and Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have a chat with them. They have options for you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. If you've tried other stuff and it hasn't worked out, time to talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Not only that, they've got treatments that have success rates well over 90%. And if you really want to party into the night, they've got treatments that'll have you lasting an hour or more if you desire. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. The initial visit, $99, or as Mark Moser would say, 99 clams, and it includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you get a test dose, and if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit's free, so nothing to risk here. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you, and Fort Collins and the Springs included. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You want to text in the word igloo, 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 to 303-504-0925 right now. That enters you into the Core 4 score this hour. Autographed jerseys, a set of autographed jerseys, a set of 4. Jokic, Murray, AG, MPJ. Championship, Core 4. It's the Core 4 score. You would score all 4 jerseys from the Core 4, no more. 303-504-0925. Text in igloo, IGLOO. Right now, the word is igloo. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalized-health.com. Andy, last night in the first inning, in fact, in the first at-bat of the game, Shohei Ohtani hit a sack, or it's not a sack fly, he flied out to the track, okay?
Long out,
loud out, as they would say, right? And again, like long fly ball, crowd gets up for
raises
it.
in anticipation.
Exactly. Hey, is it going to go over the wall? Drew Goodman, in his call, mentioned the gasp of the crowd, and he said, Dodgers fans, obviously, is what he said. And we were talking to Tim Never before. He said half Dodger fans at Coors Field, which, based on what I saw from watching the game last night, what I saw from listening to the Let's Go Dodgers chants that were happening at Coors Field last night, okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah. It hadn't even been 3 quarters by the time everyone settled in.
But also, Andy, like, if you're a Rockies fan and you go to that game, you want to see Shohei Ohtani hit a home run, right?
I would. I would.
The best player in the game, your team is 18-60.
Okay, you know what? It's a fascinating question. Go ahead, text in 303-504-0925. Are we the wrong guys to ask?
Probably.
Because look, I just don't have the same attachment to the Rockies that I have to the other 3 teams in town, Broncos, Nuggets, and Avalanche. You know, they're just...
And any chance that you were ever going to have that has been murdered inside
yeah,
you.
but and for people asking why, they didn't show up here until I was already in college. And,
Your
there's no childhood memories.
Baseball fan has been run over by the bus a few times.
It has been. And, I guess, I don't know. I love hockey. It just always have. So there you go. But look, I think it'd be cool to see it. I remember, what year did what was Bonds last year?
04?
Okay.
Ish.
I remember going to a
05-ish.
game at the old place where I worked, the old station. Can figure it out. 3 letters. They had the dugout seats. And I remember a buddy of mine was like, let's go see Barry's last game. And it was like right after Memorial Day. I don't know if it was the exact last game, but it was his last series. We all knew he was going to move on, right? And look, I don't find him a great guy. I'm not worried about his off-field whatever. I just wanted to go see the guy play one more time in person because I could.
Yeah.
And when we were there, he sent, I don't remember if he had a home run, but I know he crushed one. And I thought it was cool.
Right.
I don't even remember the results of the game because it was September. You know what?
Who cares?
Yeah. Whenever it was, we just went.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We just did what we did because it was cool to see the guy play. I would imagine Mark McGwire, I felt this. Dude, I was enthralled by the Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa home run derby that they had to try to get to the record. I haven't rooted for. Well, I guess I grew up with family that's a Cardinals fan. But,
Andy, I grew up a Cub fan. I am a Cub fan.
Yeah.
That summer, I think it was my birthday. I got mono late that summer. The summer, it was the end of high school and the start of college. So it was between my senior year of high school, freshman year at Illinois. I got mono that summer. I got sick as hell. It was awful.
Was the kiss worth it?
She didn't get it. How did I got it?
You knew. Anyway.
So there were 2 major events.
Yes.
It was I wanted to go to the Cubs-Cardinals game on my birthday.
Okay.
And I had tickets to go see the Beastie Boys at the Rosemont Horizon, the In the Round tour, and they were touring on Hello Nasty, which came out that year. And like both of those, I had to like negotiate with my mom to let me go. And I remember actually for the Beastie Boys concert, this was the big one. She talked to the family doctor, and I had to call the doctor, and he then had to warn me of all of the dangers of alcohol consumption while you're suffering from mononucleosis and all the different ways it could kill me.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. My mom made me do that. So I went.
Hey, good call, Mom.
And I didn't touch a drop. And hey, I'm still alive today. But also I sat out in the bleachers that day. I was sick as hell. And I think both Sosa and McGuire homered that day. That was the race, 98, right? Those two roided up freaks, both hitting, 60. Sammy hit 66, McGuire hit 70 that year. I was pumped when McGuire homered. And I was a diehard Cub fan, hated the Cardinals with every bit of my soul. And still, I was like, that's awesome. History directly in front of me. This is fantastic. Let alone being the fan of an 18-60 club and having the best player in all of baseball go yard, which, by the way, he eventually did last night. Also, have you seen his lifetime numbers at Coors Field? It's hitting like 390.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I mean, the Rockies being terrible kind of helps. But yeah, like I have no problem with going to a game and watching one of the greats in the sport light it up.
Yeah, look, man, one of my buddies who's a diehard baseball and Rockies fan, actually was a college player, loves the game because he was a college player, told me last Friday, he's like, I'm going to a Dodgers game.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch Ohtani.
Yeah.
And so to your point, if the fans cheered, I got no beef with it. Especially, look, if you want to find a way that it can be messed up, if it's a home run that beats your team, all right, fine. It's June, first off.
Unless you bet the game, who cares?
All right, yeah. If you bet the game, then very sorry to you that you lost your
Get
money.
Rockies money line, sure, by all means be mad.
Yeah.
If you had the under the total, which why, but if you did, by all means
And
be
don't you
mad.
want to see a moonshot? Look, you go to any sporting event to see something cool, period.
Right.
Cool.
Right.
I've been able to come to grips. I always tell a story about I was at the Monday night game, the Monday night football game, where Montana came back and did to Elway what he always did to the Chiefs.
You remember it, don't you?
Yeah.
How many
It
games
sucked at the time. We all walked out silent as church mice, but
how many games have you been to in your life you remember nothing about? Plenty of them. Almost
I
all
just
of
told
them.
you the Bonds game. I can't remember if he homered or not.
Right.
He must not have. I think I would have remembered it. I'm just saying, man, it doesn't look like we're getting a lot of pushback. Now, Quinn looks a little upset about it, but
what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Can't please everybody, but
Cuban Benny says, are you bragging with the mono comment? Is that your version of 10 kids?
Dude, it sucked.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
That's like here's what's crazy about it is like I had other friends that had mono and they were just like, oh yeah, it was awesome. I like slept for an entire week. That wasn't what happened to me. That was like a top 3 sickest I've ever been in my life. Mono sucked. So yeah, that experience that other people get where they just sleep all the time didn't happen to me. No.
We got a guy that wants him to wear one. Take it in the ribs, he said.
Okay. It's only going to help his on-base percentage in his career at Coors Field.
Yeah.
He's slugging like .763 in like 29 games at Coors Field.
All right, people are coming in now. We got a lot of people coming in now. Someone wants him to strike out, which is fine.
Yeah,
look, I get it.
He struck out last night, too.
But don't tell me you're going to be upset if he launches one. If he takes one out of the park like McGuire used to, didn't Piazza nearly clear the park?
Oh, he did.
Or
He hit
Stanton?
one of the longest home runs in Coors Field history. If the Rockies were like
competitive, if this series meant anything,
if they were like 3 back of the Dodgers, I'm
Sure.
with you all
Yeah.
day long.
Yes.
They're 42. Excuse me, after last night, 43 games under 500 on the 25th of June.
Yeah, it's okay.
They could dissolve the club. It wouldn't matter to anybody.
By the way, did you hear Spilly's story that this has nothing to do with nothing? Did you hear Spilly's story that Helton used to get Helton burgers for everybody in the clubhouse from time to time? He said they had to all try, I think, the Helton burger to try it out.
Like sample it?
But then I guess just randomly every now and again, Todd would call up and say, bring the clubhouse Helton burgers. Hey,
that's power.
You don't
right
have
there.
to pay if it's named after
exactly.
you, right?
That's power. Yes.
What would your food item be?
If I
would
had
there be like a Nate dog?
Oh.
Now I think Nathan McKinnon needs a dog.
Oh.
At Ball Arena.
Kreckman's churro stand all day long. Yeah.
So it's a churro?
I would have a
All
churro
right.
stand.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All that Midwestern blood, we're going to do a churro stand for you?
I love churros.
Whitest churros in the business.
I'd have to hire a executive chef. It's not going to be my recipes,
No.
Andy.
You and I are going to go to I-70. We're going to find the right food truck, and that's going to be who we hire.
Ballerina churros are good.
Oh, they are.
Those are strong
Oddly enough,
churros.
for Disneyland.
Are they really?
Yeah, I went a few years ago, and Jeff insisted, Leggy insisted, you better get a churro, or
Uh-huh.
I'm going to be mad at you.
Is it like $40?
And it was like $5 each, which for a churro
For a
is a little
churro,
up there.
But
Yeah, it was really good.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. It is a Wednesday. It's Altitude Sports Radio. When we come back, the quote heard around the sports yellosphere yesterday about trading number 15. I have what I think is the most important question about it to ask you when we return. All right, let's listen to it one more time. Can't promise this is going to be the final performance, but yesterday, Josh Kroenke asked about the second apron of the salary cap. If anybody forgot, if anybody hasn't heard, here you go one more time.
From an ownership perspective, around the second apron, there was a lot of conversations last summer about KCP and us re-signing him and around the second apron. And we never really got any pointed questions about that, or at least I didn't. And it was a fascinating one because we really did every exercise looking through retaining him and what that meant under the new rules. And, I think that for us as an organization, going into that second apron is not necessarily something that we're scared of. I think that there are rules around it that we needed to be very careful of with our injury history. The wrong person gets injured, and very quickly you're into a scenario where that I never want to have to contemplate, and that's trade number 15. And so, we're very conscious of that pushing forward and, providing the resources that we can when the moment arrives. But that second apron, is it a hard cap? I'm not 100% sure, but it's something that teams are obviously very aware of going forward.
Okay. If he doesn't say the words trading number 15, it's a non-quote. Because really, the gist of the quote, Andy, is simply this. We don't really want to go in the second apron. Guess who doesn't? Also doesn't want to go in the second apron. Every other team in the NBA.
Boston's proving.
Yeah, the teams are scrambling to get out of that space right now. Nobody wants to have to pay the repeater tax, luxury tax at that level, and be that hamstrung and given that lack of flexibility. Josh Kroenke said yesterday it's not something that we're scared of, but when you insinuate, well, if we did it and it went south, we might have to trade Jokic, you're basically saying we're never doing it. And I think that their actions in the last couple of years, particularly not keeping and retaining KCP, are the biggest reason to believe they're never doing it. I don't think they're ever going to do it. Because guess what? If there was a player that would have been worth doing it for, I think it's KCP. I think it's the perfect Jokic complement. So here's my question. Because, stories like this, then you get a social media panic. Well, ESPN's got to fill time every single day. Websites have got to fill column inches every single day. So people just grab onto this. I saw it on every national site today. Morning shows on ESPN. But again, what did they grab onto? Not the Denver's never going in the second apron. They grabbed onto, we got to talk about Jokic getting traded to the Lakers now. That's now what the conversation. Is Jokic going to the Knicks? That's what the conversation now becomes, which is nonsense. It's all stupid. This is my question. Do you think Nikola Jokic, A, knows or B, cares about the quote?
It is a great question. I don't know if he knows. I would assume in his bubble in Serbia, which I'm always under the impression he doesn't worry about what's going on here until he needs to.
Right.
Because he's back home enjoying his family time, enjoying his private life, and enjoying his horses.
He's the king of the unplugged.
Yes. Now, did his agent see something and maybe drop Josh a call?
Without a doubt.
I would not be surprised if that happened.
Yeah.
Just to, And I also would not be surprised if Josh could get a redo that, like you said, he would maybe choose, I don't want to have to trade a core member of the team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, look, I don't think Jokic is aware. I think everything's fine. Again, I'm really trying to figure out, watching the whole press conference live, we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I knew exactly what he meant. I do think it's been an interesting case of telephone to see how it's been received by those that heard it differently.
Yes. Really, what he actually said was, we're not going into the second apron.
Right.
Okay?
Because I don't want to have to even contemplate having to trade 15 if we get bad injuries, and that's, again, you're seeing all the trades at Boston. Look, they may trade Jaylen Brown still. Bam Adebayo, and Jaylen Brown can flip-flop teams, according to one rumor I saw.
Yep.
They may not be done moving people.
Throws you off badly. Yeah, that really was, and again, Josh said, we're not scared of it, but it's like, okay, but I don't think you want to do it. I don't know if it's good basketball business flat out to do it. Now,
no, are we not living proof that it? We're not even in. Are they in? They're not in the second apron. And look at how much stuff they haven't been able to do just in the apron that they occupy now.
Right.
Could not sign a buyout player last year. Cannot combine. I keep getting asked the questions, and I'm glad we asked Ryan Blackburn about it. We asked Ryan Blackburn a couple weeks ago. I mean, we need to retweet the YouTube video out because it's on our YouTube Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page. Go to the Kreckman and Lindahl Reacts page, KNL Reacts page, and you'll find Ryan Blackburn. He said that they can't go and combine, like had Sarich opted out, you can't combine the Sarich money with the Russ money to make a bigger mid-level exception because they're in these aprons.
Right.
Everything is you think it's restrictive what they can do now, and all they can basically do is replace like an MLE, their 5.9 million MLE, and maybe replace like Russ's slot.
Mm-hmm.
You go in a second apron, you don't even have options like that, and you're paying, what did Boston pay? $500 million for being in that apron?
How'd it work out for him?
Yeah. Worked out. Well, it didn't, because even before Tatum got hurt, they weren't winning that series with Indiana.
Yeah, exactly. So, like sure, if the Nuggets went and dropped $30 million a year on a free agent somewhere and it just like boom that out, oh sure, I'm going to be excited about it. Absolutely. But like, is that a good way to do basketball business? I mean, ultimately, like, it's not my money. But I do recognize the way that it hamstrings the organization, and I get it. Like, the money is spent. They won a championship. They rewarded the guys that won the championship. The money spent. Is it ideal? No. I've got my criticisms of the roster. You have your criticisms of the roster. But ultimately, like, you need to be able to stay in a place where you have at least whatever minimal flexibility to deal with the margins of the roster, which kept talking about margins all day yesterday.
Here's what I think is interesting, too, and this is the way I think the NBA is going to go. I assume very soon you'll have Jay Williams and SGA be the two highest paid players on OKC, right? If you had the rest of the roster to pick from, who are you taking off that roster to put on your team? A good team like a Nuggets.
Sure.
I'm taking Caruso.
Yeah.
I'm taking Lou Dort. My point is, I'm taking the guys that are in that $20 million a year range.
Caruso,
I'm not looking for another $35, $40 million player.
Right. Caruso got an immediate extension as soon as they did that trade last year.
Yeah, and we looked it up. He's making 18 to 20 million.
Which, by the way, the Nuggets don't have, like, again, do I want the Nuggets to work magic with Zeke Naji in a beautiful, perfect trade? Yeah. Guess what? Zeke Naji's not Josh Giddey.
Well, I bring it up to ask you this. How many max contracts do you think the NBA will go for in the future? I think teams will stick to 2, and that's about it. I don't think teams will be going 3 or 4 max contracts anymore.
I would agree with that.
In these new confusing rules, and I admit they're confusing. Every time I think we got something figured out, there's some little clause we didn't know about.
I would say it's less likely, which is what Adam Silver wanted, which is what the owners wanted, to create more parity in the league, fewer super teams, and having high-priced stars more spread out around the league.
Right.
That's what they were going for in all of
leads
this.
To more parity.
Yes.
He wants more. He loves Adam Silver and the NBA love the fact that what's it now been 7 different champions
in 7 years
since Golden State won back-to-back or whatever. So that's what they want.
A new title winner every single year, new markets to be excited about it every single year.
Everyone gets their taste of a parade.
In all seriousness, Andy, like, a big part of the conversation that came out of after this finals is Thunder are set up. They are young. This is one of the youngest championship winners ever. They are good. They are hungry. They're good to get, like, contract control is still there. I don't know. Mark it down. June 25th, 2025. Nate Kreckman says they're not winning the title next year.
I wouldn't be shocked. You're just never as hungry the next year you come back. A and B, all it takes is one injury and everything changes.
Repeating is a brutally tough thing to be able to do.
We've talked about it. The Nuggets had the same luck. All the champs. Boston had the same luck.
Yep.
How many teams have stayed healthy their whole playoff run? What got the Nuggets? Aaron Gordon got hurt. Who knows what happens in Game 7 if Aaron Gordon doesn't get hurt?
Did you read the kind of explainer today on ESPN that was about Achilles injuries?
No.
It's nothing you don't know outright, but also just like why are we seeing more Achilles injuries today in a day and age where athletes are more finely tuned, more well taken care of, are more scientifically advanced than they've ever been. And a lot of it is just these guys play so much friggin' basketball. They play so much basketball. They do it from the youth.
I was going to say,
Like
that's every level.
They take a look at these bodies when these guys are, going into the draft combine, and they're just like, you're what guys used to look like in their 30s with the amount of basketball that they have played. And then they get into the pros. They play massive minutes. They get into the summers. Like everything's about, you got to get better in the summer. You got to do that work. You got to go play for your national team. You got to go put in whatever it may be. And it's just like the stress that these dudes are putting on their bodies, and you are seeing the result of it. And it's what's funny about it, Andy, is like you can know all this stuff. I don't know how they put it back in the cage. I have no idea, because the almighty dollar is so strong, and the demands on these players is so friggin' great. I don't know how you make it go back.
Well, what I think is going to be interesting, because I've seen a couple tweets about this, and it's affecting the sport that I coached and played and all that, but there are a lot of – I don't think parents can afford the expensive youth sports anymore, the all-around year. So financially, at least maybe they'll pull out of a little of the youth participate, because you're right, dude. They play all. If you're on a club team, you're always playing.
Right.
I mean, always playing, and usually just one, not a bunch of different sports. A sport.
But if you're a young basketball player that is on an NBA track, somebody's going to figure out how to get you on an AAU court.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. So no matter what, somebody's always going to figure out a way to have you play 3 games a day every summer.
Does it ever get to a point? Do they need to talk about it at the youth levels where it gets to a point where, remember, what was it in baseball? You couldn't throw a curveball. You shouldn't be throwing a curveball before a certain age. Remember that?
Yeah, they used to tell us that. I still did.
I know. That was Nate Kreckman. Nate Kreckman, mono battler. By the way, a lot of people think a sausage would be your...
I'd be better as a sausage guy.
A rally sausage.
Abe Froman.
Like Kreckman's brats or something.
The sausage king of Denver.
Yeah, Nate's... I don't know.
I do love an encased meat.
You do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really do. Yeah.
Do you put the sauerkraut on that thing?
No.
That's a good call.
I don't like sauerkraut.
No, I don't either. I'm
glad
to hear you say that.
It's the most non-Midwest, non-German thing about me is I don't really like sauerkraut.
Well, the smell is like that cologne Sex Panther. It stinks. It's quite pungent. It burns the nostrils. I can get into like some other, like ferment. Like I can get into like kimchi's really good. I like that on like Korean food. Sauerkraut though, ain't doing it for you.
No, never did it for me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Do I lose my white guy cred when I say that? Anyway, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Watch me try to play basketball. I'll get it right back. We're with you right now here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. In 2 minutes, we're going to have another keyword. In 2 minutes, we have another keyword. But first, Andy, this is not the keyword, but this is an important note that people need. We had this sent over to us by a listener. Apparently, it's not going well for Dickie Lovelady, Andy.
Man, that did not. Maybe she should not have been asked what he wanted to be called, because he should have just stayed with Richard.
Yeah.
It's like the minute he told him what you're going to call me, the karma went bad.
It really did. Pitching last night against Atlanta, gave up 2 earns in an inning and 2/3. Mets lose again to the Braves, 7-4. We see an update out there today. Dickie Lovelady has officially been DFA'd.
Yeah, man, heartbreaking.
Per team announcement by the New York Mets, Dickie Lovelady has been designated for assignment.
Yes, thanks to Spencer, who's the one at least tweeted that at us.
We appreciate that. We need all Dickie Lovelady.
Well, I had no idea.
Related
frankly,
updates.
We fell in love with the name for 5 minutes on the show, and
We sure
then
did.
I kind of forgot the guy existed until I saw he got DFA'd.
Yeah, I pitched last night.
By the way, Crackers Kielbasas.
Not bad.
Did you go with that?
That's strong.
A Kreckman corn dog where we change it up, kind of like your guy Con Knutson or whatever.
Dude.
What was his name?
Con Knipple.
Knipple?
Con Knipple.
Just combine 2 people.
Don't forget his brothers. Hold on. Let me make sure I get this right. Cager. Kinston.
Okay.
Cash.
Sure.
And Kid. Those are his brothers. His uncles are...
Couldn't just go with like a Kyle.
Clint.
You're going to stick with the
Clay,
K names.
Cole.
Had to get a Cash in there.
Cash.
Is he going to be on a ranch? I'm Cash. I own this ranch.
I do like that there's a cager, though. That's good that he plays basketball.
Why cager?
I'm-
Couldn't just go cage?
I don't know. I like old school sports writers, by the way, that still use the word cager when they talk about basketball players.
I thought it was KG.
No, cager. That's what you call a basketball player. That's an old-timey term. He's a cager.
I'd never heard that.
Uh-huh.
Really?
Razzmatazz, hop skiddly-doo.
That's right.
I haven't heard that in a while either.
Deep cut, Spring.
What was that?
Actually, didn't that guy, he used cagers in the question, if I remember the entire cut. Cagers. Anyway, not Michael Cage. You want that keyword? You ready for the keyword?
Yes, now officially I am. Let's do it.
303-504-0925, Core 4 SCORE. This hour it's Core with a K. 303-504-0925. Text in this keyword. You're entered to win a set of autographed jerseys from Joker, Jamal, AG, and Michael Porter Jr. Spring, our word this hour is?
Our word this hour is, oh man, the anticipation's building. Can you feel it? It's elbow.
Elbow.
Who finds the email first?
Elbow.
That's what, yes.
Like a fine elbow jumper.
Elbow pasta.
Like a good elbow to the ribs.
How about Kreckman's cakes?
Cakes.
Kind of like those Philly things, those cakes out of Philly. Remember those tasty cakes?
I've never baked anything.
Well, then it's out. It's a kielbasa. Sorry. That's all you get. Elbow.
Abby handles the baking in the home. I work the grill. All right?
You're throwing an elbow at anybody getting too close to the grill.
Elbow. 303-504-0925. Text elbow. ELBOW to 303-504-0925, and that enters you into the Core 4 SCORE for this hour. Autographed signed jerseys from the championship Core 4, Joker, Jamal, AG, and MPJ. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalized-health.com. Pro Football Focus with a list today. I'm sorry, just how good
We're listing
is the Broncos head coach? I'm sorry, how good is he? We'll tell you
That's
next.
it.
The word is elbow. 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 Text elbow to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925, and you're entered to win the Core 4 score this hour here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's an opportunity for one of you, to win an autographed jersey from Michael Porter Jr., from Jamal Murray, from Aaron Gordon, and by everybody's accounts, the NBA's hottest trade target, Nikola Jokic. You can win those autographed jerseys right now at 303-504-0925. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. Revitalized-health.com. Text them in right now. So here's a tweet today from Pro Football Focus, old PFF or PIF. Top 10 returning head coaches in the NFL. Top 10 returning head coaches in the NFL. I don't really know if a new head coach would have been on the list, but okay, fine. Top 10 returning head coaches in the NFL. Number 1, Andy Reid.
Makes sense.
Pretty good resume. Hard to argue with.
Yeah, he's done all right.
Number 2, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Number 2, Andy.
Number 2.
Number 2.
It's a number 2.
Over Sean McVay, who was at 3. John Harbaugh at 4. Mike Tomlin at 5. Jim Harbaugh at 6. Kyle Shanahan 7. Nick Sirianni at 8, just won a Super Bowl. Dan Campbell at 9. As the Detroit Lions go into the playoffs on an annual basis. Kevin Stefanski at 10. All right. Andy, make an argument for me why this is correct. Why is Sean Payton the second best head coach in the NFL right now?
Well,
you got to stick to the assignment.
All right.
Make the case.
He did take over a team that was irrelevant and in a bad place.
Mm-hmm. Bad roster.
Bad roster. Not his roster, for certain.
Yep.
Now we're finding out, and look, I think his coaching has a lot to do with it. We are finding out that they did have some good players. They needed some better coaching. I think they've gotten that coaching. He's come in, he's put a philosophy in place as to what they're going to do offensively. It's not just this, whatever Hackett was trying to do. He gave Russell Wilson a shot. He tried to make it work with a guy who wasn't his traditional style of quarterback. If you remember, if everybody does remember, when Sean Payton came in, a lot of people wondered, would this work? Especially those that had known Sean Payton before. There were a few people that really did believe that Russell Wilson would drive Sean Payton nuts, and it turns out they were right. He did. He convinced the ownership, and I don't know how much convincing they needed, judging by the report this week, but he convinced ownership that this isn't our guy. Mm-hmm. Go ahead and just eat the money. He's had to put a team together with huge cap restrictions because of all the dead money they had in particular a year ago. And it looks like he's got his kind of team together for this second year, even though they still have had to eat a huge amount of dead money.
Yep.
So I think that goes to it too. And look, I think their record's been red. I'll be honest with you. I think their record's been better the last 2 years than the talent on the roster, quite frankly. I don't know that was ready to be a 10-win team last year. They didn't start out very well either. They had to make up ground.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Now, the Kansas City game was the Kansas City game at the end of the year as far as who they played and didn't, but it doesn't matter. You still got 10 wins. You still got into the playoffs. You still were ahead of schedule where I think a lot of people thought this team would be.
Sure.
And you did it with a rookie quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's George Payton is grabbing the right players, I think. I think he's been hitting on his draft picks a lot better.
They've got a vision.
But I think it's a lot of coaching. It's a lot of knowing what he's going to do. I think it's a testament to the fact that Sean didn't force Bo Nix to do things that look, Drew Brees and Bo Nix are still very different guys.
Yep.
I think they process the same way. I think they decision make the same way as far as speed. But I don't think they're the same player, and I think Sean has allowed Bo to do the best of what he does and hasn't made him be Drew Brees, even though we heard a lot of Drew Brees prior to that. By the way, elbow. Your keyword is elbow.
Elbow. Text elbow to 303-504-0925. That enters you into the Core 4 score. Autographed jerseys, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, MPJ, and Jokic.
So, I mean, look, is he the second best coach? I was a little bit surprised to see him on the list considering they hadn't any playoff victories yet. And there are guys on this list that have them, certainly.
Sure.
You know, Nick Sirianni won the Super Bowl.
Sure did.
So, yeah, Dan Campbell has done a complete culture reset. Look, the Broncos were down. They weren't Detroit down. I mean, Dan Campbell's done a hell of a job.
So here's this was my read on it. And quite frankly, you make a compelling case. Sean Payton's an excellent football coach. I would have thought Sean McVay would have been above him. McVay at number 3. John Harbaugh, I would have thought would have been above Sean. I mean, consistent run of success in Baltimore. I would have thought Kyle Shanahan would have been above him, but I suppose Kyle's coming off a down year. And I would have thought Dan Campbell would have been above him.
Yeah, okay, so now let's add in this. Listen, you told me to make the case for why Sean Payton deserves number 2, so you told me. I stuck to the assignment as you requested, so there you go.
It's a good case.
Would I have put him in number 2? Not necessarily, because, again, I think Nick Sirianni, remember, everybody thought, I'd have put Nick Sirianni probably at 2, because you can't argue with Reed's success. You just can't. But Nick Sirianni, look, man, they were ready to run him out of town. They thought nothing was working a year ago, and then he goes and wins the dang Super Bowl. But I will say, is it not fair to say, as you look at the list again, and we'll give it to you again, number 1, and this is according to PFF, top 10 returning head coaches, if you're tuning in late, by Dalton Wasserman. Andy Reid, number 1. Sean Payton, number 2. Sean McVay, 3. John Harbaugh, 4. Mike Tomlin, 5. Jim Harbaugh, 6. Kyle Shanahan, 7. Nick Sirianni, 8. Dan Campbell, 9. Kevin Stefanski, 10. Kevin Stefanski's a little bit of a surprise there. But I would say when I look at Harbaugh, I don't know about McVay. When I look at both Harbaugh brothers, Shanahan, Campbell, Sirianni, they all have better rosters to work with than what Sean Payton's got working.
I'd agree
rosters.
with that. I would agree with that.
More complete.
Yep, I would agree with that. Yes.
So maybe he's ahead because of what he did. Again, this team, it was said last year, wasn't it the NFL GM vote, the silent vote that we heard about? 31st ranked roster or 30th ranked roster is voted by the GMs in their anonymous poll.
Oh, they looked like they were in trouble last year.
Nobody believed in the roster.
And starting a rookie quarterback, everybody said this is a pure rebuild season. They went to the playoffs. And they return 86% of that roster this upcoming season. They didn't really lose anything terribly notable off of the football team. I think the Broncos are right now are a contender to win their division. I have no doubt about that, and I think Sean is one of the huge reasons why that is the case. I think he has done a good job crafting a good game plan, a good offense around Bo Nix, and I think with, again, a whole other year of familiarity with his roster, with his weapons, that this offense can only take another big step forward. And defensively, again, this side of health, I don't see a major reason why it would fall off.
In my mind, this is the second year of the rebuild. All they did in his first year, because of the Russell Wilson thing, and it wasn't just Russ. He moved out Justin Simmons. They moved on from a couple other people.
Yeah.
I think they flipped out a couple other coaches. This is really the first year that Sean's adding on, I think, to what he's laid down. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
With the quarterback, with the offense he wants in place, with the routes that he wants to run, his ability to go get a running back this year. This, to me, is him. I always talk about the Chiefs are so good because they just get to keep adding different decorations to their cake.
Sure.
That thing's been baked. It's been frosted. It's the whole deal. This is the first time where I think Sean gets to put some frosting on his cake.
It's well put. Frosting on the cake. By the way, I'm not a cake guy.
Cakes by Kreckman.
Not a cake guy. I'd have to hire a pretty good pastry chef if I wanted to get in there. All right. 303-504-0925. Text the word elbow to 303-504-0925. That's the Core 4 score keyword this hour. What's the Core 4 score, you ask? Well, welcome out from under the rock. It is autographed jerseys from Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, and Michael Porter Jr. Text the keyword elbow, ELBOW, elbow. It's like that thing in your arm, elbow.
Or you shoot from it on the basketball court.
You could take
shoot
it
from the elbow.
A jump shot from the elbow.
Yeah.
I like a nice elbow J, Andy. Yes, 303-504-0925. That is this hour's keyword. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalized Health. Is there anybody in this top 10 you don't think belongs there?
Like I told you, Stefanski's a little wild to me. And we're getting a lot of people
Over
throwing
McDermott?
in. Well, people are wanting about McDermott. Where's McDermott? Where's someone wrote in and asked about Todd Bowles? And yeah, look, guys, we're just reading you the top 10 list given us to us by PFF. That's Pro Football Focus.
Telling us that Sean Payton is the second best coach in the NFL.
And it's just a list, guys. I wish there was some explanations under each one. Sometimes maybe go to Pro Football Focus, see if you can find the article, and maybe there's more an explanation why he placed him where they did. Tomlin's interesting too. Tomlin's
become the king of mediocrity.
He's become the king of mediocrity, and it just feels like it's all like these other coaches. Let's go to Dan Campbell. Let's go to Sean Payton. Now, you could say the same thing about Andy Reid, really. How much of this is on autopilot? Like, again, mediocre or not, Tomlin's on autopilot. It's kind of the same season every year. I think Steeler fans get a little tired of it.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean I don't think he's a good coach, but
I would say with Reid, and at least not in the last year, but to me, Andy Reid's massive accomplishment was the adjustment that Kansas City had to make to two high safety defense, which essentially became the in vogue defense of the NFL to counteract what Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill were doing in Kansas City. And they became the best dink and dunk offense you've ever seen. But it was they had to go through a transition to be able to get to that place. Like Andy Reid had to do some coaching there for a minute. And now it's like, can you rediscover any kind of chunk play offense there in Kansas City? That's the thing I'm interested about that team for this upcoming season. Like, can you, with Xavier Worthy and, with an active and healthy and not imprisoned Rashee Rice, how good of an offense and how more explosive could they find their way to being again? That's what I need to see. That's the next step out of Andy Reid.
People are also asking, we get a lot of this text, Kevin O'Connell, and I would agree. Kevin O'Connell did a great
pretty
coach,
good.
But again, I think they feel like it's autopilot. Although he doesn't get enough credit, he got Sam Darnold paid. No matter what you think about Sam Darnold.
He's going to have a rookie quarterback this year.
Yeah, he got him paid.
I'm very curious to what all that is going to look like.
That does tell you, though, how the end of the season leaves a taste in people's mouths.
It does.
Which is funny because the Vikings and the Broncos both did not have a good game in the playoffs, and yet people seemed to, but nobody expected it out of the Broncos. It was expected out of the Vikings.
What's funny, Andy, is you're making a case for Sirianni to be higher. It makes sense. He just won a Super Bowl, but also if Philadelphia doesn't win a Super Bowl, I don't think Sirianni sniffs that top 10.
No, I don't disagree with you, but I'm just saying, I'm just amazed. Look, you have to tip your cap to Sean Payton for the turnaround in Denver. When
you do.
Vegas had him at 5.5.
5.5
and
last
everybody,
year.
You and I were out at Circle last year. Every Vegas insider we asked, why 5.5? They laughed at us. I'm not even sure they're going to get to 5. We probably should have made it 5.
Yep.
That's how down they were on this team. So Sean Payton gets all the flowers for shutting everybody up, including my expectations. I'll give you that.
I thought they were going to be bad last year.
But, dude, Sirianni, I want everybody to remember, there were talks. Sirianni had to give up play calling. They thought he was going to get fired. I mean, this dude, I think people forget what a bad place Philly was in at the start of the year.
They basically, they relegated him to, we'll allow you to upload things onto the iPads. And that's the end of your assignments as the head coach of the football team.
Get your big bodyguard off the sideline.
Big Dom. And instead, the guy goes and wins a Super Bowl. We got an update from Shams. This is funny. The Knicks are planning to interview Pelicans associate head coach James Borrego for their open head coaching job. Borrego joins Mike Brown, Taylor Jenkins, and Micah Nori as known formal interviews for the Knicks.
Where is Malone? He's a New York guy.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Also, look, James Borrego has been an NBA head coach, New Mexico's own. But, dude, come on. What are we doing here?
Well, you're getting told no by everybody.
Just seriously.
They're buying their time. From what somebody wrote
they
is that
very clearly had a different plan for all
they
of
were
this.
going to go get Jason Kidd,
what
and
they
they got
thought.
told no. And from what I read, they're kind of just biding their time to see if Jason Kidd actually gets the contract he wants out of the Mavericks.
And instead, every team in the NBA is just like, no, you can't have our coach. No, we're not going to do that. Yeah, this is the thing about the Knicks is they're coming off the best season in 25 years, and still they can't stop stepping on their own junk. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, 303-504-0925. Text the keyword elbow to 303-504-0925, elbow, and that enters you to win autographed jerseys from Jokic, Jamal, AG, and MPJ. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. We can be honest here. We're in the tree of trust, right? I can tell you, I'm a van guy. I like a nice van. I like a cargo van. I like hauling utility. I like space. I like a vehicle that I could just throw a sleeping bag in and take a nap in if I needed to. I'm a van guy. There's a great van available right now at Roller Auction. You can be a van guy as well. It is the City of Fort Collins Vehicles and Equipment Auction, and you can go to roller.bid right now. Click on this auction, this 2013 Ford Transit Connect XLT front-wheel drive cargo van, only 52,000 miles on this thing. Guys, it's available for under $5,000 right now. This thing is in great shape, well-maintained for almost 50 years. Roller Auction has been the best place to find well-maintained city and county vehicles, City of Fort Collins Vehicles and Equipment Auction. And it's not just vans, even though I am a van guy. Pickup trucks, plow trucks, SUVs, sedans. You can bid on all of these right now. Guys, I'm looking at these prices. These are massively below market value. Some fantastic deals available to you. I'm looking at this Chevy Tahoe Police four-wheel drive SUV. Less than 70,000 miles on this thing, $3,500. This auction closes tomorrow. Go to roller.bid right now. That's roller.bid. Sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Van guys, unite.
Hold on. Is this the right bumper time? Here's your rat with 2 T's.
4:45.
Was this the one, Spring? There we
Rat.
go. All right.
This is Rat-ta-ta?
Yeah, this is round and round.
Is this their biggest hit, Rat-ta-ta?
I believe so.
Okay.
I liked Giving Yourself Away. I think, yeah, this is not even a great video. At least there's a lot of payoff in the videos for these songs.
Rat-ta-ta?
I don't think this one had a great video.
Do you think Greg Williams liked Rat-ta-ta?
Probably. Yeah, I could see him.
You think
rocking
Max
that back
Six
in the
Crosby
days.
ever jams a little?
Clearly.
Rat-ta-ta.
Could have been. Got the tattoo on the arm.
Yes. Moser bumps at 4:45. It's our favorite
It's a
new
new
segment here on the Kreckman and Lindahl
Should we
show.
literally start soliciting bumps from him?
No. We're assigning tunes that we know he
We'd
loves.
rather just stay with the stereotype.
Yes.
What happens when the stereotype for Moser is true all the time?
All the time. What is it? Cliches and stereotypes exist for a reason?
Yeah. Sure.
Well, yes. If the shirt fits, and I promise you Moj has a rat shirt. There's no doubt about that.
Does he have one of the cut-up ones? Here it looks like a tiger
The
claw.
sleeves are cut off.
Right through it.
I would assume the sleeves are cut off and he mows a lawn in it, but he listens to Rat while he mows that lawn. I assure you.
With that Sony Walkman and foam headphones.
By the way, speaking of Moj, you got a hockey rumor for me? What do you got for me?
Well, the rumor, according to ESPN,
Yeah?
and I've seen.
Give it to me.
Drouin, your
Drouin?
guy Jonathan Drouin, unlikely to return to the Avs. They don't have any money anyway.
I was going to say, did I need a rumor to know that?
I
was assuming.
He was a fun find his first year. Came back on a discounted deal last year, I think, thinking, all right, they'll get the cap will go up and I'll get, and I just don't think it worked out. He just couldn't find his shot.
It was a good story. Him and McKinney have a history. They're buds.
And I think they'll be interested. And remember, when he first signed with the Avs, he was kind of a total washout.
Yeah.
And I think he's proven that he's not. But they just need more. They need different types, I think, than Drouin. So
Drouin?
Although, again, he's a guy that's used to playing with the intensity in Nate. Maybe we shouldn't undervalue that with the rumors about Natchez.
I think that's very true.
When do you think? Do you have any ideas, Spring? When are we going to hear some? I mean, the Avs have got to trade somebody in order to free up some cap room. When do you think we start hearing about this?
Soon.
Okay, cool. Like NFL draft or NHL draft soon? Isn't that tomorrow? Isn't
the
NHL draft tomorrow
starts Friday.
Oh, that's right. They do a weekend. Well, I guess the NFL does too.
Yeah, they go Friday, Saturday. So the NBA gets Wednesday, Thursday this week for draft. NHL
Hold
Friday,
on. We're doing
Saturday.
the second round tomorrow?
Second round's tomorrow.
Come on, why? Why?
Andy, I'm sorry. It's the Core 4 score. And really the biggest prize, number 15 right there.
I know. Second rounder.
What round was he drafted in?
Yeah.
The best basketball player in the world.
Now give me the top 5 second round draft choices
Was
to play in the
drafted.
NFL. Number 1 is Nikola Jokic.
In the NFL, Drew
In the
Brees.
NBA. That's a good call. Very good call by you. Ian Gold.
Draymond Green. It's a second rounder.
Yep.
Let's see. I believe wasn't Manu a second rounder? I believe Manu Ginobili was a second rounder. Let's see.
You've already impressed me, to be honest with you.
Does Peyton Watson count? No, Peyton Watson was a first round pick. Correction, he was number 30. Andrew Nembhard went in the second round, number 31 right after him, and he was pretty good. Paul Millsap was a second round pick.
Okay.
Paul Millsap, former Nuggets star for you. That was a second round pick. Nuggets paid him at the time biggest contract they ever gave anybody.
Here we go. According to AI, which I get worried about.
Okay. Allen Iverson, by the way, was not a second round pick. He went
No.
number 1 overall.
Number 1, naturally.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic.
Okay.
Another tip of the cap to you, Manu Ginobili, Draymond Green.
Thank
you got
you.
3 of them from this list.
I got the top 3?
You did.
Thank you.
Marc Gasol.
Was a second-round pick. That is true. And in fact, a lot of Jokic's development, they kind of viewed him as a Gasol-like a prospect.
And a star of just these past playoffs in the Eastern Conference.
Not Nembhard, though?
No.
Give it to me.
Jalen Brunson.
Oh, that's right. Brunson was a second-round pick.
So there you go.
Out of Villanova.
You know what? I'll take back my bad take then. I guess put the second round on Thursday night. Have at it.
See, the second
What
round.
did I know?
Hey, Andy, if it weren't for the NBA's second round of their draft, you would never be able to get rid of Reggie Jackson. You got to remember that, okay?
Was it worth 100 second-round picks to move on from him? I'm not so sure.
If it weren't for the second round, you'd never be able to move up 6 slots to get Deron Holmes.
However, if you don't give up all those second-round picks and you keep Reggie Jackson, then Westbrook can't blow the layup in Nicola's 60-20-10 game or whatever it was.
Would they have been better off with Reggie? I'm going to go with no.
No.
I'd rather have Russ than Reggie.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Before all of Russ's fans, and you're very robust, start texting in, yes, I would have rather had Russ.
Yeah. Do you think Russ likes Rat?
No.
No.
I'm going to say no.
No.
Although he's a California guy. Were they a California band?
Couldn't tell you.
Well,
I know nothing about the history of Ratata.
This is where we need Mark Johnson, who used to play in what's the big hoity-toity beach out there?
Venice Beach?
No. Like where you want to live.
Where do you want to live?
Manhattan Beach.
Malibu?
Malibu too, but I think it was Manhattan Beach.
Not as much anymore.
Is where Mark was a DJ. Mark Johnson
kidding.
was a DJ.
Did he have a mullet?
Oh, yeah.
Nice. 303-504-0925. You have 3.5 minutes left to get in on this hour's Core 4 score. 303-504-0925. The word is elbow. Text it in right now. That enters you to win Jokic, Jamal, AG, and MPJ jerseys. It's a full set. We'll give you another keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, but you have got 3 more minutes to text in this hour. The word elbow, E-L-B-O-W. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. And then coming up at 5:20, this is exciting. We're getting listy, but we're getting listy in-house.
One of our own made a list.
That's right.
He thought about it for, what would you say, Mark, 30 minutes?
Oh, a good couple hours.
Good couple hours of thought.
He was waiting to do his stand-up, and he goes, I got time. I'm going to make a list.
Most of this guy's worked in months, so make sure you tune in at 5:20 to hear Mark Springer's list of the greatest draft picks in Denver sports history. This is going to be fun. I'm excited about it. We're getting real listy today at 5:20, but football news next. Yeah, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We got football news for you, and we have got your next keyword for the Core 4 score coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock, 17 minutes from now. But right now, it's time for football news. Mark Springer, what do you got for us?
Hey, let's start with news on the local football team.
The Broncos!
There is an ongoing massive renovation project equipped with cranes and front loaders, among other heavy machinery. This is written by Mike Kliss and 9news.com. Operating at their Broncos Park, powered by Ford. But despite the renovation and construction, the Broncos will again offer among the NFL's most public training camp practices for their fans. Seating will be significantly limited, though, to 800 fans who will now sit in bleachers instead of the no longer existing berm that had a capacity of about 3,000.
So of what we understand, where the Bowling Center building stands now is the site of the future berm.
Yes.
They will raise that building and then raise the ground up, and you'll then sit there to be able to watch training camp after the completion of the new facility. But for this year, they're going to bring in some bleachers. Again, 800 fans can go in and watch practice every single day, so there will still be some, but not near the capacity of years past. And I do believe you'll have to get tickets to go. I don't think you have to pay. You can get free tickets, but you'll have to go to Ticketmaster to acquire your tickets if you want to go to training camp.
You can forget about it.
No?
Patrick Smythe tweeted this start of our show. He's the head of PR.
Oh, it all went away.
Yeah, free mobile tickets for the Broncos. 13 open training camp practices sold out in less than 10 minutes. They were free.
Well, they didn't sell out.
They
were
didn't
free.
sell out, but they're gone.
Okay.
They're all gone.
Okay.
So no need to go to Ticketmaster. It's done. It says fans can check the Broncos' social channels and app as additional tickets may be released closer to each practice date.
All right. So
download that Broncos app. And
if you didn't do it,
But it was like a Pearl Jam concert back in the day where you thought you were in the queue and then they were gone.
Okay. So it's
U2. What band do you want?
I believe
No Doubt. I missed a No Doubt show that way.
Taylor Swift tickets. That would have been
Yeah,
the modern.
heard about that.
Yeah, Spring
Yeah.
went. Spring got
Yeah.
ticks. He was there. Yeah,
Yeah.
but nobody else got to go, apparently. Mhm.
Spring didn't even really like her. He just wanted to go.
He just went.
He just figured I'd go.
I just stole a seat from a Swiftie. That's what I
right.
did.
Hey, you know what?
Baby.
Hey, it worked out for Travis Kelce, so Spring thought, I'll shoot my shot. Why not?
Did he
I'll go to a
get
show.
the note to her or something with the number? I can't remember.
I gave her a
what he did.
friendship bracelet.
Passed it forward to Pat. Give this to Taylor, will you please? Anyway, sorry you can't go to training camp if you didn't get tickets. Thank you for the update, Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, hey, airing right now on NFL Network is The Insiders, and you don't need to tune into that. You can stay listening to Kreckman and Lindahl. Garrett Bowles is going to be on the show this evening, and they put out a quote. We'll get the audio version of it here when he actually goes on the show. But a little teaser of what Garrett Bowles is going to say on this show. I'll just read it for you. This is what Garrett Bowles is going to say tonight. He's talking about Bo Nix, and he says, quote, "Bo's a tremendous football player. I'm so grateful I get to protect him and being his blindside protector, giving him all the time in the world. He's a freak of nature. You look at the numbers that he put up last year between him and Jaden Daniels. Those were the two young quarterbacks in the league that's going to be very successful, and I have one of them behind me. His demeanor, his composure, his work ethic, just always wanting to get better, his arm talent, and just the way he sees it. He has swag, man. He really does."
Did you dig up? Didn't we do this exercise last year? Did you dig up the Bulls quotes about all his guys? I know we've done Miller in the
Von
past,
Miller,
but-
yeah. I like that Garrett Bowles is excited and has good things to say about Bo Nix. I also am excited about watching year 2 of Bo Nix. I think when Garrett Bowles was quoted as saying he told Russell Wilson, "You're not going to get hit here," and then Russ was sacked an NFL high 100 times over 2 years, including 55 times in a single season his first year here. There was a knock to the credibility of Garrett Bowles. You're right; he's got a very Von Miller like track record when it comes to this stuff. I'm glad he's excited. Let's get to the football season.
Sure, but yeah, look, it's better than the alternatives we've been through, right?
But he had really good things to say about all those
No,
alternatives
I know he has.
too.
No, I know he has.
did.
I know he has.
Yeah.
I know he has.
Uh-huh.
So
It's speak softly, something like that, but not Garrett Bowles. Bo's a freak of nature? All right.
I'm a freak of nature. And
now that guy, he's a freak of nature. So there you go. Garrett Bowles on TV
he
tonight.
does have swag.
I'm going to watch the...
he has composure, his work ethic.
Yeah, I got NBA draft coverage to get to tonight. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
I'll read this from Pro Football Talk. For a few days in training camp, the Texans will try to beat the Houston Heat by holding practice away from home. The Texans announced today that they will spend August 4th through 7th at the Greenbrier in Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, a popular training camp destination for teams across the league. This will be the third time the Texans have gone to the Greenbrier for summer practices. They also went in 2017 and 2018.
Okay.
I did not know other teams went there. I just thought it was a Sean Payton thing.
No, it's a bit like they built, and remember, Sean consulted on it, like the NFL style practice facility there to get these teams to go. There's a number of teams that have done the Greenbrier thing. I could see. I think Sean's a big Greenbrier guy. I would say that's probably more of a McNair thing when it comes to the Houston Texans. I'm guessing a little bit, but yes, this is. By the way, the Broncos no Greenbrier this year.
Nope, didn't work out.
Is what I'm hearing.
So now I have to see if the Texans, if they get any haunted stories.
Apparently, the Broncos they're going straight to London this year.
They're going to go to jolly old London
directly. I would have thought we had talked about it when we first saw the schedule. Like, oh, they could do the Greenbrier for a few days before they go to London, but apparently they're missing that.
Yeah, I'd say the bill for London's big enough. Let's not add on. With the Greenbrier prior, that was not a cheap trip, as I understood.
You worried about the Walton money?
Well, you're absolutely right. They could go to 9,000 Greenbriers and not even feel it. But
they could purchase 9,000 Greenbriers.
Nah, you know what? I mean, it's I'd go to London too, probably right away.
Okay. No Greenbrier.
I'm sure all the players love the Greenbrier.
They can take the falconry lessons, Andy.
I don't think they were looking at
it. They could take the archery classes and the what was it pottery? You could do pottery.
I think they wanted Casper the Ghost the hell out of their room so they could sleep. That's what I think they wanted.
All right, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, Robert Kraft talked with Adam Schefter at Fanatics Fest.
Sure did.
Like a new thing that rich people are trying to make happen.
I saw a lot of Fanatics Fest
Kay Adams
coverage.
is out there, and she went from now to she got to talk to Michael Parsons, talk to Kevin Durant, talk to a whole bunch of people.
Tom Brady and Eli Manning wrestling around with each other.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You had Wemby in a hot tub with Kevin Hart.
Did you hear Eli Manning's hilarious story, though? It might be the funniest I've ever heard Eli Manning be, where he went to the airport one time. I think it was the airport, doesn't matter. But the guy at the counter goes, "Are you who I think I am?" And, Eli's like, "Yeah, I think I probably am." And he goes, "Michael Phelps, we've got Michael Phelps." And he's like, No, I'm not Michael Phelps. He goes, "Why'd you lie to me?" Because I am still kind of famous. I'm just not Michael Phelps.
Also, if it's at the airport, can't you just look at his ID?
Yeah, you would think.
Yeah. Also, if you
Maybe it was a restaurant.
if you get mistaken for Michael Phelps,
don't you go with it
at the airport?
I go with it.
They're probably going to search your stuff for weed. Anyway, go ahead, Spring.
Robert Kraft talked about his expectations for the Patriots this season.
Any Patriot fans that are out there, I can tell you I'm very excited about this upcoming season. The last 2 years were the worst years of my 31 years of ownership. We have to change that. We have a new coach in Mike Vrabel who is really connected with the players, who's doing great work. We have a young quarterback, a lot of great veterans, free agent veterans who came in, a great draft class. We're going to have fun this year, I promise.
Presented without comment.
Yeah.
He's really happy about how the season might end.
Well done. That's good. There's no way it can't be better, right? You actually have a legitimate head coach. You have Mike Vrabel instead of Gerard Mayo.
You do.
It's got to be better, right?
But listen, I've heard you say that in Broncos seasons, man. That the whole first 5 years of our show was it can't be worse. The offense can't be worse. The offense won't be worse. It's not going to be worse with Russ. We're going to score more than 16 points. So yes, Nate, anything's possible.
That is very true. Thank you, Kevin Garnett. And finally,
high five.
All right, yesterday on the Pat McAfee show, Aaron Rodgers, who doesn't want attention, got more attention when he was asked if this is going to be his final season in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. That's why we just did a 1-year deal. Steelers didn't need to, put any extra years on that or anything. So, this was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I mean, I played 20 freaking years. It's been a long run, and I've enjoyed it. And what better place to finish than in one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL with Mike Tomlin and a great group of leadership and great guys in the city that expects you to win.
Is he planning to die on the field at the end of the year? Finish in peace?
The guy apparently just got married, although still nobody can figure out who the wife is, which I think is hilarious.
What is going on right now?
I think the most sought-after paparazzi photograph right now is Aaron and his mystery lady.
If I signed a quarterback and he said, I'm just looking to finish with some peace, man.
Some grace.
I'd be like, there's got to be a clause in the contract that if he uses that terminology in an interview, we can terminate the deal. There has to be, right? We can get out of this.
Well, I also
right?
like the Steelers don't need to add any more years. Yeah, they weren't gonna. they only offered you the one.
They didn't consider any more. All right. Aaron Rodgers, everybody. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We got your next keyword for the Core 4 score, autographed jerseys, Joker, Jamal, AG, MPJ. We'll get you the next keyword to text in so you can enter to win those jerseys. That's coming up next. We call it the Core 4 score. Plus, our own Mark Springer has ranked the best draft picks in Denver sports history. We rip his list to shreds next. You've been waiting for it. We have it for you. The next keyword to text in on the Core 4 score. It's a cool contest, guys. We're giving away autographed jerseys from the Denver Nuggets Championship Core 4. Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, Aaron Gordon, Michael Porter Jr. Ish Smith not included.
Sorry.
303-504-0925. The keyword to text in this hour, storm.
Storm.
Storm. S-T-O-R-M. Storm.
Storm.
303-504-0925. Text in the keyword storm right now, and you are entered. Like Seattle Storm.
Yeah.
Like Storm from the X-Men, played by Halle Berry.
Storm E. Rotman, the old weatherman here, but you just want the storm.
Our friend Stormy Buonantony from VSiN.
Yeah, but just the storm.
Just storm.
Storm.
Yes. Like former Atlanta Falcon Storm Norton.
Hey, last name's a Storm?
Probably. Storm. Text storm to 303-504-0925. That's this hour's keyword. And that gets you entered. Guys, we're doing this all day long for the rest of the week. So you got 2 more days, 12 more keywords. But this is your final keyword for Wednesday. Last chance to be in. Storm. S-T-O-R-M. 303-504-0925.
We got Hannah Storm.
Oh, definitely.
Tim Storm, an American professional wrestler.
Okay.
Storm Davis.
Oh, Storm Davis, former... Who did Storm Davis play for? The Orioles?
Storm Duck. Literally played for the Miami Dolphins. Can't make this stuff up.
Storm Duck.
Storm Norton. Professional offensive tackle for the Falcons. Storm Warren. Basketball player.
Actual Storms.
Yeah.
Okay.
Storm Hunter.
By the way, Storm Davis did play for the Orioles. It's almost a 4-win player in 1984. Anyway, I don't need to go down that rabbit hole. I want to go down this rabbit hole. Our own Mark Springer. You know, in the summertime, we like to find the lists, and then
it's list time
we break down
officially,
the
baby.
lists. This time, this is not like some schmo from Pro Football Focus or anything like this. This is an official list coming from a real person. Our own,
we know.
Our own Mark Springer, the radio machine on the other side of the glass. Spring, you did the top draft picks in Denver sports history.
Modern era.
Modern era. How do you define the modern era?
You know what the modern era is. You can feel it in your gut, right?
In the loins, in Vic's loins.
Okay. It's not like the baseball modern era, which is 1901 to the present.
Correct.
You didn't go all the way back to check out those Broncos drafts in the 60s or anything like that.
Michel Goulet was a very good draft pick by the Nordiques. I couldn't rank it. I couldn't rank it.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Michel Goulet played for the Hawks for a while, by the way. Did Michel Goulet? Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Spring. Here we go. Can I guess number 1?
It's obvious, right?
If you were the 41st overall pick and you were selected during a Quesarito commercial and you've turned into a 3-time MVP, a finals MVP, and the best basketball player on the planet, the only guy to ever lead the Denver Nuggets to a championship, Nikola Jokic has got to be the greatest draft pick in Denver sports history, right?
Yeah, you immediately just fill it in.
I don't even think you think about that.
Yeah, I don't care if he was the number 1 overall pick. He could have been the number 1 overall pick. He's still the greatest draft pick in Denver history.
I would agree with that.
I don't care where you got him.
Yes.
It's made all the more fantastic by the fact. I keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. He's going to go down as the greatest athlete this team has ever seen as far as stature in his sport. And I love John Elway. Bronco people always come at me, and I get it. I grew up here. Not an out-of-towner saying that. But John was never considered the guy. He had Marino, he had Montana, he had Jim Kelly, had all these dudes he was battling. Joker is considered the guy in the NBA. And I was talking to Leggy about it. You know, Leggy and I go to lunch.
Yeah.
He goes, he's this town's Michael Jordan. Jordan went through how many of his years where he was the dude in the NBA?
Only MVP to come out of the second round of the NBA draft. Only guy to have ever done it. And he has won 3 of them. He is I mean, he's on the list of, what are the 9 3-time MVPs in NBA history? I mean, that basically, is a top 10 player in the history of the sport.
Let's be honest. You should have 4 or 5 of those things.
Probably, yeah. I mean, for 5 years, he has not finished below second in the MVP race. That's as good as it gets right there, and you got him at the 41st overall selection. Now, here's the moment where you step back and you go, is there a degree of luck when it comes to that? Of course there is. Tim Connolly was the first person to always joke, and he did so on this show numerous times. Oh, yeah, I always knew he would turn into this. Like, of course not. Okay? Didn't he go in the same draft that they took Gary Harris and Nurk? Like, he wasn't even the biggest European, like the highest European center that they drafted there, and still look at what he became.
Scotty tells me there's an international scout that had a lot to do with it. Yeah. Again, I was talking to Leggy today. Apparently, there's a story. There was a QB coach who's the one that pushed Tom Brady as a pick. There's always a guy.
Yeah.
When you get this late in the draft, arguments had to be made for a guy to get picked.
Raphael Uke was the guy.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The good news is the GM listened.
Yep.
We had Jeff tell us the story when they got Chris Harris for the Broncos. The scout walker, the GM walks into John Fox's office. I guess it's probably Xander's at the time or whatever. Maybe it was Elway, but whoever it was came in. Wouldn't have been Elway, but someone walks in and tells John Fox, ask John Fox, I got a fast one, I got a smart one, I got an athletic one as a corner. What do you need? Because they need a corner for camp.
Yeah.
He goes, give me the smart one. He didn't even name names. And they signed Chris Harris.
Pretty good.
And now the guy should be in the Ring of Fame.
Pretty good. Mm-hmm.
It's just funny how these things work out sometimes.
Joker, by the way, he was stashed overseas. He played his last year at Mega. He won the Adriatic League MVP. He came over to the U.S., and it was, Andy, it was the first training camp where the dudes, they didn't even know his name.
Jameer Nelson was like, that guy's pretty good.
They would text Connolly, and they would just be like, hey,
the foreign kid's good.
That big Serbian dude's good. Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Exactly.
He seems to see some things.
And then eventually his role only increased. But yep, Jokic at number 1, completely agreed. Okay, good job, Spring. You're off to a hot start.
And another caveat here, I weight the value of the draft pick. So like the more of a steal you are, I give that a little extra weight in where I rank you.
Fair enough,
not in every ranking, but I consider it.
But can we all agree Joker would be the best draft pick even if he was the first pick in his draft?
I agree with that.
So,
But the fact that he's second round 41st overall just adds to it even more so.
Yeah.
Agreed.
All right.
Okay, number 2, I got Terrell Davis. With that being in mind that he was a 6th round pick and an NFL MVP, 2-time Super Bowl champion, 2,000-yard season, a beast.
Super Bowl MVP.
Absolute beast. So given he's a
Hall of Famer.
6th-round pick,
yeah.
I think that's the second best draft pick.
And a Hall of Famer.
And a Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
Second best draft pick in Denver sports modern era.
Yeah, 6th rounder. Terrell Davis turned into
MVP
that player.
himself.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Turned into that player. I don't disagree with that either. I believe what he play?
5-6 years.
8 career playoff games, 7 of them he was over 100 yards. I mean, he would have the single season rushing record if they hadn't been killing everybody and he sat out however many fourth quarters that year. So, TD at number 2. Okay, Spring, you're off to it. Spring, you're 2 for 2.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, and it's Denver franchise, Denver sports franchise. So I got Joe Sakic, number 3.
Yep.
15th overall pick by the Nordiques in 1987. 15th overall pick, and you're getting Joe Sakic. That's number 3 to me.
Out of British Columbia.
Tough to argue, man.
Hall of Famer, 2-time Cup winner, the captain, Joe Sakic. Okay. No, it's a great pick. It's a great, undeniable career.
Because wasn't Forsberg the number 1? No, Lindros was the number 1 overall.
Traded for Forsberg.
Forsberg was 4th overall.
Yep, traded for him.
Yeah, well, if we're going by where he was picked to, if that's part of the equation,
that's part of
you
my
can't argue
criteria.
with it. So there you go.
Okay. Who's at number 4?
Todd Helton, 8th overall pick, 1995, makes the Hall of Fame for a career Rocky to make the Hall of Fame as well.
Only career Rocky in the Hall of Fame.
And, that franchise needs something like that. And a huge part of Rocktober, I got Helton, number 4.
Okay. Again, greatest player in franchise history. I can't really push back on it all.
Yeah, again, Hall of Famer.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, what's next?
I'll go ahead and lump 5 and 6 together.
Yeah, this is my first disagreement with you.
And maybe even last year I would have flipped this. But I got number 5, Nathan McKinnon. I've got number 6, Cale Makar. Now, Makar, a 4th overall pick. McKinnon a first overall pick. But considering that there was debate at the time, should they go with Seth Jones or Nathan McKinnon? And they did make the right pick. And man, Cale Makar is amazing. And he just won a Norris. Maybe the playoff series against the Stars is hitting me the wrong way right now. And Nathan McKinnon has just been such a beast the past couple years. So I'm going to go McKinnon 5, Makar 6.
You ever heard of the Conn Smythe?
You got to flip that. Makar's got 2 Norrises. He's got the Conn Smythe. He was the later pick. See, it's where they were drafted where I take issue. You got him at 4. Remember, we were all sweating what the first 3 picks were going to be.
But I will say, though, that when he was there at 4, it was obvious. It was obvious to take him.
Doesn't matter.
That's fair.
So here's where I would disagree, Andy. This is why I would give it to McKinnon. Because he was not a consensus. You didn't have the advantage of other teams making a mistake in front of you. And the Avalanche, like their blue line at the time that they took McKinnon was non-existent. Seth Jones was like the no-brainer.
Oh, I remember.
Going into that draft, and Joe Sakic took one look at it and said, I'm just going to take the best hockey player.
And I think Waugh liked him too. I thought both Sakic and Waugh, because didn't Waugh have experience in the minors coaching against McKinnon, I think?
He had, that the red assery of Nathan McKinnon appealed to Patrick Waugh.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's no doubt about that. Like, fortunately, you had a couple of teams, and they're good players. Like, Miro Heiskanen was taken above Makar. Like, he's a good player. He's just not Cale Makar. When you have a number 1 overall pick and it's not a consensus, it's not like a Cooper Flag, and the guy becomes a Hart Trophy winner, I got to give that to you.
That's fine, but the rules are set. It's value at the pick, and you got incredible value at the number 4 pick.
I don't. If you want to flip it, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah. No, I think you got it right, Spring.
Nah, it's all right. You can reconsider here in a bit and let the Dallas thing go.
Your keyword is storm.
We've got a storm of controversy.
We do.
Kinda. As much as June will provide.
A storm of whether or not McKinnon or Makar is the 5th best draft pick in Denver sports history. 303-504-0925. Core 4 score. Text the keyword STORM. STORM to 303-504-0925, and that enters you this hour. All right, round out the top 10 for us, Spring.
All right, Von Miller 7. They don't take Marcel Darius. They take Von, and they were probably always going to take Von Miller. Super Bowl MVP. Von's number 7.
Okay, this one's interesting because the 2011 NFL draft, Von Miller at number 2, all right?
Yeah.
Super Bowl MVP. I can't really argue with it, right?
Super Bowl MVP. He should have been a defensive player of the year.
Should have been. I mean, A.J. Green at 4.
He could have been a 2-time Super Bowl MVP because he was nuts for the Rams.
Patrick Peterson 5. Julio Jones 6. Tyron Smith at 9. J.J. Watt at 11. That's
J.J. Watt?
One of the best tops of a draft in our lifetime, Andy. Yes, they could have taken Marcel Darius, which would have been the whiff.
It would have been just like a little what we talked about with Makar and Seth Jones.
There are stars all over the place right there, though. Is there anybody on that list you would have rather had than Von Miller?
No, but you know what? Here's the thing with Von Miller. I've told you before, Jeff Legwold, I've been talking draft with Jeff Legwold since 2010, going back a long way. And all I remember is I have never seen Jeff as excited. Matter of fact, even since, I don't know that I've seen Jeff as excited as what he watched Vaughn do at the Combine and the pro days. He was telling me, I remember I called him to record an interview with him for Colorado's Morning News on KOA and just get a little draft update in. And I mean, he was just gushing about the guy's first step, the burst. This is the guy they ought to take. That's the dude. And he was worried that Carolina was going to take him. So I was convinced that was the guy they should have had. No, there's nobody else I would have rather had. I'm glad Cam Newton didn't fall this way, frankly.
Sure.
Although
what an MVP.
He would have been fun.
Yeah.
He would have been fun, but he wasn't Von Miller fun. And you know what? You had Peyton Manning. So if you would have drafted Cam Newton, Peyton Manning never shows up.
That's a good point.
So yeah.
Carmelo at 8, Shannon Sharp at 9, Steve Atwater 10. Carmelo at 8's an interesting one. You could have had Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
You
could have.
If you could go back and redo it, would you have rather had Dwayne Wade or Carmelo Anthony here in Denver?
Well, see, here's the funny part, too. For those that don't remember, and I know most of the old-timers do, but everybody thought Darko Milicic was going to be left for the Nuggets at 3.
Yeah.
And instead, Detroit took
Kiki
Milicic.
wanted him.
Kiki wanted him bad.
Yeah, Joe
and
Dumars.
Had Joe not saved Kiki from himself, right?
Joe
Milicic would have been the guy.
Joe Dumars, despite having never worked here, one of the great executives in Denver Nuggets history,
Yeah.
he took Darko above Carmelo, and then he also traded Chauncey Billups to Denver for a broken Allen Iverson. Joe Dumars did us some solids along the way there in Detroit, so we appreciate him for that. Sharp at 9, 7th rounder?
Yeah, 7th rounder.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer,
one of the best
3
tight ends
rings,
of all
remember, too, because he got one with Baltimore.
Yeah. And Atwater at 10.
See, I'd put both those guys ahead of Melo, but
Melo revived Nuggets basketball. Say what you want about him, and he's the 10th.
But again, your value of the draft pick hurts you here, Spring.
Could have had Dwayne Wade.
Atwater was in the 20s, and
but
again,
they were
Sharp's
always
in the 7th.
going to take Melo. I get it. I'd probably rather have Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade, what was he, 3-time title winner? Dwayne Wade?
But at the time, like, everybody would have said take Melo over Wade, right?
I like Dwayne Wade coming out of Marquette.
I didn't hear anybody saying, everybody did say take Melo over Wade.
Yeah,
You're right.
freshman at
Nobody-
Syracuse.
He was National Player of the Year.
Yeah.
Just won a national title
Yeah.
with Boeheim at Syracuse.
But
I
none of
get all
us
that.
thought that Melo would be there. Everybody thought Melo was
Sure.
going to.
Yes, they did.
That's the crazy thing. Now,
We
I
did.
did hear plenty of people saying you should take Dwayne Wade over Milicic, but I didn't hear anybody because, again, everybody just thought it was set in stone. LeBron, Melo, that's it.
By the way, Chris Bosh went 4 to Toronto. So
Pretty
Bosh
good,
4
too.
to Toronto, Wade 5. LeBron, Wade, and Bosh were on the top 5 of the same NBA draft.
And
Pretty
then
good.
ended up on the same NBA team.
Yeah, not bad at all, huh? Yeah. There you go. Check out the list
I just
on Twitter.
retweeted it.
Yes, the list is out there. Spring went all the way down to 21. Nice job, Spring. 303-504-0925. Altitude Sports Radio brings you the Core 4 score. Text right now the keyword STORM. STORM to 303-504-0925. That's the last keyword for today. Special thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health, custom health solutions to revitalize your health today. The keyword STORM, STORM, STORM. Text it to 303-504-0925 right now. That enters you into the Core 4 Score contest this hour. Signed jerseys. These are good-looking jerseys, by the way. Joker, Jamal, AG, and MPJ. If you want to get a look at them right now, check out our Twitter. We got a picture of Andy modeling the jerseys. Not actually modeling them. He's modeling while holding them up. He's sort of displaying, I suppose, is a better word. Oh, you see the
calves?
We joked about you modeling, and then we were promptly told not to do that.
I was told, never have I received a text faster from anybody in management.
Don't you dare.
Than I did when I said I might put the jerseys on for fun after I shot beanbags with spring with the Nathan McKinnon sticks last week.
Yeah.
They didn't care about that. Those sticks were built for action. These jerseys aren't built for dad bod 50-year-old men.
Andy, let's talk.
Well, they might be.
They could be.
We're not going to find out.
But you were told not to do it.
I was told, don't you dare.
Don't stretch the neck hole, Andy.
Yeah. And I was like, come on, it's an NBA jersey. How could I do that? What do you think?
I think you could.
Is that neck hole stretching?
No.
I don't know. Nah, I guess when you pull it out, it isn't.
I think you'd fit just fine.
Hear that, management? I'm handling the jersey.
He's touching the jerseys. I think that only adds to the value. They've been touched by Westward Award winner Andy Lindahl.
Yeah, sure.
Andy, could you imagine a sliding doors version of the world where the Broncos gave Russell Wilson 7 years at $350 million?
You asked me that question in the break, and I told you. I literally about threw up when I saw what the actual request was.
7 years, $350, fully guaranteed.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I went full Chris Dempsey on that sucker. I mean,
Broncos traded 2 firsts, 2 seconds, Noah Fant, Drew Lock, Shelby Harris. Shelby Harris, who used to do a show with us. Traded all that to Seattle for Russell Wilson. Blockbuster at the time. Huge get for Denver. Super Bowl winner, Pro Bowl quarterback, Russell Wilson. Broncos get him. Party time in Denver. And he and his agent, Mark Rogers, asked for a 7-year, fully guaranteed contract, $350 million, $50 million per year, which, is not that far off from the money that he got. It just would have been a really long, really, really long. We would only be going into, year 4 of it right now?
What happens?
Yeah.
Yes. What happens?
We'd have 4 more years of this.
Well, you'd be in the Cleveland Brown Deshaun Watson situation.
You sure would be.
Where he would still have to just hang out here. Your only choice would have been to what we talked about last year, where you make him hate it here so much he redoes his contract to get out of here. That would have been your only option.
There's nothing you could do
to make him hate $350 million that much.
Nothing.
I know.
It's humanly impossible. He'd be Costanza, still showing up to work every single day, even if you're letting people use his private bathroom. You can take away his office. You can do everything you want to Russell Wilson. He's still showing up every day.
Dude, I can't even try to comprehend. Does Sean Payton take the job if that thing's fully guaranteed?
I don't think so. I mean, I say that.
Does Sean Payton quit?
But I say that the Broncos
stuck with him?
made Payton the second highest paid coach in the NFL immediately. They gave him a 5-year deal.
Yep.
9-figure contract for a head coach in a business where you are hired to get fired. It's a tough gig. You're the first one to take the fall every single time. I think Sean still takes it. I believe so, yes. Again, if Russ would still show up every single day to get his $350, I think Sean would still show up every single day to get his $100 million.
But he's not the starting quarterback.
I don't think he would have been.
The thing going on in Cleveland.
Exactly. I still think they would have.
I don't care if Deshaun Watson's healthy. I think they still would have done what they did.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, in the end,
I may not sign Joe Flacco, but the other 3 are probably there.
Broncos guaranteed. What was it? $160 million they guaranteed to Russ on that deal.
Yeah. Remember,
still pretty good.
The worst contract in Denver sports history, and I will always hold up to that, even ahead of KB, Chris Bryant, because you paid him Remember, the contract kicked in when they cut him.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Bryant has at least hit home runs for the Rockies organization under his current deal.
I mean, 17.
Russ did not throw a single pass.
In 3 years.
Not even a touchdown, not a single pass under that deal. You paid him to go away before it even kicked in. You kidding me? You kidding me? He didn't earn $1 under that contract with play on the field. Not $1, Nate Kreckman.
Yeah, but Chris Bryant has played 170 games in 4 years.
He's still.
But by the way, with his 11 games played this year for KB, he has finally technically played a full season's worth of games for the Rockies in 4 years.
It's a terrible contract, but at least the guy has done things on the field to acquire the money.
He is a 1.6 wins below replacement player for you in 4 years.
You don't want either of these contracts.
Oh, it's so much money.
But I've never seen a guy get paid before the contract starts to go away.
Literally,
first year of the deal, you're like, nope.
Here's
$85 million and goodbye.
Please leave. For the Rockies, Chris Bryant has given you 170 games so far. He has given you a 695 OPS.
You know how much that contract butters my biscuits there.
Yeah.
Burns my blood. But still.
Yamamoto Dolander tonight is the matchup between the Dodgers and the Rockies. Shohei is leading off tonight. Hit his 27th home run of the season last night. They go with Betts, Freeman, Muncy. By the way, Max Muncy is he makes some fun defensive plays over there at third base. Teoscar Hernandez had the insurance RBI last night. Andy Pages, Tommy Edman, Michael Conforto, who hit a huge home run last night. And yes, Will Smith is not in the lineup, as Tim Neverett told us earlier. Dalton Rushing will do the catching tonight, the highly rated prospect for the Dodgers. Rocks will counter with Tyler Freeman, Hunter Goodman, Jordan Beck, Ryan McMahon, Tyro Estrada, Michael Toglia. Toglia, 3 doubles last night, Andy, and one of the worst defensive innings you will ever see, which opened the door for the Dodgers to win that ball game.
As Drew said, wasn't that the 4th inning? Drew said you gave them 6 outs that inning.
Mickey Moniak back in the lineup. I believe 6 home runs last 12 games. Orlando Arcia at short tonight. Sam Hilliard will do the center fielding tonight. Brenton Doyle not in the lineup. His sub-200 batting average getting the night off.
Couple more minutes to get the word storm.
Storm.
Not score.
Storm.
Storm.
Yeah. Andy, the NBA draft tonight, first round. Nuggets don't have any picks.
I want to talk about the draft in general with you tomorrow.
Okay. I want to talk
Tune in tomorrow
about it as well. I did the math on this. Number 1 overall picks in the NBA draft, 20 of them are in the Hall of Fame.
Is that a good percentage compared to other leagues?
Pretty damn good. That, by the way, does not include LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Anthony Davis, who I think all will be Hall of Famers. I think Anthony Edwards will be a Hall of Famer. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I think Wemby's going to be a Hall of Famer. Only 2 years into his basketball life.
You're not worried about the health?
Yes, I am, but if he plays basketball and modern medicine's pretty good, then I think he will be. I think he's going to win titles. I think he's going to win MVPs and all of that. Here's the flip side of it. Worst number 1 overall pick in NBA history.
Oh, you told me.
Okay.
So go ahead. Greg Oden, I think, wants to say hello. Kwame Brown wants to say hello, but you said no.
The Candyman would like a part of the conversation. Clippers took him number 1 in 98, but he had a lengthy NBA career. Kwame Brown, remember, he played for the Lakers for a while. He bounced around to some teams. He had an NBA career. 2013, the Cleveland Cavaliers selected Anthony Bennett out of UNLV with the number 1 overall pick. Andy, I did a bunch of this guy's games when he was in college.